Is this invincible at the beginning? With this guy, there should be no opponent before the dirt spot comes out. A beautiful black-haired boy shrouded in moonlight said to the yellow and black guy in front of him, with silver-white metallic luster shining at the joints. And the avatar in front of him is the strongest long-distance automatic double, known as JoJo's Bizarre Adventure series. Originally belonged to the 8th JoJo Gospel, the stand-in of the final boss Tolong. Miracle to you, but the invincible or something, the invincible in the JoJo series has no good ending. The young man looked at the stand-in in front of him and said silently. From the red and white ping-pong ball shape of the family emblem on his body and the forehead of Konoha on his head, it can be seen that he is a member of the well-known Uchiha clan in the ninja world. His name is Uchiha Taki, and he is a member of the Crossing clan who has just crossed over. The predecessor and Uchiha Shisui were students of the same ninja school. Because of the fierce situation of the Third Ninja World War, he graduated early and came to the battlefield. However, it is not as famous as Shisui in the entire ninja world. When he was in the ninja school, he belonged to the kind of ninja who was not up or down, not weak, but not strong, and had no sense of existence. However, because in the fierce war, the Sharingan Eye was opened, although there was only one hook of jade, but combined with the age of only 8 years old, he was treated with emphasis by the enemy. So the predecessor accidentally hung up and became a traverser of the crossing, and the miracle to you is his crossing benefit, and he is now going through the memories left by his predecessor in his mind. The injuries from the previous battle are almost healed, and tomorrow I will return to the squad to continue fighting. In order not to attract attention, recall some details of getting along in some situations of teammates. Their squad is also similar to Kakashi's team, with 1 upper shinobi and 3 lower shinobi. The level of shinobi is also according to strong, average, weak. In this way, Uchiha Taki belongs to the ordinary bit. Among the 3 lower shinobi, those who belong to the strong rank are called Wind Sacrifice MOBA. He has short hair that is convenient for fighting, but it is a dazzling blonde. When it first came to mind, Uchiha Taki thought that he was a member of the Yamanaka clan who was good at reading memories in Inoka. Although the Wind Sacrifice Menjai has no bloodstained boundary, she is a natural attribute genius. In particular, Shui Dun and Tu Dun are not at the level of Xiao Ren at all. Even in school, he was one of those people second only to Uchiha Shui. I heard that the village has agreed to her promotion to Zongnan, but the appointment has not yet come down, so she is still in a squad. And the other guy who represents the position of weakness is called Kenji Sato, a surname that is common in Neon Country. There is no blood, no family, no occult art, and no forbidden art. Even the test of chakras attribute was before entering the battlefield, and their leader had a horse to give it, and there was only one mediocre water attribute. Because they have a genius in the team and a member of a big family, their leadership is also very good. Listen to the words that Erima broke on the battlefield and bragged about them. At the beginning, he belonged to the elite of the Dark Department, and the right-hand man under the Dark Minister Chi Mushuomao. Because his wife is pregnant, he chooses to quit the dark part and chooses to go on a quest ninja who has more free time. In the end, because the war began, he became the leading teacher of the 3 of them. However, according to the memory of his brain, Uchiha Taki feels that although he is much stronger than the special shinobi, the dark elites still forget it. After going through the details to pay attention to tomorrow when going through it in my head, Uchiha Taki returned to the camp, a camp of wounded in the rear. Listening to the medical ninja in the camp, the Watergate team has destroyed the Kaminobi Bridge, and the opposite IWA Shinobu has lost the largest supply line. Therefore, these lightly injured personnel and some medical ninjas must go to the front line to prevent the last wave of IWA Shinobu's counterattack. The seriously injured were directly taken back to Konoha village by several Naka shinobi and medical ninjas. Listen to the medical ninja arrangement in the camp who looks like there are more than 40. Uchiha Taki has a plan in his head. He plans to JoJo. Cough, cough, no, don't be a ninja anymore. To be precise, I don't become a combat ninja, but I move to the rear to be a medical ninja. The reason for this idea is in addition to the hatred of Konoha F4, especially Shimura Danzo, towards Uchiha. Another very important reason is that his Goldfinger miracle to your ability is to make guys who have seen the ontology and the entity avatar become interested in either of the two, want to investigate or track, or attack the person who attacks the entity and the avatar to bring bad luck. If it is not of great interest or lasts for a long time, then the attack of doom will last for a while. As you are distracted by the damage caused by bad luck, will bad luck dissipate with it? But if someone remains interested and wants to investigate, then doom will gradually increase in power until death. Even when someone tries to attack the body or avatar, then it will trigger the doom of instant death. And although Uchiha Taki is a substitute messenger, he does not control the miracle to you very well. At most, the people you know are not shrouded in bad luck, and once they intend to attack, even Uchiha Taki will not be able to save them from the doom of imminent death. The special miracle is that you are different from the other avatars in the JoJo series. Although a rocky old demon gradually gives the avatar his own intelligence from the white snake, the substitute of the priest in the 6th part. But these avatars are like shadow avatars, although they have different personalities, but they all belong to themselves. But miracles in your intelligence are a completely different situation, in the original work, as one of the few stand-ins that can be materialized for ordinary people to see. Miraculously, you replaced an old man in reality and became the director of the Stove Township Hospital, and you can stand on the podium and speak to ordinary people. Even after the death of the ontological dragon, it can still exist in the world for a period of time. Except for those stand-ins who need to die to activate their abilities, all other avatars will die with the death of the body, and the stand-ins that manifest as spiritual energy will also die with it. So the miracle is also complained about by readers. The miracle is the real boss to you, and the dragon is just a host. And although the miracle is Doom in your ability setting, in addition to Doom, there is also the effect that the person in the torrent of Doom has a very terrifying negative buff of the damage enhancement effect. A drop of rain, a fallen leaf can penetrate the human body. A sneeze with a little force can lead to the separation of the head and body, and in the torrent of Doom, the person becomes brittle than paper. So even Uchiha Taki, as a traverser who has seen the complete Hokage, and as a member of the Uchiha family, very much wants to kill Shimura Danzo, so he has to restrain first. After thinking about it last night, Uchiha Takilai already had a preliminary plan. He planned to find an opportunity to pretend to be blind and seriously wounded in the next war. Although the previous performance was ordinary, but since the opening of the eyes on the battlefield, as an 8-year-old eye-opening genius, he is not usually paid much attention. There are even good deeds who call him second to stop water, meaning genius second only to stop water. And for people like Tuanzang who are hungry and hate for the chakra eye, the best way is to blind one eye and the other eye is not improved. The information given to Kanaha's high level is only at the level of a hook of jade, which is enough to make them lose interest. The confidence in choosing to do this is that the huge spiritual energy brought by you is miraculous, making him more exaggerated than Uchiha Obito, and directly crossed from a hook of jade to a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. After all, the upgrade of the Sharingan relies on spiritual energy, which is the so-called yin shield chakra. It may be due to the kaleidoscope that miracles you turn on. It is not like its fellow traversers, and when it is opened, it has the name of the pupil ability. It is only known that the left eye can bring bad luck to the other party as long as it is focused on the target. The right eye, on the other hand, is the opposite, which can increase the target or your own luck. Uchiha Taki's plan is to use a kaleidoscope to control the medical ninja who treats him after he is injured, and then ask the medical ninja to make a report that his eyes are completely gone. Leave the ninja status by pretending to be a one-eyed dragon, and if you can't, you will become a medical ninja. Otherwise, as a ninja in other jobs, you will have to be more or less exposed to battle. Then others watch the enemy just start attacking and instantly die for inexplicable reasons. No matter how slow the reaction is, they will realize that there is a problem. In particular, Uchiha Taki also plans to use a miracle to die in the village after returning to Konoha. Kusanagi, the front line of the battle against IWA Shinobu. Uchiha Taki and his teammates from this life have converged. Hey, as an 8-year-old Uchiha genius who opened his eyes, why did he go to the back and lie down not long after opening his eyes? This yin and yang strange words came from the mouth of a young and beautiful blonde girl, although her figure was still a little green because of her age, but she was already a beautiful embryo. She is none other than Uchiha Taki's teammate in this life, Kazemati Moba. The reason why it is so yin and yang is because our predecessor has not gone head-to-head with her after awakening the Sharingan, and in order to maintain the squad's position as the strongest subordinate, the wind sacrifice Momoe is not to be outdone. The two people also often bicker. You two don't argue, we may face IWA Shinobu's strongest counterattack next. If we succeed, we can bring peace to the village and become the heroes of the village. And once it fails, it will not only make Lord Watergate's efforts in vain, but also make the village passive. And the one who said this was Kenji Sato, a small transparent teammate in Uchiha Taki's team who was brainwashed by the so-called Will of Fire. Uchiha Taki raised his eyebrows, looked at Kenji Sato and found that he really didn't have any characteristics. With an unremarkable hairstyle, an unremarkable dress, and an unremarkable appearance, not Kutil's kind, it is no wonder that they do not get the attention of the enemy in battle. It also made him, a person who was even mediocre in strength, lucky to survive from the battlefield. Kenji is right, this is basically the last war, and this time it will be won and lost. San Shinobu, Yun Shinobu have already withdrawn from the war. On the side of the Mist Shinobu, the 7 people of the Ninja Deo lost their combat power, and Lord Orikimura sat down. There was no need to worry. We are here the war that will determine Konoha's victory or loss. Arima saw this scene when he returned from the battle meeting of Shangnan, so he dissuaded, you two don't continue to be vindictive, the next war is not the logistics we did before. The enemies encountered will be much stronger than before, and I even heard that the opposite side has also dispatched human pillar forces. You guys are fighting and you're likely to die here. Understood, Arima-sensei. The 3 replied in unison. Arima thought to himself that although these guys were usually noisy, the bond of being a teammate had not diminished. Instead, it gradually increases with competition. Arima-sensei, where are we going to fight next? Uchiha Taki asked. After all, this war is the most important starting point for his plan, and if it fails here, the subsequent plan will be nullified. And in order to successfully implement the plan, it is necessary to avoid the group of cataracts of the Hyuga family. Otherwise, people can see the chakra surge when Uchiha Taki uses the kaleidoscope with a blank eye, and the plan to pretend to be blind will directly fail. Arima, don't worry, although it's the last war. But the well-known ninjas on the opposite side have special ninjas to block, and those of you who are shinobi in the Inyazuka clan and those of us who lead the team, Naka Shinobu, can go to the side to prevent Iwa Shinobu from sneaking attack. Uchiha nodded in approval. Although the Inyazuka clan are also scouting ninjas, they mainly rely on smell, not sensitive to chakra, and does not influence the plan. Are you starting to get afraid? Kaze Matsuri Moha looked at Uchiha Taki with a treacherous smile. Aren't you afraid? This is not our previous petty fight, but a full-scale war? Uchiha Taki also gradually moved his character closer to fear of war, so that he could smoothly ask for ninja status in the future. As for when will ninja status be restored? I'm afraid it's only after he's skilled at mastering the miracle to you. Hee, it's okay to be afraid. As long as you admit to everyone that Mosama is the most powerful, I will protect you later. Wind Sacrifice Menya said with a crooked mouth, but it did not have the greasy of the previous Dragon King, but revealed a hint of cuteness. Childish. After Uchiha Taki finished speaking, he walked towards the troops gathered by the Inyazuka clan and Shimo Shinobu, and Kaze Matsuri Moha wanted to say something, but was stopped by Arima and Kenji Sato, and went to join the troops with Uchiha Taki. The clearing gradually began to crowd due to the convergence of various shinobi. The leading teachers discussed the next arrangements with the upper ninja of the Inyazuka clan. Uchiha Taki was looking around. After all, although this unit does not have the leading teacher of the Hyuga clan, but I didn't say that I didn't endure it, not to mention that not only Hinata had a perception of chakra. The bugs of the oil woman family are also sensitive to chakra, although they may not be able to feel the kaleidoscope of chakra flow, but Uchiha Taki still planned to stay away from them on the safe side. At a glance, I really found a Hyuga family, who is a little older than Uchiha Taki. They seem to be about the same age as Kakashi, but their strength is definitely not as good as them. The elites of the Hyuga clan are all in the army, ready to face Iwa Shinobu head-on. Even the lower patience is carried by his own parents. It seems that it is only to supplement the detection ability of the Inyazuka clan. Uchiha Taki thought to himself, then the arrangement on the other side should be similar. Let the Oil Girl clan be in charge of the main reconnaissance, and the Hyuga clan be responsible for supplementation, plus some leading upper shinobi and middle shinobi, as well as the lower shinobi with them, to prevent Iwa Shinobu from detouring. Dozens of figures quickly shuttled through the tree, and it was Uchiha Taki. They were speeding through the forest with a few ninjas from the Inyazuka clan, as well as a few shinobi squads like them. Elsewhere in this wood, dozens of figures like them also flashed. It was the troops responsible for blocking Iwa's sneak attack from the left flank. They split into several squads and scattered to explore Iwa Shinobu. However, it is not too scattered. As long as someone fires signal flares, the whole crew can be assembled in up to 3 minutes. Speaking of Captain Watergate, are they back? Without them, the main force would still have a hard time dealing with Iwa Shinobu. An unimportant passerby asked Shinobi. It's not something we can know. However, Lord Watergate has mastered the Flying Thunder God, and if he wants to go, even if the third generation of Tokujoniki personally strikes, he can't keep him. It should be his leading teacher who answered the unknown question of Shinobu, but it is not clear whether it is Naka Shinobu or Kami Shinobu Uchiha Taki. Is it okay for us to talk so loudly? What if Iwa Shinobu finds out? This time the question was asked by Kenji Sato, Uchiha's transparent teammate. Arima, it's okay, this time we are only responsible for blocking Iwa Shinobu. If they don't attack, we don't have to fight. Well, along the way, I was worried about what noise I made that would cause the mission to fail. Wind Festival Moha also breathed a sigh of relief. She had been tense since she was separated from the large army. Hearing that there is not necessarily a need to fight is also a little more relaxed. I just heard a blonde girl who didn't want to be named say to protect me. Why are you acting more nervous than me now? Uchiha teased with a smile. Wind Sacrifice Menjai was naturally not to be outdone. When you really encounter an enemy, you will know who is protecting whom. You will also understand who is the strongest shinobi in the 5th class. Of course it's me. Indeed, because I'm about to become a Naka ninja. Okay, Mo, don't crow your mouth. I hope I never meet an enemy. It was best to end the mission smoothly. She and Uchiha Taki are classmates of the same class, and the inverted triangle on her face and the ninja dog following her explain her identity, and Saki Inyazuka, one of Moba's friends at school. You can't do it without encountering enemies, Inyazuka-san. Uchiha Taki thought silently in his heart, just as he thought so. It just so happened that a signal flare exploded in the air. It's a signal flare. It seems that someone has encountered the enemy. Don't say it, hurry over to support. After Arima's words, he took the lead and rushed in the direction of the signal flare, and the others hurried to follow. On the other side of the battlefield, Lord Watergate has already destroyed the Shen Wubi bridge, and you can't hold out for a few days. I've just fired a signal flare, and our guys will come right away. You might as well surrender as soon as possible and wait for Oniki to redeem you, so you don't have to fight so hard. Kami Shinobu of the Inyazuka clan taunted at Iwa Shinobu, but their situation was not as relaxed as his tone. The Shimo Shinobu of the Hayaga clan was in their ranks, besieged by Iwa Shinobu, and the others were also struggling to help him resist the ninjutsu and ninjutsu from Iwa Shinobu. For Iwa Shinobi, who is good at earth escape and can sneak in the soil, the Inyazuka family's method of olfactory detection is not a great threat to them, and the white eyes of the Hayaga clan can make them have nowhere to hide. But your strength doesn't match your words. It's better for you to obediently tie up your hands, and we'll let you go back after negotiating with Yukanaha, and as long as you obey, I promise you won't be mistreated in the capture camp. As soon as the words fell, Hinata Shinobu let out a scream, and he was sent flying by another Iwa Shinobu, rolling on the ground a few times and passing out. Kyota! Damn, you rock Shinobi! He was Shinobu who led the team under Kyota Hinata, and now said to Iwa Shinobu with a scowl on his face. And Iwa Shinobu was just about to say something, but suddenly his body disappeared in a flash, and there were several shurikens stuck on the ground where he was standing. A horse broke in front of them, and the members of their party arrived. The scene fell into a brief silence. The task of Kanaha's side is only to stop Iwa Shinobu from detouring so that they cannot interfere with the large army and do not need to destroy the other party. And Iwa Shinobu also judged whether he could kill them quickly and whether there would be more support. Is that Hayaga guy okay? Do you need a medical ninja? Uchiha Taki asked. He had seen people from the Hayaga clan from far away. The reason why I asked this is just to confirm whether I really passed out, otherwise it would be embarrassing to be directly seen through after controlling the enemy with a kaleidoscope. There is no danger to life for the time being, but it needs immediate treatment. We don't have professional medical ninjas here, his leader, Shinobu, replied. And while everyone's attention was slightly distracted by Uchiha Taki's question, Iwa Shinobu brazenly launched an attack. They did not intend to retreat, but to destroy these two teams. The collision of ninjutsu in the woods made a loud roar. Uchiha Taki also took the opportunity to throw a fireball technique towards the opposite side. In addition to the fire of the Uchiha family, Suzuki like thunder, he also has an additional water attribute. Although it has 3 attributes, it is limited in age and resources, and it is only slightly proficient in fire attribute ninjutsu, tooth to tooth. Several members of the Inyazuka clan quickly rushed towards Iwa Shinobu. Arima used his gesture to direct the ninja to protect the wounded and rushed over, trying to distance Iwa Shinobu from these subordinates to prevent them from staring at the wounded. And a few ninjas who are not very good at physical skills use ninjutsu to support remotely, and Uchiha Taki and a few of them are not using ninjutsu in order to keep the amount of chakra, but they are also trying to use kunao, shuriken and other weapons to assist. Of course, this also includes Uchiha Taki himself, although he has a miracle to kill you. But obviously there is no skill bonus to shuriken, these throws of kuwu, and he has not let the miracle unleash on you now. And most things in the world can't be done. Although Kanaha's upper ninja tried to distance themselves as much as possible, they were still touched by a rock ninja using the technique of diving in the earth. When he was about to sneak up on the Wind Festival MOBA, he was seen by the sharp-eyed Uchiha Taki. Yeah, get out of the way. Uchiha Taki shouted and quickly sealed his hands at the same time. Fire Escape Phoenix Immortal Fire Art. The Wind Sacrifice Yeah reacted quickly, and immediately used the avatar technique, leaving a stake to be set on fire by the fire. Wind Escape Vacuum Jade. After the Wind Festival Moya dodged away, he immediately used the Wind Escape ninjutsu to attack the place where he was standing, intending to use the Wind Escape to enhance the fire escape. Uchiha Taki was no longer nervous after seeing the Wind Festival Moai dodging away, and his thoughts gradually diverged. This seems to be a B-grade ninjutsu. Is this girl so strong? Moreover, can a civilian ninja actually be exposed to B-grade ninjutsu at such a young age? However, he didn't think about it for long, and immediately after seeing Yan Shinobu come out of the soil, he continued to use the Phoenix Immortal Fire technique to attack. It's just that he doesn't want to use this move to defeat his opponent, but uses scattered flames to block and attract the attention of others. The two eyes quickly rotate to directly open the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Iwa Shinobu, who was not prepared, was easily controlled by Uchiha Taki. When others use ninjutsu and attack Iwa Shinobu, Iwa Shinobu was manipulated by Uchiha Taki to quickly come to him with the teleportation technique, and made the action of throwing senbon, and quickly sealed. And Uchiha Taki also took out half of the senbon and plasma that had been prepared in advance and covered his left eye, and let out a scream. The art of Tsuchiwa Fist. Iwa Shinobu used ninjutsu to desperately attack him under the operation of Uchiha Taki. Uchiha Taki was sent flying out with the trend, pretending to pass out like Kyasa Hinata. However, although Uchiha Taki pretended to be unconscious, he was trying to use a bitter meat plan. The art of Rock Fist was honestly beaten, and several ribs were broken. Taki, you okay? ×2 Kazematsuri Moha and Kenji Sato immediately ran to Uchiha Taki's side, and that Iwa Shinobu has long been bombarded by ninjutsu with ashes. Only one who remained thought strangely, is my fire so strong? That's right, even if it was controlled by Uchiha Taki to launch an attack, it still triggered the torrent of calamity. Basically, the fist has been killed by the support before it touches Uchiha Taki, and it is possible to hit Uchiha Taki by inertia fist. This is still the case of Uchiha Taki's manipulation, not the power of his own will. If it is my own will, I can't even hurt Uchiha Taki, the miracle is so terrifying for you. Uchiha Taki twitched through the afterglow at the corner of his eye, thinking that before he could perfectly control the miracle to you, he was afraid that he would not even be able to do it. At this time, the other teams finally arrived, and Iwa Shinobu was instantly annihilated by several times the opponent without any resistance. Moha and Kenji, you follow this Moonlight Genkei Shinobu to bring Taki and that member of the Hyuga clan to the medical unit first. After Arima's explanation of his family's subordinates, he said to the Moonlight Xianfang, they will trouble you to take care of it. Arima senpai, rest assured, I will definitely take care of them. After speaking, he carried Kyota Hinata, this kid is carried by me, and the brat of the Uchiha family will be handed over to you, let's go. Medical Ninja Camp, here are all the ninjas who Konoha were seriously injured in the blockade of Iwa Shinobi. After Moonlight Genkei's and the others arrived, they exchanged a secret message with the guards and handed over the two wounded to the medical ninja, and at the same time explained their situation. This Hinata family's ribs are all broken, and the fingers are also broken. Although the bones of this Uchiha family are not as broken as those of the Hinata family, their left eye is poked blind. At this time, whether it was a medical ninja who was busy with treatment on his hands, or a wounded person who was still awake, they all came here with a trace of attention. Eating melons is human nature. Although the Uchiha family is blind, there are too few one-eyed dragons. With the warlike and arrogant character of the Uchiha family, they would rather die in battle than lose their proud Sharingan. Most of the blind people of the Uchiha family are also members who have not opened their eyes. Uchiha with one eye? This is really rare, but he is actually blind in his left eye? The medical ninja who took Uchiha Taki muttered softly. Kazematsuri Moha didn't hear clearly, but saw what she was saying and asked, Doctor, is Taki's condition serious? It's not serious, but his eyes will definitely not be saved, and he is afraid that his self-esteem will be wrong. Is it? If he can't accept the situation after he is cured, you can find me. I am Kazematsuri Moha of the Arima squad. Moonlight Xianfang looked at the wind sacrifice Menjai a little lost, and comforted in a voice, although Taki-kun did not block Iwa Shinobu's attack. But at least he saved you, cheer up first, and wait until we defeat Iwa Shinobu. It is more useful for you to comfort him with this good news. Let's go, and then go to block Iwa Shinobu. Kazematsuri Moha bowed to the medical ninja and said, Taki-kun, please. Then the three of them sped away. The medical ninja who spoke before patted his face, since everyone has asked me so much, then I have to work hard. And just when she was about to treat Uchiha Taki's eyes first, Uchiha Taki's eyes instantly opened, and a pair of kaleidoscopes stared at her. In just an instant, she fell into a kaleidoscopic illusion. Under the operation of Uchiha Taki, she hid the half of Senbon in the pocket of Uchiha Taki's body, and took out the complete Senbon and plasma that had been prepared a long time ago from her pocket. After replacing it, he pretended to treat Uchiha Taki's eyes, and after the eye area was treated, Uchiha Taki erased her memories and left her free to deal with other injured parts. Before unraveling the kaleidoscope, Uchiha Taki also implanted something in her brain. After the treatment, he began to fill in Uchiha Taki's situation and report to the Konoha hierarchy, so that Uchiha Taki could return to Konoha village to continue his treatment. And Uchiha Taki fell asleep groggily after she treated her and left. Although the eye injury is fake, the chest injury is real. The next day, Uchiha Taki pretended to have just woken up, listening to his own situation, and pretending to look worse and worse. The person who explained the current situation to him was the medical ninja who treated him yesterday, and he already knew her name from the rest of the population as Yuna, but it was still unclear what her last name was. Taki-kun, don't be too sad. You can be a ninja without one eye, and you can get a transplant when you return to the village. Listening to Yuna's comfort, Uchiha Taki smiled bitterly and said, Una-senpai, have you ever seen the transplanted eyes of the Uchiha clan? Can a one-eyed Uchiha still be called Uchiha? Obito, you scold again? Yuna was stunned, and then continued to comfort him, but you are a hero who saves beauty. And at best, the village has agreed to let you go back to the village for treatment, and then you don't need to face the war again. Uchiha Taki smiled cooperatively, is it? That's good news. And the first part of Uchiha Taki's plan has been successful, and then there is the next phase of planning. Then he closed his eyes and thought about what he should do next. Konoha, Hokage's office ape Hibiki was worried about the report that had just been sent, a genius who opened his eyes at the age of 8. In order to save his teammate from being blind to his left eye like Kakashi, this is really difficult. Inside the Hokage's office, Shinura Dan, who had an X-scratched chin, hid at the end of the arrival. He saw Koharu and Mizuto Minion inside and asked, "What happened? Do you need all three of us to come over?" "You read these two reports first, and then say what you think." Shinura Danzo took the two reports and said as he looked at them, "Oh? Did that guy Kakashi actually transplant Uchiha with the soil Sharingan? And that 8-year-old eye-opening genius also happened to be blind in his left eye. Are you worried that the evil Uchiha clan will use him as an excuse to take back the Sharingan?" "That's right, now the battle on Iwa Shinobu's side is almost over, and only the final negotiations remain. I plan to let Watergate and them go to the front line of the Mist Hidden to replace Orochimaru, forge a bond in the joint battle, and let the Uchiha clan identify with Kakashi." Sarutobi said to Koharu, "Although this is also a method, it may not be successful. Most of the Uchiha clan have extreme personalities. Are you not afraid that they will trip up Watergate on the battlefield?" The key to this question is the blind Uchiha imp. Mito Minion, indeed, if that imp himself promised to give Kakashi his eyes. It is useless for the Uchiha family to make trouble. Shinura Danzo, pinning your hopes on the evil Uchiha imp. "It's better for me to directly let the root go and kill that little ghost, so that no one needs to be transplanted, and there is no need to worry about the Uchiha family making trouble." Presumptuous. That imp is a war hero no matter what. Are you crazy to assassinate war heroes? Mito Manyan angrily rebuked Shinura Danzo. Isn't that what the roots are for? Have you forgotten how Kimu Shuumao died?" Shinura Danzo's words made Mito Minion choke, and suddenly there was no desire to fight. After Xiaochun saw that his old friend was deflated, he took the initiative to change the topic. "What about you, Sunko, what do you think? The assassination is not necessary, but he is indeed the key person, and when he returns, I plan to talk to him personally." Shinura Danzo, "What if it fails? Want to gouge out Kakashi's eyes? Will Bofeng Shuman agree to this?" Sarutobi Hinata, Uchiha Fugaku, the new patriarch of Uchiha, his wife and Kushina are good friends. He himself has a good relationship with Watergate, and I will let Watergate handle this. If it doesn't work, I have another way. Don't mention the assassination. Is it? Since you've decided, then I don't need to be here. Shinura Danzo ignored the three after speaking, and went back directly with the roots. The reason why Konoha's high level reacted so much has a lot to do with the butterfly effect brought by Uchiha Taki. In the original work, Uchiha took the soil out of his own will to give his eyes to the son of the hero White Fang, which was originally a beautiful talk, but the Uchiha family wanted to come out and obstruct it. In this way, it is easy to leave a lot of negative impressions on other people in the Uchiha family. And as long as the Konoha high level insists that it is voluntarily given with soil, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to really forcibly gouge out the eyes. This is really the intention of the high level of Konoha, and there is a reason to deal with your Uchiha clan. And the appearance of Uchiha Taki will make a huge change in Uchiha's reputation. After all, when Obito died, he didn't know that Uchiha Taki was blind. And Uchiha Taki's credit, although not as great as Kakashi's, is also a blind hero to save his teammates. Coupled with his status as a genius, it makes sense for Uchiha to inherit the eyes of Obito to his clan brother. It's not like the original domineering for the sake of family bloodstains, which are not allowed to be used by others, but to save the genius clan brother, the hero of the village. Uchiha completed the transition from selfishness to caring for the vulnerable. If they were willing to donate an eyeless eye to Kakashi, they would suddenly stand on the moral high ground. This is unacceptable for the 3 generations of the evil Uchiha who attach great importance to their reputation in the village and discredit the evil Uchiha by the way. That's why there was a scene of discussion just in the F4 assembly. Root base. The attention to Uchiha Taki can be put aside, he has little future after losing an eye. Set our sights on Uchiha and see if we can get him to join our roots. Danzo sat in the shadows and said to a few of his subordinates, "But if Uchiha Taki has a harbinger of transplanting Kakashi's chakra eye, kill him immediately." "Yes, Danzo-sama." 3 days later, Uchiha Taki, who was under the attention of Konoha's F4, and the others seriously injured returned to Konoha with the group guarding them. And Uchiha Taki spends all his time controlling miracles in you, except for pretending to have a low will on his eyes. And the result he has now is that the miracle is when you are completely collected back in your mind. Unless someone attacks him, it will not trigger a doomed counterattack that miracles you. Uchiha Taki knew that after returning to Konoha, he would definitely be investigated by many parties. In particular, the issue of his and Kakashi's eye attribution has definitely received more attention. Only when he renounces his ninja status and expresses a willingness not to become stronger will he make others lose interest in him. And if there are still people investigating him after giving up his ninja identity, then most of them are people from Danzo. At that time, the miracle will be directly open for you to solve them, and if you have the opportunity, even Tuanzang will solve it together. After returning to Konoha, Uchiha Taki and his group of seriously wounded did not return to their homes. Moreover, all of them were admitted to Konoha Hospital, and even those who had stabilized Uchiha Taki's condition had to be hospitalized for examination. As the saying goes, 100 days to break your bones. Although the ninja world has chakra's recovery ability is much stronger, but the 3-day recovery has little to do with a family like Uchiha that is not known for his body. Hokage building. Is he back? How is he doing now? Can he meet people? Sarutobi asked. Lord Elder Hokage, the doctor said that although Uchiha Taki has no spirit, it does not affect normal conversations in life. Is there any movement on the Uchiha clan side? I'm so sorry, Naruto-sama. We didn't find anything about the Uchiha family outside, because we didn't dare to go in and investigate for fear of being discovered. It's okay, although Uchiha is not a scouting ninja, the place of the Itomi family is not something that can be detected casually. Since you can talk, let people prepare a little calcium supplemental food. I went to meet that Uchiha genius at noon. Yes. On the other side, a similar thing happened in the Uchiha tribe. Uchiha Fugaku was listening to his subordinate's report at home. So Taki has returned to Konoha. Yes, patriarch. So what is his condition now, awake or unconscious? Can I meet people? We heard that we have awakened, but it is not clear whether we can see anyone, and yet Sushiro continues to inquire. Notify me as soon as there is news. I will personally talk to him about the eyes. Inside Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Taki lay quietly on the hospital bed, seemingly sleeping. In fact, as soon as he arrived at the hospital, he sent you a miracle to collect all kinds of intelligence in the hospital. As an unembodied miracle to you, only those who are also substitute messengers can see and touch the avatar. What Uchiha collected was basically medical and genetic knowledge. The reason why medical knowledge is so important is nothing more than the bloodline of the Hokage world. Whether it is the next intercolumn cell or the eternal kaleidoscope, it requires certain medical and genetic knowledge. And because of the miracle of your ability, Uchiha Taki can't find an assistant to help like everyone else. You can only operate on yourself through physical doppelganger, so the requirements for your own medical technology are very high. This is also the reason why Uchiha Taki has always wanted to become a medical ninja. Taki-kun, are you asleep? Yuna came to the bedside and asked. She was the accompanying physician in this return to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, he did not continue to go to war, but rotated to become a doctor stationed in Konoha Hospital. No, I just closed my eyes and thought about the future. Is it an I thing? Sort of. Is there something wrong with Sister Yuna coming over? Naruto-sama, he plans to meet you at noon and have lunch with you. Is it okay for you now? Naruto-sama? Yes, I feel like I can be discharged. It's just that due to the hospital's regulations, you have to stay for examination. After all, a broken rib is not a minor injury, can it not be checked clearly? Yuna smiled and said, then since you are okay, then I will arrange for you to meet Naruto-sama at noon. Noon, Konoha Hospital, Uchiha Taki's ward. Naruto-sama is here. Naruto-sama, good noon. There was a commotion outside the ward. Uchiha Taki knew that the other protagonist of the noon scene had also arrived. Uchiha Taki watched you through the miracle of Sarutobi and skillfully greeted the patient staff of the hospital. I couldn't help but complain, it's really hypocritical. However, it is also understandable that the war has been constant since Ape Fei took office. He had a share in World War I, he was Hokage in World War II, and in World War III allowed students in the school to graduate early and go to war. Now the reputation of the Ape Flying Sun in Konoha can be said to have fallen to the bottom. So even if he plays the affinity card now, it will only be a little more decent when he leaves office. Finally, Sarutobi Hinata had done enough surface work and arrived at Uchiha Taki's hospital room. Naruto-sama. Uchiha Taki was the first to greet him. After all, waiting to prepare the wood leaf will still has to leave a good impression on the ape flying sun. Taki, I can call you that. Of course, Naruto-sama. Well, these are some of the foods I brought from home, and we talk as we eat. After that, a group of people pushed the cart over, set it up for them, and then retreated. This pork bone soup is specially made by me to supplement calcium and help you recover faster. You must try it. Sarutobi opened the casserole containing the tonkotsu soup, and the fragrance instantly filled the room. I have to say that in this world where gourmet ninjas exist, the level of cuisine is not ordinarily high. Uchiha Taki had also eaten a lot of delicious food in his previous life, but after smelling the smell of this pork bone soup, his stomach, which was not very hungry, began to have a great appetite. Come, eat first. Ape Flying Sun skillfully throws sugar-coated cannonballs. Uchiha Taki was also not polite, and he did not intend to compete with Konoha's high level for eyes. Directly spooned a bowl and drank it. Finally, after pulling a few homely words, I am finally ready to get down to business. Taki, do you know why I came to you? I know, it's because after Obito died in battle, I donated my eyes to Kakashi Sr. Although not a biological brother, Uchiha Taki is also relatively close to Obito. The two belong to cousins, so even if they are not familiar with Obito, Uchiha Taki's brother is justified. That's right, Obito died in battle without knowing that something was wrong with your eyes. So now your clan wants Kakashi's eye transplant to you, but after all, that is also Obito's last wish before he dies. So I'm going to ask you about this client's statement this time. Do you want Kakashi to transplant his eyes to you? Sarutobi finally asked the main purpose of this visit. Kakashi's eyes? This crooked ass is really okay. Uchiha Taki complained in his heart, but his expression was tangled. To be honest, Naruto-sama, I did think so, and I wanted to change my eyes and continue fighting. But during this time in medical camps and hospitals, is there something wrong? Don't hesitate to say it. Sarutobi felt that Uchiha Taki was not so eager for eyes, so he immediately asked. I thought I was also good at making a difference on the battlefield, but it turned out that I didn't seem to be that piece of material, and although I awakened the Sharingan, I was injured one after another and lost my ability to fight. Even Kenji, who was not as good as me at school, performed better than me. Uchiha Taki finished laying the groundwork and put forward his purpose, and seeing the tragic situation of the other wounded in the camp and hospital, I also began to be afraid of the war. So I want to be a medical ninja who stays in the rear. So you want to leave your eyes to Kakashi and become a medical ninja yourself? Let me think about it a little. 8th ARI pretended to think, but in fact, he was secretly glad that this time things were done so smoothly. I can provide you with medical knowledge and ninjutsu, but your Uchiha clan has never had any medical ninjas, and becoming a medical ninja still needs to be slowed down. When you master the palm cactus, come to me. How about I arrange for you to work in this Konoha hospital? Sarutobi began to bargain, but Uchiha Taki directly agreed, and this medical knowledge was enough for him. After completing their goal, the two foxes, one big and one small, made a false polite appearance, until the dark part came to prompt the ape flying sun to return to the Hokage building. And Uchiha Taki's ward also came to a cat head dark part and said, Uchiha Taki, Naruto-sama asked me to ask you, what information do you want to send to your home or directly to the ward? Wait until I'm discharged from the hospital and send it to my home, you're in trouble. The cat head dark only nodded slightly after hearing this, and flew away from the hospital. On the other side, the root base. You actually chose not to have eyes, but to stay in the rear to become a medical ninja? Tuanzang listened to the report of his subordinates and said, this kid is really useless. When he opened his eyes at the age of 8, he planned to recruit him into the root, which can be regarded as looking up to him. There is no need to pay attention to him in the future. Go to the mist hidden front to see if we can let Uchiha stop water join our roots. Don't let Hinata know. After the ape flew away, the slow Uchiha family finally reacted. Uchiha Fugaku and his wife Uchiha Mikato also came to Konoha Hospital, compared to the big movement caused by Sarutobi Hinata in the hospital. Uchiha Fugaku was very crisp, and after asking the location of Uchiha Taki's ward, he came directly to the door of the ward without taking care of the others. There was a knock on the door twice, without waiting for Uchiha Taki to answer. The door was pushed open, and Uchiha Fugaku walked in with her wife. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Taki have similar memories and are paralyzed with a face. And based on his face, even if he shows kindness, it is estimated that no one will think so. Could it be that he brought his wife with him to neutralize his paralyzed face? Uchiha Taki thought darkly. Taki-kun, why are the 3 generations looking for you at noon? What did you say? Uchiha Fugaku's question was very blunt. The heads of the security department are like this, no wonder the guard department has a bad reputation in Konoha. Uchiha Taki replied after complaining in his heart, it's a matter with the eyes of brother two. So how did you answer? Did the 3 generations agree to return the eyes? Uchiha Fugaku's question was still so blunt. I've agreed with Kakashi using that eye, and I'm sure he won't live up to it. Uchiha Taki was also not interested in continuing to chat with Uchiha Fugaku. In the last life, I felt that Uchiha Hinata had 2 giants, although one was high profile and the other was low key, but they like to talk. Especially in adults, eyes grow on the top of the head. You actually agreed to let an outsider use the Sharingan. Did 3 generations force you or did it yourself? Uchiha Fugaku was shocked and angry, and even spoke a lot louder. And Uchiha Mikato, who had not spoken before, also covered her mouth, looking very surprised. I volunteered, and I applied to the 3rd generation to retire, intending to learn medical knowledge and become a medical ninja later. The 3 generations also agreed that I would enter the hospital after mastering the palm cactus. Uchiha Fugaku stood up after hearing this, and looked at Uchiha Taki, who wanted to scold but didn't scold. I didn't expect that. Halfway through that, Uchiha Fugaku threw his hands and left. And Uchiha Mikato whispered to Uchiha Taki, Fugaku was just too shocked, he has no malice towards you. After that, he also followed Uchiha Fugaku and left. Back in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku invited several elders of the Uchiha clan and recounted to them the conversation with Uchiha Taki in the hospital. I didn't expect that little ghost to be a greedy waste who was afraid of death. These words came from the mouth of the great elder of the Uchiha clan, who looked more like the villain Uchiha clan than Shimura Danzo. He is also the leader of the hawkish faction of the Uchiha clan. It seems that there is no hope for the matter of bringing back the Earth Eye? The Dove leader's second elder said. Uchiha Fugaku, it seems to be so. Second elder, actually, this is not a bad thing. I heard that the third generation plans to retire from the position of Hokage because of World War II and World War III. Using this matter to operate, Fugaku may not be able to compete for the fourth generation of Hokage. Uchiha momentarily, Konoha was established by us Uchiha and Senju, and the Hokage position should have been ours. Why let the disciples of the old things in the middle of the house control? We don't even have the position of elder. The Sharingan is also obviously a thing of our family. Why sell the Sharingan to get the opportunity to compete for Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku, because Konoha is stronger than us. Uchiha Fugaku's words made Uchiha choke in an instant. After being stunned for a while, he stood up and said, "Your plan can be done, let's run it. Say what you want me to do and I go back." His gaze returned to Konoha Hospital. After both waves of people returned, Uchiha Taki returned to his original peaceful life. After cooperating with the doctor to do a few tests, I went back to the hospital bed and quietly thought about what happened. Although he rejected the proposal to transplant Obito eyes, it does not mean that he gave up this powerful kaleidoscope, but rather that he is determined to get these eyes. His golden finger is only a miracle for you, and there are no other ways to awaken the eternal kaleidoscope. And his age didn't have time for him to slowly do experiments, so there was only one plan in front of him, fusing another pair of kaleidoscopes. He is a war orphan like Obito. Although he met his parents when he was a child, they both died in World War II, and Obito is the closest person to him in the Uchiha clan, and the kaleidoscope of fusion success rate is directly related to kinship. Fusing his eyes is the best policy. Only if he fails, he will consider other eyes. Whether it is forcing others to open their eyes, or robbing Fugaku, stopping the water, the weasel's eyes are the next strategy. And Suzuki, needless to say, as the chosen one, Uchiha Taki does not think that the miracle now is that you can defeat the 6 immortals. The next day, Uchiha Taki continued to cooperate with the doctor's examination, pinching his nose and drinking the medicine prescribed by the doctor. The doctor who was examining him asked, "You are almost fine now, you can go home with medicine to recuperate." However, the 3 generations have also explained to us, you can stay in the hospital for the time being, and then go home when you are ready. How do you choose? Then let's wait until you're ready to go home, and you'll have to trouble you for a while, Uchiha Taki said with a wry smile. He just gave the face of the Uchiha family, and now go back. The dovish may not be anything. The hawk will definitely make him uncomfortable, and don't think about anything else. And he is not a good-tempered person. If he talks behind his back, he is too lazy to care. If you jump in front of him, he is afraid that he will directly be unable to bear to kill you indiscriminately with a miracle. The reason why the 3 generations gave him this preferential treatment was also because he was sensible and did not compete with the high level for the eyes. In the past few days of recuperation in the hospital, Uchiha Taki has not been idle. Drive miracle around you and test miracle at your farthest range. After all, Araki Hirahiko sensei did not specifically describe the miracle on your range. The farthest distance is the miracle that you are in the villa of the Stove Cho Hospital, and the main body is in the Oriental home. After several days of testing, it was probably confirmed that Uchiha Taki in the hospital would cover the entire Konoha a little more, and he could walk around the surrounding woods. Not bad, even after the Night of the 9 Tails in the future. The Uchiha clan moved to the edge of Konoha and still ran to the other end of Konoha. Another purpose of walking around is to see if you can find the base of the roots. It can only be said that there is a transparent person through the wall that no one else can see, and Uchiha Taki can also be regarded as a half-reconnaissance ninja. It's just that the root base was not found, or found, and not recognized. Uchiha Taki found a lot of gossip in Konoha's village. For example, this who has a leg with that person, and someone secretly asks the ninja to investigate whether his wife is cheating. Although the body is still lying on the hospital bed to recuperate, the spiritual needs are very abundant. 2 days ago, the country of grass, against the IWA Shinobu front. A beautiful blonde girl was asking the black pineapple-headed Nara clan Shinobu, Shikaku-sama, are the personnel who went to support the front line of Kiri Shinobu determined? Not yet. You're calling the wind sacrifice MOBA, is there something to do with me? Nara Shikaku scratched his head and asked Moha, who suddenly came to the door early in the morning. If I'm not sure, I hope I can be part of the support team. Wind Festival Moya said flat and firmly, as if the person who applied to join was not her. Nara Shikaku raised his eyebrows. Although I can't decide who returns to Konoha, I can still call the shots if it's to the front line against the Land of Water. Are you sure? I'm sure. Shikaku-sama. Wind Sacrifice Moya did not hesitate. Why? You became a genius of Naka Ninja at the age of 8, although you are not as famous as Kakashi and Shisui now. But sooner or later, Mist Yen will know your information, and you will be very dangerous at that time. Narashikakia changed his usual laziness and seriously advised the wind to sacrifice Moba. You better go back and think again. And the Watergate has passed, and it does not necessarily need support from our side. Without waiting for Moha to reply, Narashikaka walked towards the camp. If I don't need support, I also hope to be the last to withdraw to Kanaha, Kaze Matsuri shouted at him. Narashikaka waved his hand, signaling that he heard, but did not answer. At this time, Kanaha, Uchihatake is looking at the gate of Kanaha through the miracle. The first ninjas in the IWA Shinobi front to withdraw to Kanaha have arrived at Kanaha's gate. However, due to the wave of Feng Shui Gate or Akimaru, the top ninja who became famous in the 3 battles, remained on the front line, so the scene did not greet and celebrate warmly as shown in the animation. Some are just glad to see their families safe and sound, and the crowd who look at injured family members and loved ones sobbing softly. Uchiha Take's teammate Kenji Sato was also among them, because one of his teammates was seriously injured and the other became a Naka Shinobu. Their squad also became nominal, so after the situation eased, Sato-san, who was not strong, also became the first member of the retreat. At this time, he is also talking to his family, although it is miraculous that you do not observe closely and do not know what is being said. But judging by the smiles on their faces, they also belong to the group of rejoicing. Uchiha Take also let the miracle retreat for you. Although Kenji Sato has no sense of presence in the team, there is still friendship on the battlefield. So Uchiha Take estimated that when he finished talking to his family, he should come to the hospital to visit him. So he withdrew his stand-in and waited quietly for him to arrive, although Uchiha Take was also worried about the situation of his teammates after being injured. But there was no good way to inquire about the details, just waiting for him to come and ask him well. In the afternoon, the door of the ward opened, and our Sato-san, as Uchiha Take expected, came to visit him at the hospital. How about this flower? I heard the boss say that it is the most suitable for sending the wounded. Yes, even my wounded man is about to be discharged. What happened to you after I fell into a coma? Moha and the teacher are okay. They're all safe, and Irima-sensei is still about the same as before. It's just Moye. What's wrong? What happened? After Moye sent you off and returned to the front line, he has been rushing to the front line. He almost died several times. Is it the cause of my eyes? Make her feel like it's her problem? That's how it should be. There was a silence for a while. Uchiha Take didn't expect that his pretending to be blind would have such a big impact, and he thought about whether to find an opportunity to tell the Wind Festival Moba. After all, as long as she doesn't say it, it's actually no problem to tell her. So what is her situation now? Has she returned? Not yet. I heard that she applied for a place to go to the front line of Mistyin, but Mistyin was repelled by Lord Watergate. She doesn't need support yet, so she remains in the land of grass for now. It should be to wait for the signing of the armistice to come back. Uchiha Take nodded. That's good. She's done. What about you? What is your situation now? Is it to transplant a good eye? Kenji Sato asked. I'm going to be a medical ninja, and the 3 generations have agreed. He gave me medical knowledge and promised me to work in the hospital after mastering the palm cactus. Medical ninja. Are you serious? It seems that not only the Uchiha family, but even for others. The fact that the people of the Uchiha clan gave up going to the Ministry of Guards and chose to become medical ninjas instead, is really big news. I've already decided, when I master medical ninjutsu, if you are injured in the future, you can come to me privately and give you a discount. Uchiha teased. It's not a question of discounts. Doesn't your family have an opinion? They agree that you, a genius, turned into a medical ninja? Of course I have an opinion. Don't you see that I'm better now, or hiding in the hospital ward? Uchiha Take said angrily. Then, like a profiteer, he smiled at Kenji Sato and said, Kenji, although we didn't say anything at school, we were born and died together on the battlefield. You see, your comrade has a small favor for you, would you like it or not? If you have something to say, don't laugh so strangely. I listened to what you wanted me to do with first. It's nothing, it's just that I'm afraid I'll be troubled by the people of our clan. After I'm well, can I stay at your house for a few days to shelter from the limelight? Kenji Sato refused without thinking. I don't want to offend your Uchiha clan. What if the guard department comes to trouble me? Yes, I forgot that. Sorry, just when I didn't say it. Immediately, the two did not talk for too long. After all, the time to be teammates was not long, and Sato-san's sense of existence was not high, so he ended the topic after a simple politeness. It's almost time, I'll go back first. Bye. Uchiha Take, who has become a person again, is also thinking about where he will live in the future. It was originally a joke, but if you think about it, it still makes some sense. Unless Uchiha Take is willing to show strength, there are bound to be hawks looking for fault. And he thought about it carefully and found that his predecessor's relationship was really poor. Although it is said to stop the water at the same time, it is not to the extent that you can spend the night for a while. It is not appropriate for the captain to have a horse and a child, and the hawks cannot be allowed to embarrass him. Uchiha Taki thought with an indescribable strange expression. He wouldn't go to the Kaze festival Moha's house to borrow it, because in the past few days he remembered one thing while recalling the contents of the Hokage. Although he hadn't seen the non-combustible, he vaguely remembered that one of the two children Kanahama followed was named Kaze Matsuri Mohoang. Just when Uchiha Taki was still hesitating whether to turn into a little white face to hold the wind and sacrifice Moha's thigh. Hokage building, inside Hokage's office. Ape Flying Sun chopped awkwardly unlocking the telescope technique. "Won't you knock on the door, Tenzo?" Danzo didn't answer, and said to himself, now that the armistice agreement with the Land of Earth has been signed, what do you plan to arrange for those ninjas who withdraw to Konoha? And the foggy inside is almost over, what arrangements do you have? Let's just say it, Danzo. What purpose do you have? The roots are in urgent need of manpower now, and these seedlings that have retreated from the battlefield can fill the gap in the roots. Uchiha Shisui, Kiki Kakashi, Kake's Moha, they can all do it, as can there are other excellent ninjas. Aren't there enough people at the roots? Are you planning to bring all the talents of Konoha to the roots? You have to understand, I am the Hokage. That's it again. Tuan Zanki's teeth were all crushed, but he can't say that the root was mostly solved by his trouble finding Nagato. Not to mention whether he wanted to save the face of Uncle Tuan. If he let Ape Flying Sun cut the three of them, he knew that Uncle Tuan had caused such a big trouble. Whether the roots can be left behind is not certain. Of course, I died in battle while on a mission. Koharu has allocated less and less money to our roots, don't you look at it? Tuan Zhang guided the topic in the direction of funds, and the third generation grinned awkwardly. He has been busy dealing with the war lately, and he really hasn't paid attention to internal funds. So he also agreed to Tuan Zhang's request. Don't think about the three geniuses you mentioned above. Their clan would not agree, and Watergate would not agree to his disciples joining the roots. But the rest, I approve that you are free to recruit a few. But don't go too far, don't recruit too much. Well, you can go back and remember to knock next time. Sarutobi didn't wait for Tuan Zhang to respond, and began to rush people. On the way back, Tuan Zhang said to his subordinates, the three people I just mentioned, you try to get in touch. As long as they agree, Riko can't say anything. The next day, Uchiha Taki had completely healed, packed up his things and left Konoha Hospital. Although I didn't think about whether to go to someone else's house to borrow it, I had to go back to my original home in Konoha. Look, this man has one eye. He's a one-eyed dragon. A child covered his mouth before he could finish speaking. I'm so sorry, Ninja-sama. I didn't teach him well, so please don't punish him. If there is anything I can do, I will definitely do it, and please don't be angry with the Ninja-sama. A young girl who looks like a child's sister says something that makes people feel bad. It's okay, children are rude, just hit a few more times. Although it doesn't matter if he says it, the twitching corners of his mouth indicate that Uchiha Taki is not what he says himself. Inside the black eye patch of the left eye, the writing wheel eye quickly turns into a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Inflict bad luck on the little brat. Apologize to Lord Ninja. As soon as the girl's hand was removed, a white ball of bird poop fell in the child's mouth. Watching the child vomit there, Uchiha Taki laughed and left. This is a skill he learned from Tuan Zhang. In the original work, after Tenzo snatched the water-stopping eye, he could still activate pupil surgery even if his eyes were bandaged during the Five Shadows conference. And Uchiha Taki is just right for practicing this technique, and judging from what has just happened, he has initially mastered this method. As long as the other eye can see, then even if there is a blockage, the pupil can be activated. When he returned to the Uchiha clan, there were not hawks who came looking for trouble, as Uchiha Taki thought. However, it is estimated that because most of the hawks are still on the front line of the fog, and Kakashi is blocking it for Uchiha Taki. But when they return to Konoha, they may find that they can't help Kakashi, and they will export to Uchiha Taki. Uchiha Taki sorts out the familiar and strange, but really belongs to him at home. His parents were both strong men of Sanguyu, and although they died in the war, they also left him a large inheritance. Coupled with the posthumous pension, Uchiha Taki's property cannot be touched by R&D, war, these big spenders. But honestly, being a rich man is not a big problem, and Uchiha Taki didn't want to work hard when he saw the money. Anyway, there are miracles for you, and Konoha F4 can't beat it together. Those big guys in the back also have the attention of the 6 immortals, and he doesn't need to worry about a little ninja. No matter what, I have come to the world where I can practice, so that I can experience the feeling of immortality before I retire. Uchiha Taki encouraged himself. After returning home, early the next morning, Uchiha Taki was woken up by a sharp knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw that it was a member of the Uchiha clan who remained in the guard department, and Uchiha Taki remembered that his name was Uchiha Take, and he was his neighbor. The dark department came to send you something, hurry up and get it. Without waiting for Uchiha Taki to say hello, he left directly, muttering something in his mouth. Uchiha Taki estimated that what he said was not a good thing. I thought to myself, this time it was good to avoid me muttering, and I didn't let me hear it. If I knew what you said, it wouldn't be possible to have an intimate contact with Yanida. After receiving medical knowledge in the dark part, Uchiha Taki left a shadow doppelganger to study. The body plans to visit Konoha and familiarize himself with where he will live in the future. In Konoha Park, Uchiha Taki saw a green figure. It is the proud blue beast of Konoha in the future, Matty. He was running a quick handstand. What training is not completed? After all, when watching them train in the later stage, they often say what about handstands before the training is completed. However, despite meeting Meti, Uchiha Taki did not intend to put on his wool, although he had already been by countless other crossers. Because first of all, his miracle is not compatible with the way you fight, and the Uchiha clan also has a very clear promotion path. Secondly, the peak period of the physical ninja is too short. Those old powerhouses, 3 generations of Tokage, 3 generations of Hokage, Kakuto, Cho, these still maintain their combat power at such an age. All because they rely less and less on physical skills in the later stage. In addition to Tsunade, even if Tsunade is not injured, the strength of physical ninjas will decline rapidly with age. Moreover, Tsunade is not a pure physical ninja, and the precise control of medical ninjutsu and the art of Baihao show her powerful ninjutsu talent. Uchiha Taki is very good in terms of his own talent and appearance, and there is no need to go to Kai's wool. However, it does not mean that Uchiha Taki will not learn the 8-door Dunjia, after all, as a kick out of the entire summer. No, it's almost the existence of the finale that definitely has to be learned. It's just that Uchiha Taki intends to exchange a good weapon for Kai for the opportunity to practice. Although Kai did not use any weapons in the original work, it does not mean that he will not, but Materde, who endured for 10,000 years when he was a child, could not afford to buy a precious weapon with chakra metal. And as he gets older, Kai's fighting style is gradually stereotyped, and he will use his flesh to open a group in the later stage. So Uchiha Taki wondered if he could let Kai master the use of a weapon, reduce direct body collisions and reduce the number of injuries to increase Kai's time as a top ninja. After seeing Kai, Uchiha Taki continued to walk towards the city of Konoha. He plans to buy a few shops while he is still at war and housing prices are plummeting. Otherwise, wait for the war to end, especially the long peace during Naruto Sasuke's school days. It will make housing prices skyrocket, and Konoha is the core area of the Land of Fire, merchants who come to commission tasks and people who come directly to Konoha to make money. Let the future Konoha become inch. And people who have been baptized by house prices in previous lives naturally know the preciousness of houses in the golden area. And the local residents of Konoha also have the opportunity to send their children to school and become ninjas. What is it? It's a top school district room. Just as Uchiha Taki was bargaining with the landlord, suddenly there was a commotion. Lord Orochimaru, they're coming back. And the heroes who fought with Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu. The war is finally coming to an end. Hearing their conversation, Uchiha Taki immediately said to the boss, "At the price you just said, I bought these 2 shops." Although the owner wanted to increase the price, but just now the price was raised. It was not as cheeky as the black-hearted businessman of the previous life, and he signed the contract with Uchiha Taki. After signing, Uchiha Taki found a few people who had just spoken and asked them what was going on. It turned out that the armistice agreement was finally signed, and Orochimaru and the frontline troops returned to Konoha in the afternoon. Those people just now were 3 generations to explain and let them inform the others and go to the gate of Konoha together to catch the wind. Uchiha Taki is also ready to go with them. Because he saw Orochimaru, Uchiha Taki's follow-up plan could continue. Only when you see the great snake pill can the miracle truly become complete for you. That's right, Uchiha Taki's goal of materializing the miracle for you is Orochimaru. It's not that he didn't think about the Pot King Tuanzang, but in his plan, Tuanzang must die. Therefore, after Tenzo died, he couldn't continue to carry the pot for Uchiha Taki, and maybe he would let Tenzo's pot be transferred to him. And the big snake pill, the most difficult existence in the ninja world to kill except for the Itsuki clan. He lived until the finale, and he did not back the pot. What's more, among the traversing crowds, the number of times the big snake pill was fleeced was definitely the most, far more than Kai just now. Where does the big snake pill belong? Shui finished his subordinate Shui ninjutsu, and Shui finished ninjutsu Shui immortal jutsu. After the fairy magic, there may be inter-column cells. Compared to other traversers, Uchiha Taki is just a big snake pill body. At this time, Orochimaru, who had returned to Konoha with the large army, suddenly felt a chill. After a simple lunch, Uchiha Taki rushed to the gate of Konoha and saw Meti again. "Hey, you are the Meti, the hero Matt Dai's son." "Yes, you know my dad?" Matt K looks a little cramped. No one had said that his father was a hero before, only someone who laughed at their father and son for not knowing ninjutsu. That's the person who defeated the Ninja Sword 7, so it's a little strange that I don't know. "Do you look very energetic? I thought this war would make you feel lost." Uchiha Taki stretched out his right hand. "Meet me, my name is Uchiha Taki, and I am the one who gave up his ninja status in this war." "Uchiha? Although the death of my father in battle made me very sad and lost, but I will not be discouraged by this, and I will continue to work hard to become a guardian of Konoha. The next words stopped with Matkei's tears and sobs. Come on, you have at least more courage than me, and you are still willing to protect Konoha. Uchiha Taki patted Kai's shoulder and comforted. Then Taki-kun, are you because of your eyes? Yes, although there are also reasons to be afraid of war. At the same time, Uchiha also thought in his heart, actually, I am afraid that I will cause too many casualties to others with a miracle on you. Maddie wanted to say something, but was stopped by reaching out. Let's put our conversation on hold, and now leave our attention to the heroes who return home, Uchiha Taki said, pointing to the belated army. Ignoring Kai, who was playing treasure, Uchiha Taki finally waited for the goal of his trip. Release a miracle to you and let him follow the big snake pill. Uchiha Taki himself greeted Erima and Kaze Moba. Erima-sensei, you are? Uchiha Taki looked at Kaze Matsuri Moba, who was pushing a wheelchair on which sat their teacher, Erima. Don't say it, I don't know if it's bad luck or good luck. Met Lois on the battlefield, but only lost a leg, Erima said with a wry smile. Kaze Matsuri Moba, of course, luck, the strength of Lois in IWA Shinobi, but second only to his father Oniki. Erima, are you so comforting? Don't talk about me, are you a middle ninja and confused in your brain? Just left the squad, you dare to rush to the front line. If I hadn't entrusted my friends to take care of you, I am afraid that you would have stayed on the battlefield. Uchiha Taki, yes, Moha, I heard Kenji say that you were still planning to go to the mist-hidden front. I just want to get stronger, I'll pay attention next time. Don't talk about me, what's the condition of your eyes? With an eye patch, can't I have a transplant? Uchiha Taki, do you know that Uchiha takes soil? And the guy who was on a team with the genius Kakashi. Erima broke, you mean his and Kakashi's eyes? When sacrifice Moha asked with his eyes what had happened. Uchiha Taki, that's right, he died in battle and left his left eye to Kakashi. 3 generations ago came to me to ask if they wanted to transplant that eye to me, but I refused. Kaze Matsuri Moba, what about your eyes? Transplant a regular one? I'm not going to transplant, I'm going to transform into a medical ninja, so don't waste your eyes. Uchiha Taki said, but was thinking about whether to tell Moha about his eyes intact. Let's talk in another place, it's not good to stay by the gate all the time. Seeing that they planned to continue asking, Uchiha Taki said immediately, well, I'm going to go home and meet my girl. I don't know if she'll call her daddy now. Erima said with a smile. Then in the evening, how about the restaurant opened by the Chu-daist family next to the school? Call Kenji as well, and celebrate that all 4 of our squad have survived the battlefield. I also want to celebrate Moha's becoming a Zongnin, Uchiha Taki reminded. Don't think that if you say that, you won't give me a gift from Nakaninja. The Wind Festival Moai complained, and also agreed to meet at night. Then I'll send Erima-sensei back. Moai, you just came back or someone else's family is in a hurry. Uchiha Taki offered to help Erima push the wheelchair to divert the topic. Well, see you in the evening, bye. On the way back to Erima broken, Uchiha Taki asked, then what are you going to do now, sensei, can this leg still be attached? Alas, I don't know now. The legs will definitely not be connected, maybe go to school to become a teacher, go back and discuss with your teacher. All the way without words, after sending the horse to the house. Shima-sensei, Erima-sensei, I just bought 2 shops in the morning. If the teacher's application to teach at the school is not approved, I can borrow one of your rooms for business. The location is very good, right next to Konoha Park, come and find me if you need to. Uchiha Taki left after speaking, and the rest of the time belonged to their family. Back at home, Uchiha Taki unravels the shadow doppelganger. Although it is not very tiring, the knowledge learned throughout the day makes the brain sore. Lying in bed, Uchiha Taki pulls consciousness to the miracle of you. Orochimaru didn't talk to his acquaintances for too long after returning to Konoha, and went to the Hokage building with a few polite words. Inside the Hokage's office, Uchiha Taki watched Konoha F4 in different poses. He couldn't help but complain, is this another person becoming Konoha's version of the 5 old stars? Ape Flying Sun Chop, Big Snake Pill, this war has worked hard for you. The reward that the village intends to give you, do you have any ideas yourself? Orochimaru, there is nothing special to want now, if you want to say, I hope that Elder Kohara will give me more funds for my research. Now that the war has just ended, the disposal of the wounded and war orphans is a big expense, and Konoha doesn't have much money left. Sarutobi Hinata, I'll talk to the daimyo about this. If you don't have other needs, then we won't delay you, go back and rest. Shinura Danzo, if there is nothing to do, the old man also leaves. Watching Shinura Danzo and Orochimaru leave in an unabashed group, Uchiha Taki and the clan land laughed and lay on the ground. What division is currently guilty? Mito Minion, Hinata, although you sent Orochimaru to spy on Danzo, but have they been getting too close lately? 3 generations smoked and did not answer. Originally, Orochimaru was the best candidate for Hokage in his heart, but a large number of corpses disappeared on the battlefield. He had to wonder if the Great Snake Pill was still loyal to him, and whether he had already switched to the Tenzo flag. The other side. How far has the experiment been? Can I get a transplant? Not yet, the first generation of cells is too dangerous. You don't provide enough chakra eyes either. Not yet? Don't forget, this experiment is complete, and the benefits for you are not small. And now that the war has stopped, Uchiha's chakra eyes will only become more and more rare. Rare doesn't mean you can't get it. I believe that the root still has this ability. I really can't, I can do it myself. If you're going to get your hands dirty, I can give you a goal. Uchiha Taki, the 8-year-old eye-opening genius. Now because of the fear of war, he gave up transplanting Kakashi's eyes, and even gave up becoming a ninja. You can blame the matter on the people of Uchiha's faction by doing something to him. As soon as the words fell, Chimera Danzo's right hand was directly cut off by the branch on the side of the road, and his entire right arm fell heavily to the ground. Miracle to you, power unleashed. What a situation. Orochimaru and Chimera Danzo's faces changed drastically. The root of the secret protection flashed out instantly, separating Tuanzang from the Big Snake Pill. Is that you? Big Snake Pill. Danzo's eyes were very dangerous, as if Orochimaru's answer could not satisfy him, he would leave him here. Tuanzang, you don't believe me, don't you still believe in your own strength? The Big Snake Pill also changed his usual casualness, and said with a solemn face, besides, if I want to do something to you, it will definitely not be aimed at your right hand, but at your neck. At this time, Tenzo also calmed down, just as Orochimaru said. He is very confident in his strength and has root protection around him. Orochimaru definitely didn't have the ability to cut off one of his hands without him noticing. What is that situation? Is my hand so weak that it will be cut off by a branch? This seems to be the case now. Even the speed of the wave Feng Shui Gate is unlikely to make the two of us unable to react. Why don't I take this branch back and check it out? Whatever you want, remember to notify me if there is any result. Letting his subordinates carry the severed hands, Chimera Danzo rushed to the roots. Although it is not clear whether you can connect your hand, at least you need to treat it. While the Big Snake Pill examines the branches, the miracle is that you gradually begin to analyze the Big Snake Pill's every move and body structure. Suddenly feeling a vicious cold, the Big Snake Pill's face was gloomy and terrifying. I have already found you, come out. A gust of wind blew through, and the scene was suddenly a little embarrassing. The stand-in miracle that cannot be seen and touched by ordinary people is still indifferent to analyzing the Big Snake Pill. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. No one, if you continue to do it, it will lead the guard department over. After probing once, Orochimaru did not continue to pay attention, and continued to fall his gaze on the branch that had just cut off Tuanzang's arm. Let the miracle continue to parse the Great Snake Pill for you. Uchiha Taki got up and collected himself, ready to go to the Yakiniku restaurant to meet with his teammates. Calling Kenji Sato, they went to the Yakiniku restaurant of the Akimichi family, and the Wind Festival Moha was already waiting at the door. Uchiha Taki, is Arima-sensei here? Not yet, I'm the first to come. Uchiha Taki, then who helped him push a wheelchair? Kenji Sato, wheelchair? What wheelchair? It's the person with a broken leg, the wheelchair. Arima arrived pushing a wheelchair. Aren't you all coming to pick me up? I thought Moha would pick you up. I'll go inform Sato. Uchiha Taki immediately began to shirk responsibility. Of course, the wind sacrifice Menjai was not to be outdone. I just came down from the battlefield, and you don't let me take a break. Does your gentlemanly demeanor stop at just meeting? Mine. Did I forget that our family's Miss Moai is a genius beautiful girl who has just come down from the battlefield, or the first genius in our squad to be promoted to Zongnin? I must be tired on the battlefield, and I must pay attention next time. Okay, let's go eat first. Both of them helped me push through the wheelchair, so I'll be next. Arima quickly interrupted the bickering between the two. Coming to the barbecue restaurant's private room, Kazematsuri Moha skillfully ordered the dishes for everyone and said, "Tell me, what is the situation of the transformation medical ninja?" Uchiha Taki, Kenji, say it for me. Everyone I meet now has to ask this question again. After the troops of the foggy battlefield come back, I am afraid that there will be more. I really don't want to say it. After Kenji Sato finished a rough explanation, Kazematsuri Moha said, I didn't expect that our squad only went to the battlefield at the end of the war, and there were already 2 people who chose not to be ninjas. Arima said, this is called war, little ghost. Why do you think everyone hates war so much? With your strength, all of you are already very lucky to survive on the battlefield. Uchiha Taki, Arima-sensei, do you have any thoughts on what I told you before? Arima, are you talking about the store? If I can't go to the ninja school, I won't be polite. Shop? What store? Wind Sacrifice Moya asked strangely. Uchiha Taki, before you return, I will take advantage of the fact that the war is not over in the morning. The house price is not high, so I quickly bought 2 shops, both of which are good locations. Kenji Sato, aren't you going to be a medical ninja? What do you want the store for? Uchiha Taki, isn't it not necessary to learn medical ninjutsu? You have to make another preparation, even if you don't use it, you can rent it out. At this time, the root base, Tunzo, is receiving treatment. How? Did you find anything? Tunzo asked. Now his right hand is not the hand that has been implanted with primary cells in chakra eyes. And there was a big snake pill, and although he was angry about losing his right hand, he didn't care too much. He cared about why his hand was cut off by a slender branch. Master Danzo, we found the people who were around at the time, none of them had the strength to hurt you. Now we are asking the people of the mountain clan to extract their memories, and if there is a situation, we will report it immediately. Tuanzang nodded. The big snake pill should also pay attention there, although his explanation before was quite reasonable. But he is also one of the 3 ninjutsu after all, and may have really developed some powerful ninjutsu. Then will our cooperation with Orochimaru continue? Of course, but give him a little warning. Just as Hinata is about to abdicate, Orochimaru can trip him up a little when he is campaigning. Tuanzang prompted, but until my arm is healed, don't let them know. If they come to me, they will say that I led the team out. Yes. At this time, Uchiha Taki, who was chattering with the team members in the Akimichi Yakiniku restaurant, was stunned. The miracle is that you have completed the analysis of the big snake pill, and you can change into the appearance of the big snake pill at any time, and the tone, sound, and even smell are exactly the same. It's just that the miracle is that you belong to the stand-in, without chakra, and you can't perform the various ninjutsu of the great snake pill. Arima, the food is almost the same. I should go back, otherwise your senior wife will be worried. Kenji Sato, teacher, I'll send you back. Seeing the 2 leave, Uchiha Taki turned towards the Wind Festival Moha and asked, do you have any other plans? If not, I'll send you back and talk about your current situation on the way. It's okay, but what's wrong with me? Didn't I promise you that I wouldn't be on the front line in the future? Let's talk on the road. Uchiha Taki motioned for the Wind Festival Moha to follow. Although you said so, you won't do it. Since you were a child in school, you have always been like this, and you only pay lip service to others. Uchiha Taki continued, although I also hope I am over self-aware. But I don't want you to blame yourself for having an eye. It's not self-blame, it's just wondering if it would be better if I was stronger. And I myself have always dreamed of becoming Lord Shuo Shigeru, or Sanshin, Lord Watergate, a strong man who can decide the outcome of a war alone. Is it? So what are you going to do in the future? If there is no war, are you going to the Dark Division, or are you going to go on a mission ninja? I haven't thought about it yet, but someone from the Dark Department has come to me before. They said that my current strength is not enough. I can join the reserve department of their Dark Department first, and then officially join the Dark Department when I become a shinobi. Uchiha Taki's pupils shook dramatically, and he was almost frightened and directly opened the kaleidoscope. If he remembers correctly, this so-called reserve department is the root of the regiment. Uchiha Taki took the hand of the Wind Sacrifice Moha and said solemnly, let's talk about it in another place. I came to Konoha Park with the Wind Festival MOBA, and since the warriors had just returned home, they were basically reunited with their families. Some of the rest are also basically in Konoha Cemetery, commemorating their friends who died in battle. The entire Konoha Park seemed empty. What are you going to say? My hand hurts when I pull it. Wind Sacrifice Moye rubbed his wrist and said, the next thing, I want you to keep it secret for me, because if you can't keep it a secret for me, then we'll be enemies. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Taki took off the blindfold and directly opened the kaleidoscope chakra-eyed. Kaleidoscope Sherinan. Although the Wind Festival Moji was surprised, he reacted quickly. Immediately shift your gaze and distance yourself from Uchiha Taki. Looking at her movements, Uchiha Taki sighed. If it was only based on vague memories before, it was guessed that Moya was from the Senju clan. Then judging from her skillful response now, there is no doubt that her original name is Senju Moba. It's useless. If I'm going to use a kaleidoscope on you, you'll already be in the illusion when you first see it. Even if you are a genius, you should know that you can't resist the illusion cast by the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Taki continued, but I was just guessing before, but I didn't expect you to be a member of the real Senju clan. What do you mean? Does Senju refer to the first and second Hokage them? The Wind Festival Moye is still quibbling. If it's a civilian ninja, they won't even know what the kaleidoscope chakra eye is. And it will not react so quickly. How to deal with it? The only one who can know this is our old opponent of Uchiha, the Senju clan. Well, didn't you just open a hook of jade before? Why did it just become a kaleidoscope? You called me over just to show me your kaleidoscope? Why not tell the captain about them? What do you mean by enemies earlier? Are you going to defect? A series of questions said that Uchiha Taki's brain was big, and he quickly opened his mouth to stop it, one by one. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. How it became a kaleidoscope, I can't say this for the time being. What I'm going to say next is that the guy who invited you into the so-called dark part, after all, the existence of the stand-in is a power system that is completely out of this world, and it will not be said in any way if Uchiha Taki is not sure. The so-called dark part, Kazematsuri Moha asked, she didn't seem to know the roots. Do you know Shinmura Danzo? He is a disciple of the second Hokage, and the so-called dark part refers to the root that he controls. The reason I want to hide these eyes is because of him. Wind Sacrifice Moha nodded in motion for him to continue. You should know that because of our previous patriarch Uchiha, the second-generation Hokage is a little hostile to our clan. And his disciples, it can be said that they all inherited him except for Akimichi Teikaze and Uchiha Kagami, but Shinmura Danzo is especially so. So you're worried that I'll be your enemy after joining the roots? I thought you were going to turn against me and make me your response. Wind Festival Moya laughed teasingly. Uchiha Taki shook his head and said, if that's all, I won't stop you. The scary thing about the roots is that you will be put on a spell when you enter. At the same time, you will also be brainwashed to be loyal to Danzo alone. Even if Danzo asks you to attack Hokage, you will not hesitate to do it. Are you serious? If it was really so outrageous, would Naruto-sama allow him to exist? Wind Festival Moji obviously doesn't believe it, which is too far from what she learned in school. Your Senju clan must have information about the Tuanzang. You can go home and ask your elders. There's one more thing I'm not sure you guys know. Uchiha Taki broke the news. Danzo is collecting the Sharingan. Try to suppress the primary cells with several, or even dozens, to obtain the power of Muduan's blood stain. Kazematsuri Moha was obviously frightened by what Uchiha Taki had just said. After a pause, he said, do you have proof? The crime of arguing about Elder Konoha is not light. You're a ninja yourself, and it's so easy for a ninja to leave evidence. How about I take you to raid the root base, and then we will be traitors together? Uchiha Taki said with a slight mockery. So you're worried he'll do something to you before pretending to be blind? That's right, so I was when I heard you being solicited by the roots. I decided to tell you that my eyes were intact and that I had opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Taki continued, the roots are not like the dark parts, and once you go in, there is basically no hope of coming out again. If you want to join other departments, I support you, only the roots, and please trust me this time. As soon as the words fell, Uchiha Taki also looked at the Wind Sacrifice Moha with an unprecedented solemn expression. She is one of the few people who agrees with her predecessor other than family members, and even she does not want such a cute girl to join the roots. In the end, he ended up with a similar or even worse end than the medicine master Yen Ayu. I see, I'll reject them, but in return, you're going to help me train. Well, what do you mean by this face? Wouldn't you like to make a small request? Kazematsuri Moha asked to Uchiha Taki, who looked embarrassed halfway. My ability. It's a little strange, even if I try to retract it, if someone attacks me, I will be shrouded in bad luck. And it's basically the horror of death. Although I know that your kaleidoscopic abilities are varied, this is the first time I have heard of you. You're not going to make up a reason to lie to me. How about we try it with someone else next time? I also want to test this ability. Uchiha Taki suggested. Okay, next time I'll call you. After solving the matter of the Kaze Festival Moha, Uchiha Taki rushes home to meet you in full. And the Wind Festival Moha is going to find out the elders in the family, not that he can't trust Uchiha Taki. In fact, after Uchiha Taki showed her the kaleidoscope Sharingan, she had already believed what he said, and the reason why she wanted to ask the elders was to see if the clan knew anything about Tuanzang's attempt to obtain Mu Duen. For telling the kaleidoscope of the Wind Sacrifice MOBA, Uchiha Taki didn't care. She is a smart person and will not expose this matter easily. Even if it is exposed, Uchiha Taki does not matter. After all, his confidence is not a kaleidoscope, and it is a miracle to you. If he is not exposed, he will sell some benefits to the Wind Sacrifice Meiji in the future, and by the way, he can also get some benefits by relying on her identity as a thousand hands. If it is exposed, it should be to save the life of a beautiful girl, and if he becomes the same as the medicine master Yaneayu, he can't bear it. Back home, Kazematsuri Moba's parents were cleaning up the dining table and planning to go back to their room. She hurriedly asked her parents, mother, and the old man, do you know the roots? I was invited by them to join before, but I felt that they were a little weird and just said think about it. Roots? Kazematsuri Moba's father didn't care what his daughter called him, Danzo the dog thing. Do you really think that we are good bullies after becoming civilian ninjas? The old mother of the Wind Festival Moji also said with a straight face, I will send a message to Tsunade-sama later, really seeing that Tsunade-sama has left the village, and Danzo's claws are stretched out again. Mo, you don't have to worry about this, and hide away when you see them in the future. Seeing his parents' attitude, Wind Festival Menjai knew that he couldn't ask Mudun about it, so he didn't continue to inquire about his parents. On the other side, Uchiha Taki looks at the miracle of embodied in you, even if you have been prepared before. But looking at the miracle exactly like the big snake pill, you still can't help but be amazed. You say something to try. Taki-kun, what do you want to hear? Uchiha Taki felt a chill, and he really even had the same tone. Although in the comics, no one can recognize the Dean who marvels at your incarnation as a stand-in. But in the Hokage world, there is a big problem. Even if the avatar is materialized, there is no chakra, but the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can see the flow of chakra. At least not in front of the Hyuga clan and AO. Just when the miracle was analyzing the big snake pill in you, I found a laboratory of his by the way. Inside, there were neatly placed blood stains collected by the big snake pill from the battlefield, and the reason why it could be seen was blood stains. The big snake pill was intimately marked on it, and there were detailed records from the type of blood stain to the data of the collection object. One of the most conspicuous, and easily recognizable, is the Sharingan of the Uchiha family. Maybe the big snake pill is confident in the laboratory's defenses, or maybe this can't find him through the laboratory at all. He did not try to hide the blood stains, they were all within reach. And Uchiha Taki let the miracle continue to follow the big snake pill. If you have the opportunity, directly from the big snake pill or where the root is, you can get the intercolumn cells. There is no need to wait until the soil appears or the white one appears. By the way, if you find the hiding place of the group, use all your strength to directly kill him. He had already let him go once before in order to materialize the appearance of being able to turn into a big snake pill, and this time he must not miss it. Danzo's intention to try to do something to himself and Moha made Uchiha Taki decide that Danzo should solve it as soon as possible, so as not to cause more trouble in the future. After all, the big snake pill in the early stage of Konoha, Nagato in the middle stage, and the pocket in the later stage. The three bosses who cause great trouble to Konoha or the ninja world are either Danzo's partners or he turns them into villains. Late at night, Uchiha Taki tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The words spoken by the Kazukaze festival Moha at night echoed in his head. What do you call please believe me this time, do you think you are handsome? And the layer of separation from the world after crossing through, or the kaleidoscope that shows from the wind sacrifice bud leaves. No, it should have disappeared the moment she took her hand. In the words of Kishimoto's old thief, that is, Uchiha Taki has become bound to this world. With bonds, Uchiha Taki is not as casual as he was at the beginning. Everything began to be pondered repeatedly, and the idea that Konoha would rebel before disappeared from his mind. No sleep. Can you sleep at this age? Can you sleep at your age? Uchiha Taki complained to himself. Turn on the light to separate a shadow avatar and let him continue to learn medical knowledge and ninjutsu. He went out to find a place suitable for him to practice alone and would not be discovered by others. Out of the clan land, Uchiha Taki wandered around. Just as he was looking for a place to practice, a serious voice sounded. What are you messing around in the middle of the night? The owner of this sentence, Uchiha Taki, had just met him in the morning, and it was Uchiha Takeshi who woke him up in the morning. Uchiha Taki, can't sleep and come out to stroll. Uchiha Taki explained. Uchiha Take showed a surprised expression and asked, because of the eyes, you now regret giving your eyes to Kakashi. Eyes? It's an eye, but it's not a regret to give it to Kakashi. Since the decision has been made, the consequences must of course be borne by it. Uchiha Taki said, now there is no curfew in Konoha, if it's okay, I'll leave. There is indeed no curfew. If you lose sleep because of the matter of your eyes, you can go to the clan elder, or the elder of the moment. Uchiha Take said that since he had determined that he was not a suspicious person, he was going to continue patrolling. The next day, Uchiha Taki, who had only slept in the middle of the night, woke up late unexpectedly. He gargled and looked out the window. The sun was extremely dazzling. Last night, because he met the guards, he did not continue to look for a training venue, and he did not want to attract the attention of others now. After a simple wash, he planned to go to the Forest of Death for the Chunin exam. According to the fan fiction that he had not read much in his previous life, whether it was cultivation or building a small base, the Death Forest was a top-ranked holy place. But before this, he had to fill his stomach, and he woke up at noon and was already hungry, just in time to see the legendary Atsuki Ichiraku. Ichirikura had also eaten it on the front of her body, but not many times. Based on his vague memory, Uchiha Taki also asked a passerby by the way, and finally saw the familiar curtain after passing around a corner. When the curtain was lifted, the owner was the only one in the shop. There is no Kanban lady who hits the boss's daughter Calamus. Uchiha Taki estimated that the current Calamus should still be a little lowly, and has not yet evolved into a Kanban girl. Hand to beat the boss, get a ramen noodles, ordinary ones will do. It's not that Uchiha Taki didn't have money after buying a house, but compared to tonkotsu ramen, there are also char siu ramen. Uchiha Taki once made a poisonous oath. Uchiha Taki, even if I starve to death, die outside, jump from here, and never eat a bite of fat. This guest, I don't know if you would like to do me a favor. The boss asked, I just developed a new ramen, so I wonder if I can please try it. In return, I won't charge you money for this ramen noodles, and I will charge you half price for the next 2 purchases at our store. No fat meat. I don't eat fat meat. Don't worry, there is no fat in the ingredients of this dish. Well, let's try it. Uchiha Taki said reassuringly, no fat meat can be accepted otherwise. And he didn't know what he was facing next. After a while, Uchiha Taki watched the index finger of the ramen that had just been brought up. But as soon as I entered the mouth, I felt that something was wrong. Hand hit the boss. What is the name of your ramen? I thought of a few, and the most satisfying name is Juzwan large intestine ramen. What do you think of the customer? Have you eaten it yourself? Ate once. How does it feel? I removed most of the fishy smell from my intestines, but I kept some of it. I think some of the flavor is preserved so that the guests know that they are eating a large intestine. Did you mean to keep him? It was during the cleaning process that I left a part. Smug expression. Was it intentional or careless? It was intentional. I am Uchiha Taki of the Uchiha clan, and you plan to go to the security department and turn yourself in. Or did I notify the Ministry of Guards to arrest you? Looking at Uchiha Taki, who was full of interest at the beginning to the hideous face now, Shouta asked, is there anything the guest is not satisfied with? Is it where it tastes bad? Hearing this, Uchiha Taki finally couldn't help it, and roared angrily at the boss with his hand. Don't you know what is in the large intestine? It's Yanita Kyo, it's... After a bunch of asterisks that couldn't be elaborated, Uchiha left Ichiraku ramen with a black face. I bought a cup of ramen to solve my stomach problem and rushed to the Forest of Death. And just as Uchiha Taki was hurrying, there was a huge cheer from the Hokage building, so he decided to go first to see what was going on. When he arrived, the scene was very enthusiastic, and there were even many people in tears. Uchiha Taki squeezed in front of the notice board of the Hokage building and was thrilled to see the announcement. With the efforts of Bofeng Shuman, the war with Kiri Shinobu finally came to an end. The two sides have signed an armistice, and the Third Shinobi War has finally come to an end. In the content of the publication, in addition to the merits of Bofeng Shuman and the so-called Will of Fire, Genius Kakashi and Instantaneous Shuizu also occupy a part of the page. Of course, the most important thing is the day they return to the village, which is tomorrow at noon. Finally, the protagonists of the Hokage world will all be there soon. And Uchiha Taki thinks about a series of major events that will happen in the future: the abdication of the three generations, the battle of Hokage, the defection of Orochimaru, and the Night of the Nine Tails. These events are all focused on the next short year. This also gave Uchiha Taki a feeling of coming stormy, especially the Night of the Nine Tails was the best time for him to get Obito eyes. Missed it, the second chance may wait until the Fourth Ninja World War, which is something he can't accept anyway. Uchiha Taki thought about how to restrain Obito as he walked towards the Forest of Death. If you say defeat Obito, it is not a difficult task. After knowing the principle of his divine power, just add some material to his divine power space, and then the rest will be left to the miracle of your doom. However, it was very difficult to keep Obito, especially with Heiju serving as his staff officer. Baiju's ephemera art can not only collect intelligence but also take him to escape, plus the mobility of Kamui itself. Obito can be said to be the ninja with the strongest ability to save life besides Orochimaru. CS Suzu also had to tie the Suzu people, and all the actions after Obito died in battle were caused by Nohara Rin. Then if you want to deal with him, you must also start with Nohara Rin. It seems that I have to take time to go to the front line of the fog, but don't blame me for being mean. Bring soil. Uchiha Taki thought to himself. After a twist and turn, Uchiha Taki finally came to the Forest of Death. He put aside the mess of thoughts in his head and began to enter the forest to explore suitable training sites. Otherwise, how to say that the Forest of Death is regarded as a treasure by many participants, and after probing it, Uchiha Taki couldn't help but sigh. The huge venue, the sparse staff, and the miracle of your anti-tracking ability make his probability of being found here close to zero. Even if bad luck is really discovered, a magic trick makes the other party amnesia. After all, except for the Matkai father and son and the future Xiaoli, the vast majority of ninjas improve their strength through battles and missions. And the practice of top powerhouses, such as the Three Ninjas, is either immortal art or their own research. In a place like the Forest of Death, the most you can do is to test ninjutsu. More often, the lower ninja came here to fight with the fierce beasts inside to train their actual combat ability, but now that the war has just ended, the last thing that the lower ninja lacks is actual combat experience. Konoha also needs them to fill the huge mission gap delayed by the war. Uchiha Taki probed for a while and also found many suitable places. There are places where Suzuki and they encounter Orochimaru during the Chunin exam, and there are riverbanks with beautiful scenery and wide grounds. The tower in the middle of the forest where Xiaoli and Iai Luo fought during the exam is also in a deserted state, and it is also a good place for training. The first thing to confirm is control over chakra, which is essential for Uchiha Taki to master medical ninjutsu, and the way to confirm is to tread water. Don't get me wrong, the basic training method of climbing trees and treading water has long been mastered by Uchiha Taki as a member of the extended family. Even those civilian ninjas were taught these skills before they went into battle. After all, Konoha wants combat power, not meat shields. But treading water also has a difference in difficulty. Standing on calm water and rough water, the difficulty is not at the same level at all. When the storm came, even the fog ninja, who was the best at water combat, did not dare to remain at sea. And Uchiha Taki wants to test his control over chakra by making waves. separate a shadow doppelganger and come to the surface of the river. The body submerges its hand into the water into the chakra, using a simple chakra shape change to set off waves. With the input of chakra, the originally waveless surface of the water gradually became irritable. One wave after another hit the shadow avatar, and as the wave became more and more powerful, the shadow avatar finally couldn't hold on. With a bang, it turned into a white mist and dispersed. It's okay, chakra doesn't consume much, there should be no problem learning medical ninjutsu to this extent. Uchiha Taki commented on the performance just now. Subsequently, Uchiha Taki tested the ninjutsu and physical arts he now mastered. He didn't master much now, except for the fire that Uchiha was good at. He didn't master the ninjutsu of thunder and water attributes. There should be a lot of them in the Lei attribute family, and by the way, I have to prepare to learn the kaleidoscope pupil technique. Izanagi and Izanami are almost mandatory to learn, and only by learning Izanami can she smoothly snatch her eyes from Obito, Uchiha Taki thought. However, these must not be discovered by the Uchiha family, especially not let them know that Uchiha Taki has opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Once it is known that Uchiha Taki will be wrapped up in the will of the family in the future, in the original book, Uchiha Fugaku's reluctance to expose his kaleidoscope also has this consideration. A guy like Shui Shui, who has no defensive heart, directly said that he opened the kaleidoscope. He also said the pupil technique, and the result was to be gouged out. Although Uchiha Taki is not so miserable, it is likely to turn into the Konoha Civil War when discovered. However, the water attribute Uchiha rarely appears in the family. It seems that it is going to start from Moai. Due to the lack of water attribute ninjutsu, Uchiha Taki set his sights on his Senju teammate. After all, in addition to the famous Mu done in the ninja world, the most well-known of the Thousand Hands clan is the second-generation water-done ninjutsu, and the attributes of the Thousand Hands clan are also attributes based on soil and water. Uchiha Taki intends to use the fire attribute ninjutsu obtained from the Uchiha clan to exchange it for the water attribute ninjutsu of the Senju clan. After all, the Wind Festival Moha is a guy with all 5 attributes, and the fire attribute ninjutsu of the Senju clan is definitely incomparable to the Uchiha clan. After probably completing the test, I finally waited for the highlight of today's test. The patron saint of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. This was the first time Uchiha had used it after opening his eyes, and he rechecked it to make sure no one was around. His eyes turned around, and a blinding white flashed out, and the white Susanoo, which was different from the other Uchiha clans, wrapped Uchiha Taki. Know that no matter what other color Susanoo has, even if it's a warm red, in the eyes of others, they all have a hint of darkness, which is very much in line with the evaluation of the second-generation Hokage evil Uchiha. And Uchiha Taki's Susanoo is dazzling pure white, even if he can still sense the feeling of evil and darkness from chakra. However, in terms of appearance, it is completely different from those Susa seen in the previous life. This kaleidoscopic chakra eye awakened by miracles in you, Susanoo also exists entirely for the sake of miracles in your abilities. At this time, an idiom appeared in Uchiha Taki's mind, moths to fire. And to match this idiom appears is a picture. On the battlefield, Uchiha Taki turned on Susanoo. It was as if a superstar shining in the spotlight on the stage caught everyone's attention. And these people began to launch temptations and attacks against Uchiha Taki, like moths attracted by fire. The more they focus on Uchiha Taki and the more they try to defeat him, the more terrifying your attack will be. The people of the battlefield rushed towards the dazzling Uchiha Taki one after another, but no one could get close to him, not even destroy Susanoo. The bad luck brought by you by the miracle burns like a moth burning with flames. Is this considered the more beautiful the more dangerous? Uchiha Taki complained and put away Susanoo. His test today is almost here, leaving a figure to cultivate. And he was going back. What allowed the shadow doppelganger to cultivate was the spiral pill that had a complete cultivation process in the previous life. The reason why he did not cultivate Chidori is because Uchiha Taki intends to cooperate with the miracle to you and match the first combat system. The first system is all about ninjutsu that has a huge impact on the environment. In JoJo's manga, even simple rain and wind, with the blessing of miracles, can turn raindrops into bullets and fallen leaves into blades. Although the spiral pill at the beginning did not have the ability to destroy a wide range, Uchiha Taki liked its performance after incorporating the change in chakra's nature. It's like Naruto's Kaze spiral shuriken. He thought that if he was in the spiral pill, he would merge into Lei Dun chakra. Will there be ball lightning from science fiction in a past life? Or globular water bombs, globulitis bombs? And Chidori, he intends to take shape after the first combat system of his own, after adding it to the second set, which is the traditional Uchiha, Sasuke, and Madara their fighting style. Back in the village, Uchiha Taki was planning to go home and read a book, be a serious medical student, but see a blonde girl on the road. The girl and 2 friends huddled in front of the 3-color ball stall and laughed at each other, their smiles diluting the haze of war. The owner of the ball shop also gave them a few more strings of balls to thank them for their contribution on the battlefield. Just as the three of them were talking to the boss, one of the girl's friends saw the black-haired boy who was staring at them, and pulled the girl to whisper in her ear. The girl looked back and found that the teenager was her acquaintance, and said a simple goodbye to her friend. Take the boy's hand and lead him to an uninhabited alley. Just when the young man was thinking about when to get married, who to invite at the wedding, whose name to fill in the house, how many to have, whose surname the child to, and who would tutor the child to study, the girl interrupted his train of thought. I forgot to ask last time, how did you find out that I am 1,000 hands? When was it discovered? Wind Festival Moya asked in a low voice. Of course, Uchiha Taki can't say that in the future in Combustibles, there will be a wooden bloodstained ninja whose name is one word short of yours. So he casually said, after all, you Senju and us Uchiha are old rivals, it's normal to pay more attention, ahaha. Wind Sacrifice Menjai obviously didn't believe it, but he didn't get too entangled, and said, then you pay attention not to say it. In addition, how about we go to take a task now to test the kaleidoscope ability you said. Now, Uchiha Taki wanted to veto her whimsical proposal. But if you think about it, tomorrow the Wii and frontline troops will return, and the most of them are the people of the Uchiha clan. They can't help Kakashi under the care of Wave Fang Shuman, then they will definitely come to find trouble for themselves. It is better to go out first to do tasks to avoid the limelight. But there is another problem with this, Uchiha Taki said, but I applied to become a medical ninja who stayed in the rear on the grounds of fear of war, and it is not appropriate to go out and do a mission now. Wind Sacrifice Menjai patted his chest and said, don't worry about this, just leave it to me. Seeing her say this, Uchiha Taki did not object, and went with her to the Hokage building to take the task. But by coincidence, I met 3 generations of Hokage. Mayo, it's Taki and Moba, are you here to take the mission? Uchiha Taki nodded awkwardly, and Kaze Matsuri Moha replied for him, Naruto-sama, I plan to help Taki regain his confidence and solve the backlog of tasks in the village. By the way, is there such a task as banditry? The 3rd generation nodded and said with a smile, so that's the case, it would be good if Taki continued to be a ninja. There is no need to return that medical knowledge, and if you can become a ninja like Tsunade, it will be a good thing for Konoha. Ignoring the praise of the 3 generations, Uchiha Taki breathed a sigh of relief. He has not fully mastered this medical knowledge yet, and although he guessed that the 3 generations would not care, he was still a little nervous before confirming it. Thank you Naruto-sama. Uchiha Taki simply thanked 3 generations. The 3 generations also let people take out a thick stack of commissions, and said, you guys pick for yourselves, these are all. So much, Uchiha Taki and Kazemati Moha said in surprise. The bandits are the most. During the war, many people took advantage of the empty personnel of us and chose to become bandits, and you should not sympathize with them when you encounter them. The 3 generations said solemnly. Uchiha Taki thought to himself, if anyone likes to be a bandit if they can live, you think it's the pirates next door. Although he thought so, he still said, understood, Naruto-sama. The Wind Sacrifice Moji also said, even so, there won't be so many. 3 generations. In addition, it is now that the war has just ended, many people choose to be at home, accompany their families, and do not want to do tasks. There are also many people like Taki who choose to give up becoming ninjas. Uchiha Taki smiled awkwardly. Indeed, now that everyone has just come down from the front, you want them to go to the task right away and consider the mood of the people. What's more, except for those who exchanged the credit for the forbidden art on the Book of Seals, the money they basically earned on the battlefield was enough for them to be dashing for a while. Ninjas are such a existence, high income, high consumption, alcohol and drunkenness today. After all, maybe one day he died in the mission. Now there is no shortage of money and are willing to come out to do tasks, except for Uchiha Taki and them. It is also those guys who have been brainwashed and washed by the will of fire. Then can we take a few more commissions? Kaze Moha asked. Yes, but with your strength, you can't exceed 3. 3 generations replied so. The Wind Festival Moha picked 3 southwest directions to teach to the 3 generations for confirmation. To the southwest of Konoha is the Land of Wind, which is the territory of Shinobu. As the first country to lose the war, it is now much safer on the border than elsewhere. Kaze Matsuri Moha knew that Uchiha Taki had opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and Shinobu now has few commendable powerhouses, and there is no problem in retreating with the ability of a kaleidoscope. The southwest direction is indeed much safer than other places. I agreed, but you still have to pay attention to Shinobu. After that, the 3 generations stamped the 3 power of attorneys, confirming that these commissions were given to Uchiha Taki and them. After taking the commission and leaving the Hokage building, the 2 agreed to go home first to prepare their luggage and leave early tomorrow morning. Not long ago, Uchiha Taki discovered the route base where Danzo is located through a miracle. On the morning when Uchiha Taki was still sleeping, the shinobi Dark Danzo was notified by his subordinates early in the morning, and the 3 generations sent the Dark Ministry to find him. Do you know what Hinata is looking for me? Tenzo asked to his subordinates in the shadows. A bright light flashed through the sunglasses, and this person wore sunglasses in the shadows. It is now, like the big snake pill, as a member of the root elite, but also the oil girl Ryoma who is the right arm of Tuanzang. The oil girl Ryoma replied, the dark part didn't say, but according to the probes of others, the 3 generations only let you go alone, and did not notify the other 2 elders. Shimura Danzo touched his chin and asked, does Hinata know about my arm being cut off? Will anyone reveal it? Ryoma the oil girl, I shouldn't know, since you were injured, I let the bug follow the root members who were still in the village, and none of them have a chance to reveal it. Only. Shimura Danzo knew from the way he looked at him that he was talking about the Great Snake Pill. After all, the Great Snake Pill was the person who had arranged for the 3 generations to monitor him from his side in the beginning. Although he has cooperated with him now, the Big Snake Pill is like a snake that will bite back at any time, so Tuanzang asked, only the Big Snake Pill, how is he now? Does that branch have any intelligence researched? Oil Lady Ryoma Orochimaru has been in the laboratory since your arm was cut off, and he probably knows that he is the main suspect. There is no news about the words of the branches. Even though Ryoma the oil girl is the elite of the roots, he once served as Danzo's guard with Orochimaru in the manga. But if you want to confront the 3 shinobi, the strength is still a lot worse. It was almost impossible to keep an eye on him without Orochimaru, and Danzo knew this. Tuanzang got up and got dressed and said, then I'll go see Hinata first and ask him what he wants to do. You go and inform the Big Snake Pill, if the branch can't study any information, don't study it, and put your energy back on the intercolumn cells. By the way, let him come and see me in the afternoon. Yes, then do you want to be your escort this time? Obviously, Danzo's injury this time made the oil girl Ryoma, who was loyal to him, blame himself very much. Danzo came to the Hokage building and entered directly without knocking. In the eyes of his regiment master, it was just that Ape Flying Sun Slash answered the second Hokage's question a little faster. Originally, the position of the Hokage was his regimental uncle, and your Ape Flying Sun Slash can sit firmly in the current position, and his regimental uncle is the first meritorious one. So knock on the door or something, it doesn't exist. The third Hokage was just about to reprimand, but saw Danzo's right hand that had just been connected and bandaged, and asked, what is the situation of your right hand? Did you go out of the village to fight? 3 generations of subconsciously have no option of hiding in the village and getting injured, and in his opinion, the village is peaceful. Even if there are unstable elements, it is impossible to hide from him and hurt Tenzo. Tuanzang didn't want to dwell on this issue, and he didn't figure out what the situation was. So he asked directly, it's nothing, I didn't pay attention during training, what did you have to do with me? The 3 generations did not continue to ask, and with Tuanzang's words, he talked about the reason for calling him over today. Did you go to recruit the wind sacrifice to Menjai them, or did you warn you not to hit their idea? Tuanzang's face changed, he didn't expect this matter to let the 3 generations know. In addition to secretly scolding those subordinates in his heart for being useless, he immediately denied it. What are you talking about? I don't know. The 3rd generation also did not give him a good face this time, and directly warned him, I don't care if you know it or not, if I recruit them again in the future, I will let Kohara stop all the funds of the route, especially the Wind Festival MOBA. Do you want Tsunade to come back and take the Senju clan to tear down the roots? It is not an exaggeration for the 3 generations to say this, when the first generation of cell experiments were carried out before. The first people who accepted the experiment were the geniuses of the Senju clan, and it was not until the failure of many geniuses that they gave up using the members of the Senju clan. And the Wind Festival MOBA, as the first day of the Senju clan now, the Senju clan, who lost many members in the experiment, could not let her have a connection with the roots. In particular, the Senju clan is different from the Uchiha clan and the Kima clan. Their political capital is too strong, and 2 generations of fire shadows have emerged. All the high-ranking members of the 3rd generation are disciples of the 2nd generation Hokage, and the major families have also received a lot of favors from the Senju clan. Once the Senju clan went to war with the roots, most of the people in that village were on the side of the Senju clan. In particular, the root itself is at a loss, and it often robs people from the ninja. Previously, there were 3 generations of protection, but there was 1,000 hands taking the lead. They definitely don't mind burying the roots, especially the Uchiha family, and they will rush to the front line. After being scolded and threatened by 3 generations, Tenzo returned to the root with a black face. At this time, the Big Snake Pill is already waiting for him at the root, and there is an invisible miracle behind you. Seeing Tuanzang's face, Orochimaru smiled and asked, what's the matter, who made our root leader, Lord Tuanzang, so angry? Do you want to send someone to kill him? Tuanzang was originally angry, and when he saw that the Big Snake Pill was still in the yin and yang weird anger, he immediately replied, it's your teacher, the 3rd generation of Hokage, why are you ready to help me kill him? The words of killing Hokage are not a big contrarian word for Danzo, who has attacked 3 generations. And the Big Snake Pill also smiled awkwardly after hearing it and said, I naturally don't dare to be a 3rd generation teacher, so what is the matter that Master Tuanzang invited me over, not for us to kill each other? Seeing that the Big Snake Pill was soft, Tuanzang also turned back to the topic. This time, after the wave of Feng Shui Gate returns, Riko should be ready to abdicate. After 2 major battles in a row, the village's dissatisfaction with the Japanese chop has accumulated to the limit. He needs to abdicate to let the ninjas in the village vent their anger, and you are the one most likely to succeed him. Of course, if you say that, Tuanzang can't be kind enough to work hard for the big snake pill. From the beginning, he planned to hang the big snake pill with the position of the Hokage, give him a little trip in the early stage, and wait until the big snake pill can't compete with others in the back to help. Oh, then it seems that Danzo-sama himself is not planning to run for the fourth generation of Hokage, Orochimaru asked in surprise. He knew very well how obsessed the man in front of him was with the position of the Hokage. As for the most likely to inherit these big cakes, the big snake pill directly ignored them. I'm not suitable, so I'm going to recommend like-minded you to serve as Hokage. Tenzo replied that it was not that Tenzo did not want to, but that he really could not compete with others. Not to mention the Great Snake Pill and the Wave Feng Shui Gate, even Uchiha Fugaku and Jirei have greater merit and fame in this war than him. The other competitors are all famous in the ninja world and have achieved great success. And what merit and reputation does his regiment uncle have? It can't be said that I took the route to provoke an enemy with the Eye of Reincarnation for Konoha, and by the way, I also let the root die and wound most of the people and fled. Not to mention the reputation, as the root buried deep in the darkness of forbearance, the outside world does not know that your uncle is the #1 person. The village is full of robbery from the ninja clan, the orphanage poaching people, and the reputation is not even as good as that of the Uchiha clan. Only the well-known ninja in the original work dies and walks away. He only had a chance to fight for it, but the three ninja completely crushed him as soon as they came, and even his two old classmates did not welcome him. In that case, it's all up to Master Tuanzang. The big snake pill did not have the big cake hidden by the letter group, but he still said it politely. But after the great snake pill left, our miracle was that you did not follow suit. He knew that compared to the big snake pill who did experiments every day, he obviously had more information with Tuanzang, and by the way, he could find an opportunity to kill him. Danzo called out to the oil girl Ryoma and asked him, is there any news from Hanzo, or is something happening in the land of rain? Confused about it, Ryoma asked, there is no news from Hanzo-sama's side, and there has been no information from the rain countryside since our root manpower has been greatly reduced. Is Danzo-sama going to restore the intelligence system in the land of rain? Danzo said, you said, is it possible that it was the guy with the Eye of Reincarnation who cut off my arm, and Hanzo has already been done by them? I have to say that Tuanzang finally guessed correctly once. It's just not now. The current Xiao organization is still collecting suitable bodies to make 6 doppelgangers. Oil girl Ryoma, but if it's the guy with the fairy eye, why is he aiming at the arm instead of the neck? Previously, the intelligence analysis department speculated that someone should have wanted to warn you, Lord Tenzo. But with our hatred with that guy, it should be direct revenge. Tuanzang, who has the ability to quietly cut off my arm to warn me, and at the same time have interests with our roots. I think it's because the reincarnation kid hasn't mastered his abilities, or he missed his aim by attacking from a long distance. The oil girl Ryoma did not reply, still thinking about the possibility of what Tenzo had just said. Danzo ordered him, you take someone to the land of rain to find out what the situation is, and first go to confirm whether Hanzo is still alive. If conditions permit, you can first initially restore intelligence control over the land of rain. Uchiha Taki, who saw the scene through the miracle, had a strange expression. He didn't expect Danzo to actually think that Nagato attacked him. But it is also understandable that the Eye of Reincarnation has always been a legend for the locals in these Hokage. It belongs to the eyes of the 6 Dao immortals, and of course they don't know what abilities they have. And the vast majority of people naturally like to set things that happen beyond the scope of their understanding, in those directions that they do not understand. It's just that the previous life was an alien, and this life is the Eye of Reincarnation. So Uchiha Taki let the miracle for you to keep up with the oil girl Ryoma. After all, Tenzo has made up his brain so well, so the understanding Uchiha Taki naturally can't let him down. In case Danzo knew that Hanzo was not dead now, he was in front of his hand. What if you want to kill the oil girl Ryoma in anger? It is better for Uchiha Taki to directly help Tenzo kill the oil girl Ryoma and them, so that Danzo does not have to be angry. It can not only prevent the group from getting angry, but also weaken the strength of the root, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm really a good young man who cares for the elderly. Uchiha Taki praised himself. Then he summoned the newly disbanded shadow doppelganger who was cultivating by the river again, and stayed at home to join the wind sacrifice leaf tomorrow. The main body rushed to the oil girl Ryoma, followed them out of the village and waited for the opportunity to kill them. I have to say that the Wind Festival Moai invited him to do a task outside this time, which inadvertently helped him a lot. After all, ordinary ninjas can't leave the village at will, unless they have Tsunade's background. They are directly regarded as traitors. Even if it was Zi Lai in the later stage, it was a name to find the big snake pill to go out. Although it is not difficult for him to go out, it is difficult to come back. After all, he didn't have time in space ninjutsu, and he didn't spend time in the dark like Itake, and he was also a spy sent out by 3 generations. There was no good way for him to hide Kanaha's perception enchantment. And this time just go out can follow the route, come back can also justifiably complete the commission back. So Uchiha Taki went out in the dark, avoiding the patrolling members of the guard department, and quietly came to the vicinity of the route base. Just from the perspective of the miracle to you, I saw the oil girl Ryoma send bugs to gather people. Although there is a base at the route, it is like the dark part. Many people still live in their houses, and Uchiha Taki is waiting for the rabbit around here, ready to replace the assembled people. Not long after, a man wearing a root mask galloped on the roof of the building and ran in the direction of the oil girl Ryoma. At this moment, Uchiha Taki burst out of the shadows, and a senbon shot towards the root ninja. Of course, the members of the root are naturally not so easy to solve. All Uchiha wanted was for him to look in the direction of senbon. What? Before he finished speaking, when he looked at Uchiha Taki, two blood-red eyes were also waiting for him. Magic, the art of shackles. With the blessing of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, he failed to make any resistance and fell into illusion. Twist your neck and put away senbon. From the beginning of the attack to the end, a process is as smooth as water, but it is over in just 3 seconds. Uchiha Taki took out the prepared storage scroll and put the corpse in the scroll. This root member did not have any bloodstains or important information, and the face under the mask was not a member of those occult clans. The reason why you don't use ninjutsu is just that cleaning up the corpse with ninjutsu is easy to find. Wearing the root mask that had just been removed from the corpse, Uchiha Taki transformed into his form using the transfiguration technique. It's not that he dislikes his dirty clothes, but now Uchiha Taki is only 8 years old and can't wear it at all, so he directly solves it with transformation. Due to the fact that the eyes of the Hyaga clan are too recognizable, the roots do not have members of the Hyaga clan, so Uchiha Taki was not worried about being recognized at all. It didn't take 10 seconds from the beginning to the collection of the corpse, and the bugs used by the oil girl Ryoma to lead the way had not flown far, and found the place where the insects were going to the place where they gathered. As for being discovered by bugs, that's not more to worry about. The oil woman's detection method mainly relies on insects to perceive chakra, and it is not enough to make insects feel strange at that moment. As for vision, it is even more impossible. Everyone in the oil woman family carries so many bugs. If vision were shared, the brain would have exploded long ago. But Uchiha Taki still uses illusion to simply control the bug and make it fly a little slower. What if the oil girl Ryoma saw that he came early and wanted to ask questions? The vast majority of ninjas in the root are planted with the seal of tongue curse, and even if the illusion can be asked, it is the illusion that the current Uchiha Taki has not mastered. After Miracle saw a few people coming one after another, Uchiha Taki also rushed to the assembly place. After a simple nod to the oil girl Ryoma, he did not speak and waited as quietly as the others. After a while, a few more people came one after another. Plus the oil girl Ryoma is exactly 12 people, 3 squads. The oil girl Ryoma nodded after seeing the people coming, and said, "Everyone, follow me." Without other superfluous instructions or clarification of what the mission was, he took the lead and left. Other root members have long been accustomed to it, they are just tools, they only need to execute commands. Uchiha Taki was not slow to react, and the oil girl Ryoma immediately followed after leaving. There were also 3 root members around, and it seemed that they should be the teammates of the guy who had been replaced. The crowd did not go to the gate of Konoha, but came to the river. The oil girl Ryoma quickly slapped the seal on the ground, and the ground trembled slightly. A secret passage along the river appeared in front of everyone. Later, if you have the opportunity, use illusion to ask the oil girl Ryoma some precautions that he has just sealed. In the future, there will also be a chance to sneak out of the village. Uchiha Taki thought to himself, and then followed into the secret passage, and after entering, the secret passage automatically closed. Everyone followed in the footsteps of the oil girl Ryoma and left quickly. Along the way, the oil girl Ryoma did not speak, and the rest of the team seemed to follow the practice of closed-mouth meditation. Uchiha Taki was also happy, secretly counting the materials he brought this time, and what method he planned to use to solve them. Since he was too anxious to go out, Uchiha Taki didn't bring much supplies. The storage reels have just used up 1, and there are 2 left. The detonation charm brought 10 pieces, 5 bitter pieces, and 50,000 books. There are no detailed military pills, but there are definitely no more than 10. It can be said that Uchiha Taki didn't want to fight them for a long time at all, and the materials when he did the mission with the Kaze Festival Moha were prepared by Shadow Doppelganger, and there was no need to worry about the body. Late at night, the moon hangs high, and the goddess of the moon, Kagaya Atsuki, gazes at the ninja world. After several hours of hurrying, the oil girl Ryoma, who had been quietly hurrying, stopped, sent the worm to fly to the sky, confirmed the current location, and took out the map to compare it. He said, "All the staff rested in place for 3 hours, and I will briefly outline this mission." After watching everyone stop and prepare to rest, the oil girl Ryoma continued, "The first task this time is to confirm whether the leader of the Uninja village, the ninja world demigod Hanzo, is still alive in this world. However, this mission is likely to encounter the owner of the Eye of Reincarnation that caused us heavy losses before. Speaking of this, the oil girl Ryoma also paused, and the shadow caused by Nagato's outbreak before was not small. At least he didn't feel at all that he could lead these people to defeat Nagato. If you encounter that guy, don't use any techniques that would reveal the information that you are a Konoha ninja. Whether it's ninjutsu, physical arts, or illusion, it's the same even if it's killed. Even if Danzo didn't say it, the loyal oil girl Ryoma was ready for such an awakening, and even he himself only brought a few bugs this time in case of emergency. Seeing that the brainwashed people did not show fierce emotions, he continued, even if you get the news that Hanzo is still alive, don't startle the snake, come and inform me first. In addition, like me, because it is necessary to bring some bugs, if others reveal the identity of Konoha ninja for various reasons, then at least they must not expose the identity of the root ninja. At this point, a root ninja signaled that he needed to ask a question, and the oil girl Ryoma agreed and asked, we have already contacted that reincarnation I am before, and he recognized us last time. Even if he didn't reveal any information this time, would it make him suspect Lord Tuanzang? The oil girl Ryoma replied, what we have to do is do our best and obey fate. I also have a self-detonating charm for each of you, and if the situation is not right, it will immediately self-detonate. Do not leave any information, including the body. You are all people who have a better control over the Tsukudo, and after entering the Land of Rain, you began to disguise yourself as IWA Shinobu of the Land of Earth. After everyone answered in unison, the oil girl Ryoma continued, I will prepare for you to disguise yourself as IWA Shinobu, and other materials needed for follow-up. If you have any other needs, make a form and report it. It will take me about 2 hours to prepare the supplies. Although I will leave a shadow doppelganger, you must also be on guard yourself. The reason why there is a shadow avatar instead of a bug avatar is naturally that there are not enough bugs. After everyone submitted their needs, the oil girl Ryoma left here with the completed form. Although it was a good time, Uchiha Taki did not rush to make a move. He planned to wait for the oil girl Ryoma to go away before solving these people. Because it is easy to defeat them, it is difficult not to reveal your identity. Almost half an hour later, Uchiha Taki also took the opportunity to recover some of the physical strength he had expended when he was in a hurry. He unleashes a miracle on you and is ready to attack. A gust of wind blew through, and the root ninja on duty zipped his clothes, and suddenly a figure with long hair broke into his eyes. What man? His shouts also woke up the others, including the oil girl Ryoma. What's the situation? Someone in that direction. See how many people. Is the swarm, oil lady Ryoma, back? The oil girl Ryoma also looked at the person who had just shouted, but did not speak. It seemed that the words when he had just explained the task made him, the oil woman clan who had never spoken much, feel tired. I just saw a figure with long hair in that direction, but now it's gone. The ninja who had just shouted pointed in one direction and said, everyone is on guard to prevent others from sneaking up, I'll investigate. The oil girl Ryoma commanded her subordinates while releasing bugs to track. And just as he raises the idea of tracking, the miracle is that you also begin to watch him in a place where no one can see. Wonder of you, Uchiha Taki whispered the miracle to your name. A fallen leaf drifted down with the wind, directly piercing the head of the oil girl Ryoma who was in the torrent of calamity, and the shadow avatar of the oil lady dragon horse also turned into white mist and dissipated. Ryoma-sama, how is it possible? What a joke! The disappearance of the oil girl Ryoma shadow doppelganger made the originally orderly root ninjas panic. It's not that they can't accept that the oil girl Ryoma is defeated, after all, he is not invincible, let alone just a shadow doppelganger. But in the vigilance of everyone, the oil girl Ryoma who had just finished speaking disappeared in an instant, still leaving them at a loss. At this time, a relatively calm root ninja came out and said, what is the panic? How can Ryoma-sama's strength be defeated so easily? He should have encountered a strong enemy on the side of the body, so he dissolved the shadow doppelganger and replenished chakra. Yes, it should just be a coincidence. It makes sense. I said, how could it be that everyone didn't find out how to be defeated? In a chorus, the root ninja who had just come out to explain commanded, there are no scouting ninjas among us, don't scatter. Ryoma-sama's bugs are not shadow avatars, and now that the shadow avatars have disappeared, the bugs will fly towards their owners. We stay alert and keep up with the bugs. Seeing them reorganize, Uchiha Taki sends miracles to continue to lure you. The miracle that turned into a big snake pill appeared in front of everyone again, and then disappeared. I seem to have seen Lord Orochimaru just now, did you see it? Really, he also participated in this mission. This is a root ninja who didn't see it. I can prove that I also saw that it was indeed a large snake pill. What's the situation? It was Orochimaru who betrayed Lord Danzo. Or this time it was our turn to be liquidated. If it's a liquidation, we don't need to let Ryoma-sama take us for so long, and we can liquidate it at the root. It seems that Orochimaru betrayed. Damn, I knew that this guy sent by the 3 generations would not be loyal to Danzo-sama. At this time, the root ninja who had just commanded them spoke again, if it's a big snake pill, just attack it directly, you won't think that the rest of us will be his opponents. Everyone is on guard, this is just a means for the enemy to lure the enemy. Pineapple has a point, so what's next? Going to find out this enemy? By calmly commanding this root ninja codenamed Pineapple twice, he became the voice of the rest of the people. He said while guarding, no need, they didn't attack to show that they are not sure to defeat us. Stay alert and continue in the direction of Ryoma-sama. If I judge the situation is right, he should take the initiative to attack us next. Uchiha Taki raised his eyebrows, but he didn't expect that there was actually a command-type talent among the remaining people. You can't do it without tracking, so that miracles can't be activated by your abilities. What are you doing? Pineapple let out an exclamation. He didn't expect that the people who had been in the team since Konoha would also do something to him. The other root ninjas did not hesitate to attack Uchiha Taki, but the attacks fell on the stake and Uchiha Taki had already left with a substitute. With the violent explosion of the detonation charm, it startled a bird in the forest. The root ninjas, who were originally a clump of people, turned into a pile of meat foam under the blessing of your miracle and smeared into this forest. In addition to Uchiha Taki, there was a team of 10 people, and only 2 people were left at this time. Damn, why is this detonation charm so powerful? Am I hit by illusion? The root ninja didn't seem to believe what was happening in front of him. Because they tried to attack me. Uchiha Taki replied silently in his heart. An ordinary detonator is certainly not that powerful, but it is different for those in Doom. Without hesitation, while they had not yet reacted, Uchiha Taki opened Susanoo, and the pure white chakra surged out and condensed into a white skeleton giant, punching one of the guys. Tudun Tuliu Wall. The root ninja tried to protect himself with the earth escape, but watched as the white giant fist easily passed through the newly made earth vault. It was as if a god had come to earth, shattering his body. Seeing this scene, another root ninja did not hesitate and quickly fled in the opposite direction of Uchiha Taki. Although root ninjas have always been fearless of death, they also know what makes sense of death and what is meaningless to die. Uchiha Taki is obviously not an opponent they can defeat, and naturally he will not leave his life, and the most important thing is to pass on intelligence. Uchiha Taki was unhurried, only to see him controlling Susanoo's right hand to clench his fist, and a giant bow appeared in his hand. This is a weapon that belongs to him. Susa. Drawing a bow in his left hand, the white giant arrow was aimed in the direction where the last root ninja fled. With the release of the left hand, the white off-string arrow quickly shuttled through the woods. Everywhere he went, it was in ruins, and the root ninja was no exception. As he was shot by the arrow burst out with the jade-like power of a small-tailed beast, directly razing the place where he was to the ground, and he also turned into a puff of blue smoke and floated away. After solving all the root ninjas, Uchiha simply cleaned up the guy who had just been killed by his own punch. After all, he saw his Susanoo, although he had already been killed. But maybe it will be resurrected by the suspicious Tuanzang or the big snake pill, and you are not afraid of 10,000 just in case. Not all of them were disposed of, except for the guy who saw Susanoo. Uchiha Taki let them all stay as they were. Leave clues so that the oil girl Ryoma can investigate him and deal with these. Uchiha Taki found a place to hide, quietly waiting for the arrival of the oil girl Ryoma. On the other side, the oil girl Ryoma had just arrived at a small base with roots outside Konoha. It was a place used to provide logistics for the root ninja, and just as he was handing over the list of needs to the person in charge of the base, suddenly the memories of the shadow doppelganger came back. The oil girl Ryoma's face sank, and she said to the person in charge, "My squad has been attacked, and I will go to support them. Just now, my shadow avatar was killed without reacting, and there should be a strong person on the other side." The person in charge of the base, "Does Lord Ryoma need any support from this side?" "No need, you don't have enough strength. They are just southeast of this base. If I hadn't notified you in 2 hours, you would have reported it directly to Master Tenzo, and I would have died in battle." The oil girl Ryoma's tone was still calm, but the clenched fists under his sleeves were not as calm as his tone. In his cognition, there are only 3 guys who can kill him before he can react, and who are still alive in the ninja world. Master the time and space ninjutsu, known as the yellow flash wave feng shui gate. Combining the flesh and chakra, the speed is far beyond the ordinary person's 4th generation of Lei Ying AI. He is good at flying ninjutsu and studied under the 3rd generation of Tokujo Naki, the strongest assassin in the ninja world. Either of these people means that something big is about to happen. Ryoma gave his speculation to the head of the base and instructed him to relay it to Lord Danzo if he did not return an hour later. Although the oil girl Ryoma is already at the top of the elite shinobi, he still has no chance of winning against the 2 candidates of 1 village shadow and 1 shadow. After explaining the aftermath of his preparations, the oil girl Ryoma generously asked Uchiha Taki to die. In the woods, Uchiha Taki, who was hiding in a large tree, heard the buzzing of insects and knew that the oil girl Ryoma was back. He first turns the miracle into an entity for you, attracting the attention of the oil girl Ryoma. And the oil girl Ryoma, who saw the big snake pill, was indeed very shocked, and hurriedly asked, "The big snake pill, why are you here? You did it just now? That being said, the oil girl Ryoma didn't suspect too much that it was Orochimaru, because it was not among the above 3 people he speculated. It's not that his strength can be compared to the big snake pill, it's just that the big snake pill's fighting method can't make him undiscoverable. Miracle to you, would you believe it if I didn't do it? Oil girl Ryoma, then why are you here? Shouldn't you be in Konoha's laboratory now? Although the oil girl Ryoma did not think that it was made by the big snake pill, the big snake pill's elusive personality still made him full of wariness. As a candidate for Hokage, he is unlikely to betray the village, but what if? If you join forces with someone else? Thinking of this, the oil girl Ryoma instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, although it is unlikely to join forces with the other 2 films, what if it is to join forces with Bofang Shuman? The big snake pill was originally sent by the 3 generations to monitor the Tuanzang master. What if the 3rd generation made a move against the Tenzo master? The oil girl Ryoma, who was frightened by her own brain supplement, secretly wrote information on the scroll with a bug, wanting to spread her speculation. But while this angle can avoid your observation, it can't hide from Uchiha Taki, who is watching them with Sangoitama. Of course, you also know the small movements of the oil girl Ryoma, so you spoke. Ryoma-kun, may I ask, is your bug writing something in the scroll? The oil girl Ryoma's face changed. He didn't expect to be found like this. Abandoning the scroll being carved, Chakra urges the swarm of insects towards Miracle Strike, and his body quickly seals ready to release ninjutsu. The number of swarms in this operation is not large, and it is certain that Orochimaru will not help, and he intends to use the swarm and ninjutsu to cover his escape. But what he didn't know was that this was exactly what Uchiha Taki wanted. Whether it is against Uchiha Taki or against the embodied miracle to attack you, then this person's death will already be revealed. Just as the oil girl Ryoma was sealing, the branch on his head broke in response. A sharp broken branch ran through his body from his shoulder, and the oil girl Ryoma was seriously injured on the spot. And he also thought from this outrageous damage that could not be caused by the branch, which was not originally a branch, that the big snake pill in front of him was the one who really attacked Tuanzang. But he still didn't understand anything, so he asked, why did you betray Danzo-sama? You should know that it is impossible for the 3 generations to risk offending the Senju clan and Tsunade to let you continue to experiment. In the whole of Konoha, only Danzo-sama can provide you with enough support. The oil girl Ryoma is right, Tuanzang is indeed the best partner for the great snake pill. Even after the defection of the big snake pill, the 2 still broke the silk connection. But what does this have to do with our miracle to you? Uchiha Taki didn't keep watching. After the oil girl Ryoma was injured, while his attention is on you, Uchiha Taki sneaks up nearby. The art of fireball. What? Before Ryoma could react, he was overwhelmed by a huge fireball, and he died peacefully after letting out a scream. He didn't need Susanoo because fire was able to destroy his bugs, by the way. Prevent him from using bugs to deliver the message, but if it does get out, it doesn't matter to Uchiha Taki. Anyway, the whole oil girl Ryoma faced the big snake pill. What does it have to do with him, Uchiha Taki? After making sure that there was no information left about him, Uchiha Taki rushed to the mission site to join the Kaze Festival MOBA. And about 2 or 3 hours after Uchiha Taki left, a group of parasites suddenly drilled out of the ground and flew towards the logistics base at the route with the scroll. On the other side, Konoha at 5 in the morning. Awakened by the alarm clock, Uchiha Taki Kage took the luggage he had packed last night and left the Uchiha clan to meet the Kaze Matsuri Moha at the Konoha gate. Along the way, Uchiha Taki walked slowly along with the fragrance of leaves, flowers and plants, and the smell of food coming from the breakfast restaurant. After all, he is not a whirlpool, and his body is only 8 years old now. If you don't save physical strength, you may pass out directly when the shadow avatar is lifted. At the gate, the impatient Wind Festival Moha who was waiting looked at Uchiha Taki, who was walking slowly in the distance, and shouted at him, "Are you grandpa going out for a walk? Can you hurry? How long have you been late?" Uchiha Taki looked at Kaze Moha speechlessly. He was pinching a little to be on time. Quickening his pace a little, he walked over to her and said, "Are you a child on a mission for the first time? Besides, I'm late." Wind Festival Moha did not reply to him, and said to the gate guard, "This is our mission, and our members have already arrived." After that, he handed over the 3 entrusted tasks. With the blessing of the guards along the way, the 2 left Konoha again. Now it is not the Yamashiro Aoba who guards the gate, but 2 unknown dragon sets who don't know when to change. Uchiha Taki thought about these things and did not have them, while hurrying unhurriedly. Kaze Matsuri Moha looked at his absent-minded look and said, "You are an improper ninja who deceives other people, and you won't deceive yourself and believe it, right?" Uchiha Taki didn't know what to do. Why did he ask this question inexplicably? Replied, "Why do you suddenly ask this? Am I not fine?" Hearing his answer, Wind Sacrifice Moya complained, "Okay? Your lazy appearance today is completely different from you on the battlefield. I thought you hadn't done a mission lately and enjoyed it, and you'd been immersed in this life." Uchiha Taki didn't expect that her energy-saving behavior would be made up like this, but she couldn't tell her that her body went to ambush the root powerhouse. So he sorted out his language and said, "Is there a conflict between enjoying life and not being a ninja? Didn't you see that Jiraiya and Tsunade-sama, who are 3 shinobi, one writes novels and gambles money every day, which hinders them from becoming strong?" Tsunade-sama, that's, forget it, even if what you say makes sense. Wind Festival Mangya said unpleasantly. Uchiha Taki knew when he saw her expression that Tsunade was suffering from hemophobia, and these incognito Senju clans should also know, but it was just inconvenient to talk to him. After all, it is the weakness of a top powerhouse, and Konoha's intelligence protection in this area is still very good. So Uchiha Taki changed the topic. "Even if you don't mention those 2 strong people, these tasks you are looking for really make me uninterested. Don't say I have kaleidoscope chakra eyes, even if you alone can easily solve them." Uchiha Taki did not exaggerate, he was originally a straggler. For their 2 professional ninjas, it was completely easy. The Wind Festival did not take on those difficult tasks because he opened the kaleidoscope. Fear of being discovered is on the one hand, on the other hand, the combat power after Uchiha Taki opened the kaleidoscope is not clear to her now, so she just came to experiment now. Hearing Uchiha Taki's words, Kaze Moha said to him with a straight face, "Although the commission I received is indeed not difficult, don't forget that the war has just ended now. Every village is regaining strength, and it is when bounty hunters are at their most rampant. If we encounter a powerful bounty ninja, we won't even have time to run." With the reminder of the Wind Festival MOBA, Uchiha Taki also remembered this. Due to the investment of the various shinobi villages in the war, a large vacancy was left in the entrusted mission market. Some wandering ninjas took advantage of this opportunity to make a big profit. Although it is possible to encounter the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages, as long as there are enough benefits, they are not unable to gamble with their lives. Not to mention that for these wandering ninjas, these tasks are simply better than before, not too much. The 5 ninja villages contain each other, and their probability of encountering ninjas in the mission is greatly reduced. Basically, just like this bandit mission, the ninja reduced the dimension to attack civilians. For those who are more daring and strong, they can take the opportunity to harvest people's heads and exchange money for gold. For example, we don't retire dedicated old people Jiaodu. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki asked, "Then how much bounty do you have now?" "Do I have a bounty?" Wind Festival Menjai thought for a moment, and said proudly, "My current bounty is 3 million, although you are blind in foreign intelligence. But after all, you opened your eyes at the age of 8, and there is also a reward of 1.2 million. Uchiha Taki didn't expect to be rewarded himself. Forget about the Wind Sacrifice Moai, after all, he is an 8-year-old middle ninja, a genius with all attributes chakra. Even if it's not as good as Kakashi and Shui Shui, it's not far worse. But he was rewarded with so much money just because of the intelligence of a Guyu at the age of 8. Although the ninja world is not the One Piece next door, a person's strength can be roughly seen from the bounty. It can also be seen from the expression of the Wind Sacrifice Moya that the bounty of this world is also the capital of bragging. However, there are exceptions, such as bloodstained ninjas like Uchiha Taki, or ninjas who have some important information. Originally, the strength shown by Uchiha Taki would not be rewarded at all, and the clan of the Hyaga clan, regardless of its strength. Everyone's bounty is flying high. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki asked, "Then do you know who is the highest bounty now?" "Supreme? I haven't paid attention to it. Anyway, it's not something I can beat now." I didn't understand who the highest bounty was, and Uchiha Taki didn't care. Then something else was asked, "So which task should we do first this time?" Although it may seem like a simple small talk, Uchiha Taki has determined the place of convergence with the entity before. If the target place of the Wind Festival Moha is in the other 2 places, Uchiha Taki will guide her to the meeting place. Recently, this commission fee is also the highest. Maybe there is really trouble over there. The goal of the Wind Festival is exactly the place agreed with the body. Uchiha Taki nodded. "Maybe it may not be said by your crow mouth, this amount may have a shinobi appear. Are you still afraid to endure? You are too daring, even if you can't bear to beat me. What about Maturde?" "Shut up." Uchiha Taki showed a triumphant smile, and could only say that Kazemati Moha was still too young. Even if you don't bring the next 2 shinobi to save the world, now the other 10,000 years shinobi, Marusin Kasuk is enough to crush you. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he wanted to exchange water ninjutsu with the Wind Sacrifice MOBA, so he said, "By the way, Moai, you know that I have the water attribute among the 3 attributes of chakra. Our Uchiha clan doesn't have a lot of ninjutsu collection of water attributes. Can you teach me water ninjutsu? I can exchange it for our clan's fire ninjutsu." "If you could, but would you agree?" Kaze Moha asked. "You don't have to worry about this, we can do it secretly in private. And Uchiha's foundation is in the Sharingan, not ninjutsu. It's like the art of the How Fireball is the ninjutsu of our Uchiha clan, but there are many people in the Konoha society," Uchiha Taki said. "Just like the Senju clan, although the water attribute ninjutsu is very strong, but the foundation is Mu Dun and the 2nd generation series of forbidden techniques. The water attribute ninjutsu of the Senju family, Konoha, also has many people mastered. If you're sure it's okay, I'll teach you when I get back to Konoha. How about a fire ninjutsu of the same level for the same level of ninjutsu? The Wind Festival Moha is also a little moved, and the fire ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan is also very tempting to her. Even the 3 generations who are known as doctors of ninjutsu are not as accomplished as Uchiha in fire escape. No problem, that's such a pleasant decision. On the side of Uchiha Taki's body, after a night of constant rushing, he finally came to the entrusted location. The street vendors, pedestrians, and shops that are not as prosperous as Konoha are even a little dilapidated in comparison, but compared to those places threatened by various bandits, it looks out of place. However, Uchiha Taki didn't care. He was already very tired after not sleeping all night and running long distances. Anyway, the shadow doppelganger would inquire about the intelligence. Passing through large and small shops, I finally found a hotel. Pushing the door in, the lobby was empty, and he shouted, "Is the boss here? Is it still open here? Someone wants to stay in the store." The curtain opened, and a slightly plump woman came out, with a few strands of hair still stuck to her face. He said, "I'm sorry to make the guests wait for a long time. Recently the guests were a little small and accidentally fell asleep. Do you live alone? There are still adults together." At this time, Uchiha Taki was not wearing a ninja brace, and the innkeeper did not recognize him as a ninja. Thought that he was a child who came out to do business with his family. As for why he was not an orphan who survived the battlefield, it can be seen from Uchiha Taki's neat dress, not to mention that those refugees can't afford to stay in hotels. "Just me, how do I charge?" Uchiha Taki replied, and asked, "By the way, I see that your location is okay, and there are many shops. Although it is not a necessary route, caravans from the land of fire going to do business abroad will pass through it to some extent. Why are there fewer guests? If you live alone, 80 taels can stay for a day. From 1 day's stay, food is not included, and tea is free." After saying the quotation, the lady also replied to another question. "We had a group of very powerful bandits here before. They set up checkpoints on the road to collect tolls, and often came out to rob us surrounding residents, scaring many businesses away. I heard that there are other ninjas and samurai among them, but I didn't meet anyone who collected road fees when I came in from outside, and you don't look like a thief. By the way, the extra money will be delivered to my room later." Uchiha Taki paid and continued to ask. The hostess took the money and handed Uchiha Taki a key. "Good guest, this is the key to your room." However, they did not appear again more than 10 days ago, and our side was afraid and did not dare to go to investigate, and now it has just begun to resume business. Uchiha Taki nodded and did not continue to ask. After opening the room, he did not stay in and rest first, but went to the main intersections in the town to use Chinese to engrave the news that he had arrived here, and then returned to the hotel to rest. While Uchiha Taki's body was sleeping, his shadow avatar was also brought here by the Wind Festival MOBA. Why was it brought here? Because although the shadow avatar wanted to walk slower along the way to save some physical strength, it also allowed the body to have time to sleep more. But because the Wind Festival Menjai disliked him for walking too slowly, he almost whipped him away. Looking at the scorching sun hanging in the air, Uchiha wanted to cry without tears, 2 hours earlier than originally expected. "I hope that the body will have enough rest time." The two walked into the town because they did not hide their identities. It attracted many eyes along the way. At this time, the Wind Sacrifice Moya asked, "Do you feel that something is wrong?" Uchiha Taki whispered, "Well, for places threatened by bandits, this place is too calm. Although I saw where someone was whistling on the edge before, it was more like the performance after defeating the bandits. Let's inquire about the information first, and then go to meet the client." Kazematsuri Moba's proposal was exactly in line with Uchiha Taki's wishes. After waiting for the Wind Festival Moha to leave, Uchiha Taki secretly found an uninhabited place to lift the shadow doppelganger technique. As for intelligence, the ontology will probe anyway. Inside the hotel, Uchiha Taki, who was awakened by the memories that came back, recalled the memories of the shadow doppelganger. Recalling that both the body and the shadow avatar had handed over the task of inquiring about intelligence to each other, he was speechless for a while. He patted himself and said, "It's worthy of being my shadow doppelganger." But fortunately, I had already learned a lot of news from the innkeeper before, so Uchiha Taki was not in a hurry to go out to inquire. Instead, he felt the condition of his body in the room, and he was not as tired as he thought. If there was only a gouge of jade on the battlefield, after this movement, it would have already fallen down. Uchiha Taki thought a little and summarized 2 reasons. One is that chakra skyrockets after opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Chakra is the universal power of this world. The ghost mackerel can restore the wound by absorbing the chakra, and ordinary people can also supplement the chakra by eating the soldier's food pill to fill their hunger. And the reason why they rushed so fast consumed more chakra than physical strength. The other is that this battle did not cost too much strength to the body. With the help of miracle help, each battle lasts no more than 5 minutes. Uchiha Taki, who obviously felt that he had become stronger, was in a good mood, so he decided to work a little more seriously and left the room to find the hostess. Not long after lunchtime passed, the hostess was preparing her own food in the back kitchen, and when she saw Uchiha Taki coming over, she smiled and asked, "Guest, you hung in the room before, do not disturb." "I didn't disturb you, now you are hungry and want to eat." "No, lady, I want to ask what you just said about ninjas, and I won't need to eat." Because half an hour had passed since the inquiring about information, Uchiha Taki gave up the choice of lunch. "Ninja, I don't know the specifics, I also heard what others said. I only know that this ninja seems to be some kind of rebel, or a very powerful kind. I heard others say that I almost have the strength to endure," the hostess said. Uchiha Taki raised his eyebrows. "Will Kami Shinobu come to be a mountain thief? Going to work as a thug for the rich earns more than that, as if you don't kill that guy again." But he was not careless, and immediately rushed to join the wind sacrifice Moya after inquiring about this information. When he arrived near the client's house, Uchiha Taki did not go in. Instead, on a tree not far away, wait for the arrival of the wind sacrifice leaves. He observed the client's house, which was different from other houses. The client's house is a Japanese-style garden similar to the Hayaga family, and although it is much smaller, it has a bamboo forest rockery. Just as Uchiha Taki was rating the client's renovation evaluation, the Wind Festival Moha came. After seeing her shiny blonde hair, Uchiha Taki jumped down from the tree and said, "How was the inquiry?" "Okay, how about you?" Kaze Moha asked. Uchiha Taki told her the news she had just received from the hostess. "I found out about the same news as you, and I also inquired about their approximate location. But, do you think this upper shinobi is true? Or they don't know the strength of the ninja, and they are scared of nonsense? Who knows, generally speaking, Shangnin should not do such a thing. Drop the identity aside, not much money. If you really have the strength and lack of money, you will already be a bounty ninja. Unless what? Don't forget, what they said was nothing but the strength of Shangnin. There is also an identity, which is rebellion, unless that guy is indeed a traitor. I was afraid of attracting the attention of Shinobi Village, so I could only do these things secretly. It's also possible, let's go to the client and ask first. If it's really Shangnin, then let someone else deal with it." Kaze Matsuri Moha decided to take Uchiha Taki to the door of the client's house. Knocking, after a brief knock on the door creaks and creaks. A servant-like man poked his head out and asked, "Are you two ninjas from Konoha?" "That's right, is this the home of the client, Hiroshi Onwoyama?" "We are the ninjas that Konoha has been entrusted with, and we have some questions to ask him," Kaze Matsuri replied. "The two of you come with me, the master is in the hall." The servant pushed open the door and let the two of them in. The servants lead the way in front, while Uchiha Taki is admiring the scenery inside while mentally rating these landscapes. This tree has 8 points, this water has 7 points, but with this rockery there are 9 points. Not long after, the two followed to the hall, and the servant said, "Sir, these two are ninjas from Konoha, and they said they want to consult you about the commission." Looking at the two guys who were not 10 years old, Ono Yamahiro said in embarrassment, "Forgive me for being clumsy, I didn't recognize which young hero of Konoha the two are, but I heard that the leader of the mountain thief has good strength, I don't know how sure the two are." Hearing his hint, Wind Sacrifice Moai did not get used to him, and said, "Since you know that his strength is good, why did he issue a B-level mission? Judging from the intelligence we have inquired about here, the other party has the strength of Shangnin. As a member of the Fire Nation, you probably don't know the consequences of entrusting fraud." Hearing the merciless questioning of the Wind Sacrifice Moba, Ono Yamahiro's face was ugly, but he still pressed his anger and said, "That's just an ignorant villager who exaggerates indiscriminately because they are afraid. If it is really Shangnin, then our town would have been gone a long time ago. That means that the client yourself does not know the strength of the other party. After all, the two of us are not some young heroes you say, and if it is really Shangnin, we can't deal with it. It is better for the client to change the task to investigate the intelligence of the other party, which is beneficial to us," Uchiha Taki said with a smile. Hearing Uchiha Taki's words, Onwoyamahiro was furious and said, "Although my commission is B grade, I gave a lot of money. Spying intelligence can't be used for so much money." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wind Sacrifice Moya immediately threatened, "Then what if it's true? Let me remind you, if both of us die or are seriously injured because of your disinformation, you will definitely not survive." The threatened Ono Yamahiro's attitude immediately softened and said, "But now that the mountain thief has not appeared for more than 10 days, maybe the strength is not so strong. Otherwise, go see if you can deal with it, and if you can, solve them. If it doesn't work, it will be changed to spy on intelligence, but the commission fee will be reduced by 30%. Ono Yamahiro looked at the two and said, "I don't know the specific things very well. When they came to the town to rob them before, we recognized a merchant who used to run outside, and their leader was supposed to be a rebel in the village of Sand Ninja. However, his strength does not seem to be strong, because their second leader is a samurai who escaped from the Iron Country. I heard that the two of them often quarrel. In the eyes of the vast majority of people in this world, the strength of ninjas is far superior to that of samurai. Even among the samurai, there are strong people like Mifune. Uchiha Taki asked, do you know what that traitor looks like? The sand ninja he knows is only one red sand scorpion, but the scorpion can't be reduced to the point of being a mountain thief. Hiroshi Onmoyama, I stayed at home when they came, and after the servants handed them a sum of money, they didn't come to this courtyard to trouble me. But you can go to the merchant who recognized their leader, who is just north of town and lives in the courtyard like me. Kazematsuri Moha said to Uchiha Taki, then I'll ask what happened, and meet in half an hour at the intersection where we entered the town. Then he was taken out of the courtyard by the servants. While there was no one at the moment, Uchiha Taki used illusion to directly control Hiroshi Onmoyama. However, it is not enough to use a kaleidoscope, it is enough to deal with ordinary people with three-hooked jade riding wheel eyes. Do you know where those bandits live? How many or so are there? Uchiha asked. They live on that hillside to the southwest, and I heard that the last time they came to town to collect conservation money, about 3 dozen people came. Is there any other intelligence besides this? What is the situation with samurai? The ninja before seemed to be coming directly to grab the money, but it was the samurai who stopped him and said that it was enough to charge a fee. There was also a loud thunder in the direction where they lived 9 days ago, but there was not even a cloud that day. Could it be a very strong thunder ninja? Or maybe other ninjutsu that made a loud noise was treated by them as thunder, Uchiha Taki thought. After continuing to ask a few questions, Uchiha Taki unraveled the illusion. Onmoyama Hiro rubbed his head and said, I don't know why, I suddenly feel a little headache, I may have to go and rest for a while. Uchiha Taki also took his leave and went to join the Wind Festival MOBA. This time, it was still the Wind Sacrifice Moya waiting for him. The efficiency is as high as ever, Uchiha Taki complained in his heart. Wind Festival Moya saw him coming and said, I'm afraid it's really not simple this time. I learned that Sand Shinobi is a special shinobi, and the bounty is more than 5 million. That samurai seems to have been driven out by Mifune of the Iron Country because he killed a ninja with that sand ninja. The bounty is also more than 2 million. Are you sure about dealing with them? If it's just what you say, I can still deal with it. But the main problem is that for the village, this is not a task that Naka Shinobu can accomplish with a blind shinobi. At the same time, Uchiha Taki also told her the information he had just received from Ono Yamahiro, and asked, what should I do? Is there a problem with the mission of reporting directly to the village? Wind Sacrifice Menjai looked down and thought for a while, and said, let's go and investigate the intelligence first, since you are sure to deal with them, then go and see what the situation is first. There must be a reason why they haven't shown up for so long. After saying his thoughts, Kaze Sacrifice Moha also looked at Uchiha Taki curiously. Is the strength of the kaleidoscope chakra eye so strong? I am really more and more curious. Uchiha Taki didn't care, and said while walking towards the bandit camp, if you are curious, try it yourself, and there is a chance to transplant a pair for you. Less kidding. The Wind Sacrifice Leaf obviously does not believe. How long has the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye not appeared? If it really appears, can it be willing to transplant to outsiders? But what she didn't know was that there would really be many owners of the kaleidoscope in the future: Fugaku, Obito, Shisui, Itake, Suzuki, and Uchiha Shin who did not belong to the Uchiha clan. If it was her, or someone else who didn't have such hatred for Uchiha, as long as he can afford to pay enough, Uchiha Taki can really take out a kaleidoscope in exchange. Not long after, the two of them on the hillside where the group of bandits were walking quickly through the woods. Do you smell that? Uchiha Taki asked. Well, a very smelly smell of rotten flesh. Are they destroyed because of the civil war? Let's go over and take a look. After saying that, Uchiha Taki increased his speed and rushed towards the mountain. By the time they arrived, the camp on the mountain was a mess and littered with corpses. See, these traces are obviously wrong. Did you detect what attribute chakra is that rebel? Wind Sacrifice Menjai replied with a solemn expression, the specifics are not clear, but it will definitely not be like this. You can see that a few people here were cut by the wind, but the scorched place on the right is obviously something that can only be done by a large range of fire ninjutsu. Not only, you look at which side. Uchiha Taki pointed to a dirt slope in that direction, but it was mixed with the fragments of the destroyed house. It is obvious that the damage caused by the earth escape, and the thunder mentioned by the client before. Wind Sacrifice Menjai said to several corpses on the other side, look at these corpses, although it is too long to identify, but they either died under physical skills or under the water. The 5 attributes are proficient, and you are simply an enhanced version of you. It can't be that 3 generations helped us solve these people first. Although Uchiha Taki complained like this, he basically guessed from the situation on the scene combined with the bounty that Moya said before, it should be the dedicated old man. Kakito did a good thing. The Wind Festival Moya gave him a blank look and said, you think that the 3 generations are as idle as you? Maybe it is a group of bounty ninjas. Let's go find the ninja and samurai first. I'm afraid we've been cut off for this mission. As Uchiha Taki guessed, the two searched the hills but could not find the bodies of the 2 leaders. It is estimated that he has long been taken by Jiaoda to the underground gold exchange house to exchange money. Obviously they have been killed. Go talk to the client, and then report it to the village. There are such strong ninjas or groups in Konoha, and the border department and intelligence department can carry the cauldron, Uchiha Taki said. Or let's act separately, I'll go and pass the information back, and you go and explain the mission to the client, Kaze Matsuri Moha suggested. Konoha has many places like the previous route base that are responsible for transmitting intelligence and providing logistical support. The Wind Festival Mamaji was going to the nearest base to report the situation this time. Uchiha Taki refused her without hesitation. Now we are not sure if that or those bounty ninjas are still around. Have you forgotten what you said earlier? Your 3 million bounty is no small temptation for them. Wind. After deciding to act together, the two returned to the Onmoyama family. After repeating a set of knocks, the shrill sound of the door opening, and leading the way, I saw Hiroshi Ono again. Explained to him the situation of this mission. So these bandits have all been wiped out and won't come to us to rob them again? So the cost of this commission is not. This little old man still wants to get the money back. The Wind Festival Moha laughed angrily at him. Then you and those guys in charge of the task in Konoha say go. Misrepresented the difficulty of the mission and did not provide timely updates on the mission. I'm also curious how much money you can get back. Uchiha Taki also said, besides, Mr. Yamahiro, your commission is just for us to solve this group of mountain thieves. But we were not asked how to solve it. Now they have been solved and the task has been completed. Aoyama blushed and slapped the table and argued, did you just go over and take so much money from me? Then this money is too good to earn. You don't have to worry about this, someone from Konoha will naturally come to check with you. The two were too lazy to continue fighting with him. Anyway, he had already explained the matter clearly, so he directly crossed the wall and left the yard. Ignoring the little old man who slammed the door, the two quickly went to the Konoha base to report the situation. The reason why I was in such a hurry was also to arrive before the sun went down, and I would stay there directly by the way. As the shadow grew longer, the two finally arrived at Konoha's base before the sun went down. Unlike the base at the root, this base for ordinary ninjas and ordinary people has no camouflage, and the top of the building is depicted with the spiral symbol of Konoha. After all, it is impossible for everyone to go to Konoha village to entrust tasks, and the client is not troublesome to say otherwise. The spy problem alone is enough for Konoha to drink a pot, so in addition to providing logistical support for ninjas who give tasks, it is also for ordinary people to accept tasks. Entering the base, Kazemati Moha told the person in charge of the base about the mission. Because she is a Zongnin, she is basically responsible for this kind of handover with other people. Uchiha Taki spoke to an OL staff member on the other side. This sister, is there still a free room in the base now? And a lot of little brother. Now that the war has just ended, there are not many ninjas who have gone out of the village to do missions, and the houses are empty. The OL staff made a loud noise, although they were wrapped in clothes. But Uchiha Taki can tell by the curve that this is really big. At this time, the Wind Festival Menjai came over to interrupt their chat and said, the mission has been reported, will you go to eat first? The two had not eaten since noon because of the mission, so they drank a few sips of water. My stomach has long been hungry. The staff member also said, if you want to have dinner, although we also have dinner here, I recommend the shop next to you, their parent-child bowl is very delicious. Ha! Parent-child Dawn. Is it the parent-child I thought? Uchiha Taki instantly came to the spirit, but saw the Wind Sacrifice Mo leaf on the side. This is not good, there are still girls. Wind Sacrifice Menjai looked puzzled and asked, what do you call the parent-child bowl you want? Why can't girls eat egg chicken rice bowls that are not so good? The staff also squinted and said, I'm a girl, but I like to eat very much. Little brother, what do you mean by what you just said? It turned out to be a parent-child bowl, I thought it was a parent-child Dawn. Uchiha Taki fell into a low state as if attacked by Perona's ghost. What kind of disease are you committing again? Kaze Moha said speechlessly, and then dragged the depressed Uchiha Taki to the hotel according to the instructions of the staff. Back in the middle of the day, while Uchiha Taki and Kaze Matsuri Moha were on their way, Konoha was in a completely different look. Although there is no firecracker in unison, it can be regarded as a gong and drum. Not only the road to the gate of Konoha was crowded with people, but also the surrounding houses. The roofs of the houses and the balconies are all filled with people. The reason why these people are concentrated here is precisely to meet the combat forces against the mist-hidden combat that have now appeared in front of the gate of Konoha. The leader is naturally the future 4 generations of Hokage, Wave Fang Shuman. And the reason why it is so much more lively than the last time the IWA shinobi troops returned is that the image of the warm and sunny Bofang Shuman is more popular with the people. It is also because it represents the complete end of the war. Konoha has signed an armistice with the other 2 major shinobi villages, and Shinobu has also signed an alliance agreement with Konoha. And Yun Shinobu has returned to the Land of Thunder since the death of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow and is no longer active. Of course, there is another reason, that is, our 3 generations of Hokage released words before. There is a big event to be announced after all of these personnel return. As the group of Wave Fang Shuman came to the vicinity of the Hokage building, Koharu and Mizuto Manyan also came out to greet him, and even the big snake pill who had been staying in the laboratory was pulled out by the 3 generations. Where Konoha flies, fire also grows. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. After a speech by Will of Fire, Miyoya's speech also began to get to the point. The sprouted leaves have grown into trees that provide shade to others, and we older generations should help these trees continue to grow. After the 3 generations finished speaking, they paused for a while, took a deep breath and said loudly, "The previous 2 wars have made me feel tired as a Hokage, so I hereby announce that I will give up my position as Hokage. These heroes, who have grown into trees, will compete for the position of Hokage." As soon as the words fell, a huge and noisy sound erupted around the Hokage building. Some people are reluctant. 3 generations of adults, you are not old, you can continue to serve. Some people wondered, 3 generations of adults, who will be the 4th generation of Hokage? Someone was full of ambition. 3 generations of adults, what are the qualifications to run for Hokage? Bofang Shuman also asked on the side, 3 generations of adults, are you serious? You are not old now, isn't Oniki still serving as a soil shadow? Although he has always longed to become Hokage, he has never hidden it from others. But I was more surprised than excited about the abdication of the 3 generations. Orochimaru said in a voice that only he could hear, "Do you publicly announce your abdication? The teacher is really clever." He had already learned from Tuan Zhang that the 3 generations were going to abdicate, so naturally he didn't seem so shocked. The 3 generations did not answer the question of Bofang Shuman, waiting for the discussion to calm down a little. He waved his hand to signal the surroundings to calm down. Then he continued, "Those who are running for the position of Hokage must remember the Will of Fire. Only those who are determined to sacrifice for Konoha can take the job. At the same time, those who have made great contributions in the 2nd and 3rd Ninja World Wars, and those who have reached the upper level of ninja and completed S-level tasks at least 30 times can run." Contrary to the lively scene of the Hokage building, the root base fell into a low pressure. Danzo looked at the report from the root base with a gloomy face, and the scroll of the oil girl Ryoma. There are only 4 words written on it, "The big snake pill is." In the follow-up, it was obvious that the oil girl Ryoma had no way to write down. There were a group of root ninjas half kneeling around, but no one dared to speak, although each of them could die for Danzo. But no one wants to be killed by the angry Tenzo to vent their anger, so dying is too worthless. After staring at the report for a long time, Tuan Zhang finally spoke, "Go and call the oil girls Hai over." The root ninjas finally had a reason to leave here, and answered in unison, "Yes." Then quickly get up and leave. At this time, in the Hokage building, everyone broke out into fierce cheers after listening to the request of the 3 generations to run for Hokage. Although these people basically have no hope of becoming Hokage, it does not prevent them from discussing the people they support. The most of them is the Wave Feng Shui Gate, although he is still young, but when the Yellow Flash is famous in the ninja world, age is no longer an issue. As a ninja who masters time and space ninjutsu, he is present on the battlefields of all 4 countries. Even the Uchiha clan, who also wanted to compete for Hokage, had received a lot of help from him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to keep Kakashi's eyes in the original work with just 3 generations. At this time, most of the Uchiha personnel went to the battlefield, and the contradiction between the guard department and the people was not fierce at this time. The Night of the 9 Tails, which led the Uchiha clan to the extinction, has not yet come. Although Uchiha is very arrogant, for others, it is definitely a reassuring existence on the battlefield. But Bofang Shuman's performance on the battlefield of Mistyan is also enough to convince Uchiha, at least no matter how crazy they are, no matter how arrogant they are, they will not think that they can defeat Bofang Shuman. Only in this way can the Uchiha family give up the battle for eyes in the original work. However, this does not mean that the Uchiha clan will give up the position of Hokage. Just like the previous mention of Uchiha taking the soil sacrifice and sacrificing his eyes, and Uchiha Taki giving up fighting for his eyes with Kakashi. Although Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not as strong as Bofang Shuman, his reputation is not as great as Leng Jun's Great Snake Pill and Yellow Flash. But he also has his merits, and the contributions made by the Uchiha people on the battlefield such as Taki, Obito, and Shisui will also become part of him. After all, he is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan and the leader, even if the personal merit and strength are slightly inferior. But the entire Uchiha family is not bad, and only the Hyuga family, which is the scout, can be compared with the 3 families of the pig deer butterfly of the newspaper group. But their personal strength and merit are much worse. On the other side, the root base. The oil girls Hai also came to Tuan Zhang. "I have seen Master Tuan Zhang." Danzo handed him the report of the root base and the scroll of the oil girl Ryoma. This is the scroll left by Ryoma before he died, and the information he left behind in the root base, and the bottom one is the analysis report of the root base. You look first, and then say what you think. Ryoma is dead? Danzo-sama waited. After saying that, Shihei picked up these reports, and it seemed that his ancient face finally had a trace of expression. With the strength of the oil girl Ryoma, it is not easy to kill him, no matter who it is. This is definitely a big deal. By this time, he did not feel sorry for the predecessors of his clan, and his mind was full of thoughts about what effect this incident would have on the roots and the regiment. After reading it, Shihei did not answer immediately, but closed her eyes and analyzed various possibilities in her mind. It took a while before he opened his eyes and spoke his analysis to Tuanzang. First of all, let's start with the three people that Ryoma-sama analyzed before. The first is the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and his return from the mist-hidden battlefield is exactly the opposite direction to Lord Ryoma. If he did it to Lord Ryoma, even if he had the Flying Thunder God technique, it would take a while to find Lord Ryoma, and he would not be able to accurately find and assassinate them in just a few hours after leaving the village. And this mission was temporarily arranged by you, Lord Tuanzang. Except for Lord Tuanzang, you and the parties are not clear about the details of the task, which can rule out the possibility of someone snitching. Even the big snake pill was secretly following. Then it should be impossible in terms of time from the time he received the news from the Wave Feng Shui Gate to the place where he rushed to the place where Ryoma-sama was killed. Especially in order not to be discovered, he must definitely leave a shadow avatar in the frontline troops, which will also cause his chakra to be consumed too much, so that he should be able to be ruled out. After a tirade, Shihei paused for a moment and took a deep breath and continued. Then there is the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, although his speed is also the top in the ninja world. However, it is impossible to maintain the Thunder Chakra mode while rushing, and it is impossible for the border guards and the Dark Department to detect his entry information. Since there is no news yet, then he can also rule it out. Finally, there are 3 generations of Tokage, who is good at flying ninjutsu, and he is indeed the most likely person to evade the border guards. But we have just signed an armistice with them now, and they have been consumed most of their living power by 3 generations of Thunder Shadow. I really can't think of any reason for him to come to Konoha to attack Ryoma-sama, but I can't completely rule out the possibility of him. Tuanzang touched his chin and pondered for a while and said, "What about the big snake pill? What if he did it?" Shihei replied, "Judging from Ryoma-sama's scroll, he should have been killed not long after he met Orochimaru. But according to the base's analysis of the scene, with the cooperation of other ninjas, Orochimaru does have the ability to quickly kill Ryoma-sama. But when the shadow doppelganger was killed for the first time, it was too fast, and there was not even time to react. This judgment is the same as that of Lord Ryoma, and the only people who can kill him when he can't react should be those 3. What if it's poison? Can it be done?" Tunzo thought of another possibility. The oil girl Shihei thought for a moment and replied, "It's unlikely, although the big snake pill is also a poison master. However, it should not be stronger than Cho of Hanzo and Shinobu. Even if the parasite cannot be dealt with, it is impossible to be killed instantly. So, the most likely thing is that Orochimaru is working with the 3rd generation of Tokage? 3 generations of Tokage came to meet him, and he killed Ryoma and they were name-casting?" Tuanzang asked. But without waiting for the oil girl Shihei to answer, he denied his conjecture again. No, if the 3 generations of Tying came to meet him, then it would be okay to defect directly. There is no need to stay in Konoha now, most likely what deal they made. At this time, the oil girl Shihei heard Danzo's judgment and boldly asked, "If Orochimaru has a deal with the 3rd generation of Tokage, should I inform Hokage about this?" Tuanzang glanced at him, as if he didn't expect that this guy who didn't talk much would actually have his own ideas. He made a judgment in his heart and said, "This is not something you should think." There was no need to inform the Nikkei side, since Orochimaru was still in Konoha, it meant that he was still coveting the position of Hokage. Then there is no need to do anything to him first. It is in the best interest of our roots for him to stay in the position of Hokage. Unless he loses the competition, it is not too late to start. "Leave." Danzo called over to the other root ninjas and said to them, "From now on, monitor the big snake pill comprehensively, and bring the oil girl Shihei back to education, so that he knows what the root ninja should and should not do." One of the root ninjas asked, "Danzo-sama, our current manpower and strength are probably not enough to monitor Orochimaru, and even if we do, he will easily find out." Tuanzang thought for a while and said, "You don't have to stare to the big snake pill himself. But what materials did he use for his experiments, and how much money did he spend? What experiments correspond to these materials and funds, and to what extent the experiments have been carried out, these must be investigated." "Yes," everyone answered in unison. "How's the other recruitment going?" Tunzo asked. At this time, another root ninja stood up and said, "The vast majority of people now are potential children of displaced people. Not many people retired from the battlefield, only 5, and now they are all being educated in the roots. Not enough, this is far from enough. How could this person allow Konoha's roots to stick in the ground? This is shaking the foundation of Konoha. You take my orders, go to Iniga Butterfly, to Oil Girl, to Inyazuka, to Moonlight, to Hinata, to these ninja to recruit. Before the abdication of the day, at least 50 members must be recruited." Tuanzang ordered. Through this large-scale recruitment, it can be seen that Tuan Zhang is also beginning to be afraid. Although he has a series of analyses from the oil girl Shijiro, he does not know the existence of Nagato. What Danzo was most worried about was that Nagato and Orikimura teamed up, and in his eyes, it was normal for the reincarnation I to be able to instantly solve the oil girl Ryoma. Originally, the roots that were buried deep underground were not allowed to be known by others, even those at the bottom of Konoha did not understand this organization. Therefore, the Hayaga family, a white-eyed family that can be recognized at a glance, has not been used as a target for the root. And because of the existence of the caged bird, the Hayaga family's decision on orders is definitely greater than the roots. As for the Zong family, even if there is a group of Zhang, they dare not ask for it, it will definitely cause a siege. But this big snake pill incident made Tuan Zhang think, I recruited me not to send it out. The Hinata family's exaggerated farsightedness and clairvoyance ability, even Shimo Shinobu can monitor Kami Shinobu with his white eyes. Anyway, the Hayaga clan originally lived in Konoha. As long as they are not sent, they will not be known, and those civilians will only know that they are the Hayaga clan, not the root ninjas. And in this way, not only can you monitor the big snake pill, but also prevent Nagato from attacking. With Tuan Zhang's order, everyone in the root also stood up and acted. With Tuan Zhang's order, it is not actually difficult to recruit people. These ninja clans always have some unappreciated members to offer to the roots. As for why not recruit patients? Because the vast majority of Shangnin is already an adult and has his own 3 views. It will be difficult to brainwash again, and the genius Shangnin has basically all been preempted by the 3 generations. With the large-scale recruitment action of the roots, the moon gradually rises, and the time slowly comes to night. At this time, the 3 generations of Hokage were dealing with the mission report submitted by Uchiha Taki, and he is hesitating who to send to deal with this matter. According to the report submitted by the 2, it was possible to solve a special shinobi, and a samurai who was not much worse than him. The strength of this bounty ninja is not low, especially this 5 attribute ninjutsu, which can be regarded as a weakened version of himself. There are only a few people in Konoha who can deal with such a strong person. There are also many people here, all because of his afternoon speech preparing to compete for the position of Hokage. For example, Bofeng Shuman, he should now be at home with Juzine Yunnan Mainong. If he was called to do the task at this time, Juzine was afraid that he would not demolish his Hokage building. And the big snake pill, although a single dog one. But in the addiction to experiments, I am afraid that this kind of trivial thing will not be agreed. And the 3 generations also have their own little 9-9 in their hearts. Orikimura is now getting closer and closer to Danzo, and if he takes the position of Hokage, I am afraid that he will be in the same league as Danzo. And giving him this task now may increase his reputation in Konoha. It was said that Orikimura had just come down from the battlefield and actively went out on a mission, dedicated to contributing to Konoha or something. Although under normal circumstances, these reputations are nothing, but with the support of Tuan Zhang, plus the big snake pill has deeper qualifications than Bofeng Shuman. If you are not careful, you can really play away and let Orikimura become a Hokage. You must know that the heir in his current phase is Bofeng Shuman. You can't hold him back in this kind of thing. At this time, the 3 generations suddenly remembered that although it was not convenient to go to Bofeng Shuman, his teacher could. Thinking of this, the 3rd generation said to the Hokage secretary, let Jiraiya come to my office. Not long after, the window of Hokage's office was opened, and Jiraiya sat on it and asked, old man, what's the matter with calling me over? Won't you go out the door? Who taught you to be so rude? The 3rd generation complained, handed over Uchiha Taki their mission report by the way, and said, you look at this first. Isn't that efficient? Aren't all your dark parts like this? Zi Lai also replied. After taking the report, he read it and said, the old man doesn't need me to go like this, even if he is proficient in the 5 attributes, he is just defeating the special forbearance. How about letting Kakashi go over and exercise? No, Kakashi's strength is not safe, he has not been a long time since he became a shinobi, and he is still the weakest group in the upper shinobi. How do you know that the strength of that bounty ninja is not stronger than Kakashi? The 3 generations refused without thinking, but he didn't know that it was this that saved Kakashi's life. You must know that in the later stage, Kakashi had Shikamaru's intelligence and Naruto's help, and he still fought so hard. The current Kakashi does not have a formed battle system with Sharingan in the later stage, and it has been greatly reduced because of the transplantation of Obito's eye chakra. It can be said that it is weaker than the shinobu who has just been promoted. What about Watergate? With his strength, no one can keep him. Zi Lai also pushed the disciple out. Since Tsunade left the village, Jiraiya also wants to stay away from this place of right and wrong like Tsunade. However, he did not have the same background as Tsunade, so he could only continue to stay in Konoha. It wasn't until Orochimaru fled later that he found a reason. Watergate just came down from the battlefield now, not long ago, you plan to let him out? The 3rd generation had never seen such a guy who pit a disciple and complained, you are not afraid of the angry Juzine throwing tailed beast Jade at you? Ahaha, how can it be so exaggerated? Zai also touched his head and shed a drop of cold sweat. He actually forgot Juzine, although it was not as exaggerated as throwing the tailed beast Jade, but it was very possible that the furious Juzine demolished his house. After all, even if it is not a perfect human pillar power, as long as it can control the tailed beast to contribute on the battlefield. In their respective ninja villages, the status is not low, and such a trivial matter as demolishing a house can still be forgiven in Kanaha's opinion. Early the next morning, Uchiha opened his sleepy eyes, and finally swept away the fatigue he had saved before. Do you have to work again? I really don't want to get up. Looking at the clock in the room, it was already 8 o'clock. If it's Medi, you've already completed the warm-up exercise of 500 squats. After grinding on the bed for a while, Uchiha Taki got up with a carp. When I came to the bathroom, I was also washing my leaves. The draping blonde hair and her fair skin intermingled, making Uchiha Taki, a guy who had been single for more than 20 years, instantly unstable. Taking advantage of the wind sacrifice, Mengya did not notice that something was wrong with him. Quickly go to the washstand, turn on the faucet, and pick up a handful of water and pour it on your face. At the same time, he muttered in his mouth, this is an 8-year-old loli, this is illegal. But he thought that this was the world of Hokage. If you break the law, you will take the sword of the previous dynasty and behead the officials of this dynasty. Besides, Obito and Rin were about the same age as them when they met, and the Hokage world was relatively precocious anyway. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki directly slapped himself. At the same time, he silently said, it is because Obito thinks about this all day that he will be played as a fool later, and finally his eyes will be gouged. What are you doing? Controlled by illusion? Hearing this, Uchiha Taki's body froze, and he forgot that the wind sacrifice Moha was still on the side. Looking up, the mirror reflected the expression on the face of the Wind Festival Moha, who was looking at him like a fool. The corner of Uchiha Taki's mouth twitched, and he spoke, you children don't understand adult affairs. The Wind Sacrifice Menjai glanced at him and said, what kind of adult is pretending to be? Don't delay too long, you can't think of who is in charge of this mission this time. Listening to her say this, Uchiha Taki was also interested. Could it be that which big man is coming? Let me guess, is it the pig deer butterfly, or the 3 shinobi? And really let you guess right, it's Sanshin's Jiraiya-sama. The two came out of the bathroom and came to the lobby to see that Jiraiya was eating in the lobby. Jiraiya-sama, times 2-0, you two are the little ones who found the trail of the bounty ninja. Come for breakfast first, and then tell me about the specifics. Ji-Lai also beckoned the two to sit down. After sitting down, Uchiha Taki asked curiously, didn't Jiraiya-sama go directly to the scene to investigate? Don't be in such a hurry, boy. Anyway, it's been so many days, maybe that bounty ninja has already left the land of fire. Ji-Lai also snorted, but he wanted to come out for a few more days with this mission. For him, that bounty ninja didn't attack ordinary people. I didn't attack Kanaha's ninja, so there was no need to chase too hard. Might as well take advantage of this opportunity to play for a few more days. At this time, the Wind Festival Menjai put down the bowl and chopsticks, and she had already eaten. I have to say that the speed of eating in the ninja world is really outrageous. Before Kakashi finished ramen in an instant, Moha talked and laughed about solving breakfast. She asked, Jiraiya-sama, do you need us to show you to the scene? Zai also looked at her a few times and said, no need, you just need to tell me what you know. But you really look like when I first met Tsunade, and you're also from the Senju clan? Her name is Kaze Matsuri Moha, a civilian ninja, just looks alike. Uchiha Taki said with a smile while blocking in front of the Wind Sacrifice MOBA. He knew that this guy in front of him seemed to have a crush on Tsunade when he died. Maybe he will really see something. Yes, maybe it just looks alike. Although the Wind Festival Moha does not like to hide her identity like this, there is no way. The other Thousand Hands clan are incognito, so they can't just be a maverick. Zai also did not care, after understanding the specific situation with them. After simply putting away the dishes and chopsticks, he got up and left. Seeing that Zai did not mean to take the two of them on a mission, the two began to discuss which task to do next. Of the two remaining missions, one is southwest of Konoha. On the edge of the border, in the middle is a small country sandwiched by Shinobu and Konoha. Because of the battle between the two ninja villages, it has become chaotic. The other is due south. Konoha's coastline is not bordered by the land of water, but the sea shared by Konoha and Shinobu. You come to choose. Anyway, the purpose of coming out this time was originally to test your ability, Wind Festival Moha said. When she said this, Uchiha Taki remembered that there was still this purpose. So he said, then go to the commission due south first. There are few people at sea, and it is not easy to be discovered. And Konoha at this time. Because the big snake pill that was pulled out by the 8th Flying Sun yesterday did not have much time to do research in the laboratory, he came to the laboratory early this morning. When he entered the laboratory from the secret passage, Orikimura noticed a hint of abnormality. Although these root ninjas have not changed in terms of dialogue, code, voice, etc., it seems that there has been some change in attitude. After entering the lab, Orochimaru found that there were more researchers working as assistants for him. After asking, he said that Tuan Zhang asked him to speed up the process, so he arranged more people to help him. So the big snake pill quietly arranged for the others to cooperate with him in the experiment as before. But when he passed these people, either from the sleeve or from the trouser leg, small snakes came out and ambushed them. The current situation reminded Orochimaru of the time when he had just been sent by the 3 generations to the root of the Danzo to monitor him. At that time, the root members seemed to be in a similar situation with him. Did something happen over there in Tenzo? Orochimaru thought in his heart. Thinking of this, he opened his mouth and tentatively said, the recent experimental materials are not enough, if not enough materials. Even I can't get the experiment to move forward. Haven't you found the right material on the Tuanzang side? Many root members, you look at me, I look at you. These guys who were doing experiments received orders to monitor the big snake pill early this morning. As for why, the root ninja doesn't need to know. Tuanzang will not let them know. Who knows if the great snake pill has a way to circumvent the tongue curse seal. And the experimental material is not the responsibility of these researchers. Lord Orochimaru, we are not responsible for the material. We don't know this very well, but isn't the experiment still possible now? One of the experimenters asked. He had not participated in the experiment with the big snake pill before. Although his reply seemed reasonable, it convinced Orochimaru that Danzo was indeed investigating him. After determining that there was a problem on Tenzo's side, the big snake pill did not startle the snake. Just said, there are enough people for the experiment here, you go to Tuanzang and ask how long the experimental materials will take. Although Tuanzang asked them to monitor the great snake pill, the order of the great snake pill was also impossible for him, the bottom of the root, to refuse. Yes. After a simple response, he got up and left, delivering a message on behalf of Orochimaru. Naturally, he also brought the small white snake attached to him by the big snake pill. At this time, Tuanzang was in a small room, looking down through the glass, and there were about a dozen people standing below. It was the root member who received the newly recruited one yesterday with the order of Tenzo. Below there are members of the root who are responsible for testing their strength. After all, although the root has now gone through the double blow of Nagato and Uchiha Taki, it is not everyone who receives it. It also costs a lot of money to train these guys to become qualified ninjas, and Danzo certainly won't do this kind of loss-making business. Just as Tuanzang frowned and expressed dissatisfaction with the strength of the reserve members below, a knock sounded on the door. A root member said outside, Master Tenzo, an experimenter from the big snake pill came over and said that the big snake pill has something to inform you. Let him in. On the other side, the face of the big snake pill in the laboratory changed slightly. He didn't expect to be able to see Tuanzang so smoothly. Although after the regiment went out once before, it was obvious to feel that the personnel had become nervous. The inspection of each department was also simpler than before, but it was as loose as it is now, and it was the first time after the big snake pill came to the root. Even after seeing Tuanzang, it was not checked. Originally, the oil girl Ryoma, as the guard of Tenzo, should be responsible for these, and the big snake pill was ready to deal with the parasite, and even thought about what to do after being discovered. But don't talk about the parasites, even the iconic sunglasses of the oil woman family are not seen. What's the matter with the big snake pill? Tenzo asked. Lord Orochimaru said that the material for the experiment is not enough, and if there is no material provided, the experiment will not be able to be carried out. The material thing asked him not to rush, and now it is being arranged. What are the conditions of those experiments and where are they going? Listening to the experimental data and materials reported by the experimenter, Orochimaru did not expect that Tuanzang was actually interested in the content of his experiment. You know, in addition to being responsible for the research of primary cell transplantation for Tenzo, he himself has also developed the technology of immortal rebirth, and if he really let these experimenters investigate, he may really find a clue. But this time the intelligence came too easily, making this matter seem unnatural. If Tuanzang found something, it would be too obvious for him to drill. But Tuanzang didn't find anything, so this surveillance seemed a little inexplicable. It seems that he is going to investigate what happened at the root, Orochimaru thought to himself. And their current situation is exactly in line with the plan of Uchiha Taki, who is now far away outside Konoha village. Only when they are suspicious of each other can the miracle of incarnating into a big snake pill be played by you. Otherwise, the two people will look at each other, and the miracle is that the big snake pill in your disguise is afraid that it will not be recognized at a glance. But at this time, Uchiha Taki did not know these things that happened at the root. Due to the sleep of last night, Uchiha Taki is now full of energy. There is no need to pay as much attention to physical strength as the first mission, under the fast running of two people. Before dusk arrived, the site of the second mission was finally reached. I hope this mission will not be cut off. These bounty ninjas have grabbed business to Konoha. When he went to the client's house, Uchiha Taki said, "Don't crow mouth, how can you be robbed twice in a row? Do you think that the guys in charge of tasks in the government department do not exist? My raven mouth?" are you sorry to say me? Last time on the battlefield, as soon as you finished speaking, the signal flares went off. This time you mentioned a bounty ninja, and we were really cut off by the bounty ninja. Kaze Moha's little face blushed, and when Uchiha Taki said so, she found that it seemed to be her own crow mouth twice. And last time, that guy from the Inyazuka clan was friends with you. She spit on your crow mouth, which means that you must be more than twice. When sacrifice Moai thought about it and didn't come up with a good word to refute. I can only change the topic, the client is almost here, you are quiet. Uchiha Taki looked forward and could indeed see the client's home. The situation here is different from the previous town, and it is obvious that this place is often attacked by pirates. That's right, this world is not as mainstream as pirates are next door. But pirates in this world also exist, especially on the water country. When the Mist Ninja Village was first established, it swept away the surrounding pirates, but with the appearance of the Blood Mist, the pirates re-emerged like weeds. By the Third Ninja World War, the vast majority of the troops of the 5 great ninja villages were put on land. Even the Land of Water does not interfere with their logistics, then it will not divide its forces to eliminate these pirates. In the sea area south of Konoha, the forces of Konoha and Sand Ninja bordering it are basically concentrated in the Land of Rain. This place has completely become a three-way zone, and the power of the pirates has reached its peak. And Uchiha Taki and Kaze Matsuri Moha have seen many people crying at funerals because of pirates. I also saw many people who wiped away their tears, took up arms to exercise, and tried to fight with pirates. When they came to the door of the client's house, they saw that the wall of the client's house had collapsed into a large pit, and there were obvious traces of burning. The two looked at each other. At this moment a dark girl came out of the house, dressed in unfashionable long sleeves, and just happened to see them. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Are the two ninjas from Konoha?" "That's right, is this Furukawa's house?" Kaze Moha asked. The girl turned her head and shouted back, "Dad, the ninja of Konoha is here." After a cacophony of noises in the room, a lean middle-aged man came out of the door, and from his dark skin it was clear that he must be an old fisherman. "I'm sorry to keep Ninja-sama waiting. My daughter is stupid, and I don't know how embarrassing to open the door for the two." Furukawa opened the door and touched his head and smiled. "We're still waiting for this time, and Uncle Furukawa should be here to protect your daughter. This can be seen from dressing her up like this," Uchiha Taki said with a smile. Furukawa's face changed drastically, and he suddenly became helpless and froze in place. It was supposed to get out of the way for Uchiha Taki to let them in, but now it was blocking the door. Wind Festival Mengye saw the client's nervous look, and opened his mouth to explain, "Don't be nervous, he has no malice. It's just that if you dress your daughter like this, it's really easy to see that something is wrong." "That's right, uncle, although the skin is blackened, you can still see that this sister is very beautiful. And now in this weather, I still wear long sleeves, and if you think about it, you'll find that there is a problem." Uchiha Taki also explained for himself. These disguises of ordinary people are too easy to distinguish in the eyes of their two professional ninjas. What's more, in the various XPS in Uchiha Taki's previous life, black-skinned hot girls are also a relatively popular XP. Furukawa smiled and said, sorry, two ninja adults, please come in. It was the pirates who made me too nervous." Entering the entrance, Uchiha Taki looked around at the furnishings in the house, which did not have the luxury of the previous client's house. In addition to the daily necessities necessary for the family, the house has a variety of fishing tools for fishermen. Uchiha Taki made an assessment, he is a professional fisherman. Furukawa led the two to the only table in his house and sat down. His daughter brought 2 cups of tea, and there was not much tea. Unable to see much difference with Ching Shui, he said, "Please use tea." Did the two teammates go to investigate the situation? Furukawa asked, and Uchiha Taki was once again questioned because of their appearance whether they had the strength to complete the task. This is if in a previous life, someone would call them stereotypes. It's a pity that this is the world of Hokage. Kaze Matsuri Moha sighed and said, "There are only 2 of us on this mission, but Mr. Furukawa doesn't need to worry. Against some displaced pirates, our strength is enough." Furukawa's daughter said with wide eyes, "But there are a lot of pirates, you two are just children." Uchiha Taki's eyelids jumped, and this line made his complaining soul want to move. Furukawa also spoke, as the daughter said, "We are not doubting the strength of the 2 ninjas. It's just that the number of pirates is too much. I'm afraid 2 people can't deal with it." "This is not called doubt. What is doubt?" Uchiha Taki complained in his heart. He also explained out loud, "If we can't solve it, Konoha won't send us here. Mr. Furukawa can see us, which shows that we can complete this mission." But this. Seeing that the client was still entangled, Kaze Matsuri Moha held his forehead with a headache and said, "If we can't solve it, we will contact Konoha to send someone to support." Hearing her say so firmly, Furukawa finally stopped tangling. They were told about the mission. Their village is a small fishing village dominated by fishing, but also acts as a port. Some passing ships will come to them to replenish them if they lack resources, and they will also bring some goods that they do not have here. Originally, those pirates were only attacking merchants at sea, but as merchants recruited more and more stray ninjas and samurai escorts, these pirates found that they could not defeat them, so they set their sights on these villages on the mainland. Originally, I just snatched some things and left, and there were not too many injuries, but as the pirates discovered that Konoha's ninjas were busy with war, they didn't care about these small villages. As a result, the pirates' actions became more and more brazen, and now they have evolved into raids and even massacres of these small villages, to cut off the merchants' supply lines and let those merchants buy their expired supplies with heavy money. Once their villages were discovered by pirates selling supplies to merchants, pirates would prey on them. Even if they don't sell, pirates will come and rob their supplies. How did the pirates know that you were selling supplies to merchants? Are you a treacherous here? At this time, the Wind Festival Menjai questioned. This does not need to be treacherous, you only need to look at the roots of the merchants to see it, Furukawa explained. He didn't know about the other villages, but at least they were united. Does Mr. Furukawa know when these pirates will next come here? The person who asked this question was Uchiha Taki, and neither he nor Kazemati Moha were detective ninjas. It is more difficult to find pirates in the vast sea than to deal with the pirates themselves. The last attack was 2 days ago and they took most of our food and property here. It may be that they have also received news of the truce, and recently attacks have become more frequent. Last time I heard one of them say that they would disband and go home after making the last payment. They think it's beautiful. Wind Sacrifice Menjai snorted and said unpleasantly, but the probability is high. The vast majority of these pirates are refugees who have fled the battlefield. They made enough money here, and now there is a truce again. They can return to their hometowns and directly become law-abiding civilians. Even the attack 2 days ago was the last. Uchiha Taki presented his own analysis. Don't they have to pay for their crimes? They killed so many people. Furukawai's daughter said angrily from the side. And Furukawai also said, I also asked the 2 ninja lords to help and let this group of evil people get the punishment they deserve. Uchiha Taki glanced at them without saying anything. These pirates deserve to die, but what are these great powers that use other people's homes as battlefields? There are too many guys who didn't pay for their crimes. Rest assured, Mr. Furukawa, we will do our best. The priority now is to determine where they are hiding. Mr. Furukawa, do you know anything you can tell us? The Wind Sacrifice Moya opened his mouth to calm the two. I don't know much about that, but I know that there are people in the village who used to see where they lived when they were fishing. I'll take you to him. Furukawai got up immediately after speaking. Apparently Uchiha Taki's analysis before made him a little unable to sit still. After Furukawai explained a few words to his daughter, he took Uchiha Taki and them to the fisherman's house. Yasuk, open the door. Yasuk, are you at home? As Furukawai knocked on the door, a one-armed man about his age came out of the house. It's the well, what's the matter? The man named Yasuk asked. These 2 are ninjas from Konoha. I want to ask if you know where the pirates live. Didn't you say last time you saw an island when you were fishing, and there were those pirates living on it? Yasuk's eyes lit up, and he asked, are you 2 going to wipe out that group of pirates? I can take you there. I want to see with my own eyes how they are killed by others. Kaze Moha and Uchiha Taki looked at each other and said embarrassedly, although we can deal with that group of pirates, it may be difficult to separate people to protect you. She said so, but it was just that she was covering for Uchiha Taki. Since Uchiha Taki doesn't want to expose his kaleidoscope chakra eyes, even this kind of situation that is seen by ordinary people is not okay, maybe it will be detected by someone with a heart. Uchiha Taki, who knew what she meant, also cooperated and said, although I can't take you with me, but after we solve them, we'll let you know that you can wait until the time to go up and see their misery. Yasuk, who was originally a little depressed, also regained his spirits when he heard Uchiha Taki's words. He patted him on the shoulder and said, then please. At night, Uchiha Taki and Kazematsuri Moha are looking for traces of pirates based on the directions provided by Yasuk. According to Yasuk, the pirates lived on a small island not recorded on the map, probably due southeast of their village. As for how far, he does not know, only that it took him about 3 hours to row. But he couldn't run on water like a ninja, and fishing took a lot of time. This distance cannot be clearly estimated. It looks like it's going to rain. Uchiha Taki looked at the sky and said, today's Kagayaheim did not come out, but was all covered by dark clouds. Even if it's not too late, it's not very visible now. Will rain affect your abilities? Kaze Moha asked. How come? It's better to say that it is just what I want. Uchiha Taki was wary, and involuntarily grinned at the corners of his mouth. Although these pirates are just miscellaneous soldiers, they can't hold up many people. This is also the first time he intends to solve others purely by miracles of your abilities. He also wondered how much disaster a miracle would cause you. That's okay. Do you see if the black one in front is an island? Looking in the direction of the Kazematsuri Moha, Uchiha Taki opened the Sharingan. With the blessing of the Sherinan, although the light is very poor, you can still see clearly that it is the appearance of the island. Indeed, it is very likely that it is the island that Yasuke said. As the two rushed towards the direction of the island, Uchiha Taki suddenly asked, "It's so dark now, can you see what happened later?" The Wind Festival Menjai gave him a blank look. Although this island is not electrified at first glance, don't pirates use torches and lanterns to illuminate? It is enough to have these. Then you just wait to see the good show. As the two chatted, the island got closer and closer. Now from this distance you can clearly see the fire on the island and the pirates' sailboats. How? Looking at this ship, you should be able to determine that they are pirates, right? Uchiha asked. Let's make sure first, in case they have hostages. No, will they still kidnap merchants for blackmail? If it was really such a big game, it would have been solved by that group of merchants raising funds to find wandering ninjas. Kidnapping merchants is unlikely, but don't forget the civilians. You mean, okay, let's go scout first. After making a decision, the two bypassed the ship's guards and found a cliff to climb. Look in that direction. Uchiha Taki pointed and saw the Wind Festival Moha look over. Said, the light over there is brighter than other places, there should be many people, go over there to see. Wind Festival Moya nodded and said, let's go. In the light, a group of people gathered around the campfire. On the side are simple wooden houses with lanterns and crowded with people. Big brother, the people of Konoha won't come over so quickly. That's it, big brother, even if you want to break up, let the brothers earn more money. Yes, big brother, it's a big deal, let's kill fewer people later. Anyway, they are all some people from the Fire Nation, since they regard our hometown as a battlefield, then we should kill them to take revenge. That's right, because these big countries have killed more people than we have killed. Shut up for me, the man they called Big Brother scolded angrily. I don't object to seeking revenge on the Fire Nation, but if we do this, Konoha will definitely send the ninja over. Now that the war has just ended, they need to replenish their funds, and they will be overtaken by the ninja if they go later. No, big brother, it's only been a long time since they signed an armistice agreement with Wien. While they were discussing, Taki and Moha also came here. The Wind Festival Moye used a code signal to signal the two to hide in the tree first to see what was going on, and they saw the scene they had just seen. But now how to divide the money when I go back, and the other brothers have robbed a lot of women here. If you bring it back, you may expose our news, right? Then kill them all. Fuck off, if you kill my woman, I'll kill you first. Sober up. Do you want your brothers to die with you? Seeing that the gang was about to quarrel, the eldest brother roared again, shut up for me. Akagi, you are the smartest, you talk about how to solve it. This one is actually quite solving, most of the women here are locked up. We left and unlocked the door, and it was up to them whether they survived or not. The tone and temperament of this guy named Akagi made Uchiha Taki can't help but think of Yakushi, although there is a big difference in appearance and hair color. I saw that this guy named Akagi continued, as for the captains and the women of the leaders, it is indeed possible to expose their identities by bringing them back. And they have lived with you for so long, maybe they can find out something. My suggestion is to kill them better. At this time, Uchiha Taki lowered his voice and said in the ear of the Wind Festival Moba, let's separate a shadow doppelganger and rescue those women. And then the ontology solves them here. How? Wind Sacrifice Mo Yan nodded gently, and the two of them each separated into a shadow doppelganger and left. Fart. That's how you made the suggestion? Anyway, Laozi's woman will definitely not allow you to kill. Since you guys are so entangled, why don't I help you make a decision? Uchiha Taki said with a smile as he got down from the tree. What a bunch of scum. Kaze Moha followed behind Uchiha Taki with a look of disgust. It's Konoha's ninja. Don't be afraid, two imps. The man still has only one eye. The man they called Big Brother said, kill these two imps, then pack your bags as soon as possible and get ready to go home. With his order, the group of pirates rushed over fearlessly. Wonder of you along with their attack, the miracle of your ability is also launched. The originally sunny weather instantly began to rain, and the raindrops penetrated their bodies like bullets. There's something wrong with this rain. Hide. Ah, my hand. Ignoring their wails, a rainstorm of bullets continued to fall, piercing their bodies. Go and see if anyone is still alive. Uchiha Taki looked at the corpse in front of him and lay on the ground. In just an instant, these pirates lost their combat power. It's literally raining 1,000 books in the sky. Wind Sacrifice Menjai said with a shocked look. But if it's just that, it's not unacceptable. After all, the ability to write chakra eyes in a kaleidoscope is varied. There was another reason why she was so surprised. None of this rain seems to contain chakra, right? Just pure rain? How is this done? That's right, it's not for nothing that the water is bigger and stronger than this. But these all need to contain chakra to have such power. And miracles are different from the disasters you cause, they are purely natural phenomena. No, I didn't say that. Is my ability to cause bad luck? Then there must be no chakra, is it strange? Uchiha Taki asked strangely. Of course it's strange. Why can rain without chakra be so powerful? this is not logical at all. Seeing her excited look, Uchiha Taki reacted. This is not the world of information explosion in the past life, and even the movie here is just getting started. Not to mention special effects blockbusters, literary films are also rare here. The most mainstream entertainment works in this world are still self-fiction. For the people of this world, the impact of the new power system is still too great. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki explained while speaking, I have said that I caused bad luck. If there is chakra, what is it called bad luck? While thinking to himself, a stand-in will surprise you so much, if I copy the Lord of the Rings or Harry Potter I don't know what your expression will be, or the other two in the Sea of Dead Fire. But why does Doom have such great power? Aren't these ordinary raindrops? The Wind Festival is still difficult to understand. Didn't I tell you? Guys in the torrent of disaster will become extremely vulnerable, and it is normal to be pierced by raindrops. When did you say? So what you said earlier would turn out like this whenever someone attacked you, right? Almost, if it's not raindrops, it's some other disaster, and I can't control it very well yet. Uchiha Taki himself is also helpless about this, and he can't do it if he wants to talk to others. Unless it is a dirt rebirth or an immortal body like Fei Duen, if he wants to train with others, it is estimated that he only has the bloody guy of perfect human pillar force. Isn't that dangerous? If this kind of disaster is also caused in Konoha, how can it be controlled? The Wind Festival Moya also thought about the chain reaction that might be triggered by the miracle for you. Maybe you want to improve your mastery of the Yin escape chakra. Uchiha Taki himself was not very clear, and at the same time he comforted the current situation. I try my best to converge, as long as it does not do to me, it will not be triggered, it is still relatively safe. And what if it's not trying to converge? As soon as I am investigated, the idea of tracking will be attacked by bad luck. Of course, as long as you don't investigate deeply, you won't die. Uchiha said with a smile, and at the same time patted the shoulder of the Wind Festival Moha and said, So Moha-san, you don't want Konoha to be shrouded in disaster, remember to help me keep it secret. Kaze Matsuri Moha slapped Uchiha Taki's hand away and said, Disperse and settle the remaining pirates, and then gather at the held hostages. This guy who didn't admit defeat was stimulated by Uchiha Taki's performance just now, but he couldn't beat Uchiha Taki, so he could only be angry with these pirates. Uchiha Taki saw her thoughts and did not continue to stimulate her. After quickly solving the remaining pirates, the two people found the place where the hostages were held according to the marks left by the Shadow Doppelganger and unlocked the Shadow Doppelganger. The Shadow Doppelganger takes all the kidnapped people to the cell while the two clean up the pirates. What are these people going to do? Where to send the client? Uchiha Taki asked, looking at the snatched women. Ask them their opinions. The Wind Sacrifice Moji replied, and then shouted at the captives, The pirates have been solved by us, do you have any plans now? There was silence. Seeing this embarrassing scene, Uchiha Taki pulled the Wind Sacrifice Moya and said, How about asking the client to come and see if there is anyone they know first? Anyway, there is still some food on the island now. May I follow you to Konoha? At this point, a voice broke the embarrassing scene, and then there were some echoes that I also wanted to go. We can help you ask, but Konoha generally accepts some children, you are all adults, and it is unlikely that Konoha will agree to your stay. The words of the Wind Festival made the scene fall back into silence. If only Jiraiya was there at this time, Uchiha Taki couldn't help but think. It is much more convenient to have him as a lecherous, responsible, and at the same time status guy. Whether or not he could live in Konoha was just a matter of his words. There is nothing good for the two young people to do about this scene, he has not taught this in school. There was no way, Uchiha Taki could only speak, Let's go to Yanhi village to hand over the task. Is there a place where it is? We will inform your family to pick you up. At this time, a few slender arms were raised scattered. Ninja-sama, where am I from? But I don't have loved ones anymore. I also have a brother. Uchiha Taki, don't worry, if you don't want to go back, we won't force you to go back. There are also supplies and farming tools left behind by pirates on this island, enough for you to be self-sufficient. When the time comes, I will ask others to teach you how to steer the boat and fish, and the pirate ship will be left to you. Let's go. Seeing that Uchiha Taki had calmed these people, Kaze Matsuri Moha said that she had no better way than Uchiha Taki. After knowing the way, the speed of the two was much faster than when they were looking for pirates. It took only half an hour to return to the client's house, when the client was about to sleep, but was called by a knock on the door by the two. So the pirates have all been solved? Hirokawai asked. He didn't expect the efficiency of the two children in front of him to be so high. Kaze Matsuri Moba, that's right, now the problem of pirates has been solved, but what about the innocent girls? Hirokawai, I heard that there are about 30 people. If it were these people, our village could take them all. The number of people killed by pirates in the village is about the same, and they can also fill the number of people in our village. Uchiha Taki looked at the Wind Festival MOBA, and the two looked at each other and smiled. They didn't expect that the problem was solved so easily. Then it's troublesome for you. ×2 After knowing where the pirates were still survivors, Hirokawai called out to everyone in the village overnight. Led by Yasuke, everyone in the village went to sea overnight to Pirate Island. It has to be said that these people, who are persecuted by pirates like those girls, are easier to let the girls off their guard than Uchiha Taki and their two ninjas. Under the unremitting persuasion of an aunt, these girls chose to return to Yanhee village with them. Finally solved. Uchiha Taki looked at the sunrise and stretched. He and the Wind Festival Moye worked all night, and finally got most of the things done. What to find a suitable house for them, distribute the supplies left by the pirates. Uncle Yasuke also promised them that if the girls had any intention of returning home, he would help inform the other surrounding villages. I didn't expect missions outside of war to be so tiring. Wind Festival Moye also said on the side, and the two of them now watched the sunrise together to rest. How could it be? It's just that we volunteered to help them solve those problems. Most ninjas leave after completing their tasks, and those who are kind enough to just talk to the client and the village when they hand over the task. The situation that Uchiha Taki said is the norm in the ninja world. In this ninja world, those who are as gentle as those characters in the original book are either Juzayo Kyang's guys who have not experienced war and come out of the ivory tower, or it's a guy like Jiraiya who is at the top of the ninja world and has more room to worry about other people. Can't you fill me with beautiful fantasies about the world? Wind Festival Moye complained. As someone who had also experienced war, she knew that Uchiha Taki was right. Sorry, who has the most people like our family? Most ninjas consider themselves superior to civilians who can't play ninjutsu, while Uchiha, who has opened his eyes, thinks he is superior to other ninjas. Although it cannot be generalized, it cannot be denied that the vast majority of the Uchiha family is like this. Go see how they're doing, and if it's almost there, then we should go. Wind Festival Moha stood up and said, "Don't you get some sleep before you go?" Uchiha Taki asked, then realizing that the sentence was ambiguous, he added another sentence. "I haven't slept all night, and I can't hold on to it if I'm still on the road. That's not convenient to sleep in their village, not to mention didn't we promise them to help and ask if we could let them go to Konoha? Although they are now there, Konoha is much safer than this." Okay. Hearing some of the rest, Uchiha Taki was also relieved. Compared with the physical strength of the people who inherited the immortal human body, his brain is not broken. After confirming the placement of the girls, the two went to the Konoha base closest to the village. After submitting the task and relaying the words of the girls, Uchiha Taki said, "Then I will go to sleep first. You will definitely wake up earlier than me, and then you will call me up." As the shadow was pulled to its shortest, the time came to noon. Uchiha Taki is violently awakened by the Wind Festival Moha. As for me, didn't I just squint a little longer? Do you need to use so hard? Uchiha Taki also had red slap prints on his back. You call it for half an hour, eat, and hurry up to do the task. Seeing that the Wind Festival Moha showed signs of anger again, Uchiha Taki decisively admitted, after all, it was indeed his problem. "But are you sure we can still find the mission target in the past?" Uchiha Taki asked. "What do you mean? Come to think of it, the first target was cut off by the bounty ninja. The second goal, when we arrived, was ready to retreat. These bandits are not fools either, and the news of the armistice in Konoha should have spread all over the world. They will definitely hide, and even, like the second target, return to their hometown and become civilians again. Why do you care so much? It won't depend on the client's meaning at that time. But what if the client let us solve the problem of those guys who ran back to their hometowns? Otherwise, when the time comes, I will directly use illusion to control the client to solve it?" Wind Sacrifice Menjai gave him a blank look. "What is the difference between you like this and those clansmen you complained about? Besides, if there is such a big change, you will definitely have to change the task. There are other people and clients who are talking about what you are worried about. I'm just going to use magic to persuade people to be good, so that he doesn't live in hatred all day, unlike those guys who have eyes above the top." Uchiha Taki defended himself. And things were the opposite of what Uchiha Taki expected. When they arrived at the client's village at night, the group of robbers was robbing and bumped into two people, and it didn't take long for them to be solved. They are still robbing now. These people are really not afraid of death. Uchiha Taki didn't expect them to be so bold. "That's right, we thought they would converge a little after the armistice, but who knows that they will become more greedy." A white-haired old man came out and said that he was also the client of this time and the head of this village. "Mr. Tufang, are all the robbers here?" Wind Festival Moha came over and asked. Due to the fact that there are too many people here, it is inconvenient for Uchiha Taki to expose his eyes, and the vast majority of these robbers are solved by the Wind Festival. "Tufang, I don't know much about this old man, we are just one of the villages around them who have been robbed. The stronghold of these bandits is not in the territory of the Land of Fire, but in the land of Kawa. Kaze Matsuri Moba Kawanakuni? Suchikata-sama, do you know where the detailed location is?" Tufang, these bandits are guys on horseback, and strongholds change frequently. I am afraid that only they themselves know exactly where it is. Uchiha Taki beckoned in motion for the Wind Festival Moha to come over. then whispered in her ear, "Is there a living mouth left? I'll go use magic to ask." Then Mr. Tsuchikata, "Let's go somewhere else to investigate." After the Wind Festival Moai opened his mouth to say goodbye to the client, the two came to the outskirts of the village with a bandit who had been knocked unconscious. After splashing awake with water, Uchiha Taki didn't bother to deal with his pleas for mercy, and directly controlled him with his chakra eyes. "Did you come to rob this time?" "No, there are still some people in the camp." "How many people exactly?" "There are more than 50 guards." "Where is the specific direction?" Seeing that he did not speak, the Wind Festival Moai prompted, "It is possible that they have not received an education, do not know how to distinguish the direction, and only remember the route of coming and going." Hearing the prompt, Uchiha Taki asked again, "Do you know how to go on the road to your camp?" "I know." After confirming that this bandit knew the route, the Wind Sacrifice Moha once again knocked him unconscious. He said, "Go talk to the client, and then hurry up and solve this last task." Mr. Tsuchikata. The two walked towards the client with the bandits. After simply explaining the plan to the client, the two took the robber to go abroad again on a mission. Along the way, Uchiha Taki controlled the bandit in front with his chakra eye to lead the way, and the two chatted in the back without a ride. "Would you like to see my Susanoo this time, Susanoo?" "What is it?" "Your family doesn't have this kind of information. Even if there were, I wouldn't know about it. I thought you would find out the last time you recognized the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Too much detailed information is controlled by the elders in the family, and my investigation for no reason will definitely arouse their suspicions." Uchiha Taki patted his head, he had forgotten about this stubble. Susanoo's skill of this level is definitely not something that can be found casually. Even few people in the Uchiha family themselves understand, let alone others. "Then let you see later." This can be regarded as the signature pupil technique after our Uchiha clan opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. "Aren't you afraid that I will leak the news?" Wind Festival Menjai's face was slightly stunned, and he said squarely, "Although we are teammates, you haven't even told your clan these secrets, is it okay to tell me?" Uchiha Taki was also stunned for a moment, and then said, "Because last time I was with you anyway, it doesn't matter if I say anything more." He put on a relaxed look, "And even if you say it, it will only trigger a war between Konoha and Uchiha, and it will not affect me much." "Aren't you part of Uchiha and Konoha? How could it not affect you much?" "Because I'm strong." Uchiha Taki replied with a smile, and then said, "Okay, there is a camp for these bandits in front, you can look at it with wide eyes." The bandit, who had been controlled by Sharinan, was now back in the camp, and his accomplices were questioning where the others had gone. As Uchiha Taki prepares to get his hands on it, the illusion that controls him is also unraveled. The bandits looked around and shouted in horror, "Run away! The ninja is coming! Good evening, scumbags, have you figured out how to die?" Uchiha Taki jumped on their heads with the help of a large tree around them, and then Susanoo opened. The white giant fell like Tarzan, knocking dozens of bandits away, falling to the ground and falling into meat sauce. A bandit who was severely injured by the scattered rubble, shouted with all his strength with a hideous face, "Run away, scatter and escape." Is this people's will to survive, and it is really admirable that they can still think of escaping. Having said that, Uchiha Taki did not have any respect for them in his actions. Susa clenched his fists and slammed into the ground again. The shattered earth and bursting rubble covered the guys who wanted to escape, and more than 50 bandits were shaken to the sky by a huge force. Some fell down heavily and collapsed into a muddy mess, some were hit by rubble, and their bodies were smashed into pieces. "Well, I just got worse than Tsunade-sama's weird power," Uchiha Taki said towards the Kazemati Moha who was walking towards him. "It's beautiful to think about." Although she said so, her expression was very honest. Uchiha Taki didn't care either. The reason why he only wanted to mention it was so that she could cultivate the yin seal that could use strange powers. Although Uchiha Taki is not sure if the yin seal was invented by Tsunade, but he remembered that the wife of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mito, also had a yin seal. That is to say, no matter who developed it, the Thousand Hands clan must have a way to cultivate the yin seal. Yin seal is a ninjutsu that can store chakra, maintain the peak state of the body, and use great power. No matter what type of ninja it is a great help. Seeing that she hadn't reflected yet, Uchiha Taki prompted, "It's all from the same clan anyway, or do you want Tsunade-sama to teach you strange powers, and then let's compare and see?" Kazematsuri Moha frowned, "But I am a ninjutsu-type ninja, and I should develop like 3 generations of adults in the future. Or the combination of chakra nature changes to open up the boundaries of blood stains, which does not match physical skills. Don't worry, this technique will only make up for your shortcomings and increase your strengths. If you don't believe it, you can go home and ask your elders." "Are you sure? Why do you know so much about the ninjutsu of our clan?" "Don't ask so many questions, children, just believe me." Seeing what the Wind Festival Moai still wanted to say, Uchiha Taki quickly covered her mouth and changed the topic. "Okay, don't ask, the bandits have been solved, let's go back quickly. Don't forget that this is the territory of Kawanakuni, and you may encounter Shinobu." This is the first time I've seen such a blunt way of changing topics. Wind Sacrifice Moye complained, but she also knew that she couldn't ask anything if she asked anymore. The next morning, looking out from the gate of Konoha, two figures appeared in the distance. After solving the last task last night, the two rushed back to Konoha overnight. Welcome back. By the way, do you know about the big events in the village recently? After the two guards guarding the gate checked the identities of the two, they said with a mysterious look, Wind Sacrifice Moba, what's the big deal? It should be a good thing to see your expressions, right? The major events in this time period are only 3 generations stepping down, and Uchiha Taki, who knows the plot, has not pierced it. Although he knows that 3 generations are stepping down, the specific details are still unclear, not to mention the butterfly effect he brings. The 3rd generation of adults publicly announced that they will step down from the position of Hokage in the Hokage building. Is it powerful? Kaze Matsuri Moba, then who is the 4th generation Hokage? This has not yet been decided, but the 3 generations said that anyone who meets the requirements can run, and now there are 3 people with the most popularity. Another guard also took over the topic like a storyteller and said, this first one is the famous ninja world, and when he gives up the mission and runs for his life, it is not a yellow flash of mission failure. Lord Wave Feng Shuman. The second place was already a mainstay in the Second Ninja World War. In this war, he was also the commander of the First Army, Lord Leng Jun Great Snake Pill. And this third is the Uchiha Patriarch who led the Uchiha clan to great battle merits in this war, Lord Fugaku. When the two said Uchiha Fugaku, Kaze Matsuri Moha immediately turned his gaze to Uchiha Taki. Uchiha Taki shook his head, don't look at me, I didn't know that the Patriarch was running for Hokage. Although Uchiha Taki also guessed that the Uchiha clan might use his eyes, as well as Obito's eyes, to seek the position of Hokage, but he didn't expect to become one of the 3 most powerful. However, this is just an illusion, which makes those in the village who believe in the will of fire think that as long as they work hard, they can really inherit the position of Hokage. If the Uchiha clan can really get the Hokage under the control of Konoha F4, he will take off his head and give it to Kazise Moha as a ball. After saying goodbye to the 2 guards at the gate, the 2 walked on their way home. Unlike the last time he returned to Konoha, this time Uchiha Taki obviously felt that the spirits of the people around him were different. In addition to the reasons for the end of the war, the abdication of the 3 generations and the election of the 4th generation of Hokage are also a major factor. When Uchiha Taki stopped on the road to buy breakfast, the people around him and the owner of the morning shop were discussing the matter. I just don't know if there are any casinos that open with this thing. Uchiha Taki thought in his heart, he had seen the plot and naturally knew that it was Bo Feng Shuman who succeeded him. If there is a bold bookmaker to open this matter, then this is also a good opportunity to make money. Even if the odds are low, it is a sure deal. But what if Tsunade bought the Wave Feng Shui Gate and won? Uchiha Taki suddenly thought that Tsunade's gambling luck and his miracle can be regarded as a causal level weapon for you. If Tsunade bought the Wave Feng Shuman, I am afraid that if it were not for Uchiha Fugaku and Orochimaru, it was really possible to win. Silently reciting a few words in his heart that the gambling dog does not have a house, he took the one he just bought and walked to the Uchiha tribe land. Hey, is it true that Taki Yugai is not a ninja? As soon as Uchiha Taki returned to the clan land, someone asked him, it's Ning Tai, it's inappropriate. Can I help you? This guy is also one of the neighbors of the predecessor, the younger brother of Takeshi Uchiha who met before. Do you know that you will give up your eyes with soil to an outsider? You boy, even if you are afraid and don't want to be a ninja, don't disgrace the family. Shame on the family? When I came back, I heard that the Patriarch took advantage of this incident and became a strong candidate to compete for the position of Hokage. You guy. Uchiha Nintai was about to make a move when a voice came. Ning Tai, what are you doing? Uchiha Taki and Nintai looked in the direction of the sound in unison. Seeing the iconic Dango nose is the stopwater that is now known as Uchiha's first day. Ning Tai stammered a little I just wanted to teach this guy a lesson about his disrespect for his predecessors. After seeing the water stop, Ning Tai also lost the desire to move. Although he is bigger than Shui Shui, he will not be arrogant enough to start on the first day with Uchiha. Taki is a hero who was injured in order to protect his companions. If Senior Ning wants to do something to the hero of Konoha, I might as well accompany you. A drop of cold sweat slipped on Uchiha Nintai's head, and he saw the expression of stopping the water that was really coming. Ning Tai, no need. Since you are here, you are responsible for teaching this stinky boy. Seeing Uchiha Ning leaving too embarrassed, Uchiha Taki accidentally laughed. Ning Tai, this guy is like this. They were taught a lesson by Kakashi Senpai when they were on the front line, so they will be a little resentful. If he or someone else comes to you for trouble, you can come to the security department to find me. I don't need this. I bought 2 storefronts on the edge of Konoha Park, and people can live there. I'm going to move there, and when the time comes, when you are in the security department, help take care of it more. Shui Shui frowned, then smiled and said, okay, I'll help you pay attention when the time comes. But didn't you hear that you were going to be a medical ninja? How did you buy a store? Shisui also knew that he couldn't stay in the clan land all the time, and it was indeed a good choice to let Uchiha Taki move out. It's just that the clansmen have already gone too far, and the people of the clan can't bear it? Shui Shui thought silently in his heart. Isn't it not necessarily possible to become a medical ninja, just be an insurance? And my leader Shinobu has also become disabled in this war. If he can't apply for a job as a teacher at Konoha school, he can leave it to him to open a shop to support himself. Shisui's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the clansmen to care so much about other Konoha's companions. This guy Taki is not very noticeable in school, and he must have forged a deep bond in this war. Thinking of this, Shui Shui also said a little excitedly, I really didn't see you wrong, leave this matter to me. I'm sure I won't let them continue to harass you. Then please. Uchiha Taki is also not polite. For people like Shisui, who have inherited the will of fire, they themselves will also be satisfied by helping others. Although it is difficult for Uchiha Taki to become such a person, it does not prevent him from paying homage to such a person. Of course, the 3 generations of guys who just talk but don't act are not included. On the other side, Shisui found the second elder Uchiha, who belonged to the Doves, and repeated to him what had just happened. Taki, that kid is back, I know. Stop the water, you go to the elder Shina, let him gather at Fuyu's house, and I will wait for him at Fuyu's house. A moment later, Uchiha Fugaku's house, Uchiha on crutches, walked in an instant. What happened this time? The second elder, it's about that kid in Taki. I heard that Shui Shui said that he just came back and someone was in trouble with him. Moment, what does that have to do with me? Do you suspect that I ordered it? Uchiha's blunt denial made the atmosphere a little awkward. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly handed a step to both sides. Second elder didn't mean that, he just wanted Elder Instant to help manage those radical guys in the clan. That's right, now is the crucial moment for Fugaku to campaign for Hokage. If they let 3 generations know, they will definitely make a big fuss about it. The second elder also gave face and went down the steps. Uchiha also knew for a moment that even if he hated Uchiha Taki's cowardly brat, he couldn't let him have problems now. So he replied with a dark face, is it this matter? I know, I will tell the people below to pay attention. Speaking of this, Uchiha seemed to remember something for a moment, and said, those 2 little ghost eyes can be used to deal with the Wei Feng Shui Gate, but do you have any plans over there? As a disciple of the 8 Flying Sun Slash, the possibility of inheriting his position is also very high. Second elder, that's right, the Great Snake Pill became famous in the Second Ninja World War, and his achievements in the 3 battles were as great, and his qualifications were much higher than those of Bofeng Shuman. At the mention of Orochimaru, Uchiha Fugaku's face looked more solemn than usual. Although this matter is my guess, I suspect that the corpses of our clan that disappeared on the battlefield, as well as the bodies of other ninjas, were stolen by Orochimaru. Uchiha momentarily, what? Can you be sure? Second elder, this is not a trivial matter, how sure are you? Uchiha Fugaku, when I was still on the battlefield, Orochimaru didn't dare to go too far, so I don't have enough evidence now. But my intuition told me it was him. Second elder, why does he need to do this? He is a disciple of 3 generations, the most powerful heir to the position of Hokage, and I can't think of a reason for him to do so. Uchiha stern, of course, that's the Sharingan eye that peeks into our clan. What is unexpected? It is not a day or 2 that these remnants left behind between the 1,000 hands want to deal with us. Uchiha Fugaku, great elder, don't say such things. I have already sent someone to investigate during this time. It is best not to let me find evidence, otherwise. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes also unconsciously opened the Sharingan eye. Second elder, calm down Fuyu, I will ask someone to help you investigate this matter, and wait until it is confirmed. Uchiha also got up and said, I'll go back and explain the matter of that little ghost first, and then I will also let people investigate. Uchiha Fugaku frowned when he heard his words, but did not stop it. Although hawkish people will be a little radical, but radical is more likely to investigate some problems. On the other side, Uchiha Taki said to Shisui that he would move outside the clan. But after all, it was Konoha who rushed back from the mission last night, so he released a miracle to you to find out what is going on in Konoha now, and he hid at home and slept. As for the question of miracles that will cause doom to you, now that others are paying attention to the big matter of competing in Hokage, who still has time to investigate him, even if it is Tenzo, the current root manpower is still training. But what he didn't know was that although our old friend Danzo was not targeting him, he was plotting against the other Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's actions still alarmed the roots. Time goes back to the late night when Uchiha Taki and the 2 are still on their way. Tuan Zhang, have you already picked the people who will carry out this mission? Master Huiyu Tuan Zhang, it has already been picked. Show me. Tuan Zhang took the report handed over by his subordinates and saw it. Hirokazu Morita, 22 years old, Naka Shinobu, was born in Konoha since childhood. After experiencing the Third Shinobi World War, he performed mediocre on the battlefield, but he was very popular. No blood, no family, no orphan origin, and a clearly visible upbringing in Konoha. Tuan Zhang stared at the report in his hand and frowned. When did this guy join the Roots? Are you sure he will obediently send him to death? And a guy who has experienced war will die so easily? The Root ninja below broke out in a cold sweat and defended himself. Lord Huiyutenzo, this guy was recruited by us after returning from the Land of Rain, and we can use the spell seal to control him to send him to death. It's really too demanding for Danzo to let others see that it has something to do with the Roots, and it can't be selected from the ninja clan and the orphanage, and it is also necessary to have good popularity. The last point can exclude 99% of the Root ninjas, but as a subordinate, you definitely can't refute your boss so bluntly, and you can only find someone who is barely suitable. Tuan Zhang also seemed to know that he was too demanding, so he touched his chin and muttered for a while. List him as an alternative, and then find out if there is a suitable one. If not, then investigate the laws of action of each of Uchiha's upper shinobi. Naka ninja only seems more normal if he dies at the hands of Shangnan. The Root ninja below breathed a sigh of relief and was about to retreat. Danzo said again, move quickly. Now that Uchiha has suspected that the body was stolen, they must find the right person before they find the evidence. In addition, do not consider the spell seal, it is too easy to be discovered by the Japanese beheading, and the brainwashing of this Morita Hirokazu during this time should be strengthened. Yes. Has Orochimaru notified over there? Someone has been sent to inform Master Tenzo. On the other side, Orochimaru was listening to the report of the Root ninja. Orochimaru, so, the Uchiha clan has already sensed something, and now they are starting to investigate. Right, that's right. Danzo-sama hopes that you can pause the experiment during this time and restart it after he solves the trouble of the Uchiha clan. Does he know that the experiment has reached a critical juncture now? If you give up, you have lost your previous achievements. When he said this, the killing intent of the Great Snake Pill had already gushed out, and it was impossible for him to give up the research and development of immortal rebirth because of Tuan Zhang's words. The Root ninja felt the killing intent, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. Danzo-sama means that during this time, he is fully competing for the position of Hokage. When you become Hokage, Orochimaru-sama, everything will go smoothly. Yes, you go and tell Tenzo that I know. That is said, but Orochimaru himself is a leader, and he understands the difference between tangible benefits and drawing cakes, and it is impossible to get him to give up. So Lord Orochimaru, his subordinates retreated. At this time, the miracle sent by Uchiha Taki before going to sleep is for you, and you are staying in your stand informed to find out the current situation. This time he came out and Uchiha Taki arranged several targets for him. The first goal is to find out the addresses of Koharu, Mito Manita, Akimichi Teikaze, and others. All three of them were originally disciples and guards of Senjima along with the third generation, Uchiha Kagami, and Shimura Danzo. They have no less information than the third generation in Danzo, especially about the first and second Hokage. For example, such precious things as intercolumn cells, flying thunder gods, and soil rebirth, their information is definitely no less than that of the third generation in Tenzo. For example, if obtaining intercolumn cells from the Roots fails, or is too difficult, they can be used as an alternative. Moreover, compared to the three generations in Danzo, these three are slightly weaker and Uchiha Taki is sure to control them with a kaleidoscope chakra eye. The second goal is to investigate the situation of the Hyaga family. In the absence of space-time ninjutsu, the movements of the Hyaga clan are crucial. Usually there may be nothing. In case of any movement, you can't hide when you open your eyes. Miraculously, you are walking through Kanaha's building, floating towards the Hyaga clan. The reason why I went to the second target first, who made the three people of the first target too difficult to find. There are not many scenes of the three in the original work, especially Akimichi Wind, and some people don't know who he is. And after crossing over, compared to the three generations, these three people are also low-key. So the miracle is that you directly give up the preparation to find the three people, and when the time comes, you can directly let the body torture with a kaleidoscope and know the dark or root members of their intelligence. Of course, this is because of efficiency, not laziness. How can a stand-in for Uchiha Taki be lazy? When Miraculous Thing arrives at Hinata Hayashi's house, he is discussing matters with several clans of the Hyaga clan, while Hinata sits on his knees. Why did Tuan Zhang suddenly ask us to go to the root? Didn't he always feel that the white eyes were too conspicuous before? That's right, didn't he still let us uncage the bird? Does the dignitary still have this requirement this time? Hayashi, if you want to lift the caged bird, I still refuse. Although Danzo is an elder, he is not qualified to interfere in the affairs of the ninja clan. Hinata Hayashi, this time Danzo didn't ask us to lift the caged bird, but this time he asked for a bit more people. How much does he want? Hinata Hayashi smiled bitterly. At least 5 of them, and all of them are above the middle endowment. What a joke. Why does he want so many people? Or Naka Shinobu, who is he going to monitor? Or is he going to experiment with these people and try to crack the bloodstains of the caged birds to get the white eyes? Hinata Hayashi, but they said that if the number of people provided is enough, they can lower their requirements for strength, as long as they open their eyes. He wouldn't really be going to study the white eye. At this time, one of the elders put forward a different opinion. If there is no requirement for strength, it is not impossible to give it to him, as long as he can afford to pay the price. That's right, the caged bird can't be cracked, and if the benefits given by the root are enough, it's not impossible to provide. Hinata listened to their conversation, and a trace of sadness flashed in her heart. With the clock's hour hand pointing to the number 2, the time is 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Uchiha Taki sat sleepily on the bed, rubbing his eyes with his hands, his mind recalling the miracle you just saw in the Hyuga clan. Danzo wants people from the Hyuga clan? What does he want to do? Having a white-eyed ninja at the root is not a good thing for him. He reflected on recent events. I think the most likely is to monitor the Great Snake Pill, and the second possibility is to monitor the Uchiha family. But either of the above or other possibilities, as long as they do join the roots, then Uchiha Taki must use a miracle to transform you into a large snake pill to kill them. Continuing to let the miracle go to the root and stare at Danzo, Uchiha Taki got up and washed up simply, prepared to go outside and buy a few seal scrolls to help with the move. The reason why it is so troublesome is because he can only come alone in this move. If everyone knows about it, then this move will not make sense. And now, although it is not as miserable as after the Night of the Nine Tails, the whole clan moved to the edge of Konoha, but it is an indisputable fact that the Uchiha clan lives together to facilitate monitoring. So this move can't be too high profile. If he moves alone, even if the 3 generations know it, they will turn a blind eye. When I came to a ninja shop that I used to visit, I saw a familiar figure, and through the conspicuous white-haired Uchiha Taki couldn't help but speak. Kakashi. Kakashi turned his head, and the voice that had just called him was not the voice of his familiar friends. This voice seemed younger than all of his friends. Are you? Kakashi didn't react at first. Seeing Uchiha Taki covering one eye like him, he remembered, you are Uchiha Taki. Oh, good afternoon. Uchiha Taki waved at him. Although we haven't met a few times before, many people have mentioned you to me since we came back. I happened to meet today, so I came to say hello. Kakashi was stunned, and then reacted, is it the eye thing? In fact, I didn't want to compete with you for Obito's eyes, I just came and got acquainted. Uchiha Taki interrupted Kakashi. He knew that Kakashi now really had the possibility of giving him his eyes. In the original book, Kakashi caused his personality to change because of the major events that happened around him. At the beginning, Kakashi's personality was more like a Uchiha than Uchiha Obito. Because his father is a White Fang, he is also a genius, and he looked down on Matt K when school started. It was the White Fang who slowly taught, and Kai's efforts corrected it. Then came the White Fang's suicide, at which point Kakashi became a true ninja. Cold-blooded, fearless of death, mission first. For him at that time, his father, who failed to protect his companions, was a waste. This was followed by a scolding of Obito and death in battle to wake Kakashi awake. He understands his father and is determined to protect the people around him, especially Rin Nohara. It's a pity that Nohara Rin died alive under his own Raiche under Madara's design. At this time, Kakashi was definitely not less affected than Obito. It was then that Kakashi had suicidal thoughts. He thinks that people like him who can't even protect their companions well are not even as good as waste. So as a suicidal person, Kakashi doesn't really value his eyes that much now. And the reason why it was not returned to the Uchiha family in the original work is because the attitude shown by Uchiha is too bad. The second reason is that these Uchiha and the living Obito are too far apart. The third reason is that there are 3 generations of Konoha high-ranking people such as Danzo who obstruct from it. But Uchiha Taki did not fight with him at the beginning, or because he was blind to save people, which is exactly the same as the spirit of Obito who was full of the will of fire before his death. With such a state of mind, it is very likely that Kakashi would have the idea of returning his eyes to Uchiha. Hearing Uchiha Taki's words, Kakashi smiled bitterly and explained, I didn't mean that, but I thought that it would be better to give you the eyes of Obito to this waste, and it would be better to give you the eyes to do more. Why are you saying such things again? This time I and Watergate specially brought you out to relax. If the youngest Shanin were waste, there were a few people who could be called geniuses. Me. When Uchiha Taki heard this, he immediately recommended himself. Of course, he only said it in his heart. The temper of the blood-red pepper has even been heard of by the predecessor. At this time, Hakafeng Shuiman also came down from the second floor of the ninja shop, and his eyes lit up when he saw Uchiha Taki. You are Uchiha Taki, thank you so much for Kakashi's eyes this time. Uchiha Taki, this was Obito's own wish, and I also followed his last wish. Even if you say that, thank you anyway. After Bofeng Shuman finished speaking, he gave Uchiha a bow of the standard 90 degrees. Watergate. Teacher, don't do this. The bow of the wave Feng Shuiman not only scared Kakashi and Kushina, but also Uchiha Taki. The hierarchy of dignity and inferiority in this world is stricter than that of the Neon and Southern Dynasties Peninsula of the previous life. With Uchiha Taki not revealing his strength, it is almost impossible for an upper shinobi to bow to a lower shinobi here. I saw Wei Feng Shuiman raise his head and signal with his eyes to Jushina and the two to stop talking first, and then said to Uchiha Taki with a straight face, "This bow is not only to thank you for not fighting Kakashi for the eyes, but also contains my apologies. Obito and Rin died in battle, I have a lot of responsibility. Even though I have apologized to Fugaku, this still can't make up for my mistake." What happened? That's a yellow flash. Bofeng Shuman's actions attracted the attention of the people around him, not to mention that he was still a strong candidate to compete for the fourth generation of Hokage. A group of people outside the store inquired about what happened, and seeing more and more people outside the store, Bofeng Shuman smiled awkwardly. "I'm sorry, it seems to attract everyone else. How about we talk in another place?" "Ha! Yes." Seeing this situation, Uchiha Taki was also a little confused. Fortunately, these people's probing movements and thoughts were all directed towards the Wei Feng Shui gate. If I am curious about him later, I am afraid that there will be a large number of casualties. You know, he now sent the miracle to you to hide the group, and did not take it back into his body, so the ability has been launched. Yellow flash misled me. This completely disrupted my low-key life. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki took the hand of the Wei Feng Shui gate with a nervous expression and said, "Hurry up, go with flying thunder." "Ha! Okay, then you all come and pull me." Wei Feng Shuman didn't know why Uchiha Taki was so nervous, but he didn't object, and left here with the three of them using the flying thunder god. And Uchiha Taki immediately recalled the miracle to you and recovered all his abilities. "Taki-kun, why were you so nervous just now?" Bofeng Shuman asked. "Here it is." Instead of answering his question, Uchiha Taki looked around. This room has everything you need, from sofas, appliances, furniture. It can be called a small bourgeois family in the era of electrical appliances in the Hokage world. Can it be that there is this standard of living? "Jizune, it's my home and Watergate's home. Why are you so anxious to let Watergate leave with the flying thunder god just now?" "I still want to go to the meeting again." Uchiha Taki scratched his head and said with a smile, "Mainly to see the people around me crowding over. I'm afraid of a stampede." This is not that he is alarmist. Even if the person in the torrent of bad luck is pushed slightly, it is basically the same as being hit by a mud truck. Just when you haven't recovered the miracle from you, someone triggered the miracle to your passivity, and one leg was directly broken. However, because of this leg-breaking incident, it attracted the attention of others and did not cause a greater disaster, which is a blessing in misfortune. Jushine, no, this kind of thing can happen to so many ninjas in Konoha. Uchiha Taki, aren't you afraid of 10,000, just in case it accidentally happens? Bofeng Shuman comforted Juzine. What Taki Jun said also makes sense, so let's go out next time. Then he turned to Uchiha Taki and said to Taki-kun, "This is my home. If you need my help in the future, you can come to me directly." Uchiha Taki is also full of words. Take the favor for nothing, naturally don't want it in vain. After taking a shallow seat at the Bofeng Shuman house and chatting with them a little, Uchiha Taki took the initiative to leave. After all, the husband and wife plan to enlighten their disciples, and it is really inconvenient for him to be an outsider. And the purpose of his coming out this time was to move, although he was interrupted by an emergency. But in order not to be harassed by the hawks, he still had to go and prepare things for moving. Since Bofeng Shuman's wife is Jushine, and she was brought up by Uzumaki Mito, so the two of them lived in the best place in Konoha, the clanland of the Senju clan. In order not to be noticed, after Uchiha Taki came out of the house of Hakkei Shuiman, he avoided all of Konoha's main roads and only took the paths. It was the stampede that just happened to you by the miracle, and the identity of his Uchiha clan, that did not attract the attention of the Ministry of Guards. Finding a relatively remote ninja shop, Uchiha Taki pushed the door in. "Boss, do you sell storage scrolls here?" "How can there be? This kind of thing is not bitter. You have to go to those bigger shops." "Aren't you a ninja from Konoha? How come you don't even know this?" Unexpectedly, a ninja shop owner was so vigilant, Uchiha Taki quickly controlled him with his chakra eyes, making him forget what had just happened. Can this also be suspicious? There is really no such thing in the memory of the predecessor. Uchiha Taki was a little skeptical of life, and he had obviously reviewed all the memories of his predecessor in his mind several times. Why is this happening? Can it be a fake Uchiha before? Where did the kaleidoscope writing wheel I come from? In fact, the predecessor as a parent is Shangnin, Uchiha, who is not bad at all. So I basically went to the top of Konoha's large shops, or the Uchiha family opened by their own people. This kind of small shop, the predecessor did not even look at it. So he did not believe in evil and went to find a few small shops, and the answers and attitudes were similar. Storage scrolls and psychic arts appeared in the early Hokage period, and it seems that everyone has them, everyone will. But this does not mean that these are like weapons such as kunao, senbon, and shuriken or rotten streets. No matter what, it is also the use of time and space ninjutsu, not to mention compared with those iron tools, even the detonation charm is more common than the storage scroll. Uchiha, who couldn't buy the scroll, had to go to see his leader Shinobu first. After all, he had promised that if Arima couldn't go to the ninja school as a teacher, he could come to his shop to do business. Just as Uchiha Taki was picking out a gift for Arima Shuiman, there was a knock on the door from the home of the Wei Feng Shuman. "Lord Watergate, we are from the Ministry of Guards, are you at home?" "Ministry of Guards? Did something happen, Watergate?" Kushina asked. Although she had a good relationship with Uchiha Mikoto, she still had little contact with the Ministry of Guards. "I don't know, but the security department must have something to do with me." "Kakashi, you go back first. If you don't know what to do, you can go to cultivation and familiarize yourself with the Sharingan that Obito gave you." After Kakashi finished explaining, Kakashi got up and opened the door. The two guys from the Uchiha clan outside the door frowned when they saw Kakashi and didn't say anything. After all, now is the crucial moment for their patriarch to run for Hokage, and the Wei Feng Shui Gate is here. "Guards, Lord Watergate, may I ask if you guys have just been to the largest ninja shop on East Street?" "Yes, I went with Kushina and Kakashi. Is there a problem with that ninja shop?" "Guard department, there is no problem with the ninja shop, but there was a relatively serious stampede where just now, and a person broke a leg. So we wanted to find out what it was like." Juzine, broken leg. The three of Bofeng Shuman looked at each other. Although Uchiha Taki mentioned the stampede before, none of the three took it seriously, and in their subconscious, the stampede could only happen to civilians. This is not the arrogance of being a ninja, but that a ninja does have the ability to avoid it, otherwise he would not be able to become a ninja. And it happened so outrageously, it still happened in Konoha village, the strongest ninja village in the ninja world. "Kakashi, who is the injured person?" The two men of the guard department saw Kakashi interject, and one of them was about to reprimand him, but was stopped by the other reaching out. "Guards, it's a shinobu who has just come down from the battlefield. His name is Omi Ogawa, and he is currently being treated in the hospital." Bofeng Shuman said with a look of self-reproach, "It's that what I just did is too eye-catching, and it's my responsibility." Juzine wanted to open his mouth to comfort, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only look at him with concern from the side. "Guard department, can you tell me what the situation is?" Bofeng Shuman nodded and said, "Come first, it's not good to stand outside all the time." "Kakashi, you were there at the time, let's go together and wait for the two of the guards to understand the situation before going back." Kakashi, "Okay, Watergate sensei." The two of the guards bowed and saluted, then trouble Lord Watergate. In their opinion, when everyone assumed that Obito's eyes were already Kakashi's, they were no longer going to return. Bofeng Shuman can still make this kind of move, which is indeed enough to give them the face of the Uchiha clan. As for what Bofeng Shuman said, they didn't believe it at all because they apologized for Obito's death. So many people died on the battlefield, even if he was a yellow flash, he could not take care of everyone. Even the leader of the Uchiha clan shinobi, there are some people below who died in battle, and it is normal for the dead to be on the battlefield. After a brief understanding, the two of the security department got up again and said, "In this way, this matter is indeed an accident. Sorry to disturb Lord Watergate, the two of us retreated. I am indeed responsible for this matter, please ask which injured ninja is in that ward, I want to go and see him. We don't know the specific ward, but it should still be treated, so if you visit, you can ask the doctor." The other side. A similar thing happened to Uchiha Taki. "Hey, Taki. Finally found you guy. It's Ning Tai, what's the matter?" Uchiha Taki thought that this guy was going to come to trouble again, and was about to teach him a lesson, but saw his brother Uchiha Gadakeshi also come over. "Gangwoo, this time, we are a member of the guard department to ask you what happened just now at the East Street Ninja Furniture Shop." Did the guard department react so quickly? Uchiha thought to himself, but he wasn't too nervous. After all, miracles are not so easy to guess about your ability, and the protagonist group in the original work also took a lot of time to guess. And the main reason is that the Wei Feng Shui Gate is too eye-catching, so a series of things happen. "Oh, okay, go over there and sit slowly." In other words, Ning Tai also joined the Ministry of Guards. "Ning Tai, of course, I'm different from you, even if I have experienced the war, I still want to contribute to the family." Uchiha Taki pouted and did not speak. There are too many people in the Uchiha clan with such a mentality, and there is no strength to correspond to this mentality, which will lead to the extinction of the clan. I told them briefly about what had just happened. When they heard Bofeng Shuman bow and apologize, they were just as surprised as the previous guard department duo. "Ninta, although Kakashi that guy is very annoying, is the yellow flash still good?" A few black lines hung down from Uchiha's head, punched him, and said, "Shut up, Lord Watergate is something you can discuss casually." Uchiha Taki, "Then you know almost everything, can I go?" Gangwoo, "Well, yes, I wouldn't have looked for you. But because things are a little too outrageous, I have to ask." Today's plans were disrupted one after another, and Uchiha Taki looked at the slightly yellowed sky and gave up the idea of visiting Arima Takashi. Back at home, Uchiha Taki picked up the medical scroll and medical book given by Mayo and read it. Speaking of which, he didn't read much since he got these books, and he went out to attack the roots, and he was doing tasks, so he took advantage of the time to write them down now. It wasn't until late at night that Uchiha Taki packed up his information and turned off the lights, as if he was going to sleep. But he took out the root ninja mask he had captured last time, took off the blindfold and brought it on. Quietly leaving the house, he ran towards the library of the Uchiha family. The goal is to be able to deal with Izanami and Izanagi who take the soil. Although Uchiha Taki didn't know if there were any of these in the library, after all, this was the most likely place. If not, then go to find guys like Uchiha and Uchiha Fugaku, and find their kaleidoscope Sharingan eye of Uchiha Taki is not so useful, at least let them lose their memory can't do it. And although Uchiha Fugaku did not explicitly say it in the original work, the probability of opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye is just as high. Uchiha Taki's eyes are not illusion type, and it is almost impossible to control Uchiha Fugaku, and it is even possible to expose his identity. Outside the library cabinet, two guys were guarding outside. One of them, Uchiha Taki, knew, was a guy from Sangoyu. The other is not clear, but if you can be a guard together, your strength will definitely not be bad. Release the miracle on you, and now in the middle of the night Uchiha Taki is not too worried that someone will investigate him. The guy with the broken leg helped him attract most of his attention, and the rest was also attracted away by the Wei Feng Shui gate, not to mention that the security department had already characterized the matter as an accident in the afternoon. Without alerting the two guards, Uchiha Taki carefully entered through the window, and after leaving the window for some distance, he separated into two shadow doppelgangers. After waiting for a while, making sure that no one was attracted by the boom sound when the shadow doppelganger appeared, Uchiha Taki arranged for the two doppelgangers to go to find it together. As for why there are not more points, because the multiple shadow avatar Uchiha Taki has not yet mastered, and the shadow avatar has to take half of the chakra of the body every time, which means that the current Uchiha Taki body has only a quarter of the chakra, and it is difficult to deal with emergencies if you continue to doppelganger. But fortunately, there was no accident this time, and after several hours of rummaging, the body plus the two shadow doppelgangers finally found Izanami and Izanagi. When I left, I saw that the two guys were still on duty outside. No one changed shifts all night, no wonder I stole them, I didn't know how important a good rest is to work. Uchiha Taki complained in his heart and left the library cabinet. Back at home, Uchiha Taki did not put the scroll containing the two pupil techniques in a secret place, but chose to store it closely. In addition to being easy to learn, it is also safer. Before going to sleep, Uchiha Taki sends the miracle out again for you to monitor the roots, looking for intercolumnar cells. Shortly after the sun went down, Konoha F4 received an apology from Wei Feng Shuman bowing to a shinobi. Koharu and Mito Minion came to Hokage's office together. Turning Haru, did you hear about Wei Feng Shuman bowing and apologizing to Uchiha Taki's little ghost? Sarutobi nodded as he smoked his pipe, and Wei Feng Shuigate was the Hokage candidate reselected by the three of them. Compared with the big snake pill, the foundation is shallower and easy to control, but I didn't expect such a thing to happen today. Mito Minion, he still wants to be a Hokage. Does he know how much political prestige the Uchiha clan will gain by such a move? Koharu, that's right, a famous ninja in the ninja world actually apologized to a shinobi. He didn't know what others would think of him. Although many politicians in the last life apologized to ordinary people in order to increase their approval ratings, the facts also proved that this was a good thing for the support rate. But as the Hokage world that has just started in politics, people like them don't care what the thinking of the people below is like. Sarutobi said, I will let the Dark Department pay attention to this matter, and the other injured guy asked Watergate to visit him, and then I will help him publicize the publicity, which should erase the impact of this matter. As for how to increase prestige, especially in the hearts of people at the bottom, the three generations are still experienced in this aspect compared to others. Koharu reminded, the premise of this is that Tuan Zhang does not do it, don't forget that this kind of thing was done by his roots before. Ape Flying Sun / Tuan Zhang doesn't know what happened, now the manpower of the roots seems to be particularly scarce, and it should not be able to achieve the scale of dealing with Shuwu Mao last time. I'll let the dark part pay attention though. At this time, Root, Tuanzang also received news from Bofang Shuman, but his actions were somewhat different from what the three generations predicted. Tuanzang, what happened to the things I asked you to arrange last time? Although no new sacrifice candidates have been found, we have found a suitable Uchiha to target. Who is it? Takeshi Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha Hawks. He had become a shinobi 3 years ago, and his two eyes had reached the level of Sanguyu. We've confirmed that he'll be patrolling East Street all day tomorrow. Then do it, remember, don't be seen as a problem. Hineda's side should also pay attention, don't be seen by their white eyes. Master Tenzo, we need other support in this regard. The last time the Hayaga family was recruited, it was already a little moved, and if someone could go and negotiate terms with them that day, it would definitely attract Hineda's attention. I know, tomorrow I will personally talk to them, you must handle this matter perfectly. Thank you, Master Tenzo. In Tenzo's opinion, although this move of the Wei Feng Shui Gate made him dangerous, it undoubtedly increased the probability of the Uchiha clan becoming Hokage. Although the Hokage one is firmly controlled by their Konoha F4, but now that the four of them are fighting among themselves, maybe they will let Uchiha sit on the fisherman's advantage. This is something that his regiment uncle absolutely cannot tolerate. If the Wei Feng Shui Gate becomes the Fire Shadow, with the help of 3 generations of them, the roots will not shrink too much. But if the Uchiha clan became Hokage, then with their hatred, the roots were afraid that they would be directly gone. So Tenzo gave up the idea of stepping on a wave feng shui gate, and now he is fully targeting Uchiha. The next day, Uchiha Taki was woken up by a loud noise outside. Usually, the clan of the Uchiha clan is very quiet, but today it is particularly noisy. Opening the door and coming outside, many people looked nervous and rushed in the same direction. Uchiha Taki checked the miracle that was following Danzo to you, and found that Danzo was negotiating with the Hyuga clan. It is impossible for this matter to let Uchiha know that he was so nervous, Uchiha Taki thought to himself, and also walked with the others. Following the crowd out of the clan land, Uchiha Taki noticed that the direction they were heading towards was the Konoha guards, and curiously asked the people around him, what happened? Why does everyone go to the Ministry of Guards? Don't you know yet? That guy from Gangyu killed someone, and not an ordinary person, it's a ninja, Naka Shinobi. Uchiha Taki was also stunned when he heard this. What is the situation? Does the original have this plot? He hurriedly asked, Gangyu is that guy from Uchiha Gangyu, otherwise, who else, if the foreigners can let all of us guys out? Me see. Uchiha Taki burst out a sentence about the national essence of his previous life. What did you just say? Nothing, just mouth fetishes. Then Uchiha Taki thought of something again and asked, then why did he kill people? Uchiha Take, as the upper shinobi of the Ministry of Guards, if he meets some problematic people, even if he kills, there is no problem. However, this matter is not very clear to others, and finally in the statement of a group of people, Uchiha Taki probably summed up some. Early this morning, Takeshi Uchiha bumped into a sneaky guy while on patrol. If you don't go on the big road, just take the small road, and you will see the guy in question. Uchiha Taki, you scold again? Take Uchiha spotted this strange guy and went to investigate. Originally, there was no problem with this guy's identity, and he was about to let him go. Uchiha Gantake saw that he had been hiding a package, so he offered to check it, and this guy kept supporting him, pushing not to show it to Uchiha Gantake. Uchiha Takeshi suspected that there was important information in this, so he went to get his package, but was attacked by the guy. So when Uchiha Gotake, who concluded that this guy had a problem, planned to capture him, he accidentally killed him. It turned out that it was just a gift for his old father, who had just been discharged from the hospital. According to the above conclusions, it can be obtained that Uchiha Gangyu has a big event. The above conclusions are all drawn from the mouths of the Uchiha family, with filter remarks. If it is for ordinary people, then I am afraid that the Hao clan of the Ministry of Guards Shangnan took advantage of his position to kill an ordinary ninja. Before he reached the guard department, Uchiha Taki heard Ningta's roar from a distance. What are you talking nonsense? Apparently someone framed my brother. There is clearly something wrong with that guy. Framed with your own life? Who do you think your brother is, you fucking fellow? Ningtai was about to make a move, but was pressed to the ground by the water stop and another young fellow. Uchiha Taki, who had gradually approached, saw it. Ningtai's face turned red, and the Urga Jade's writing will I gradually evolved into the 3-Go Jade's writing will I. There was a low roar in his mouth, and his teeth were stained with a lot of dirt, but he couldn't get up from the water and the other guy's suppression. It's not enough for you Uchiha to kill my son, are you still going to kill me? Mr. Morita, calm down, Mrs. Ning is just too excited. Shui persuaded Ningtai. Too excited? His brother of a murderer, is he even more excited than my father as a victim? You, this, old, east, west. Seeing that Ningtai still wanted to speak, Shui immediately pressed his head down, allowing the dirt to block his mouth. The 3 generations who came to preside over justice saw this scene, stop the water, knock him unconscious and take him down. We will ask Uchiha Takeshi about the next thing. Yes, Naruto-sama. Uchiha Fugaku on the side saw that the 3 generations stepped over him, the Uchiha Patriarch, and ordered the water stop, and the water stop was completely ignoring his patriarch, which made him frown. 3 generations, Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, 3 generations of adults. 3 generations, Uchiha Take, leave it to us in the dark department, we promise not to wrong him. Uchiha Fugaku, isn't this kind of thing entrusted to our security department to handle? Morita Shin, you must not hand it over to the Ministry of Security. 3 generations of adults. They will definitely cover up the murderer. Hearing. Sande, you saw it too, although this was originally the task of your guard department. But Gangyu was originally a member of your security department, and if you were to judge it, it would inevitably make people feel unfair, so it would be better to leave it to our dark department to deal with. Although there is nothing wrong with the words of the 3 generations at first glance, it can be found after a little thought. This is entirely to imply that other people's guard departments will favor and even provide protection when they encounter people of the same race. With such an obvious target, Uchiha Fugaku is not stupid, it is easy to hand people over, and it is difficult to come back when the time comes. Uchiha Fugaku, the Ministry of Guards is the responsibility entrusted to us by the second generation. He believes that we can do a good job. As a second-generation disciple, don't you trust the judgment of your teacher? Ignoring that they dunked each other's hats, Uchiha Taki found that the protagonist Uchiha Gotake was not here, so he curiously asked the others, what about Gantake, that guy? Where did he go? This blindfold, you're Taki. Gangmyo's guy was guarded in the guard department, and I don't know if the patriarch can withstand the pressure and don't hand over Gangmyo's kid. Why are there for 3 generations? Who else? What about the other elders of Konoha? Have there been a few people who look about the same age as the 3rd generation? No, it's the 3rd generation in his dark part from beginning to end. What's the problem? Of course there is a problem. Big problem. If it was only suspected that it was a ghost of Tuan Zhang before, then it can be determined now. As the person who Konoha hates Uchiha the most, Danzo did not step on Uchiha in the first place. Then there is only one possibility, this is his dominance, so he is avoiding suspicion. However, although Uchiha Taki knew that this was a conspiracy of Danzo, he did not think of debunking it. With the caution of the roots, even if there is any evidence left, it is not something that Uchiha Taki can easily find, unless he is willing to use the kaleidoscope writing wheelite to improve his luck. He is neither a schoolboy of death nor Sherlock Holmes, and it is not for him to poke the conspiracy or something. And even if it is punctured, the 3 generations in his think tank will give the group a pocket, and the final result is still very similar. And the best way to solve this problem is to burst a bigger thing to attract the attention of others. A plan gradually took shape in Uchiha's mind. With a plan, Uchiha Taki didn't care about the 3 generations in Fugaku, who were still pulling the ropes, and left the guard department and walked towards the clanland. Anyway, now there will be no result for a while. Although the 3rd generation is Hokage, after all, there is the identity of a 2nd generation disciple, and he directly crosses the guard department to enforce the law, which is somewhat unspeakable. According to Uchiha Taki's estimate, when they pull a little longer, Koharu and Mizuto Minion will come to help the 3 generations put pressure on the guard department together. Maybe at this time, Tenzo will also appear and help the 3 generations deal with Uchiha together. Only at this time, this guy Fuya will not be able to withstand the pressure to hand over Gangmyo. That's right, it was inevitable that Uchiha Gotake's handing over was inevitable. The reason why the 3 generations want to grind with Fugaku like this, in addition to being really difficult to handle, also by the way, they also want to continue to ruin Uchiha's reputation. And Uchiha Taki now plans to go back and see that guy Ningtai. You must know that people in human physiques cannot be generalized, and the Uchiha family can open the chakra eye under extreme anger. Just now, Uchiha Taki clearly saw that Ningtai's chakra eyes changed from 2-hook jade to 3-hook jade. If something happens to Uchiha Takeshi and can make him open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, then Uchiha Taki's plan will have to be changed. As for the reputation of the Uchiha clan among the commoners, it was not something he needed to worry about. Anyway, under the control of Konoha F4, it is destined not to be Hokage. And with him, Konoha does not have the strength to wipe out the Uchiha clan. Back in the clanland, seeing Shisui coming out of Ningta's house, Uchiha Taki was the first to greet him. Yo, stop the water, how is that guy Ningtai? He just knocked him out by me and is now sleeping in bed. What about you? Are you going to continue to the Ministry of Guards? That's right, I'm afraid that the other clansmen will be just as excited as Ningtai, and it will not be good at that time. It's good to be excited, it means that they are full of emotions. What do you mean? Shisui asked strangely. He didn't understand why Uchiha Taki suddenly mentioned this. Nothing, then you go and look at the others. Uchiha Taki waved goodbye to Shisui. For Shisui Gang's move, Uchiha Taki did not have any ill feelings. Although he directly listened to the 3 generations to stun Ningtai, the main thing was to be loyal to his own will of fire. In the original work, even if he was gouged out by Tuan Zhang, nor did he think of letting Uchiha and Neb go to war, just giving his eyes to Itaki, and then dying quietly alone. He, like Jiraiya and the original Hokage, is the ultimate dove. It's just that he doesn't have a background in Zillei and doesn't have the strength of the 1st generation, which led to his tragic fate. After confirming that the water stop was far away, Uchiha Taki came to Ninta's house. The architecture of the Uchiha family is still relatively Japanese style, and they do not already live in cement-like buildings like Naruto. In addition to the inheritance of Uchiha itself, it was always at war before, and by the time Naruto appeared, the war had stopped for almost 10 years. Although war can drive the development of science and technology, in order to realize the development of science and technology to the common people, it must be in peacetime. Coming to Ningtai's bed, Uchiha Taki condensed into a water ball and smashed it on Ningtai's face. Big brother. I'm not your big brother. Taki? Why are you here? How is my brother? I suggest you sort out the train of thought in your head first, or say that the water stops you to amnesia. Hearing Uchiha Taki's words, Ningtai was slightly startled. Stop the water. By the way, it's a stop to the water. That guy actually betrayed our Uchiha clan. This brain circuit is wrong. If he doesn't stop it, you will kill everyone's father. This is called betrayal of Uchiha? Obviously someone framed my brother, there must be something wrong with that old thing. I saw with my own eyes that the man took the initiative to bang his head on the weapon. With your own eyes? Oh, you should be on patrol with your brother. Then it is even more impossible to let you be at the scene, otherwise you will be said to be an accomplice later, and you will be arrested together. What do you mean? Was my brother captured by 3 generations? I didn't have it when I came back, but it's soon. After all, it's not reasonable on our side. No, I'm going to find my brother. As soon as Ning Tai was about to get up, he was kicked back into bed by Uchiha Taki. What are you doing? What can you do when you go? Are you beaten again by stopping the water? Besides, as soon as I woke you up, you went over to find your brother. Do you want me to accompany you to the training? Don't worry, I will definitely not betray you, and I'm not who I used to be. After that, Ning Tai opened his writing wheel and said, look, I am also a 3-hook jade writing wheel now. I'm not afraid to stop the water at all now. Does this confidence come from 3-hook jade can defeat the water stop? Together, Uchiha has nothing but his eyes, right? Ning Tai's confident expression made Uchiha Taki speechless for a while. Sangyu hit the water, a kaleidoscope dared to rebel, and with the time and space pupil technique, he went to single out the 4th generation of Hokage. With eyes, nothing else matters. The ancestral arrogance of the Uchiha family really corresponds to the old saying, if you want to make it perish, you must first make it crazy. What are you thinking? Let's not say that you, a guy who has just opened a 3-hook jade, can't compare with the kind of eye-opening on the battlefield like Shui Shui. Even if you win the water stop, there are still 3 generations, 3 more shinobi, and Yellow Flash. Then you can't just leave my brother alone. Although Uchiha Taki's words made Ning Tai a little sober, he was not sober up much. So what are you going to do? Defected after rescuing your brother? Defection? Defected. How could I possibly defect? Taki thinks too much. Although he said so, after hearing Uchiha Taki's prompt, his face suddenly made an expression of realization. Seeing that his guidance was effective, Uchiha Taki did not continue to stop him, but only prompted again, if you want to go, I don't bother to care about you. But you first clean the water stains on your body, otherwise others will know that someone woke you up when they saw it. And now the sun has not yet set, don't think about defecting in broad daylight. I know, I won't defect. And it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, what a big daylight. Ning Tai quickly wiped the water stains on his body and galloped in the direction of the guard department. Uchiha Taki waited for him to leave a little distance before summoning a shadow doppelganger to follow him. If he really planned to defect, then Uchiha Taki wouldn't mind helping him. The ontology, on the other hand, returns home, learns medical knowledge, and quietly waits for the night to come. Ning Tai returned to the guard department and found that the 3rd generation in Fugaku were gone, and asked the rest of the guard department to know. It was the 3 generations who felt that it was too humiliating to argue in public, so they asked Fugaku and that Morita Shin to go to his Hokage office to continue. It's good that my brother wasn't taken away. Ning Tai gasped. That's also temporary. Looking at the attitude of just 3 generations, I know that he will definitely target us. Uchiha, what are you talking about? By Ning Tai returned to the Shui Shui of the guard department first, and after hearing their conversation, he directly interrupted. Hearing Shui Shui's tone, the Uchiha who was talking to Ning Tai immediately shut up and left the guard department, still chanting, it's none of my business, I'm going to patrol. Shui Shui frowned and looked at Ning Tai, didn't I send you home and lie down? Why are you here? Ning Tai, I don't have to explain it to a traitor to Uchiha. Stop the water, who do you say is a traitor? At this time, Uchiha Taki's shadow doppelganger also arrived. Why are you arguing again? Seeing Uchiha Taki coming, Ning gave him a look and signaled that he hadn't betrayed him. Shisui, Taki, aren't you going back? How did it come again? Uchiha Taki, didn't you see my neighbor come out again? And I came to see what was going on, but I saw you 2 arguing as soon as I came. Ning Tai, I don't have time to waste time with the traitors of Uchiha, get out of the way. I'm going to see my brother. Stop the water, you. Seeing what Shisui had to say, Uchiha Taki pulled him to the side. Anyway, he just sees his brother, you just let him see him, it's better than him finding someone else to vent his anger. Shui Shui said without anger, I just want to ask him why he called me a traitor. Obviously he planned to do something to others before I stopped him. Uchiha Taki, maybe something happened to his brother, and his brain also had a problem, so don't worry about him first. Just kidding, Uchiha Taki also plans to let Nintai bond deeper with his brother in the prison of the Ministry of Guards, so that then this guy will smoothly open the kaleidoscope. And how could the old farmer who worked hard to cultivate him, that is, Uchiha Taki, let Shisui disturb the 2-person world of the 2 of them, although Uchiha Taki said before that forcing others to open the kaleidoscope is a bad strategy. But that was when he took the initiative to plan the whole process, and now Tuan Zhang has already delivered the meat to his mouth, and he is sorry for himself if he doesn't take a bite. However, this does not mean that Uchiha Taki will give up the kaleidoscope of Obito, in terms of kinship, or that he and Obito are closer, and the success rate is higher than that of Ningtai. What's more, the kaleidoscope with soil is a very heaven-defying time and space pupil technique, unless Ning Tai's pupil technique can be better used than the one with soil. Shui Shui said with an unhappy face, okay, what you said makes sense. In the temporary prison of the Ministry of Guards, Mrs. Ning finally saw his brother. Brother, you're okay. What can I do? It's all my own people here. What's going on outside now? The third generation wants to take you away and hand you over to the Dark Ministry for trial, but Lord Fugaku has never agreed. Trial? I'm afraid it didn't directly kill me. Isn't that guy deliberately banging his head so that we can't extract intelligence from his head? This is a conspiracy against me, no, against Uchiha. Hearing Gang Wu's judgment, Ning looked around nervously and said in a low voice, brother, or let's escape at night. I heard others infer that the clan elder is likely to be unable to withstand the pressure of 3 generations and hand you over. Uchiha Gangyu frowned. How to escape? Even if we can get out of the guard department, how can we get out of Konoha? There is a yellow flash in which no one can escape from Konoha, but if you stay any longer, you will really die. After speaking, Ning Tai unfolded his 3-hook jade eyes. Brother, look, I also have a 3-hook jade, we are not without a chance. San Goyu. Don't worry, let me think first. Seeing that Ning Tai also reached Sangyu, Uchiha Gangyu's attitude changed from the tough at the beginning. Uchiha Taki, who observed them from a distance, although did not hear what they said, but seeing Ning Tai's left and right action, he could guess that he should be talking about defection. However, he didn't think that he could escape by relying on the two of them. After all, as Gangyu said, there are waves of Feng Shui Gate, and basically no one can escape from Konoha. The defection of the original Big Snake Pill was either after the death of Bofeng Shuman, or the Bofeng Shuiman was completely handed over to the 3rd generation for processing. It was a fool's dream that Uchiha Gangyu and Ning Tai, 2-3-go Jade, wanted to escape, even if one of them turned on the kaleidoscope. That wouldn't be much better than Obito, and if it weren't for the 9 tails and Kyushina, Obito would have been left in Konoha. However, although it will lead to Takeshi's death, Uchiha Taki does not feel much guilt in his heart. As soon as he came back, Ning Tai wanted to make a move on him, which was basically an incident planned by Tuanzang. Unless he was willing to expose his strength, even if he didn't induce Ning Tai, Gangwu would not be able to escape death. With his plan, it can at least help Ning Tai open the kaleidoscope. Although this pair of kaleidoscopes has been booked, he will also kill Tuanzang to help them take revenge, which can be regarded as worthy of them. As for exposing strength to save them, sorry, it's not ripe to that point, and it's almost the same as changing the wind sacrifice bud leaves. What Uchiha Taki didn't know was that there were also people in the distant water country who were eyeing the brothers. Obito, don't exercise first, I have good news for you. I said it, call me Madara. Ah, yes, you're Madara, so want to hear good news? What good news? We found an interesting thing in Konoha. Then Baiju repeated the story of the 2 brothers Gangyu Ningtai. So, that Ning Tai is likely to open the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? That's right, that's what Kuro said. Then go and see, if he can really open it, his eyes can be left for me to spare. The current Obito is not the guy in the later stage who has been taught by Heiju for a long time, plus his confidence has swelled strongly after defeating the 4th generation of Hokage and controlling the 4th generation of Water Shadow. Faced with another kaleidoscope, his first reaction was to snatch it away. But let me remind you that you haven't fully grasped the knowledge Madara left behind yet. Don't be too excited to see Wei Feng Shui Gate and Kakashi, especially Wei Feng Shui Gate. Even if you open the kaleidoscope Sharingan, you are not his opponent now. Obito said with solemn eyes, I know, after all, he is my teacher, and no one knows him better than me. Immediately, his chakra eyes slowly turned. The surrounding space was gradually distorted, and his whole person was also sucked into the Shinwei space by the distorted space. The gaze returned to Konoha. At this time, Uchiha Taki was studying medical knowledge at home, and suddenly a news came to his head. Miraculously, when you follow Tenzo, you discover the code and seal order of another secret passage similar to the previous secret passage. This is undoubtedly good news for Uchiha Taki, but good news is often accompanied by bad news. After negotiations between Hyaga and Neb, there are now 3 more members of the Hyaga clan in the roots. 2 lower shinobi, 1 middle shinobi, all can use white eyes. Uncle Tuan can't afford to play how can this dance happily? Uchiha Taki sighed, and at the same time let the miracle find an opportunity for you to do something to them. It just so happens that tonight Ning Tai and they may escape from prison, so let the miracle help you attract some attention first. Speaking of escaping from prison, Uchiha Taki looked out the window. It was the night of the dark moon and the high murder. Looking at the clock at home, the time had come to 10 o'clock in the evening. Uchiha Taki put on the root mask again, and transformed into the appearance of the root ninja before, personally going to stare at the Nintai brothers. The reason why he didn't continue to use the shadow avatar was in addition to being safe to prevent Ning from really escaping. It is also related to something he just discovered some time ago. His shadow avatar has no way to manipulate miracles against you, nor is he protected by miracles from your doom. In other words, the shadow avatar has no other means of defeating the enemy than opening a kaleidoscope. After Obito opened his eyes, there were the ninjutsu and various experiences left by Madara, as well as the guidance of Kuroja. He has no miracle for you, then only the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye is left, and this state is okay against the elite Sharingan. But it is a bit difficult to encounter the shadow level, not to mention that the shadow avatar will dissipate once seriously injured. Flashing rapidly on the roof, Uchiha Taki rushed to the guard headquarters in a few dozen breaths. In order not to be discovered by others, he drove the kaleidoscopic chakra eye on the way to the highest level of dynamic vision. Looking around, Uchiha Taki did not see the location of the shadow avatar, and did not waste time looking for the technique that directly lifted the shadow avatar. As chakra flowed back, the memories of the shadow doppelganger also returned. At this time, Ningtai and Takeshi still remained in the guard department, which made Uchiha Taki a little curious. Whether the three generations are too collapsed, or Fuyu is too powerful. It's been almost 10 hours, and Uchiha Take hasn't been taken out of the guard department. On the other side, Obito also came to Konoha Cemetery after a long journey. Lin, I will definitely create a world with you. At this time, there is a lot of traffic in Konoha Cemetery, don't be discovered by others. Black and White turned out of the dirt and prompted. I have my own number, I don't need you guy to teach me. How is the investigation on their brother's side? I've already sent Baiju's doppelganger to investigate, and there will be results in a while. At this time, Uchiha Taki, who was observing the two brothers, suddenly received a warning from Miracle to You, and someone had just triggered Miracle Mirage's Doom attack. Uchiha Taki looked at the place where Doom was triggered. What do you mean? Why is it triggered in the wall? There can't always be someone hiding in the walls to investigate. White. Thinking that it may be Baiju who is observing him, Uchiha Taki's heart is ecstatic. If it is really Baiju, it will be much better than Ningtai awakening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. This is equal to a large number of intercolumn cells, which is the power of the divine tree. Without hesitation, Uchiha Taki came to the wall with a teleportation technique. Chakra wrapped around his feet, and a heady kick shattered the wall. It's really white. As the wall shattered, Uchiha Taki saw a white figure being kicked out by him. It was Baiju who was killed by bad luck. What are you? Inside the wall is a small couple, who are taking advantage of the night to increase Konoha's birth rate and reduce aging when they are ruthlessly interrupted by Uchiha Taki. Skillfully throwing out a look, banging twice, the two fell on the bed in unison, and at the same time the memories of Hakuju and Uchiha Taki were also deleted. After opening the storage scroll to collect Baiju's corpse, you will immediately use the teleportation technique to leave, and at the same time open the miracle to the maximum of your ability. As for the ability to discover miracles, it is not as important as Baiju. Unexpectedly, Brother Tsuchiko actually came to give gifts in advance, and Uchiha had placed his hopes in the upper echelons of Konoha before. Since this house was next to the guard department, the loud noise that Uchiha Taki had just made by kicking the wall was naturally transmitted to the guard department. What a situation! Does anyone use ninjutsu in the village? Did you find a spy? I'll go see what's going on. Take me, and I'll take it too. Under the full force of Uchiha Taki, he returned home from the guard department in less than a minute. Opening the storage scroll, his mouth grinned like a big fool. I didn't expect that Brother Tuza really sent people's heads thousands of miles, and he sent Baiju to me all the way. Putting away the body again, Uchiha Taki went out again and walked towards Shisui's house. Since he knew that Baiju was coming, then Brother Tuza and Heiju must also come. And their goal, needless to say, naturally the two Ningtai brothers. It is still too early to deal with Bofeng Shuman. That Uchiha Taki's plan will naturally change accordingly. Even if Ningtai really awakens the kaleidoscope chakra eye, I am afraid that he will be cut off by Brother Tuzi in the end. Although he is confident that he will not lose to Brother Tuzi in the head-on battle, but he can't stand Brother Tuzi's strong mobility. How could he take Brother Tuzi after grabbing the eye of the riding wheel and running? And now the reason why Uchiha Taki wants to find Shui is very simple. Even if he doesn't plan to grab Ningtai's eyes now, it doesn't mean that he can give Ningtai to Obito. The way to stop Obito is also very simple, so that Ningtai can't awaken the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. As long as he failed to defect from the beginning, he was escorted back before he left the gate of the guard department, and the awakening naturally drifted away like a floating cloud. Coming to the door of Shisui's house, knock knock, Uchiha Taki knocked vigorously on the door, and at the same time shouted, "Is Shisui at home? I have something to find you." Within seconds, the door was opened. Shisui poked his head out and saw that it was Uchiha Taki, and then opened the door a little more and said, "Taki, did you come to me at night? You know my house is close to the guard's office, and just now I heard a noise from the guard's side. I'm afraid that Ningtai wants to escape from prison with his brother, so I hurried to find you. In case they become traitors, it will not be good." He stopped the water and said, "Okay, I'll take the equipment and leave." And Uchiha Taki is not only alarmed by the security department this time. Near Konoha Cemetery, Madara, there is a Baiju who hasn't come back yet, and there is a guy in Baiju who has just heard a loud noise next to the guard department. Otherwise, if we calculate it this time, Bai may definitely be discovered. Don't worry, even if they find Baiju, it's nothing, the last person to grab the eye is me. Go over first and see what's going on. Temporary prison of the Ministry of Guards. Brother, there seems to be some movement outside that has attracted many people away, let's take this opportunity to run away. After so long, I'm still in the guards. Maybe the clan elders have a way to solve this matter, and there is no need to escape. Can't think so, brother. If you don't run now, it's too late to wait for the dark department to catch you. That's right, if you want to escape, take advantage of it now. As the two brothers spoke, Baiju said as he emerged from the wall. What a thing! Uchiha turned his hand into a blade, and a hand knife slashed towards Baiju, but it was blocked by the white spores gushing out of the white. Baiju, in order to make up your mind, let me help you complete the small goal of going out of the guard department. Ning Tai, what do you mean? What do you want to do? Baiju, don't be in such a hurry, let's look around first. Hearing Baiju's words, Gangyu and Ning Tai immediately looked around. I don't know when, the Uchiha family who were watching over them around them had quietly fallen in a pool of blood. Gangyu, what have you done to our people? The art of fireball. Baiju, who had foreseen it, had already retracted his body into the wall, and then appeared from the ceiling. It's not what I did to your people, it's what you did to your people. After that, he shrunk into the wall again and disappeared, never to appear again. Dude, that damn white guy is right. If we stay here, even the family will not let us go. Uchiha Take opened his chakra eyes, clenched his teeth, and roared, go. 3 minutes later, Uchiha Taki and Shisui, who were one step late, saw that the guard department was full of corpses, opposite the empty cell. Uchiha Taki stood up from a corpse and shook his head at Shuizu. These people are not saved. These two bastards, I will definitely not forgive them this time. Shui looked at all this in front of him and roared. His eyes also began to flow slowly, gradually showing the appearance of a kaleidoscope as the speed of rotation increased. Uchiha Taki, who saw this scene, was shocked, and quickly turned his head away, not looking at the eyes of the water stop. Is it turned on so soon? Grossing in his heart, Uchiha Taki continued to tilt his head and pretend to continue looking at the corpse, while saying to Shisui, you are strong, you go and stop them first. I went to inform the 3 generations and the patriarch. Good. After saying the angry stop water and planning to leave immediately, Uchiha Taki quickly grabbed him and said, be careful, Ningtai has already opened the Sangha Jade. What? I know, I'll pay attention. Shisui nodded. Seeing the water stop leaving, Uchiha was not idle. First find the place where he just kicked the wall. There are many members of the guard who were attracted to the past. Hey, come here, Taki? Is there something going on with you? Let those 2 guys shy away. Uchiha Taki raised his chin and pointed to the little couple just now. Take them downstairs. A man who looked like the captain of the guard commanded, and then said to Uchiha Taki, it can be said, there is something. Uchiha Taki repeated the scene he had just seen in the guard department. Of course, he would only mention the Nin brothers. Although that scene looks like a kaleidoscope can only be done by a person. What are you kidding? One of the guys said in a very angry tone. The guard department is on the side, and I think I'm joking to see it myself. After reading it, remember to inform the patriarch, I went to inform the 3 generations. Seeing that they didn't believe it, Uchiha Taki replied coldly and left. The few people who had just listened to Uchiha Taki's repetition didn't care about the little couple, and quickly ran towards the guard department. A few minutes later, Uchiha Taki arrived at the Hokage building and was about to go inside when 2 people flashed out. Something to come back tomorrow. I have an urgent matter to find Naruto-sama. It's not okay if there is an emergency, now Naruto-sama is meeting important guests. Seeing that they wouldn't give way, Uchiha Taki shouted, Naruto-sama. I'm Uchiha Taki. I have something urgent to find you, you boy. The 2 dark departments were about to rush people, and the voice of the 3 generations came out, let him in. Coming to the Hokage's office, Uchiha Taki saw Konoha F4 gathered here, and Danzo snorted after seeing Uchiha Taki. I hope that after receiving the news of the death of the 3 Hyuga clans, you can still be so unruly. Uchiha Taki thought, but instead of taking care of Danzo, he retold the events he had just done to the 3 generations again. The people in the guard department were actually all killed. Times 4 Uchiha Taki, to be precise, those who stayed in the guard department. Not caring about Uchiha Taki's provocative words, the 3rd generation continued to ask, what about the 2 brothers Uchiha Take and Ningta? Caught back? Uchiha Taki, it's not clear, but Shisui has already taken the lead in finding it. Tuanzang, it is worthy of being an evil Uchiha, and he is also so cruel to his fellow people. Nikai ordered, let me go and get these 2 evil imps back. Shut up, what evil Uchiha? It's not your turn to meddle in this matter. The 3 generations scolded angrily. The evil Uchiha said it in private, and actually said this in front of the Uchiha tribe who have the will of fire. Do you have poop in your brain? In the eyes of the 3 generations, Uchiha Taki is the pure successor of the will of fire, and he is an object that can be fought for just like Shisui. So he opened his mouth and comforted Taki, "Don't worry, you know where Watergate's home is. You go and pass on my orders, let Watergate set out to arrest the two Ganglia brothers, and I will also send the Dark Ministry to support." After Uchiha Taki closed the door and left, the three generations scolded at Danzo. "Danzo, do you have a brain problem, and you call others evil Uchiha in front of Uchiha?" "Mito minion, that's right, Danzo, you are too measureless. This little devil is obviously on our side, and it is likely to become our internal response to Uchiha in the future. Koharu, are you used to speaking like this at the root, and you talk like this elsewhere?" Fortunately, the Japanese chop just handled it well. In case the mustard is left, it will be plainly missing an internal application. Tuanzang, who knew that he was at a loss, did not respond to the accusations of the three generations, but only opened his mouth to change the topic. "Now is not the time to accuse me. The two brothers Gangmi and Ingtai can kill so many people in the guard department, which is enough to show their danger. If I don't solve them, Konoha will have two more S-class rebels in the future, and I feel that I need to take the routes to capture them." "Three generations, do you think your strength is stronger than Watergate, or faster than Watergate?" The three generations ignored Tuanzang's request and called the Dark Department, who was listening to the order outside, and arranged for them to pursue the Ningtai brothers. "You will regret it." Seeing the attitude of the three generations, Danzo left such a sentence and left the Hokage building angrily. The three generations sneered, "If I handed it over to you, I would regret it." Now that the roots of Tuanzang have fallen into unprecedented weakness, how can three generations allow him to find an opportunity to rise again? Not to mention that there is a reason for letting Watergate go. Kushina and Uchiha Mikato are too close. As a result, Wei Feng Shuman and Uchiha Fugaku are also a bit towards the relationship between brothers-in-law, which is not good news for the three generations. If Uchiha starts to support Watergate, then he will not be able to easily control Watergate after his abdication. Only one civilian origin, all background comes from the four generations of Hokage of his ape-flying son, which is convenient for him to control. The previous competition of Hokage, and the capture of members of the Uchiha clan this time, are all in order to separate the relationship between Uchiha and Wei Feng Shuman. On Danzo's side, as soon as he left the Hokage building, a member of the root came over and whispered something to him in his ear. "How is it possible? Who did it?" The root ninja looked around in embarrassment, and Danzo immediately reacted. "Go!" At this time, Danzo no longer paid attention to Uchiha's mood, and rushed directly towards the root base. At this time, Uchiha Taki also came to the door of the Bofang Shuman, but when he was about to knock on the door, his raised hand was lowered again. "This big night, maybe the couple is making Naruto, so bothering so bravely. I am afraid that I will not be beaten by Juzine." But it was impossible not to disturb them, so taking a deep breath, Uchiha Taki began to knock on the door while shouting, "Is Watergate-sama there? Three generations looking for you." "That's right, it's all the fault of three generations, and it has nothing to do with me, Uchiha Taki." There was a crackling sound in the door. After a while, Bofang Shuman pushed the door open in pajamas, followed by Juzine, who was also wearing pajamas with an unhappy face. He turned to Uchiha Taki and asked, "Taki, is there something wrong with the three generations looking for me so late?" As Uchiha Taki recounted, the expressions of Wei Feng Shuman and Juzine gradually became solemn. "Juzine, just because two imps can escape from prison and kill so many members of the guard department at the same time, can they still not make a sound that is detected by the people around them?" Bofang Shuman also nodded, and I have to say that the couple is still very keen in terms of fighting. In Uchiha Taki's description, even two three-hook jade powerhouses could not be so quiet. But does it matter? Three generations of Tuan Tien, can't they hear that there is a problem? Quite simply, for the Konoha high level, even if it wasn't done by their brother, so what? I said yes, that is, this is the best chance to fight the Uchiha family. And Uchiha Taki, although he knows, can't show it. I can't say, "Watergate, your disciple who died as a hero is now resurrected and killed a lot of his fellow tribesmen." So he scratched his head and said, "I don't know this very well, so it's better for Lord Watergate to see for yourself." Watergate, "Okay, wait for me, I'll pack up my gear and go." Obviously, Wei Feng Shuman didn't expect Uchiha Taki to see any clues. Rumble. Just as the Wei Feng Shui gate was preparing for the luggage, a burst of fire rose up at the gate of Konoha. "Watergate Taki, what's going on outside?" "Uchiha Taki, it may be that Shisui and Ningtai have exchanged hands, and the movement is coming from the other side of the gate." "Then let's go, you hold this sort of forbearance, I can protect you when the time comes." Bofang Shuman also packed up at this time, and handed over his special flying thunder god Kuwu said. As for leaving Uchiha Taki, he solved it alone, but he didn't think about it. Yuqing, Uchiha Taki, and Ningtai brothers are of the same race. Yuli, that is also the person sent by the three generations. On the other side, Uchiha Godake, with his younger brother, headed all the way towards the gate of Konoha. Just when the brothers thought that no one would find out and could escape smoothly, dozens of shurikens ping-pong in the air. As shurikens collided with each other, the sparks splashed and flew towards the dead end of the two brothers. Seeing this scene, the two brothers are all too familiar. This is the ancestral Uchiha throwing technique of the Uchiha family. Gangtae skillfully picked up the ninja sword and blocked all the shurikens in his hand. Finally found the beasts that you two attacked against the same clan. Before the two brothers left Konoha, Uchiha finally arrived. Gang Wu's eyebrows twisted together. They were not killed by us. Although he and Shisui, one belongs to the hawk and the other belongs to the dove, but the love for Uchiha is not lost to the other. Although he had been prepared for a long time, when the beast who was treated as a blade of the same clan happened, Uchiha Godakeshi couldn't help but explain. And Uchiha Ninta was not as calm as his brother. He was only angry at stopping the water by pressing him to the ground and eating dirt and following the orders of 3 generations to knock him out. Ningtai, brother, there is no need to explain to this traitor of Uchiha, he has long been a lackey of the 3rd generation. Stop the water, hehe, being called a traitor by the beasts of the same clan as the Handblade, I really underestimated your shamelessness. After speaking, stop the water and quickly seal your hands, the art of the fire dragon. Gang Wu and Ning were shocked, and the two of them quickly sealed at the same time. The art of fireball. The 2 fireballs and the fire dragon collided together, reddening the stones on the ground, and sparks rose into the sky, forming a small mushroom cloud. Taking advantage of the fire, the water-stopping doppelganger technique has surrounded the 2 brothers. Even the Sangha Jade writing wheel, I couldn't tell where the essence of this guy who had cultivated the doppelganger technique and the instantaneous body technique to the extreme was. Seeing the water-stopping doppelganger technique, the 2 brothers quickly put their backs to their backs, defending in all directions. Their brothers all came down from the battlefield, and they did not dare to take the instantaneous technique that made the water stop famous all over the world. All those who despised this move have already turned into white bones and battle feats to stop water. The collision of the sword and the kunao turned into a series of sparks, bursting out in the dark night. If the water stop is still 3-hook jade, then the 2 can still resist, and even fight back. But for Shui Shui, who has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, the 2 are completely meat on the chopping board, cut by him at will. In less than 30 seconds, the brothers' faces, limbs, and bodies all had cut wounds. And their brothers didn't even touch the corners of Shui Shui's clothes, and they didn't even see clearly that the pattern in Shui Shui's eyes was no longer 3-hook jade. Ning Tai, damn. How could he be so strong? Obviously, I also opened the 3-hook jade writing wheel eye. Why? Gang Wei finally felt a little unable to hold on, and shouted, I said, they were not killed by our brothers. If we had killed them so easily, would we still be unable to beat you now? Hearing Gang Wu's defense, Shui Shui also calmed down a little. That's right, although Gang Yu and Ning are too motivated, they also seem to be the most suspicious. But the key thing they don't have is strength. Shisui carefully recalled the situation in the guard department, and there was no trace of ninjutsu in the entire guard department. Everyone is killed by weapons or cuts, or pierced. Although the 2 Ningtai brothers are not weak, it is impossible to do it with physical skills and illusion alone. Thinking of this, Shui Shui slowed down the offensive and said to the 2 brothers, then you lay down your weapons and surrender, and I will take you to the Patriarch and Naruto-sama to explain clearly. Ningtai, don't you still know? This is clearly someone framing us. Someone has framed us since that killed brat. Someone in Konoha is targeting our clan. Gangyu, that's right, you think about it. Let's just say that the guy I killed, I did it to him because I suspected that he was a spy in another village. But after so many years in the Ministry of Guards, don't I know that to deal with spies, even if they can't be captured alive, they must ensure that their brains are intact? Or will I, a shinobi, make a mistake and break his head? This is obviously in order not to be read by the intelligence, deliberately bumping into my move. Stop the water. Then you can also ask the Patriarch and Naruto-sama to explain. Ningtai, don't talk about Hokage, maybe he did it. Who in the whole of Konoha can instruct a Naka shinobu to take the initiative to send him to death, and can also send a strong man who quietly kills everyone in our guard department? Maybe it was that yellow flash who did it, only he has the strength to kill so many people before we react. Gang Wu moved his mouth, but did not object to what Ningtai said. That's right, in his opinion, it is also very likely to be Bofang Shuman, and it can't be that the 4th generation of Lei Cage came to Konoha idly to marry their 2 brothers. And the people who have opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Shui Shui replied in his heart and did not say it. After opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye, he asked himself that he could do this too. But his thoughts are extremely confused now, whether it is the person who has opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye or the Wei Feng Shui gate. He couldn't even understand why. One was a member of the same race, and the other was a strong contender for the 4th generation of Hokage. Usually he still looks so sunny, and he doesn't look like a person who will be cruel to his companions. Then you guys, let's go, I won't stop you. Unfortunately, just when the brothers were glad that they could leave, a sort of ninja flew and plunged into the soil, and the wave wind water gate came here with Uchiha Taki first. Behind, you can also see the dark department and the Uchiha clan, and the 3 generations and members of the major families who have been alarmed by the fight between the 3 rushed here. Sorry, I'm late, can anyone explain what the situation is now? Seeing that Shui Shui and the two were not fighting, Bofeng Shuman asked strangely. Ning Tai, don't pretend, Bofeng Shuman. It's you who killed the people of the guard department, and then blamed us. Hearing Ning Tai's words, Watergate was stunned, and then reacted, crying and laughing. He had taken Uchiha Taki to the scene of the security department before, so he could understand why Ning Tai had misunderstood him. So Bofeng Shuman opened his mouth and explained, did you misunderstand something? Why should I do something to the people of the guard department? If you didn't kill it, you can stay and explain it clearly, there is no need to defect. While they were talking, the three generations led the major families in the Dark Division, and Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha clan to arrive. 3 generations, Watergate, what is the situation now? Uchiha said, Gangmya Ningtai, I didn't expect that you guys are actually such people, and you would actually do something to your clan. Are you still worthy of being human? Fugaku said with a dark face, shut up. Stop the water, what is the situation? Of course, Fugaku could also see that there was a problem with the guard scene, which was a situation that the strength of these two brothers would definitely not be able to do. Seeing that the high level of Konoha had arrived, Shisui repeated the conversation just now to everyone. 3 generations, stop the water, can you be responsible for what you say? I can, Naruto-sama. Mayo looked at the people around him and asked, what do you think? A man wearing a dark mask came out and said, since the most crucial point in this matter is the strength of the two brothers Gangmya Ningtai, it's better to find someone to test whether it is the same as what the water stops. At this time, another person came out and objected, it's not appropriate, if the test person stops, they may deliberately hide their strength. If you don't stop, you may kill innocent people. Ning Tai, are you fools? If we had the strength to escape from Konoha, would we have stayed and watched you decide what to do with us? Hearing Ning Tai's words, Fuyo hurriedly said, shut up for me. Then he explained to the crowd, sorry, this guy is like this, he has no malice towards you. Hearing Fugaku's apology, everyone present at most black-faced and didn't say anything. Parents apologized, and as an elder, there was no need to deal with a child who was not yet an adult. On the other side, Heibaiju and Obito, who were hiding in the shadows, were also watching the scene. Baiju, what to do? If Uchiha Gangmya doesn't die, Ningtai is very likely not able to awaken the kaleidoscope. Obito, how about I lick the fire again? Heiju, no, just now Baiju was exposed, there is no way, a doppelganger is caught, then the exposure will be exposed. But you are still a dead man for them and must not be exposed. Obito, so what to do? Now look at them, there is no way to escape. Seeing that the people around him were gathering more and more, Uchiha Take knew that he could no longer escape, so he stepped forward and said to the third generation Sama, I have a solution here, I don't know if you can accept it. Mayo held the pipe and said, say it. Takeshi Take, although the guy named Hirokazu Morita and the same clan of the guard department have someone to frame our brother. But we actually defected, but this is mainly because I feel that I have little chance of being alone, so I pulled Ning Tai together. The third generation nodded, well, it makes sense, and then what? Gangmyu, so I hope that I will accept the mind-reading secret technique of the Yamanaka clan to restore the whole story, but please let my brother go. Hearing Gangmu's words, Ningtai quickly grabbed him by the collar and yelled at him, brother, what are you talking about, brother, what are you kidding? Gangmu glanced at Shui Shui, who once again pressed Ningtai to the ground and couldn't move. At this time, Fugaku also opened his mouth to stop him. What are you talking about? In addition to this information, you also have all kinds of information about my Uchiha clan. My Uchiha clan will never allow this matter. Uchiha Take's expression darkened, which was also the method he came up with when he couldn't help it. Although he loved his family very much, he loved his brother even more. As Fugaku spoke, a loud echo sounded from the surrounding Uchiha clan. Koharu, what for? Do you Uchiha want to rebel? Don't forget that these two guys are still defecting criminals. How to deal with it? It is not your turn to be presumptuous. Hearing Koharu's words, Uchiha narrowed his eyes. Although he is also one of the leaders in this matter, he is still very unhappy to see Xiaochun so arrogant. He is also a member of Uchiha, and this arrogant old woman almost scolded directly. Just as he turned on the kaleidoscope through the blindfold and was about to inflict bad luck on Koharu, Nara Shikaku also came out and said, guys, calm down a little, I think if Takeshi agrees, this matter is fine. Fugaku, what do you mean by the Nara family? Nara Shikasa, Patriarch Fugaku, calm down a little and listen to me. As long as the Uchiha family is involved in this matter until the final case, then there is no need to worry about us leaking your information halfway. Seeing that Fugaku still wanted to speak, Nara Shikaka stretched out his hand to stop it. Don't worry, after the end, the Uchiha clan can cast a spell mark on the person who performs the secret technique. Now that the people of the major families are there, as long as Uchiha agrees not to use spell marks against spellcasters at will, then I think the people of the Yamanaka clan can also accept it. Yamanaka Heiki also stood up to support his old friend, that's right, as long as the Uchiha family agrees in front of the major families on the scene. After the operation, no one will target our family, especially the spellcaster, then we can accept that you will plant the spell seal. The people who heard it around echoed it. Yes, it's a good idea. As long as Uchiha and Yamanaka don't mind, then it's okay. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku also nodded, yes, as long as we don't leak the secrets of our clan, we can agree. The three generations also looked at each other with Koharu and Mito Minion inside, they also had to agree. The inheritance of a clan is very important if they are forcibly persecuted at this time. Then represented by Inuga Butterfly, Oil Girl, Inyazuka, Hinata, all the families of Konoha will come out against them. At that time, it will be impossible to steal chickens and lose rice. So the three generations opened their mouths and asked, Gangyu, what do you think? Being able to not betray the interests of the family and save his younger brother, Uchiha Gangyu is naturally satisfied. So he opened his mouth and said to the three generations, I am willing to accept it, but I want to talk to my brother before accepting the secret art. The third generation looked at the water that was pressed to the ground, and Ningtai, who was bruised, said, yes, but this time you must be supervised by the dark department. I'll give you one night to start the spell tomorrow morning. Fugaku opened his mouth and tried to stop it, but couldn't. After all, locked up in the guard department, not only were people killed, but these two people defected. There was no way, he could only ask the people of the Uchiha clan to follow the whole process. The three generations also agreed to this, after all, they said it at the beginning. At this time, Bofeng Shuman also volunteered to come out and said, 3 generations of adults, take me with you when you take care of me. I went to the guard department to see it, and the strength of the people who killed the guard department was definitely not weak, and when I first came, Ningtai still suspected that I did it. Hearing Bofeng Shuman's words, everyone cried and laughed, and a chill also rose. That's right, the guard department is the station of the Uchiha elite, a bunch of upper and middle shinobi, can be killed so quietly, how terrifying the enemy is. Shui Shui also hurriedly opened his mouth to recommend himself, and he also wanted to find out whether it was done by Bofeng Shuman or by the owner of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Before he figured it out, he didn't dare to let Bofeng Shuman also take care of it, even if he thought that the possibility of Bofeng Shuman was not even 1%. With the self-nomination of 2 strong people, the 3 generations of course accepted it gladly. Even if the dark part is stronger than the guard department, it is not much stronger. Since there is a murderer who can easily kill everyone in the guard department, the result of the dark department will not be much better, and it is naturally best to have a wave of feng shui gate guarding. At the beginning, the 3 generations also asked Tenzo privately if the person who took the initiative to send him to death was done by him, and Tenzo denied that he still didn't believe it. As a result, it seems that it is very likely that it was really not done by Tuanzang, and no one in the root has such strength. Brother Tuzi inadvertently carried a cauldron for Tuanzang. This is also Brother Tuzi's method of planting blame is too low level. If it can be detected by everyone in Konoha for a short time, Ningtai and Gangyu may really have to finish playing. However, there are also reasons why they were too weak at the beginning and were blinded by the kaleidoscopic stop water. And Brother Tuzi's sighed. Hey Ju, let's go, bring the soil, there is a wave of Feng Shui gate to guard, we can't take them. Obito, how much am I still missing the Feng Shuman? Hey Jude, don't worry, after all, Bofeng Shuman is so many years older than you, and you haven't fully absorbed the knowledge and skills left by the spot. When his wife becomes pregnant and the Nine Tails riot, it will be his time to die. Obito, let's go. Our uncle also didn't know that as the king of the pot, he could one day let others carry the pot for him. But even if he knew, he was not in the mood to pay attention to this matter at this time, because the 3 people he had just asked to come from Hinata's house had not even arrived for a day, and they were all killed. So who can tell me how the hell they died? Who killed it? Danzo asked with red eyes and a roar to the kneeling root ninja below. The 3 white eyes he paid so much to Hinata to get, actually died like this? The root ninjas below looked at each other, but none of them dared to answer. If you can't say it, you will all die together. He was violently beaten by the Eye of Reincarnation one after another, and the oil girl Ryoma died in battle. Now the white eyes that are hard to get are gone before they are hot. Danzo finally couldn't hold back, cursing at the root ninja while destroying the surrounding environment in a mess. Orochimaru, Tuanzang asked in one direction, come out of the big snake pill, I have already seen you. If it doesn't come out again, I'm going to do something to you. Of course, this is not the real big snake pill, but a miracle for you. Although Uchiha Taki had planned to do something to Danzo a long time ago, he was delayed by various miscellaneous things, so he never moved. And now, everyone's eyes were attracted by the performance of the 2 brothers Gangyu Ningtai and Brother Tuzi in the Ministry of Guards. Whether it is the Dark Department or the Guard Department, the attention is now on them. Both sides placed heavy troops on the Dark Base to prevent the incident from being a double incident in the Guard Department. And in order to prevent intelligence leakage, the Root set up layer after layer of seals around the base. Not to mention ordinary sentient ninjas, even the white eyes of the Hyaga clan can't see through what is going on inside the Roots. So Uchiha Taki is ready to solve the trouble of losing Danzo tonight. It wasn't long before he crossed Tuanzang and he did so much flower work, if he kept it any longer, he might become something. This operation is not only a miracle for you, but Uchiha Taki himself is also packing up his equipment at home and waiting for him. If the miracle is that you can't solve Tenzo, then the ontology will solve him. A few of you, go over there. Danzo commanded several root ninjas and walked towards the place where the miracle had just appeared for you. Although it is said that he wants to do something to the big snake pill, but his group master is not stupid. If he singles out, he may not know who will do it to whom. As a leader, of course, his subordinates must go to death first. Several root ninjas received orders from Danzo to investigate, only to find that they were empty. Master Tuanzang, there is no one here, not even footprints and smells. Just when Danzo wondered if he was too angry and misunderstood, the root ninjas who went to investigate shouted at Danzo in horror, back. Danzo-sama is behind you. Tuanzang looked back sharply, and the figure of the big snake pill flashed from a distance again. What exactly does this big snake pill want to do? You all come back to protect me, Tuanzang ordered. And Tuanzang's move also made Uchiha Taki a little helpless. How could he be so instigated? Uncle Tuan, you are also the Lord of the Roots, the darkness of Konoha. Although in the original book, this slightly aroused curiosity can trigger a torrent of calamity under the lure of you by miracles. But the problem is that the people in the original book are curious while doing their own thing. This miracle can smoothly cause disaster for you, but now Tenzo has not touched anything except intimate clothing. It's difficult, there is no way to cause disaster in this way. Uchiha bit the nail of his right index finger while thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Do it yourself. After making a decision, Uchiha Taki also immediately took action. Leave a shadow avatar at home, and then the main body will set off towards the root with a root mask and a large number of detonation charms, as well as various miscellaneous ninja tools. Outside the root base, Uchiha Taki put away the few root guards he had just killed. Familiar with the road towards the inside of the root base, the line of the root base has long been miraculously figured out by you, so it feels like coming home to come back here. Everyone inside is talented, and they speak well. At this time, Tuanzang is still in a stalemate with Miracle Yu. Although under the lure of the miracle, many other root ninjas have been killed. But seeing that the root ninjas who went out to investigate died one by one for inexplicable reasons, the group did not stupidly continue to send people to die. I didn't expect it to be you last time, or Akimaru. What if you want to kill me by cutting off my right hand instead of aiming at my neck or head? I asked Hinata to roll my eyes just to protect myself. Don't you want the position of Hokage? Seeing the miracle slowly weakening the power around you, Tenzo asked. He tried to figure out the purpose of the great snake pill, and this strange way of attacking. That's right, the reason why Tenzo didn't break through for a long time was because he didn't understand that this did not include chakra, and there was a huge powerful attack method. Before figuring it out, Tuanzang did not want to and did not dare to break through at will, and doing so led to his last chance to escape. Uchiha Taki body has quietly arrived. Let the miracle turn into an entity for you, appear before the people of the roots, and say, do you believe this yourself? Danzo-sama. Those 3 people from the Hyaga family were killed by you. There is no need for the 2 of us to make a fuss like this. Don't forget that I am your best partner to work with. Although he said so, Tuanzang is secretly making a seal and is ready to do something to you about the miracle. Uchiha Taki, who saw this scene behind his back, showed a hint of a smile, induced success, and Danzo's death appearance has been revealed. Wonder of you as Danzo caused a torrent of disaster. Uchiha Taki also threw a large number of shurikens with a wave of his big hand, each of which was connected by a wire and followed by an explosion charm. It's Uchiha throwing. Protect me. Tuanzang, who hates Uchiha to the bone, is certainly no stranger to Uchiha's information. A large number of detonators exploded in the small space of the root base, triggering a large-scale collapse of the root base. Uchiha Taki squinted and looked at the place where the explosion occurred, and he could sense that Danzo was not dead yet. Soon, a black figure flew out of the smoke. Although it is a humanoid object, Uchiha Taki's kaleidoscope chakra, I can see very clearly that this is not Danzo, but a corpse with a root. In a few seconds, Tuanzang's figure rushed out from the other side, and Uchiha Taki immediately followed with an instant. It's worthy of the darkness of forbearance, and you actually used the subordinates who saved your life as bait. Uchiha taunted in a hoarse voice. Tenzo didn't care, although he had the protection of his subordinates just now. He was also hit by the shockwave during the detonation and caused internal injuries. In his understanding, Orochimaru and Uchiha joined forces, and they also mastered a technique that made everything extremely harmful. Whether it was the arm that had been cut off by the branch before, or the shockwave that had just detonated the charm, it was not their original destructive power, and what he could do now was to escape to where the 3rd generation was as soon as possible. However, although Uchiha Taki's instantaneous technique is not as outrageous as stopping water, it is still not a big problem to catch up with Danzo. What's more, there is a miracle that can be consciously embodied in you, ignoring the obstruction straight line towards Tuanzang. This road doesn't work, Master Tenzo. Miraculously, you imitated the tone of the big snake pill and blocked in front of Tenzo. Danzo was about to turn around and leave, but Uchiha Taki had already opened Susanna to greet him, only to see him clench his right hand into a fist and call out to Danzo's face. Wind escape vacuum Big Jade. This is the wind escape that Tenzo uses to fight to the death and protect himself, but the White Fist easily breaks through the ninjutsu that Danzo uses to block. Tuan Zhang's body fell off the wall and fell heavily on the ground. At this time, he no longer had any idea of investigating and attacking Uchiha Taki, so he did not suffer the bonus of the Torrent of Calamity this time and did not fall to his death. How can Beard not listening carefully to Danzo's words mixed with blood is nothing more than feeling incredible about Susanoo. The fire escape how fireball technique times 3 how fireballs burned the blood spilled out of Tuan Zhang, and the body turned into ashes. After making sure that there was nothing to bring back to life, Uchiha Taki quickly left the scene. At noon the next day, Uchiha Taki lay in bed and recalled what had happened last night. Last night, Kanaha's reaction was unexpectedly calm after he killed Danzo. Although the dark part was still probing door to door last night, even Uchiha and Hinata's family were no exceptions, but there was no other action other than this. This made Uchiha Taki, who had prepared various response plans, sigh with emotion. That's it. But after he killed Danzo last night, he took back the miracle to you, so that those who investigated were not killed by the miracle to your doom, so he also knows nothing about the situation outside. And the reason why Kanaha's reaction was so bland this time, except for the Tuza brother who was behind the pot in black and white. There is another person who has also helped Uchiha Taki a lot, and that is Orochimaru. After Uchiha Taki left last night, the first to rush to the scene was not the dark part or the guard department, but those remaining roots and large snake pills. For Orochimaru, Danzo is not only his partner, but also the one who holds many of his secrets. If something happens to Tenzo, then his experiments will also fail, and although he doesn't mind being a rebel, some experiments are also supported by Tenzo. The big snake pill who arrived at the scene earlier than the dark part found that Tenzo was most likely killed. The primary goal is naturally not to avenge Tuanzang or find the murderer, but to protect the experimental data that should not be leaked from being exposed. Orochimaru did not do this to campaign for Hokage for his own reputation. He knew very well that he had planted seeds of doubt in the hearts of the 3 generations, even if the death of the group now might change the attitude of the 3 generations, but the seeds still existed. He just wanted to give himself enough time to prepare and leave Konoha. Now it is different from the original work, and even if Orochimaru defects, there is still a group hiding in the secret to help. But now that the regiment is dead, those research equipment can't be obtained casually. Just like the lithography machine, the current equipment of the big snake pill is a good thing that money can't buy, and without Tuanzang's help, he can only secretly transfer these things out by himself. So Orochimaru did not hesitate and killed all the remnants of the root ninja who had rushed to the scene. Undefended, these ninjas are naturally not the enemies of the great snake pill. Forming a multiple shadow avatar technique, the shadow avatar of the great snake pill scattered to solve all the information that might involve him, and at the same time, his body was also pretending to investigate the scene. After a while, the belated dark department finally arrived at the scene. Seeing the big snake pill, they first saluted, and then asked, "Lord Great Snake Pill, what happened here? I'm new here, and I don't know much about the situation, but I did find something from these corpses." Orochimaru pointed to the corpses he had killed and said. Orochimaru said to the dark ninja what he had casually made up. In addition to clearing oneself of suspicion, it is also to provide enough time for the shadow avatar to process the information. The dark part that came over this time is not those henchmen of the 3rd generation, and naturally they don't know the dirt between the 3rd generation and the big snake pill. In their eyes, the big snake pill was a fire shadow choice, and the 3 ninja must know more than them, so they obediently listened to the big snake pill make up stories. Of course, the big snake pill did not keep dragging the dark part, and the memories that came back after the shadow doppelganger completed the task one by one and lifted the doppelganger. The big snake pill guided the dark investigation step by step. Although this was for Orochimaru himself, it also gave Uchiha Taki enough time to retreat. Moreover, the big snake pill found a lot of good things hidden in the memories transmitted back by the shadow doppelganger. For example, that is, Yamato, a guy who can survive after withstanding the 1st generation of cells. The big snake pill didn't expect to come to the root this time and thought it was all bad news, but it turned out to be an unexpected joy. But after thinking for a moment, Orochimaru decided to hand him over anyway. No way, the things he was talking about to the dark department couldn't fool the Konoha high level for too long, and only by handing Mudun over could he attract their attention. Anyway, he has already mastered A's data, and he can continue to do experiments after leaving. Even if Mudun fails the experiment, as long as he can successfully develop the immortal rebirth and spell seal, Mudun Ninja is still his. Thanks to Orochimaru's help, Uchiha Taki had a fairly peaceful night. Although he didn't know that this was the credit of the big snake pill, it didn't prevent him from getting a good night's sleep. To celebrate that the operation was not discovered, Uchiha Taki decided to go for a good meal to celebrate. Of course, before going out, I still left a shadow avatar at home and got Baiju. Then the most important thing now is to master the medical knowledge given by 3 generations. Uchiha Taki stepped out the door, but saw Ning Tai next door sitting outside the house as if he had been attacked by Perona's ghost fruit. I don't know if it was because of what Gangya said to him, this impulsive guy became what he is now. Attracted by the sound of his door opening, Ning Tai also looked at him, and said with a miserable smile, "It's Taki, you said I'm a fool, obviously you reminded me not to defect. I have been prodding my brother to defect, if he hadn't defected, wouldn't he have been read by the Mountain family? It is clear that he became a shinobi at such a young age, but now he is paralyzed at home." Saying that, Ning Tai also began to cry. "What about your brother now? I was taken care of by my parents at home, and I was kicked out by them." The words said by Uchiha Gangyu and the 3 generations were just to save Ning Tai. Naturally they couldn't deceive their parents. Seeing the eldest son become a fool paralyzed at home because of his second son, it is like to drive him out. Of course, Uchiha Taki couldn't say it so bluntly, just persuaded, then don't mess around in the guard department, go to be a mission ninja, do difficult tasks or penance to improve your strength. In this way, you will have the opportunity to avenge your brother. By the way, when it comes to revenge, do you know who the real murderer is this time? If it's inconvenient, you cannot say Uchiha Taki didn't expect that this second fool could actually suspect the Senju clan. So he immediately opened his mouth to correct, "You really have a problem in your brain. Will the Thousand Hands clan make this obvious mistake that can be seen through once the memory is searched? It's not Senju, who else can master Mu Duen, by the way, the daddy who died Morita. He must also have a problem, his son's obvious act of sending him to death. What must he know as a father? Although this fool is in the right direction this time, the real murderer behind the scenes has already been done. What's more, his father may really not know. Tuanzang's hand will definitely not be so easy for others to discover. Reasoning is not for you this kind of brain-based thing, you better work hard. This murderer is obviously targeting Konoha or Uchiha, and if this plan fails, he will definitely do it again, and then you will have a chance to take revenge. Although I don't know what went wrong with my reasoning, this time I decided to trust you. I will work hard, and when the real murderer appears again, I will definitely kill him with my own hands." Looking at Ning's faraway figure, Uchiha Taki didn't expect much from him. After this time of his brother's paralysis, the threshold for him to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye has been raised a lot, and it is already impossible to open it. Although it is not ruled out that after the accumulation of many things, and then an outbreak, this possibility is still too small. On the side of the Hokage building, as expected by Orochimaru, the high level of Konoha was indeed attracted by a guy who may have inherited Mudan, and did not continue to scrutinize the affairs on the Danzo side. But at the moment, besides there are more important things waiting for them to deal with. There was a noisy discussion in the Hokage's office, and a large number of people stood in the dark. Almost all the people of the Konoha family, as well as many powerful shinobi, were concentrated in the Hokage office. The 3 generations came to the door, followed by Koharu and Mizuto. The 3 pushed open the office door, and the discussion inside stopped abruptly, and the 3 generations and others also came to their places familiarly. "Mayo, after the Yamanaka clan investigated Uchiha Gotake in the morning, we can determine that someone is indeed deliberately framing them. And judging from the information we got, the guy who appeared in the guard department is most likely to have mastered Mu Duen." Mu Duen? Can you be sure? Some people find it incredible. How is it possible? Could it be 1,000 hands? Someone reacted quickly, and immediately thought of Senju, who had a feud with Uchiha. What is their purpose? When someone asked this question, the eyes of the 3 generations lit up and said, "That's right, we first need to find out what their purpose is." "Shikaku, what do you think?" Nara Shikakumo clenched his chin and thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I don't know. If you look at the first thing, the murderer's goal should be to discredit Uchiha and make him lose the ability to compete for the Hokage. But if you extrapolate like this, it is completely impossible to explain the second thing, which will not only not deepen the slander of Uchiha, but will successfully help them prove themselves, just like now. Unless the real murderer is sure to let Gangyu and Ning Tai escape. This is too demanding. Unless it is too demanding, we Konoha have Hinata, Inyazuka, and Oil Girl can track. And the Flying Thunder God of Watergate, it is almost impossible to escape from our Konoha. 3 generations, it makes sense, you were the first to find their brother yesterday. Tell me about the situation at that time. Is it possible for them to escape? Although a group of people represented by Wei Feng Shuman and Nara Shikasa tried to find the truth of the incident, their efforts were doomed to be in vain. There is not one behind the scenes, but there are 3 forces not to say. The 3 generations are also secretive and unwilling to expose the situation on Tuanzang's side. In this way, someone is hiding in the shadows, someone is dead, someone is helping to cover up. Even the people of the Nara family are, no matter how clever they can't get the truth without so much information. Of course, there is still one person who guessed part of the truth. That is the Wind Festival Mo Leaf that already knows that Uchiha Taki opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. As soon as Uchiha Taki finished sending Ning Tai, someone came to inform him that someone was looking for him outside the clanland. When I came to the periphery of the clanland, I saw the Wind Sacrifice Leaf pacing left and right with his head down. "What's wrong?" What's the matter with me? When the Wind Festival Moha saw that Uchiha Taki had finally arrived, his eyes lit up, grabbed his hand and said, "Follow me first." She was taken to a silent forest, where only birds, animals, fish and insects occasionally made some noises. The environment looked even better than the few places where Uchiha Taki had found in the Forest of Death. "This is my usual place of cultivation, no one comes, so I don't have to worry about being overheard. So, I want to ask you, did you kill Tenzo?" After speaking, her expression appeared a little tangled, both wanting to get an affirmative answer from here, and wanting him to deny this speculation yes. Why, she didn't understand, why had she been entangled in the matter for so long, and he actually admitted it like that. Because he sent someone to frame Uchiha Gangyu and target our Uchiha clan, of course I have to fight back. Hearing Uchiha Taki's answer, Kaze Moha did not continue to question. Instead, he lowered his head, frowned, and bit his lower lip, thinking about something. It wasn't until Uchiha Taki was a little impatient and ready to wake her up that she finally raised her head and stared at Uchiha Taki. "I'll ask the last two questions. First, after killing Danzo, are you Uchiha planning to forcibly seize the position of Hokage? Second, does the matter of the Ministry of Security have anything to do with you? That's it. How else? Are you not enough?" Looking at her determined expression, I thought that who fell into the river and who you saved first, but I didn't expect to ask this. First, I am me, and it has nothing to do with the actions of the Uchiha clan. They don't know that I killed Danzo, and it is more accurate to say that Danzo is only missing now. Because Danzo's body was turned to ash by Uchiha Taki, the state of not finding Danzo now has been characterized as missing, but the high level tacitly accepts that he is dead. Uchiha Taki continued at second, although I can do the affairs of the Ministry of Security, I don't have to do it, and it is in conflict with your first question. Uchiha wants to seize the position of Hokage, they are definitely the main force, so why kill them? Speaking of this, looking at what the Wind Festival Moha was still thinking, Uchiha Taki knocked her head hard. "What are you doing?" Kaze Matsuri Moha covered her head, and two big blue eyes stared angrily at Uchiha Taki. "Don't think so much, I know you don't believe I can destroy Konoha. But according to your clan's record of the Kaleidoscope Chakra, if our clan goes to war with Konoha, what will be the consequences?" The Wind Festival Moha thought for a moment and muttered, "Uchiha is completely destroyed, and Konoha is defeated. Do you want that to happen?" "Don't want to. Isn't that the end of it?" "Okay, even if what you say makes sense, I'll keep it a secret for you." Kaze Festival Moha didn't ask, similar to your Uchiha planning to accumulate strength first, weaken the Hokage line, and then seize the position of Hokage. Because in her opinion, there is nothing wrong with this approach, she has always been a pure power supreme. The first Hokage, the second Hokage can become Hokage, all because they were the strongest in Konoha at that time. Therefore, when the strength of the Uchiha clan can overwhelm Konoha, even if it is necessary to forcibly seize the position of Hokage, the Hokage is naturally the strongest person. As long as it doesn't damage Konoha's overall strength, that's fine. By the way, now that the regiment is dead, do you clan have any thoughts about the roots? Uchiha Taki suddenly remembered something. Although the root looks like a fat deficiency, after biting down, you know that it is full of rotten meat. If someone wants to take over the root at this time, I am afraid that it will not be swallowed by 3 generations of belt bones. I don't know very well about this, but wasn't Tenzo killed by you now? There must be quite a few people interested in a department where a minister has been vacant. I advise you not to think about it, if I'm not mistaken. The next step should be to select 4 generations of Hokage and 3 generations to inherit this position. If you covet the roots, you may be planted with a spell by the 3 generations at that time. Not only is Uchiha Taki's speculation not alarmist, but even the 3rd generation and others are still planning more excessive things. At this time, the 3 generations and the others were resting in the Hokage office and discussing privately. In the case of their intentional concealment, the original discussion naturally did not lead to a single result. Mito Minion, Hinata, are you sure you want to transfer a lot of dark parts to the roots? Will he have an opinion in this way? 3 generations, I definitely can't take everyone with me, and Watergate himself needs to arrange his people in the dark department. It's just that in this way, we are not in control. Since Uchiha Taki killed Danzo, a guy who has an important composition in the plot, the actions of the 3 generations here have become completely different from the original. The armor in the original work ended up joining the dark part, but now the 3 generations have left him in the root and in their own hands. And he knows that the roots are now in extreme emptiness, and some of the guys in the dark part in the original work are also ready to be transferred to the roots by him. One of the biggest differences between the dark and roots is that although one is loyal to the Hokage and the other is loyal to Danzo, but the dark department is fundamentally an organization formed by people from major families for their own interests, and although they are loyal to Hokage, they are more for their own families in Konoha itself. The root is the opposite. For those who have been planted with the seal of Tung and Bane by Tuanzang, the interests of Tuanzang are higher than the interests of the family. And in their minds, loyalty to Danzo is loyalty to Konoha. Therefore, for people in the dark part, it is obviously unlikely that the spell seal will be subject to the control of one person. Only those guys who are loyal to the 3 generations can be taken away by the 3 generations. However, this is not difficult for the 3 generations who have been in business for a long time, and there are many people in the dark department who are his personal loyalists. Turning to Sleep Koharu, this is also a matter of no way, who let Tenzo die suddenly, just discussed so much. Do you have any clues to the day, Chop? The 3rd generation of Bar clicked his pipe and did not answer. Originally he had ruled out the suspicion of Tuanzang. However, the intelligence against Uchiha Gotake, and the existence of Ka found from the roots, still made him rekindle his suspicions of Danzo. If you don't understand why you have successfully blamed the disaster before, you have to go to the slaughter of the guard department and let Uchiha turn from a murderer to a victim. Then this time the regiment hid and died, making the 3 generations wonder if this Mudun expert broke up with Tuanzang, or lost control, so he would do this kind of thing. I have to say that the brain supplement of smart people is also very powerful. Turning to Sleep Koharu, Nika, are you listening? The 3 generations return to their senses. There is no need to rush in advance. The most important thing now is to prevent the person who slaughtered the guard department from reappearing. Then now the competition for the position of Hokage should also be over, and in the next few days I will go to the Watergate to find the daimyo and give his Hokage position. Mito Minion frowned and said, will it be too soon? We have a lot of things that we can't do. For example, what happened over there in Tuanzang, we may not have time to cover up. If Bofang Shuman's character is known, he is likely to turn his face with us, and even the guy from Zilla will support him. Turning to Sleep Koharu, that's right, now that Danzo is dead, do you want to think about the big snake pill? He certainly doesn't care about those things and even supports us. The things that the great snake pill did at the root also successfully covered up his cooperation with Tenzo temporarily. 3 generations, no, the big snake pill is not stupid, he will not feel our previous attitude. The cracks already exist, and it will be more difficult to repair them. Moreover, the accumulation of the big snake pill in Konoha is quite a lot. Can you suppress him after I go to the root? The words of the 3rd generation made Xiao-chun and Mizuto Minion a little embarrassed. The two of them don't talk about suppressing the big snake pill. It is difficult to say whether the Wei Fang Shuiman can be suppressed. The 3rd generation continued, and from the information obtained by Danzo, the Uchiha clan is already deliberately investigating him. If I don't go to the root to sit in the town again, when the time comes, I will really find out something by Uchiha, and the root will cease to exist. The voice of the 3 generations was obviously not loud, but it sounded deafening to the two elders. They had been in the position of elder for a long time, and they almost forgot. The Hokage of the Ape Flying Sun came with a bad name and a bad word. There were many people in Konoha who opposed him, although they had now disappeared after a long blow from their small group. But if those heavenly angry and resentful things in the root are exposed by the Uchiha clan, then they don't say that they control the 4 generations, and they can't keep the basic plate of the elder. They and the small group of 4 formed by Tuanzang are too deeply involved. One person has a problem, and the other 3 will definitely be affected. Even if there is no involvement, there is a rule of negligence. The roots have used so much money, don't you Hokage and the elders know it all, so what use do you have? What's more, they did involve a lot of things, and Tuanzang sat down in the Hokage for the 3 generations in the early stage, but did a lot of dirty things for the 3 generations. Mito Minion sighed, what you said makes sense, what do you have to do? We all listen to you. 3 generations, don't think about anything else, it's already a lot of money to keep the position of the elder and the root. First of all, the roots are in dire need of manpower now, but Danzo's previous recruitment has angered many families, and I need a large number of ninjas from civilian backgrounds. While the Uchiha clan is still immersed in the death of their kind, get these things done as soon as possible. Second, we need to build a source of wealth for the roots that can avoid the Hokage. When Watergate takes the throne, don't try to control him, just guide him not to notice the things at the roots. After a long speech, it is all about how to deal with their own people. It is worthy of the 3 generations of civil war, fierce as a tiger and instigated into dogs to the outside world. And his 2 old friends who have always supported him, they naturally agree with the advice given by the 3 generations, although it is not very satisfactory, but it is also the best way to deal with it now. 3 generations, by the way, there is one more thing I care about. Tuanzang had personally led a mission before, but it led to a large number of manpower losses in the roots. But there is no detailed record of the situation, and I think it is necessary to understand what happened. Mito Minion, there are so many things that are not recorded in the roots, there is no way to hide the experiment, but the task can easily erase the traces, and it may be very difficult to probe clearly. Turning to Sleep Koharu, what Riku said also makes sense. Tuanzang personally leads the team and can still lose a lot, the opponent must not be simple. If it has already been solved, it is okay, and if it is not solved, it will definitely be a huge trouble in the future. Mito Minion, but the priority of this matter can be lower, and the guys from the Slaughter Guard Department have not yet been decided, and we have just passed perfunctory. But this is only temporary, Uchiha will definitely not give up, and the other families are also very concerned about this guy who can quietly kill so many guards. How to deal with these? 3 generations, don't worry, as long as we keep the root secret. The news of Watergate's succession will attract their attention, and when he takes the throne, it will be his business. As the old foxes discussed the plan, the efficient machine in the dark part began to turn. One of the most obvious things was that early the next morning, the news that Nara Shikasa was the leader of the shinobi shift had spread throughout Konoha. Nara Shikaku became the leader of the ninja class. Uchiha Taki listened to the discussion around the breakfast restaurant with a confused expression. After separating from the Wind Festival Mohai yesterday, he returned home to begin cultivating and learning medical knowledge. Thanks to his appearance, the plot has completely changed now. According to the original timeline, Bo Feng Shuman should have almost become a Hokage now, but there is no news at all now. Just as he was studying yesterday, he was thinking about how to help the Feng Shuman, and the next day came the news of Nara Shikaku. You know, the relationship between this generation of Pig Deer Butterfly and Wei Feng Shui Gate is very good, and the position of the leader of the upper ninja class is also no less than the Konoha high level of the elders and ministers. Nara Shikaka sat in this position, which means that the three generations have begun to pave the way for the Wei Feng Shui Gate, which also means that Uchiha Taki no longer needs to worry about the Hokage. It's not that Uchiha Taki must forcibly let Wei Feng Shuman become a Hokage for the sake of the original feelings. Although it is indeed possible that this accounts for some of it, it is more that Fugaku was not qualified to be a Hokage. In the original work, it is not said that Konoha's high level can't get it against Uchiha, that is, even his own son is on the side of the third generation. In addition to Suzuki's care for the six immortals, it can be said that the other guys who opened kaleidoscopic chakra eyes in the original work all stood on the opposite side of Uchiha, and at most, the water stopped tangled on both sides. For example, this guy with soil, if the Uchiha clan can give him a little more warmth, that guy will not be full of Rin. As a result, in the end, this guy became the culprit that can be said to have caused the extinction of the Uchiha clan. There is also Shisui. Fugaku clearly knows that he is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and at the same time he is also the first day of Uchiha, but he didn't pay any attention to his thoughts, didn't think about his entanglement in Konoha and the family. This rightful thought of Uchiha will be loyal to Uchiha's arrogant thoughts. The result was to bring Uchiha Itachi, a filial son comparable to Alsas, which directly led to the demise of the Uchiha clan. So a patriarch who can't even manage the family well, does Uchiha Taki have the guts to help him become Hokage? The families are not well managed, and he is still expected to manage a country well? At that time, I am afraid that it will not be killed by others united. And Bo Feng Shuman, although the original work did not show much strong political means, was also regarded as a puppet of three generations by the Big Snake Pill. But people have been Hokage in a serious way, and with the help of Nara Shikasa, his political ability is definitely much stronger than that of Uchiha Fugaku. What's more, now that the group is dead, the suppression power of the three generations is much smaller, and the space left for the development of Bo Feng Shuman is much larger. It is really not possible that Uchiha Taki can continue to add a little chaos to the three generations. Is Nara Shikaku the leader of the ninja class? The whole area of Konoha like this is filled with such sounds. For those well-informed large families and Konoha high-ranking officials, they received the news earlier than Uchiha Taki, and they naturally understood the political implications behind this. And the one who knows the meaning behind this appointment best is the Big Snake Pill. He knew that his teacher was under pressure from Danzo's suspected death, and he couldn't wait to use the position of Hokage to divert the attention of the others. But without Tuanzang, can your path go so smoothly, teacher? From the perspective of a bystander, the Big Snake Pill saw it more clearly than the three generations. Although Tuanzang has sent people to assassinate three generations, I have to admit that with the position of the three generations of Tuanzang, it is possible to sit so firmly. Tunzo is too radical, and the third generation is too indecisive. Two people who were originally complementary are suddenly one less person to neutralize, then isn't it only indecisive left? Orochimaru lowered his eyes and did not speak. The teacher he admires is the ape known as Shinobi, not the three generations caught in the political struggle. However, he did not have the idea of solving problems for the teacher. Now his own situation is much more critical than the third generation. Mudun can only solve the urgency for a while after all, and when the third generation and others come back from Muduan's impact, then his experiment will be lost. Although the Big Snake Pill is still fiddling with some bottles and jars, it continues to experiment as if nothing happened. But let Uchiha Taki, a person who has come to the Great Snake Pill Laboratory, the current laboratory is very different from the one it once was. This is not only reflected in the fact that after Danzo's death, Orochimaru killed all the root ninjas who were watching him. It can also be seen that most of the laboratory has been replaced. The original miracle of the Sharingan eyes you see have all been replaced with ordinary eyes. As for whether it is those root ninjas, it is not clear. Some other instruments have also been replaced with a messy look. If it is to deceive three generations of people who do not know much about scientific research, it is no problem. Returning his gaze to Uchiha Taki, he quickly took a few bites to solve the breakfast in front of him. After taking out the change to pay, he pushed the door and left the breakfast restaurant, and the expression on his face did not seem to be affected by the information just now. But this matter really has little to do with him, and the Wave Feng Shui men becoming the Hokage itself is the plot of the original book. Although now under his butterfly effect, the time for Wave Feng Shui to become the Hokage has been delayed, and now this situation belongs to the world repairing itself. But these were things that Konoha's high-ranking people needed to consider, and Uchiha Taki walked towards Arima Takashi's house, and his two shops could not be left idle all the time. The reason why he got up so early today was that someone had found him and wanted to rent his shop, so he planned to ask Arima if he had become a teacher at a ninja school. Last night, a light rain fell on the long dry Konoha. Walking on the road, Uchiha Taki looked at the green weeds on the side of the street. Obviously it looked no different on the outside, but he felt vigorous vitality in it. Arriving at Arima Taki's house, Uchiha Taki knocked on the door, and it wasn't long before the door was opened. The one who opened the door was a woman, the wife of Arima that Uchiha Taki had seen the last time he sent Arima back. The name is Arima Zi, and after marrying Arima Taki followed the change of surname to become a full-time wife. It turned out that what was called Uchiha Taki did not know. "Hello senior lady, is teacher Ma at home?" Uchiha Taki was the first to speak and greet Arima Shizu. "It's Taki, let's come first." Arima Shizumi gave way and let Uchiha Taki into the room, where Arima was taking his daughter in the room. After seeing Uchiha Taki, Arima broke. "Taki, how did you kid come over today? Is there something wrong?" Uchiha Taki put down the gift and said, "Of course, I came to care about whether my teacher can become the teacher of Konoha's new students." Arima snapped his head and said, "I almost forgot, Naruto-sama has agreed, and when school starts, I will be in charge of a class." At this time, Arima Zi also came over with a teacup, handed it to Uchiha Taki and said, "What about you? What about you? How are you learning medical ninjutsu? Are you sure to become a medical ninja?" "Thank you, Shi Niang, it's okay. Although I have not yet mastered the palm cactus technique, the basic knowledge has been learned almost the same, which is the object of almost actual combat practice. Arima-sensei should still be changing the dressing, let me try it?" After Uchiha Taki got by JE, no matter what he did, he would keep a shadow doppelganger at home to study. Coupled with the previous accumulation, the basic knowledge is indeed mastered well. Arima couldn't laugh or cry when he heard his words. "If there is the first actual combat object to find a teacher, I dare not let you mess around." After a few simple jokes, Uchiha Taki, who got the answer, got up and took his leave. "Since Arima-sensei has already got a job, then I will also go and decorate my shop." Arima asked his wife to send Uchiha Taki out, and asked, "By the way, what shop are you planning to open then, Taki? When the time comes, please let us know and we will make up for you." Uchiha Taki, "I'm planning to open a bookstore." "Another shop, Mr. Arima, if you don't want it, I'm going to rent it out." "Arima bookstore? This doesn't make much money." Uchiha Taki shrugged his shoulders, "Just think it's my love." Arima broke his smile. "When did you have a hobby of reading?" Actually, Uchiha Taki wants to be a newspaper, not as a bookstore. The newspaper is a must-have place for people who cross the fields. Although Uchiha Taki is not a member of the farming stream, he is also very hungry for the ability to control public opinion in newspapers. Unfortunately, this is not one of those ancient or otherworldly worlds, and the ninjas here have no concept of newspapers. But in terms of public opinion control and intelligence, they have done nothing bad. In particular, the intelligence is even more powerful than the spy war in the previous life. Even if Uchiha Taki does it in the early stage, one of the later 3 generations can sell Konoha's intelligence to make the root seal Uchiha Taki's shop. The public opinion war is not clear to others, but the 3 generations know too well, and he is the biggest beneficiary in this regard. No matter how many hot-blooded fools the Will of Fire has gained, or relying on public opinion to solve the Konoha White Fang who is approaching his position of Hokage, it is impossible for the 3 generations to watch Uchiha Taki seize his territory. And unless it is Bofang Shuman and the 3 generations tearing their faces and ordering not to interfere with the newspaper. Otherwise, the root that has the right to cut first and then play can crush the newspaper to death. But will Bofang Shuman turn its face with the 3 generations? If it is Bofang Shuman, who has been affected by 3 generations of seizing power and becoming a puppet, it will naturally be dissatisfied, and at that time, Uchiha Taki pushed the wave. Maybe it is really possible. But now that the 3 generations have been taken to the root, the suppression of Bofang Shuman is much smaller, and the rest is estimated to be considered by Bofang Shuman as guidance, and it is not generally difficult to turn his face. So Uchiha Taki planned to retreat to the 2nd place. The newspaper is not clear. Isn't there still manga and novels? It's a big deal that he himself is a palindrome copyist, copying works from his previous life. By the way, there is some private work in it to change the 3 views of the people around you. This kind of dark poke thing, even if the 3 generations find out by then and ban the book, it will be too late. Favorite things, the more forbidden they are, the more they can inspire rebellious emotions, and when the time comes, they will take the initiative to find channels to see. And now, in another part of Konoha, in the Hyaga clan's clan land, a century negotiation is taking place. Uchiha Fugaku and the 4 elders of the Uchiha clan, a total of 5, were sitting in Hineda's house in unison. And sitting on the opposite side was the patriarch of the Hyuga clan and more than a dozen people from the clan family, as well as Hineda, Patriarch Fugaku, now everyone has arrived. You can also tell us about the purpose of your trip. Uchiha Fugaku, our purpose is better than you can guess. I hope that the Hyuga clan will support me as the Hokage of Konoha in the Kami Shinobu vote. The Hyuga clan looked at each other, and this proposal of the Uchiha clan did not surprise them. Since Nara Shikaku has become the leader of the ninja class, then in addition to Uchiha, there is only Hineda, who is also of the Konoha clan, who can fight with Inuga Butterfly, and Hineda is the only choice for Uchiha at this time. If we vote for you, what do we get? And even if we vote for you all, at most, it will offset the Shangnin vote of Inoka Butterfly. How can you solve the votes of other Shangnin? Instead of refusing, Hineda asked. Although no one in the Hyuga clan thought that Uchiha could become a Hokage, but he directly refused without talking, which undoubtedly offended the Uchiha clan. Although the Hyuga clan is not afraid of Uchiha, their brains are not broken. For no reason, he naturally would not offend Uchiha, who had mastered the Ministry of Guards. And if the Uchiha clan can really come up with benefits that they can't refuse, it's not impossible for them to give them the ticket. It's a big deal to offend the 3 generations. The 3 generations can't directly suppress Hineda because of this reason, and they are not afraid of other secret pokes. At this time, Hineda was not as restrained as he saw in the manga in his previous life. Uchiha's night of extermination has not yet happened, and their hearts believe that 3 generations are at most aimed at them in policy. Uchiha Fugaku, first of all, if I become a Hokage, then both the guard department and the dark department will be open to Hineda, and the Hyuga clan will be treated the same as our Uchiha clan. Hineda, not enough. Don't be in a hurry, and, although the Hyuga clan's soft fist is very powerful in close combat, even my Uchiha clan feels very difficult to deal with. But have you ever thought about how to target enemies from afar? Fugaku gave the Hyuga clan a look before talking about their shortcomings. Hineda Hayashi, if the Fugaku patriarch has any proposals, let's just say it. Uchiha Fugaku, we can provide the Hyuga clan with the cultivation method of Uchiha throwing technique, and it can provide a total of 100 kinds of ninjutsu of each attribute, including 60 types of ninjutsu of grade C and below, 30 types of grade B ninjutsu, and 10 types of grade A ninjutsu, to expand the strike surface of the Hyuga clan. Hineda Hayashi and the surrounding clans look confused. Uchiha Fugaku, is there something wrong with this brain? Rand step on the soft fist of my Hyuga clan, and then provide a bunch of ninjutsu that are not available. Can't we Hyuga clan collect it? Although A-grade ninjutsu and Uchiha throwing do sound a little sincere, when connected, they sound like flowers on a piece of stool. Just as Hineda Hayashi was about to question the Uchiha clan with a displeased look, Fugaku spoke again. Of course, I'm not mocking the Hyuga clan. Jukwon is indeed very powerful, but I have one last condition here that I can promise you. After I become the Hokage, I can choose any forbidden art from the Hyuga clan in the Book of Seals. As Uchiha Fugaku's last condition was spoken, the expressions of the Hyuga clan immediately changed from gloomy to clear. If the second condition is humiliating them, the third condition undoubtedly turns into a huge surprise. The reason why Hineda didn't learn ninjutsu much was because the exercise of physical skills had consumed a lot of their energy. If you go to learn ninjutsu at this time, it will only be high or low. But if there is a forbidden technique, it is different, and the Hyuga clan can completely rely on the forbidden technique to build another combat system. Just like the Spiral Pill of Watergate and the Flying Thunder God Slash of the second generation, it is a battle system built by relying on the Book of Flying Thunder God, or like Kai's Lien Hua, Table Lien Hua, Chao Peacock, Zixiang, Yakai, these are the battle systems built by relying on the 8 doors of Dunjia. A forbidden technique that is strong enough can completely replace the bloodstained boundary as the pillar of the battle system, not to mention that the bloodstained boundary and forbidden technique may also cooperate. This is different from Hokage's usual reward to an individual. Rewarding an individual, then the person can only use it for himself, and once passed on to others, it is a violation of Konoha's rules. But Uchiha Fugaku promised an entire Hyuga clan. In other words, Hineda can completely divide a group of people to cultivate and build a combat system. Even if it can't be built, there is a forbidden technique in the Book of Seals that is similar to the rebirth of dirt, which is ridiculously strong when taken out alone, which is also a big profit for Hineda. At this time, a member of the Hyuga clan spoke. The sincerity of the Uchiha clan is felt by us Hineda, and it is indeed a very tempting condition. But why were these conditions only achieved after the Fugaku patriarch became the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku, if we can't be Hokage, we Uchiha won't even have time to make up for the loss during this time. How can we still have the energy to provide benefits? At this time, Uchiha took over the stubble. This is nothing more than gambling. Whether it is the upper position of the Wave Feng Shui Gate or the upper position of the Great Snake Pill, they cannot provide Hineda with such rich conditions, and this kind of condition can only be achieved by us Uchiha. How, are everyone in the Hayaga clan interested in betting on our Uchiha? Hinata Hayashi, we are very satisfied with the conditions of the Uchiha clan, but I have one more question, and it is also the first question to talk about. Even if our Hinata support can counteract the influence of the Ender butterfly, how are you going to solve the rest? Uchiha has a lot of upper shinobi, but it is not much more than my Hinata. How can I compare the number of upper shinobi with other families and civilians? If Patriarch Fugaku can give me a more satisfactory answer, then I can agree to this deal on behalf of Hinata. Uchiha squinted at Hinata Hayashi and said, the Hinata Patriarch is not sincere in this way. You all have no actual action to know our plan. What if it is leaked at that time? Hinata Hayashi, but without a detailed plan, how dare we put the treasure on the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku, but if we are sure enough, why would we offer Hinata such generous conditions? Just like the elder of the moment said, this is a gamble. Hinata. If that's the case, we need to discuss it again, and we'll send someone to inform you when the time comes. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, he got up and said, then it will be as soon as possible, and the third generation is very anxious to give the result. Hinata nodded, we know this. Hinata, send me everyone from Uchiha. Hinata, yes. With Hinata leaving with the Uchiha family, this negotiation of the century also came to an end. The reason why Uchiha's people did not dare to agree to tell the Hayaga clan about the plan, and to provide benefits only after becoming Hokage. In addition to being afraid that the Hayaga family would leak secrets, they were also afraid that they would take advantage and not do anything. Before Uchiha came out of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, his combat power was not much stronger than that of the Hayaga clan. Before evolving into Sangota, Uchiha's people didn't have much advantage over Hinata's white eyes. And the Uchiha family can open the chakra eye as a few people, and there are even fewer who can evolve into three-hook jade. Compared to Hinata's white eyes, which can basically be opened by individuals, the number of people is too much worse. As strong as the three generations of Thunder Shadow, he was also killed by the tactics of the sea of people of Iwa Shinobu. Although the gap between Hinata and Uchiha is not so exaggerated, it is really difficult to win more against less. Coupled with the white eye clairvoyance and farsightedness, Uchiha has nothing to do with Hinata in many actions. Once Hinata took the benefits and didn't do anything, Uchiha had no good way to retaliate at all. At most, the Ministry of Guards targeted it. Hinata's side didn't need to worry at all, and the Uchiha clan just verbally agreed. After Uchiha became Hokage, he also needed Hinata's support, and the elders and roots left behind by the three generations were not vegetarians. In this way, one side is passive and the other side is active, and this kind of unequal situation naturally cannot be successfully reached at once. Although Hinata's side takes the initiative, it is not without consequences. Once Uchiha failed to compete for Hokage, Konoha's only two Hou clans reported the group, and this news was definitely bad news for the other ninja clans and Konoha high-ranking people. At that time, only by turning Uchiha and Hinata against each other can they offset their suspicions. Like in the original book, the two families have been competing for the position of the strongest pupil family, until Uchiha was exterminated later, which ended this competition. And the conversation between Uchiha and Hinata was naturally also known by someone with a heart. Hokage building, Mito Manita and sleeping Kohara came to the Hokage office together. Mito Minion Hinata, what happened again? The three generations looked up from the pile of copywriting. You guys are here, this time is going to trouble you to work hard. Just now I got the news that Uchiha contacted the Hayaga clan. The faces of the two changed greatly after hearing this, and Xiao-chun quickly asked, are they united? The three generations shook their heads. It's not clear, that's Hinata. All I know is that the Hayaga clan hasn't come to inform me yet, and there is indeed a possibility of unity. Kohara directly scolded, isn't this clear? Hinata has the audacity to hide that you and Uchiha have a private connection, and none of these Hitomi families is really a good thing. When the third generation heard the scolding, his brows unconsciously wrinkled, and his tone became a little serious. Calm down Koharu, as long as Hinata doesn't vote for Uchiha, then you put your attitude away. Mito Minion opened his mouth to change the subject. What are you doing that day when you call us over? 3 generations, we must promote the succession of Bofang Shuman as soon as possible. Whether Hinata and Uchiha join forces or not, we are going to leave Uchiha without the opportunity to unite with others, so I plan to decide to hold a vote of confidence in Kami Shinobu in the afternoon. Mito Minion, wouldn't that be too urgent? What about the daimyo's side? It's not just a matter of urgency, you just said a few days ago about fair campaigning. Now that Nara Shikaku has just become the leader of the ninja class, you can't wait to start voting. Isn't it known to everyone in the heart of 3 generations? Mayo, after the daimyo waits for the Shinobu vote of confidence, I will take the Watergate with me. If it dragged on any longer, and Hinata and Uchiha really started uniting regardless of their previous suspicions, it would not be just Naruto's problem. Being so little by the 3 generations, Koharu and Mizuto Minion also reacted immediately. Once the 2 Konoha clans unite, then no matter who Hokage is, the position of Hokage will be greatly suppressed. It is indeed urgent to start voting. After convincing the three generations summoned the members of the Dark Division outside the door and asked them to inform Konoha's upper ninja that they were ready to participate in the afternoon's vote. Not long after Uchiha Fugaku and the others returned to the Uchiha tribe, they were about to go back to their respective homes when they saw the Dark Part who came to deliver the message. "I've seen Patriarch Fugaku, and all of you. Pass on the order of the three generations of adults, and convene a vote of confidence in Konoha Kaminobi at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Please be sure to arrive on time. Violators are equivalent to failing an A-level mission once." After this Dark Ministry finished speaking, he left immediately without waiting for Fugaku and the others to speak. There are many people in Konoha who hate Uchiha, and he is one of them. Uchiha momentarily, it seems that the news of our going to Hinata was known by the guy who slaughtered Sarutobi Hinata, so I can't wait to start voting now. The second elder Uchiha on the side said, "Could it be that Hinata betrayed us? Who can spy on Hinata with white eyes?" Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a while and said, "It won't be Hinata. If it's Hinata who snitched 3 generations, there is no need to be in such a hurry to move forward with the vote." Now Nara Shikasa, of course, the leader of the ninja class, does not even have a day, at most represents the pig deer butterfly, and there is no way to influence other upper ninja too much. If Hinata snitches, the 3 generations can wait for Nara Shikasa's integrated upper ninja class before starting voting. And when these Konoha high-ranking people, the high level of the family, are racking their brains to deal with each other, Uchiha Taki also racked his brains with the high-ranking people in the store he bought. Of course, they were not thinking about the same thing. Uchiha Taki is not troubled by the noble ideas of the village and the family, but for the decoration of his shop. He wanted to decorate the shop to look like the large library where his mother-in-law Rinara was, to prove his dedication to his wife, Lani. What Melina, the sleeping girl Fia, Rhea, these are just red-pink skeletons. Unfortunately, his shop is not so big, and the two together are not enough, unless the upper floor is also demolished, but the upper floor needs to be used as his own residence. I can only discuss with the decoration boss, without affecting the style and beauty, come to a low-end bookstore. This is definitely not because he was unfaithful to Lani's wife, and it was definitely not because his mother-in-law beat him too badly as a guy from a mage. After several hours of discussion, the preliminary renovation plan was finally finalized. Uchiha Taki handed over the shop to the decoration team, and went out to follow the sketchy map drawn by the decoration team to ask a big man hidden in Konoha to come out of the mountain. Although they are not combatants, the Hokage rock of Konoha has been carved by them. Uchiha Taki sought them out because he asked them to help carve a statue designed by drawings provided by Uchiha Taki. The image source of this statue is naturally that no matter how low the intelligence of the faders, they will not dislike it, but will patiently teach us magic. As for why the statue, not the ball, I can only say that I beg you to be a person. Teacher Saren is already so miserable in the game, the statue naturally needs to be in her state when she is intact. As it grew dark, Uchiha Taki knocked on the sculptor's door. "Is anyone there? I heard that there is a list of statues engraved here. Who, come so late, we're all ready to leave work." A strong uncle with a beard and a height of nearly 2 meters pushed open the door and looked around for a while before the speechless Uchiha Taki guided his gaze to him with his hand. "Why is this place so strange? You have to knock on the door to enter. Is this open door to do business?" Uchiha Taki asked strangely. "Ordinary shops, let alone closed, look for places to put up signs to guide others in. That is, there is no concept of advertising in this world, otherwise advertising would have been started long ago." Just when Uchiha Taki wondered if this was a secret base with the slogan of the statue, the expression of the bearded man was more speechless than he had just been. "Because this is the back door. I still wonder why you don't go to the front door, you have to go through the back door." And also relieved was the big snake pill who was watching this scene from a distance. Although he knew that the 3 generations and the Wei Feng Shui man would leave this morning, he would still feel uneasy if he didn't see him with his own eyes. It's not that he is instigated by the big snake pill, but the flying thunder god technique is too difficult. When he wanted to leave Konoha, the first thing he thought about was how to entangle the Wei Feng Shui gate so that it could not interfere with him. Otherwise, once the Wei Feng Shui gate is dispatched, no one will be able to leave Konoha under his entanglement. To talk about the overall strength, Bofeng Shuman is definitely not the strongest of the previous shadows of the 5 shinobi village. But when it comes to chasing ability and grappling ability, he is definitely a guy in the ninja realm, and even the second generation Reborn from the dirt admits that the flying thunder god technique of the Wei Feng Shui gate is better than him. In the actual combat situation, Bofeng Shuman can also entangle the brothers who are relatively stronger in hard power and gain an advantage. This is what makes Orochimaru extremely uncomfortable. Only if the Wei Feng Shui gate is entangled in other trivial matters or people, he has a chance to leave Konoha smoothly. Of course, this is also the big snake pill was dragged down by his experimental equipment and materials. If you don't care about those things, it is still very simple to escape. Spacetime ninjutsu is also solved by time-space ninjutsu, and a reverse psychic can escape smoothly. But by doing so, things can't be saved. Although he had already sent away all the equipment and materials, he did not leave Konoha too far due to time constraints, and when he returned from the dragon cave to receive it, the yellow cauliflower was cold. After confirming that they were leaving, Orochimaru returned to his laboratory. Now that Bofeng Shuman has not gone far, it is not the time to escape. On the other side, Uchihatake released the miracle that has not appeared for a long time to you again. After Danzo's death, Uchihatake has not dared to let the miracle go out and hang around. The fear of other unrelated people being attacked by bad luck is one reason, and the temptation of him to send miracles to you without hurrying for something is also a reason. But judging from the fact that he had mastered the palm cactus last night, now there was something in a hurry. He has mastered the knowledge of transplanting intercolumn cells and ninjutsu, then only the equipment remains. Let the miracle be for you to find Orochimaru en route, and Uchihatake suddenly finds himself a little idle. Medical knowledge and ninjutsu have been mastered, and now there is nothing important to do immediately, and I don't know what to do all of a sudden. If you don't know why, just exercise. Skillfully separated into two shadow doppelgangers to continue their daily study and exercise, while the main body turned over his Inagi and his Inamai. In the evening of the capital of the country of fire, under the persuasion of the three generations, the Wei Feng Shui Gate came to help hurry through the flying thunder god, and finally arrived at least a day faster than the normal rush, and arrived at the outskirts of the capital of the country of fire. The person in charge of Konoha here received the news and waited for them outside the city early. Seeing their arrival, he immediately greeted them. Lord Hokage, Lord Watergate, I'm the person in charge here, Ape Flying Orange. People of the Ape Flying clan. Bofeng Shuman looked at him and thought to himself. The third generation nodded. Have you already notified the daimyo-sama? Sarutobi Orange, I have already been informed that I can meet with the daimyo and the ministers of the Fire Nation at 8 o'clock in the evening. Mayo, let's go to Watergate, let's go take a break, dress up, and it's not very polite to meet the daimyo with the dust along the way. I haven't been to the capital of the Land of Fire for a long time, and the orange is up to you to lead the way. Wei Feng Shuman nodded, and followed the three generations to Konoha's base in the Fire Country capital with the three generations who led the way. On Konoha's side, as the light grew darker, the lights of each house also lit up. In other words, this big snake pill won't be ready to defect now, won't he experiment? But now that Bofeng Shuman is not there, it is indeed the best time for him to defect. Uchihatake was muttering at home at this time. After a miracle that you went to the route, you found that the manpower of the route has basically changed, and few of them he knows. Uchihatake quickly judged that this was a die-hard loyalist transferred from the dark part by the three generations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gentle and Polite scolded several times for not talking about martial virtue. Uchihatake, let the miracle be that you give up stealing at the route and go to find the big snake pill first. The current route is not the same route that was hit by Nagato and Uchihatake one after another, and it is supplemented by the Dark Elite, and it is obviously not suitable for stealing in the route. What's more, not long after Tenzo died, no matter what happened to the routes, it would cause a huge reaction. Not long after leaving the route, miraculous you came to the laboratory of the Great Snake Pill. Going back and forth between these two places, the miracle is that you can't be familiar with it. Even if you close your eyes, you won't go wrong. But when I got inside the lab, everything changed. Some of the original precious experimental equipment was swept away by Orochimaru, so there was the scene of Uchihatake muttering at home. Sensing that Orochimaru might defect, Uchihatake immediately asks Miraculous to turn back with you. Before, there was little opportunity to steal from the roots, but if the big snake pill was likely to defect, it would immediately become different. With a big snake pill in front to attract attention, maybe you can really steal good things. The gaze returned to the side of the big snake pill, and while Uchihatake was waiting for the big snake pill to act, the big snake pill was also waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Puff, flutter, a dark brown eagle hovers over Konoha, looking for prey high in the air like other birds of prey. In the eyes of the Konoha ninja who occasionally looked up, it was no different from other birds. Suddenly, its wings quickly hovered in the air, and its eyes stared at a place, as if it had determined the target of its prey and was ready to attack. Before long, its wings were retracted, forming an inverted W shape, and it dived at a squirrel. Then stretch out its claws, and when it is almost close to the squirrel, the wings flap again and begin to slow down. After 3 breaths, a dark brown figure appeared in the trees, and when I fixed my eyes, there was a red squirrel on its paws. No one noticed that something fell on the eagle's body during the dive. Even if someone accidentally sees it, they will think that this yellow, black, and white thing is just the excrement of this eagle. Except for one person, the big snake pill. A small snake with black scales, leaning against the dark night. Without anyone noticing, he picked up what had fallen from the eagle and swallowed it. At this time, you can see carefully on the ground that this is not excrement at all. The black and white ones are the notes with information written on them, while the yellow ones are heavy objects that are hung on the slips to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. The little snake stretched out the snake letter and probed to make sure that there was no breath of other creatures around, and then quickly crawled away. After a while, in the trees outside the Great Snake Pill Laboratory, a snake letter stretched out and flung up and down outside. The little black snake that swallowed the information had successfully reached the periphery of the laboratory, and it was only a short and most familiar road to successfully let the big snake pill get the information. The big snake pill in the laboratory looked at the note spit out by the little black snake. Did the teacher and the Watergate arrive in the evening? Counting the time, they should be ready to start meeting the daimyo. As the high-ranking Great Snake Pill of Konoha, he naturally has his personal subordinates. For Orochimaru, this pawn of the Fire Country capital was exposed, although it was a pity, but in order to be able to leave Konoha smoothly, he could only sacrifice. And in this room, in addition to the big snake pill, there are also two shadow doppelgangers that he separated early in order to maintain his peak state. At this time, the body of the big snake pill also turned into a snake that was mainly black and full of camouflage color. Originally, Orochimaru turned into a snake and looked almost pure white, but it was too conspicuous at night, and even people who were not Hinata could easily spot him. So on the basis of turning into a snake, he set another layer of transformation techniques. Since his lab was full of various enchantments, he didn't have to worry about Hinata's probing. And now because of the 3 generations, it is basically Uchiha plus a few dark parts who are watching him. After the detection of the small snake that Orochimaru had separated before, there was no Hinata among the people who were watching. However, Orochimaru was not careless, and he first sent one of the shadow doppelgangers to leave the laboratory pretending to be the end of the experiment. The snake that he turned into was hiding in the ventilation duct that the little black snake that sent the information before walked. Outside the laboratory, I saw the shadow doppelganger of the big snake pill walk out. Several Uchiha people looked at each other. Yashiro, you lead 2 squads to follow. Yes. The shadow doppelganger of the big snake pill did not walk towards his home, but looked at him as he walked, more like going outside to find something to eat. However, if someone looks at the entire Konoha from the perspective of God, they will find that although the big snake pill seems to be walking randomly, the general direction has been towards the gate of Konoha. Although the Uchiha family did not react at first, as there were fewer and fewer restaurants around, Orochimaru got closer and closer to the gate of Konoha, and finally someone came to his senses. 8th generation senior, do you see if the big snake pill is getting closer and closer to the gate of Konoha now? Uchiha Yatsushiro was said this, and immediately reacted, Orochimaru may be ready to defect. He was taken aback by his own speculation, so he immediately ordered Dao Wo, you hurry up and inform the Dark Department and the Patriarch. Inform the Dark Department first. Uchiha Inaba was stunned for a moment, although he didn't know why he had notified the Dark Part first. But as a ninja, the orders of his superiors naturally had to be carried out, so he immediately flew away. And the reason for informing the Dark Part first is also very simple. If it really defects, then let the Dark Part and the big snake pill fight first. If there is no defection, then it is not a loss to inform the Dark Department first. And the arrangement of the big snake pill is naturally more than that, and the little snake he separated is not only used to detect whether there is Hinata in the surveillance personnel. In the building of the Konoha enchantment class, a group of scout ninjas were on the night shift, and suddenly one of them shouted loudly each of the 6 secret passages at the route has something passing, and after sensing, it should be a person. What? Now that the 3 generations are not in Konoha, who ordered the route to leave the village, could it be a big snake pill? He is also a route high level. The sentient ninja remembered the words that the 3 generations had explained before departure, and immediately reacted, no, it won't be Orochimaru. You immediately go and inform the 2 elders. And these passing people naturally cannot all be shadow doppelgangers. It was a means specially prepared by the Great Snake Pill based on his understanding of the enchantment class. The news of Uchiha Inaba and the enchantment class reached the Hokage's office one after the other, where Koharu and Mizuto Minion were handling Konoha's various tasks for the 3 generations. Big Snake Pill, this bastard. Listening to the news from the 2, Kohara slapped his hand heavily on the desk, and the table under his palm cracked a cobweb-like gap. Although Mito Minion was also angry, he was relatively calmer, and he ordered Taku Takahashi, you go to the Ministry of Security to inform Minister Fugaku. Uchiha Ineu, you go and inform the people in the Guard Department and the Dark Department who are still monitoring the laboratory, and go into the laboratory to take a look. Yes. ×2 didn't let Uchiha Inaba inform Fugaku because the guy from the enchantment class didn't know where Orochimaru's laboratory was. Kohara rubbed his temples and said, it seems that Orochimaru should have had a plan for a long time, at least since he gave up the campaign. Mito Minion, yes, now Hinata and Watergate are not there, and Jiraiya that guy has not come back until now under the pretext of the mission. Alas, let someone inform the day first. Turning to Koharu, do you think Orochimaru can be stopped by Fugaku and the Dark Department this time? Mito Minion shook his head and did not speak. Now Konoha's strength wants to stop the big snake pill can be said to be a fool's dream. The high-level combat power dies and goes. Not counting the 3 people who did not expose their strength, Taki, Fugaku, and Shisui, now only the 9-tailed man Zulai Shine who can harden the big snake pill in Konoha. However, the 9 tails and the sealing technique are strong, and it is impossible to capture the great snake pill without mobility. The reason why the big snake pill made a disturbance in all directions was to prevent Juzine. On the other hand, when there was a disturbance in the root base, the body of the big snake pill in the laboratory also received a message, allowing the remaining shadow doppelganger to destroy the entire laboratory to attract the attention of others. On the body side, when others are attracted to their attention, they quickly go from the exhaust pipe to leave. Turning into a snake, although his body size is larger than that of the small snake that went out, the speed of leaving was not affected by his body size at all. Soon he got out and disappeared into the night. Those monitors, looking at the movement inside, were planning to use the code to discuss who to send in to see what was going on. Uchiha Inaba arrived with Mito Minion's orders. The elder has an order, the big snake pill is suspected of defecting, let us immediately enter the laboratory to see what happens. A dark part here reacted very quickly, and immediately reacted after hearing the suspected defection. Damn. Big snake pill, this is destroying experimental data. He immediately rushed towards the laboratory with the dark and some Uchiha. Unfortunately, due to the lack of intelligence, he still slowed down a beat, and before the arrival of Uchiha Inafai, Orochimaru had already left here. That's right, just like what the dark part said, the reason why the big snake pill destroyed the laboratory was not only to attract attention, but also to destroy the experimental data. Once the experimental data of a ninjutsu falls into the hands of the enemy, it is easy for the enemy to find a way to crack the technique. When the big snake pill escaped from Konoha, the two sides naturally became enemies, and the big snake pill definitely did not dare to leave experimental data in Konoha. At this time, a stupid Uchiha asked, isn't it to destroy evidence? The Uchiha clan next to emerged a few black lines on his head and looked at him speechlessly. Fortunately, the people in the dark department went into the laboratory, otherwise this guy would have been thrown into the eyes of outsiders. A guy who looked like his elder slapped the back of his head heavily. Are you a fool? He defected. Is it so important that the evidence is not evidence? The defection itself is a felony, plus the suspect defected. Is it not that he has tacitly accepted that these things were done by him? The movement of the big snake pill at the root, in addition to making the group of outsiders in the enchantment class notice, naturally also alarmed the root's own people. After confirming that none of them were going out of the village today, they sensed the root of the problem, and even without the notice of Konoha's high level, they immediately reacted that something was wrong. So this department, which was injected into the dark manpower by 3 generations, once again showed the state of the root at its peak and began to operate efficiently. And their movements naturally alarmed the miracle that has been monitoring them, and Uchiha Taki, as the ontology, also immediately learned about the situation of the root. Has the big snake pill started to act, then the guard department should be fast. Uchiha Taki rubbed his eye socket with his left hand, because the miracle was that you found another good thing in the root, so his brain was a little swollen. When he returned to the root, he passed through a small room through the wall, and accidentally glimpsed the recipe for various poisons and related materials in this room. The battle system of poison is still very strong in the early Hokage, and Hanzo, Cho, and Scorpion are all masters of using poison. The big snake pill, the medicine master's pocket, and the oil woman family are not bad at all in terms of poison. Even in the original combat system, there was a technique that relied on Mudun to poison. But in the later stage, it is basically the same as illusion, which basically becomes a background wall. There is also an infinite moon reading support scene that lives to the end, and the poisonous ceiling is completely stuck on Hanzo of the pepperfish. But for Uchiha Taki, poison is still very useful, because it can defeat very strong enemies in the easiest way, cost-effective flying. After meeting Obito, he can also suppress him with large-scale poisoning, so now that he has the opportunity to get the research materials of the root on poison, he will naturally not miss it. And in his opinion, people in the ninja world attach too much importance to toxicity, and it can almost be said that poison and poison are equated. However, the toxicity is strong or weak, the poison is not strong or weak, and the poison is only suitable or inappropriate. For example, you have to poison an enemy that you can't defeat in a normal battle. You will choose the kind of poison that is very toxic, but you can know that there is something wrong when you smell or look at it. Or will you choose a poison that is weaker, but cannot be detected and can be used for a long time, and then wait for the outbreak of toxicity? Or if you're going to assassinate a guy with a heart attack, you will choose poison that is extremely toxic, but has been invested in huge resources by medical ninjas to develop an antidote. I will still choose that kind of toxicity, but obscurity. Ordinary people are completely fine to eat, only heart disease people will be caused by the disease and then die of poison? So the way this world poisons the way to fight is, I've developed a strong and invincible poison, you guys wait for death. Haha, I have developed an antidote to your poison, you wait for death. On the contrary, some poisons that are not very toxic and ignored by medical ninjas can work wonders at critical moments. And not only that, but the way this world is poisoned is also a little miserable. The vast majority of people, including Cho and Scorpion, apply poison to weapons and then attack enemies with weapons or bugs similar to the oil lady to poison them. This has the result that in front of those ninjas with strong physical or ninjutsu, you can't poison at all, and you can't even get close and killed back. These primitive and backward poisoning methods make these poison ninjas have to be combined with some other ways to fight. For example, Cho and Scorpion's puppet, the same as the bugs of the oil lady family. And the way of Pepperfish Hanzo is very easy to use, and even Uchiha Taki has to admire that air poisoning is really one of the most efficient ways to poison. The range is large, the duration is long, and although it has the disadvantage of being restrained by the wind, it is still much stronger than others. After all, poison is a thing that is called poison only after poisoning. No poisoning, just a bunch of chemicals. But the problem is, this thing is in the exact opposite direction to the equipment that Uchiha Taki originally planned to borrow, which means that if you want both, it will be 100% discovered by the people at the root. After struggling for a while, Uchiha Taki finally decided to get the poison formula and related materials first. Because although those devices are a bit expensive, they are not like those of the big snake pill, they are things that money can't buy. If it really doesn't work, go out and rob a rich person and help yourself as a poor person. And the poison thing, except for the ninja clan, is basically controlled by the high level of Konoha. After all, poison is a thing that is specially used to defeat the strong with weakness. Although it is not difficult to get, it is not necessary to attract the attention of Konoha's high level. In addition, miraculously, you found a lot of information in the surrounding room where the poison formula was stored. Although I didn't look closely, after all, it is a root thing, it can be taken away together, is knowledge priceless. Even if it is useless to yourself, you can directly destroy it, not only to cover up your true purpose, but also to weaken a wave of roots, perfection. So he left a shadow avatar at home to prevent someone from suddenly coming to him, and the body was touched out while it was dark. The Ministry of Guards, Uchiha Fugaku just got the news and rushed over from home. For the defection of the Great Snake Pill, he can be regarded as both happy and angry. The good news is that Orochimaru is really the guy who stole the corpse, and he has not wronged anyone. Angry that Orochimaru actually stole even his Uchiha's body, and now he has not paid any price except defection. You must know that many people here have opened the eyes of the writing wheel, and have reached the level of 3-hook jade. Uchiha Fugaku, have everyone arrived? Stop the water, it's all here, Patriarch. Fugaku looked at him and nodded. He still recognized the strength of the water stop. Everyone divided into 7 squads and chased in the 7 directions where the big snake pill left. Don't think about fighting when you encounter a big snake pill, launch signal flares as soon as possible, understood? Everyone shouted in unison, understood. Among them, the sound of stopping the water is the loudest, for him, who loves the village and his companions. I don't understand why the big snake pill did such a thing, and he just happened to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, so he must find the big snake pill and ask clearly. Uchiha Fugaku, then I will be responsible for the direction of leaving from the Konoha gate, and the water stop team will be responsible for the southwest direction. After explaining the appointment and precautions, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand, go. Everyone in Uchiha immediately turned into black figures and rushed in all directions. Although it is a shadow avatar, the big snake pill is not something that ordinary people can block. By the time Fugaku led the people to the gate of Konoha, the people guarding the gate in Konoha and the team led by Uchiha Yatsushiro to track Orochimaru were all lying in a pool of blood. Yashiro, from behind Fugaku, a roar with anger came out. The capital of the land of fire, Daimyofu. The daimyo sat at the top in the center, gently shaking his tuanfan with his right hand. On his right-hand side, Sandai and Wei Feng Shui Gate sat side by side, while on his left-hand side, the ministers of the Fire Nation. The small table in front of them is filled with all kinds of mountain and sea delicacies, and there are handsome maids who constantly bring them new dishes. The 3 generations looked at these women, their faces were as smiling as chrysanthemums. Although he was old, he was good at this. Is this the 4th generation Hokage chosen by your Konoha? If he wasn't wearing ninja clothes, he really looked like a noble prince with good appearance. The daimyo said softly, his voice a little sharp. If Uchiha Taki could not help but blurt out, castrated. As the daimyo spoke, the 3 generations also came back from the maid and said proudly, that's right, he is the 4th generation Hokage we chose, and the yellow flash that became famous in this war is the elite of the elite shinobi. Bofeng Shuman heard the daimyo and the 3 generations praise him, and then smiled coyly at them. Daimyo, why didn't the 2 elders who followed you come over this time? They have other tasks this time, so they were delayed, and I will bring them over next time I have the opportunity. The 3 generations hesitated for a moment and decided not to tell the daimyo the news that Danzo might have died in battle. At this time, a figure came in from outside the palace, leaned over between the 3 generations and the Wei Feng Shui Gate, and whispered something to them. And the daimyo and his ministers naturally did not have the powerful dynamic vision of the ninja, and when someone just sneaked in, they thought they were assassins. One of them also fell because he wanted to escape. When he fell, his pants hooked onto an ornament around him, tearing the pant leg of his left foot to reveal his white thigh. The faces of these ministers, including the daimyo, instantly turned dark, and these ninjas brazenly broke into their mansions, literally trampling their faces under their feet. But they didn't dare to say anything to the three generations in Bofang Shuman, because it must be a big deal for them to break in and report like this. If you disturb them, you may not say anything on the face, but you may be in a different position the next day, and these Konoha ninjas will pretend to be kind enough to help you find the real murderer. And the three generations in Bofang Shuman, listening to the report sent, their faces became darker and darker, and finally became darker than the minister who tore his pants. The daimyo and the ministers looked at each other with a look on their faces, not knowing what was happening. After a while, the ninja who came to report got up and left, and at this time the daimyo finally had the courage to speak. Hinata, what happened? The three generations pondered for a long time, and finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Their eyes stared at the daimyo and said solemnly, Orochimaru, he defected. This matter can't be kept secret for long, and it is not good for Konoha to hide it, so the third generation decided to tell the daimyo anyway. Orochimaru, how could he have thought of defecting? I heard that he is also one of the candidates for Hokage, isn't it? The daimyo's words were not finished, but everyone knew what he meant, not to mention that his eyes kept glancing towards the Feng Shui gate when he spoke. I don't know. The third generation shook his head, although he probably guessed, but even if he defected, he still didn't want to tell outsiders about this humiliating thing. At this time, the daimyo opened his mouth and persuaded, since things have already happened, it is useless to dwell on why you are entangled here. Let Bofang Shuman be the fire shadow, we have no opinion here, you guys go back and deal with this matter as soon as possible. If Orochimaru hadn't defected, the daimyo might have thought about it again, but having already defected, there is no one in Konoha who is more suitable for Hokage than Feng Shuman. You can't tell Orochimaru, don't defect, we agree with you to be the Hokage, wouldn't the country of fire become a joke? The third generation smiled bitterly when he heard the words of the daimyo. He was considered clever but mistaken by cleverness. If he hadn't let the Feng Shui gate use the flying thunder god to rush when he came over, then the great snake pill would not have defected so early. That's right, the three generations guessed at the first time that someone was ventilating the message, and the big snake pill could step on the point to escape. If they had traveled the normal way, they would have covered a third of the distance in a maximum of the time. Once the big snake pill defected, it wouldn't take long for them to rush back, and the calm big snake pill would naturally not act so quickly. Only when someone reported the news could Orochimaru know that they had now arrived in the capital of the fire country, and they could only arrive through the flying thunder god. However, the three generations did not rush to arrest the internal traitor at the first time. He knew that this internal traitor was the abandoned son of the big snake pill, and there would be no intelligence. The three generations who thought about this suddenly looked much older, and said to the daimyo, late, it's too late to rush back now, it's my judgment mistake. Bofang Shuman looked at the appearance of the three generations, a little unbearable, so he said, 3 generations of adults, if you just rush back, you can still do it with the soldier food pill, it's just, at that time, I didn't have much combat effectiveness. Although I have just rested for a while, I obviously can't resume the flying thunder god technique that I performed along the way. The three generations naturally knew this, so he rejected Bofang Shuman's proposal. You are not your wife, neither the Whirlpool family, nor the human pillar force, there is no need to waste chakra for things that cannot be stopped. Seeing that Feng Shuiman still wanted to say something, the third generation reached out to stop him. The most important thing now is to rest well, and then rush back to Konoha as soon as possible the next day, take responsibility for the Hokage, and eliminate the negative impact caused by the defection of the Great Snake Pill. Since Orochimaru is ready to defect, even if he rushes back, he will not let us easily find his traces, that's what I said, but the third generation is soft on the Big Snake Pill. Even if Bofang Shuman can really rush back to find the Big Snake Pill, when his physical strength is exhausted, then who will fight with the Big Snake Pill? Isn't it still him ape flying to the sun? The daimyo also persuaded along with the three generations. That's right, the main thing now is not to capture Orochimaru, but to prepare Konoha and prevent the war from starting again. If you need financial support, let Kohara send me a bill form, and I will support you. The relationship between the daimyos and the ninja is still very tangled, both worried that the ninja is too strong to rebel, and worried that the land of fire will be invaded by other countries. And now, although it is not weak, it definitely cannot withstand the siege of the 4 countries again. I understand, but there must be a Big Snake Pill's treachery here. I'll go and arrest him, the third generation and the daimyo-sama. I'll quit first. After saying that, the Feng Shui gate hurriedly left the daimyo's mansion. Both the daimyo and the 3 generations had a point, but he didn't feel comfortable if he didn't do anything. When the daimyo saw the appearance of the Feng Shuiman, he did not mind him retreating early. After all, the Big Snake Pill can also be regarded as his senior uncle, and he is also the person he once admired. How many people can stay calm when such a thing happens? And the 3 generations themselves are also blaming themselves, and his arrangement in Konoha is more aimed at Uchiha than at Orochimaru. If it was for the Great Snake Pill arrangement, then if not it could prevent the defection, it would at least make him suffer heavy losses. Coupled with the blow that let the Feng Shui men Flying Thunder God rush and the previous Tuan Zhang, the three generations felt that they were old for the first time. By the way, there is also a hint of rejoicing, glad that he gave up the position of Hokage, and he doesn't have to think so much in the future. Daimyo Hinata, now that Orochimaru has defected, can Tsunade come back? By the way, aren't you in Konoha? The daimyo was frightened by the look on the face of the three generations and the wave of water in Watergate just now, and only now remembered that Konoha didn't still have Jiraiya. Jiraiya, I was sent out on a mission. Tsunade's words. It might be a little difficult to get her back. The originally slightly softened face turned black again when the daimyo mentioned it. Tsunade hadn't dealt much with Sandai and Konoha's various matters since the death of Rope Tree and Broken Tree. And Zille is similar, since the third generation sent the child to the battlefield, he and the third generation began to separate from Germany. The daimyo didn't notice the slight expression of the three generations, or it seemed to him that the face of the three generations had always been so dark, so he urged, then hurry up and let Jiraiya come back to guard Konoha. The three generations choked and said slowly, I'll try my best, and I will also quit the daimyo. The three generations who are in a very bad mood are too lazy to do those superficial efforts, and they don't even bother to add the word adult after the daimyo. On Konoha's side, although it was late at night, the whole village was brightly lit because of the big snake pill. Uchiha Taki was speeding on the roof. He had just come out of the roots, and through the miracle of your cooperation, he solved a group of root personnel and successfully obtained the information he wanted. Looking at Konoha's current appearance, it is as if you have returned to the earth that entered the information age and has many cities that never sleep. It's not this ninja world, which even movies are just getting started, and belongs to the ninja world of the electric age. In peacetime, although there are many civilians, Konoha is the largest military base in the Fire Nation. Even if it is not as strict as the military control in the previous life, it is still like the life state in school that will turn off the lights at a certain time. For the sake of you sending me this beautiful scenery, I will try to cut off the ferret's 10-fist sword in the future, so that you will not be sealed. And the movement that Uchiha Taki made at the root naturally spread to the two elders who are now helping the three generations manage Konoha. Mito Minion, in other words, you don't know who did it. A root of a mask that resembled a carp pattern replied, we have arranged for people from the Yamanaka family to search for intelligence, but I think the one who can do this level should be Orochimaru. Koharu, does that mean that the body of the great snake pill may still be lurking in Konoha? Mito Minion, what is he lurking in Konoha for? Afraid it's not dangerous enough? There is Hinata, and when Hinata comes back, he can't hide at all. Koharu, maybe we in Konoha have the resources he wants. Don't forget what he defected for. That's right, the ultimate purpose of the Great Snake Pill's research is immortality. And in order to achieve this goal, he needs to study the mysteries of the human body, so isn't the best object to study the mysteries of the human body a variety of bloodstained ninjas? In terms of bloodstains, only Mistian can compare with Konoha, which is why the Great Snake Pill in the original book has a group of Mist Shinobi subordinates. And counting the quality of the bloodstains, Konoha has 3 ceiling-level bloodstains, Nyudun, Sharinan, and White Eye. And Kirayan has at most a Take Torai, Kagaya, clan who is suspected to be a descendant of Itsuki. Mito Minion was transferred to Sleep Koharu, and immediately reacted, and ordered to the root of the carp's face and the dark part protecting them outside, immediately arranged for people to search in Konoha, call me all of Anoka, Butterfly, Oil Girl, Inyazuka, and Hinata, and go search for Orochimaru together. Yes, Xiaochun snorted coldly. They were most excited to hear that the Great Snake Pill might probe bloodstains and secret techniques before. Now that the Great Snake Pill has really defected, it's time for them to contribute. During their conversation, Uchiha Taki also touched the clan land. However, because no one found it the first few times, Uchiha Taki thought that he would not be so nervous after returning to the clan land. So without noticing, he collided with the troops pursuing the big snake pill. The sharp-eyed Shisui was the first to spot Uchiha Taki. Taki, haven't you slept yet? Uchiha Taki, huh? It seems that something big has happened tonight, so come out to see what is going on, and you can see that the lights around are still on. Fortunately, although Uchiha is very strict with outsiders, he still has a very relaxed attitude towards his own family, and Uchiha Taki said so, and they also believed so. And Uchiha Taki also noticed their miserable appearance. One by one, their bodies were covered with dirt, and many people were wrapped in bandages. The main thing is that Fugaku, who led the team, is actually not here. Uchiha Taki asked, what happened to you, why are you all injured? Uchiha in his 30s replied, it's nothing to do with you, go back to sleep quickly. Since the matter of the Great Snake Pill has not been announced by the Konoha High Level, it is not suitable for them to say it. Although they are at odds with the High Level, they still have the qualities of ninjas. At this time, a man with a dark mask flashed between them and said to them, the body of the Great Snake Pill is suspected to be still in Konoha, and you still have people with combat power to join the search. What? Is he crazy? Since you are in Konoha, you must keep him, and the previous offenses and the things just now will be liquidated within this time. After receiving the order, Shui Shui quickly left. He was one of the few people who was not injured. Except for a few people who were a little too bandaged, the others also got up to follow. Seeing them leave, Uchiha Taki also relaxed his heart, and at the same time secretly thought in his heart he must move as soon as possible, and tomorrow he will go to see how they are decorated. Uchiha Fugaku, who was the minister who led them, was being treated at Konoha Hospital at this time. Originally, he secretly opened the kaleidoscope writing Wheel Eye. Even if he was no match for the big snake pill, he would not be beaten into the hospital in such a short time. What's more, he still has the help of Shushui and a group of Uchiha clansmen, and defeating the great snake pill can be said to be a matter of certainty. It turned out that after they paid a little price, they also suppressed the big snake pill. After Uchiha Fugaku sent out a signal flare, several squads also rushed to surround the big snake pill. After Uchiha Fugaku felt sure, he gave Shisui a look, and then stepped forward to prepare to destroy the hands of the big snake pill and capture the big snake pill alive. As a result, when approaching the great snake pill, the great snake pill suddenly attacked Uchiha Fugaku as if he were deadly. Although he tried his best to defend, he was still cut by the big snake pill and injected with poison. So the later result was also obvious. The shadow avatar of the big snake pill was scattered, Fugaku's body was highly poisonous, many people in Uchiha were injured, and the entire guard department was plagued by the big snake pill. The bearded Dahan ushered the silent Uchiha Taki into the room, which was littered with stone fragments and stone powder wafting in the air. This caused Uchiha Taki, who had just entered the room, to be choked several times. Ahem, what's the situation? Is your business so good, so many statues? Of course, the dust powder in the sky will not be formed by a few statues. Every 2 or 3 steps, you can see a group of people surrounding a statue. It's not a good business, but it's really busy now, and there are more lists. Hu Dahan replied. What? Is that good or bad business? Alas, isn't there about to be 4 generations of Hokage? So we will finish all the lists as soon as possible now, and if we want to take a new list, we will have to wait until we finish carving the statue of the 4th generation of Hokage. So it is. Uchiha covered his mouth and nose and said, then do you still have time to take my order now? That depends on what statue you make. If it's not too big. It's this portrait. Uchiha Taki handed over the drawn drawing and the 3 views, although he was not a professional art student before crossing, but the sketch was still good. Why does this person still have a helmet on his head, and it is indicated that it will be made of stone, and this should also be restored? Hu Dahan said while flipping through the drawings. Of course, all the things I painted have to be restored. Then you'll have a bit of this detail. It may take a long time to do it. How big will it be? A life-size statue similar to a normal person is fine. It shouldn't be difficult, but delivery should take a while. The bearded man called a few companions to look at the 3 views together for a while and made a judgment. Determining that this business can be done, Hu Dahan takes Uchiha Taki to the counter to settle the bill. This statue is good, forget about not swearing, but it's really expensive. After Uchiha Taki came out of the store, he looked at his deflated wallet and said, although his Kamishinobu parents left him a very considerable inheritance, there is usually Konoha's subsidy for the family of the deceased. But after buying Konoha Wonkyu, renovating the shop, and now this exquisite statue, no amount of inheritance can bear it. Now that Zilei's affectionate paradise has not yet been written, what do I rely on to make money? I can't divide a shadow avatar to be a copyist. The current Uchiha Taki, in addition to the body, has 2 shadow doppelgangers who are online all year round. One is responsible for learning medical knowledge and learning palm cactus. The other is the few cultivation feng shui treasures that Uchiha Taki found before, practicing ninjutsu, physical arts, and illusion arts, while also being responsible for recording various data of the body. This data is collected so that when others want this knowledge in the future, they can provide it to make a transaction. For example, our big snake pill must be very curious about these, or give it to stop water, to prevent him from being too blind with his eyes. In order to obtain these data, the shadow doppelganger in charge of cultivation practiced himself to collapse almost every day. For this reason, every night Uchiha Taki lifts his shadow doppelganger and prepares for bed, he can fall asleep immediately. If he continues to divide his shadow doppelganger as a copyist now, Uchiha Taki doesn't know if he can still carry it. However, it is unrealistic to be a mission ninja in the past. Although he has been able to completely destroy the Ryoma team, he can also take the first rank of the regiment in the 10,000 generals, but he is still a subordinate tolerant, and he can't accept the kind of forbearance of high-amount tasks. After all, he is not like Marusin Kasuk who has a relationship with the 3 generations, nor does he have a background like Naruto. He is just an ordinary Uchiha. You can't go to the Wind Festival Menjai every time to take the task together, although the rich woman's thighs are indeed fragrant. What thighs? Mo Leafy? At this time, a voice came, and Uchiha Taki was so frightened that he immediately turned around, and it was not good to be treated as a lolicon. Who? Looking back, Kenji Sato, who had not appeared for a long time, was looking at Uchiha Taki with a puzzled expression. What did you just say alone? Did something go wrong with Moai's thigh? Fortunately, most of the world is still relatively simple. It's not like Jiraiya, who is as obscene as the 3 generations, and it's not like Uchiha Taki who has been baptized with a lot of information. This simple guy also thought that the thigh of the wind sacrifice Menjai was injured for some reason. No, you heard me wrong, I said I ran out of money recently. Now that you're here, come and treat me to a meal. Uchiha Taki wrapped his right hand around his neck and took out his empty wallet with his left hand. Kenji Sato's had hung down a few black lines, and he patted the hand around his neck and complained, "Hey, how can anyone come up and let others treat you to dinner? And you're a Hao clan Uchiha, don't you mean to let us civilian ninjas treat us to dinner?" What's so embarrassing about this, everyone always has a tight hand. Recently, the expenses are a little big, and I buy a store and decorate, and I can't stand it. Okay. So, this simple civilian was easily changed by Uchiha Taki, a little fox, and was tricked into a dinner. Time goes back to noon. After the three generations asked the Dark Department to inform the various upper shinobi, he did not let Koharu and Mito Minion leave, but asked the two, "Does the guy who attacked the Uchiha Guard Department last time have a clue?" After dealing with the infighting, the three generations finally remembered to deal with the things committed by Brother Tuze. Mito Minion shook his head, "Not yet. There are a lot of intelligence on the Tenzo side that have traces of destruction. It should be damaged during the battle. What about the secret passages of the roots? I can't let people come and go freely in my Konoha." The third generation also thought that Haku was cultivated from the roots, and he needed to go through the secret passage of the roots to leave Konoha. At this time, Xiaochun came out and retorted, "Hinata, if the root secret passage can be monitored by the enchantment class, then there is no point in the existence of the root." The three generations also replied without hesitation, "Don't forget, the roots are to protect Konoha. If the secret passage at the root may endanger Konoha, you should give it up." Mito Minion came out again to play the circle, "Then just set up an enchantment class for the root, there is no need to fight." He felt that his old friend inherited the identity role of Tenzo and the three generations after Tenzo's death, and now he quarreled with the three generations more and more. Perception ninjas are originally very scarce in the ninja world, otherwise Yunin and Mist Shinobu would not have put other bloodstains and did not come to grab their eyes. And ninjas who can maintain the large-scale perception of the entire ninja village 24 hours a day are even more scarce than white eyes. Konoha obtained various sealing techniques of the Vortex clan to develop such a good perception enchantment. It would be nice to have half of the sentient ninjutsu in other ninja villages. As strong as Nagato, who has the Eye of Reincarnation, isn't it also possible to use the Rain Tiger Freedom technique to maintain the perception of the Rain Ninja Village? Not to mention the side effect of 24 hours of uninterrupted super rainfall, even as a perception ninjutsu, it was easily cracked by Jiraiya. Koharu's questioning made Mito Minion a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that casually handing a step to both sides would actually become like this. He couldn't answer Koharu's two questions. Three generations, what Koharu said makes sense. The cultivation of the enchantment class is not overnight. This kind of long-term surveillance is not something that can be achieved by going to Inyazuka, Oil Girl, and Hinata to recruit a few more members. So for the sake of Konoha, the root secret passage must be included in the monitoring of the enchantment class. Sunko. Turning to sleep, Koharu didn't expect that the third generation was still insisting that the enchantment class monitor the root. "Are you crazy? You are now transferring most of the die-hard loyalists of the Dark Department to the root, and your control over the fourth generation has been greatly reduced. Now that the secret passage of the root is exposed, are you planning to completely delegate power to Bofeng Shuman now?" Hearing Koharu's questioning, the three generations understood that this was the crux of the original problem. The death of Danzo, the decision of the three generations to take charge of the roots, has greatly weakened the power of the three generations and the first lineage, so Xiaochun will vigorously oppose this act of decentralization. So he opened his mouth and explained, even if they are included in the monitoring of the enchantment class, they will only know that there are people in the root out of the village, and they will not know the detailed task situation. And I believe that even if I abdicate to take charge of the roots, my control over the enchantment class will not be lower than that of Watergate. So be it. Koharu left Hokage's office with a dark face. She understands that although the three generations are very indecisive, some things will not change once the decision is made. And the last comfort of three generations did give her a little confidence. On the other side, the Uchiha tribe. After notifying the Dark Part who participated in the vote to leave, Uchiha Fugaku and the four elders also had a heated discussion. Uchiha momentarily, what now? Sarutobi Hinata held a vote of confidence in Shangnan so early, let alone with other families, even Hinata has not made a decision now. The second elder of the Dovish also spoke, "Or we will give up this time. The third generation obviously does not want us to inherit his position." This time, even the doves who have been towards Konoha have felt the targeting of Uchiha by the Konoha high level. One of the doves who did not want to be named commented on the Uchiha doves, and the Konoha high ranking did not even want to face Uchiha momentarily. What a joke. Isn't it just that they are panicking when they are in such a hurry to hold a vote? At this time, it is more time to chase after the victory. Second elder, chase after the victory? How to take advantage of the victory in pursuit? We can't even cope with the vote that opened early. As the two argued, the other two elders also began to join the battlefield, splattering their saliva and pointing fingers. For a long time, Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke, "Be quiet. You say, how about we expose the big snake pill matter now?" As soon as Fugaku's words came out, the originally noisy discussion fell silent for a moment. After pondering the wording, the second elder took the lead in speaking. "How much evidence do you have?" Fugaku, although the evidence is not enough to convict, it is enough to list Orochimaru as a suspect. Uchiha momentarily, even if he is listed as a suspect, at most, it will only make him disqualified from competing for Hokage, but it is possible that the person who gave the vote to Orochimaru will be transferred to the Wei Feng Shuman. Fugaku, so what if we ask to postpone this vote? A few elders around, you look at me, I look at you, and then said in unison, "You can try." It's 2:50 p.m., and there are a lot of people gathered in the Konoha building, and you can tell from their dresses that they are all shinobi. Looking outside, you can see a lot of people daring to come here. Due to the large number of people coming, the three generations did not gather in his Hokage office, as was customary in the past, but gathered in the lobby of the Konoha building. With the slow rotation of the minute hand, the time came to 3 o'clock. Orochimaru, who was busy transferring equipment, finally stepped on the dot and came to the Konoha building. Seeing the last person arrived, the third generation got up from his chair and said to everyone, "As everyone knows, at the end of the war, I announced my abdication and began to elect the fourth generation Hokage. Now there are three contenders who stand out. They are the Bofeng Shuiman recommended by me, the Orochimaru recommended by Minister Root Lao Danzo, and the Minister of Security Fugaku recommended himself. When it comes to Tuan Zhang, many Shang shinobi are looking around, curious why Tuan Zhang didn't come today. In order to prevent being spied to obtain intelligence, and the body of Danzo has not yet been found, the Konoha High Level has not yet announced Danzo's death. Therefore, there are still many upper shinobi who do not have a high status, and it is not clear that Tuanzang has been lost." Mayo continued, "Then today, I am gathering you to officially elect a Hokage. I hope you can cast a fair and clean vote today." As soon as the three generations' words fell, Fugaku immediately stood up and said loudly, "Naruto-sama, wait a minute, I have objections, and I can't vote on it yet." Koharu, who was standing behind the third generation, said, "Uchiha Fugaku, are you questioning the decision that Hokage and our two elders made together?" When Uchiha Fugaku heard her words, he also replied unceremoniously, "Do you want to let the persecutors of Konoha's compatriots also participate in the election?" Mayo raised his right hand to stop Shun Koharu from continuing. He already had a premonition of what Uchiha Fugaku was going to say. "Fugaku, make it clear, who destroyed the Konoha compatriots?" After that, the three generations also glanced at the big snake pill. Uchiha Fugaku, in the frontline battlefield before, everyone should know about the disappearance of corpses. The people around also began to echo, and this matter made a lot of noise at the beginning. If it weren't for the war, this would have broken out a long time ago, and there were many corpses of family members with bloodstains and secret techniques, all missing in this war. Fugaku's repetition of the old incident this time also aroused the curiosity of the people around him. Could it be that this person was found out by Fuyu? Uchiha Fugaku saw that everyone around him echoed, and he continued, "Since everyone knows, then I tell you, this matter is not over yet. It's just that the missing person has changed from members of various families to orphans of Konoha." "What do you mean? Is this criminal still in Konoha? What is this for?" "The corpses of the major families can also be said to be greedy for bloodstains and secret techniques. What can they get from orphans?" Hearing that the disappearance was not over, a violent discussion broke out around him, and even Bofeng Shuman couldn't help but start asking questions to Fugaku. "Everyone be quiet first." The three generations roared loudly, and then said, "Since Fugaku, you raised this matter now, I think there must already be an answer." Uchiha Fugaku, although we don't have concrete evidence yet, we found that every time Orochimaru appeared, there were disappearances. And we can guarantee that Orochimaru has no way to provide any alibi. Fugaku and the elders thought for a long time, but they still didn't reveal the possibility that the root might collude with the big snake pill. First, I don't want to tear my face with the third generation so quickly, and secondly, I can threaten the third generation by saying this: "You are slandering Lord Orochimaru." As Fugaku's judgment came out, the big snake pill faction immediately refuted. The others around also sounded "how is it possible" objections, but as they kept thinking back in their minds, they found that what Fugaku said was indeed not a big problem. Although it was not the only one whose bodies had been stolen, the troops led by Orochimaru were indeed a lot higher than the others. Every time the big snake pill disappeared, the disappearance of the corpse became frequent, slowed down or even stopped as soon as it was transferred, and their opposition gradually changed from loud to whispering that only they could hear. The three generations seemed to have anticipated this for a long time, and it was very bland from the beginning. Hearing the discussion gradually become quieter, he spoke, "But Minister Fugaku can't come up with evidence to convict Orochimaru. Isn't it too much to convict Konoha's heroes based solely on possibilities?" Seeing the three generations helping the big snake pill speak, Uchiha Fugaku was not surprised, but the three generations of adults, you can't deny that the suspicion of the big snake pill is indeed the greatest. To know what so many strong people in Konoha are paying attention to, being able to be undetected in this situation and steal corpses, this kind of strength is something that few people in the entire ninja world can do. Regarding this matter, we Uchiha family brought a detailed description of the situation this time. After Fugaku finished speaking, the Uchiha shinobi who came with him took out a report and distributed it to the surrounding shinobi, including the 3 generations also got a copy. It seems that this time, Uchiha came prepared. Mito, Minion, Yin and Yang said strangely. Fugaku smiled and ignored him, instead continuing to say to the surrounding shinobi, we really don't have control of the evidence that can convict us, but as the biggest suspect, should Orikimura wait for the investigation to be clear and there is no suspicion before starting the campaign? At this time, echoes such as yes and Patriarch Fugaku said it makes sense began to sound around. Inyazuka, Oil Girl, Moonlight, Karama, these occult and blood-stained families have all begun to oppose and now start voting. Among them, Hinata, the family that values bloodstains the most and is also the most powerful here, is particularly fierce. Although they have confidence in the caged bird, the necessary attitude must be put on display, otherwise others will learn what to do if they are ready to steal their carcasses. Naruto-sama, I think what Patriarch Fugaku said makes sense, and Lord Orochimaru is indeed the most suspicious according to the information submitted by the Ministry of Guards. Since you want to campaign for Hokage, you should do your best in all aspects and clear your suspicions. It is really not suitable to open voting. Shikaku, why do you even say that, you? Koharu's words were once again stopped by the 3 generations. So Orochimaru, do you have any thoughts on Uchiha's accusations against you? Is there anything to justify yourself? Mayo asked. The spokespersons of the Inuga butterfly faction who had always been on Hokage's side had already spoken out against it, and the 3 generations had already understood that this matter could not be stopped. Since he can't stop it, then he must grasp the matter in a state that he can control, not let the Uchiha clan play it. Looking at the intrigue between the 3 generations and the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's eyes contained a thick mockery. As the original king of Elden Holly Lu said, the power you have is the reason to be king. But on the other hand, the 3 generations, since sitting firmly in the Hokage, have not thought of continuing to climb up. When the war was raging, he would rather send his children to the battlefield than think of fighting the enemy as the strongest person Konoha had ever been. In the name of shinobi, there is no one in 10. And Uchiha Fugaku is not to mention, if he can single out, Orochimaru has every chance of killing him. On the contrary, it is Bofeng Shuman, who has achieved its current status as a civilian and relied on its own strength. Thinking of this, Orochimaru said, although Danzo nominated me to be the Hokage, in fact, I am not so eager for this position. Since Patriarch Fugaku thinks I am suspicious, then I will withdraw from this campaign. Although Orochimaru was not as eager for Hokage's position as he said, but he already knew that there was no chance, and he didn't want to spend energy fighting. Watergate, let me see how you, a sun-filled fellow, will become when you see the gloom of Konoha. Whether to fall into darkness or to bring light to darkness. Orochimaru thought to himself, he was curious about what would happen when Watergate and the 3 generations of ideas clashed. Uchiha Fugaku did not expect that the big snake pill would actually give up the competition directly, and his face changed from the original full of confidence to a little hideous. If Orochimaru gave up, those who supported him would not vote for him Uchiha Fugaku, but would instead vote for the Wave Feng Shui Gate, who is also vocal in the Hokage series. If you have to say it, Bofeng Shuman still has a layer of senior uncle and nephew relationship with the big snake pill. Orochimaru, are you admitting that you stole the corpse? Fugaku threatened Orochimaru with a dark face. He did not want to convict the big snake pill, but if the big snake pill continued to compete and cooperated with him to delay the voting time, he could help the big snake pill erase the evidence of the crime. But will the big snake pill take care of him? In the original work, before seeing the kaleidoscope of Uchiha Weasel's chakra eye, Orochimaru did not put the Uchiha family in his eyes at all. Uchiha, who opened the 3-hook jade, is a strong man and a genius in the eyes of others. But for him big snake pill, who has ever beaten him? Who is stronger than talent? It's really true that Uchiha is still alive. Laughing disdainfully, Orochimaru ignored Fugaku's threat to him and said, if you want to convict me, I suggest that Patriarch Fugaku first produce enough evidence before speaking. Possibility alone can't convict me. Not only Fugaku's face darkened when he heard Orochimaru's words, but even the 3 generations were the same. But just as the 3 generations knew about the Great Snake Pill, the Great Snake Pill as a disciple also knew his master. Although knowing that saying this will cause the suspicion of the 3 generations, it doesn't matter, the current position of the 4th generation of Hokage is the most important. Before Wei Feng Shui Gate sat in the Hokage position, Orochimaru did not worry at all that the 3 generations would deal with him. Just as Orochimaru expected, the 3 generations really didn't have the idea of dealing with him now. Even the 3 generations had a way in their minds to balance Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku when he took the Watergate to meet the daimyo. In that case, let's start voting. Fugaku, what other opinions do you have? Turning to sleep, Kohara saw that the situation fell to Hokage's side, and immediately opened his mouth to urge. Fugaku took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "No." After seeing that everyone had no objections, the three generations waved their hands. Then now, the voting begins. As the words of the three generations fell, the crowd in the Hokage building began to swell, skillfully lining up to vote. Among them, Hinata Hayashi couldn't open his eyes because there were too many people around, so he had to glance at Fugaku several times with his afterlight. After making sure that Uchiha had no backhand, he shook his head at the upper ninja of the Hyuga clan. The results of the vote came out quickly, and from Orochimaru and the Hyuga clan to give up one after the other, Wei Feng Shuiman defeated Uchiha Fugaku by crushing votes. Fugaku, I hope you don't mind, don't affect our relationship because of this matter. Not this time, Uchiha can compete for the next Hokage. Bo Feng Shuiman comforted Uchiha Fugaku a little awkwardly. With the relationship between Kushina and Uchiha Mikato, it is obviously not appropriate for him not to say anything, but to comfort this kind of big score gap is not very good. After being entangled for a long time, Bo Feng Shuiman said such a sentence. Congratulations on becoming Hokage, Watergate. Although he said this, his tone and expression seemed a little insincere. The completely hopeless words in the original work are fine, but now there is hope to compete but fail, and the disappointment obviously cannot be hidden. Bo Feng Shuiman could only smile when he saw it, and this situation could only let Fuya come out by himself. When everyone was almost discussed, the third generation stood up and said, if everyone has no opinion, then according to the voting results, Bo Feng Shuiman is the fourth generation of Hokage. Tomorrow morning, I will take the Wave Feng Shui Gate with me to meet the daimyo in the Land of Fire and confirm this matter. During my absence from Konoha, the management of Konoha was entrusted to the two elders behind me. Narashikasa, just the two of you, isn't this too dangerous? Do you want to bring more people with you? 3 generations, Watergate has the art of flying thunder god, who in the entire ninja world can keep him? It's better to keep your strength in Konoha. But you did remind me that there are some things that are not convenient for us to do, and we should really bring more people. I'll pick one from my shadow guard. Sensing that the words of the 3 generations meant something, Nara Shikaka did not refute it. And indeed, there is the Wei Feng Shui Gate of the Flying Thunder God art. As long as he is not willing, no one in the ninja world can catch him, let alone defeat him. 3 generations, if the others have no opinion, disperse. Orochimaru and Fugaku, stay for a moment, I have something to say to you. Orochimaru and Fugaku looked at the 3 generations at the same time and then at each other. They didn't know what the 3 generations were doing to keep them now. When the other upper shinobi dispersed, Fugaku couldn't help but ask the third generation Sama, is there anything else? The 3 generations raised their eyelids, although usually others called him 3 generations behind his back, but when he was in front of him, he had to respectfully call Naruto-sama. But now Bo Feng Shuiman has just passed the vote, and it has not yet passed the daimyo pass. You Uchiha Fugaku don't even want to pretend this meeting, and directly shout 3 generations? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the third generation said, since Fugaku was in a hurry, then I will talk to him first. Big Snake Pill, you wait first. Fugaku, you come with me to the Hokage office and say. Coming to the Hokage's office, the 3 generations first pretended to comfort Fugaku a few words, and then cut to the chase. For the theft of the body, since Orochimaru is suspicious, I will trouble Minister Fugaku to worry more during this time and try to investigate clearly. If there are any procedural problems, I will approve them for you now, and at the same time, I will also ask the Dark Department to assist you in investigating. 3 generations of adults, you are. Fugaku doesn't understand a little. Could it be that the 3 generations really plan to destroy their relatives with righteousness and make a move on the Big Snake Pill? Sande, although Orochimaru is my disciple, it is precisely because of this that I am responsible for him, and if he really attacks Konoha's companions, then I can't shield him. Since that's the case, then I understand, I'll let the guard department go all out to investigate. Although it is not clear why the 3rd generation suddenly wanted to attack the Big Snake Pill, but the Big Snake Pill just punished him so much in the vote. Of course Fugaku wants to take revenge back. And the Big Snake Pill is indeed the most suspicious. If it can go smoothly before, the Hokage will be counted, but if he did not become a player, of course, the theft of the body of the Uchiha family must be investigated clearly. The 3rd generation nodded and handed Fuyu a stack of documents. Then be it. These are the procedures that can investigate the Big Snake Pill. I hope you can investigate this matter clearly, and return the Big Snake Pill a clean slate. After Fugaku took the document and left, the 3 generations called Orochimaru and said, Fugaku lost the election of Hokage this time, he may retaliate against our faction, especially you Orochimaru, you may be investigated by them. Orochimaru, so what do you want to say, sensei? You don't even believe that I did these things. The 3rd generation shook his head. Of course I believe you, but Uchiha may blame you. They may even rebel while I'm away, so trouble you keep an eye on them while I'm not in Konoha. The big snake pill sneered. He naturally wouldn't believe what the three generations said. Why don't you let the dark department or the two elders stare? I still have experiments to do. The third generation frowned. He obviously said everything that Uchiha was most likely to threaten the big snake pill, and the big snake pill actually thought of refusing? So he continued, their strength is not enough. It is better for you to deal with Uchiha. Orochimaru, in that case, then I understand. Then I will first retreat to spy on the Uchiha family. Looking at the appearance of the big snake pill retreating fearlessly, a trace of uneasiness appeared in the hearts of the three generations. It is clear that Yusaibo is indeed the most likely to retaliate against him, and he still doesn't care? Did he really not steal the body? Or can he guarantee not to be investigated by Uchiha? Although he was a little uneasy, Mio still trusted his judgment, and when Orochimaru realized that Uchiha really began to investigate him, he should start to panic. Late at night, Orochimaru sat alone in his laboratory, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, closing his eyes and thinking about what had happened today. He didn't care about what the three generations said to him. Tomorrow morning, the third generation will leave Konoha with the Wei Feng Shui Gate. Isn't it that the sea is wide with fish leaping, and the sky is high and birds fly? Really, when he big snake pill can't see such obvious provocation? But the big snake pill can see it, but Uchiha may not be able to see it. Or even if they see it, they don't care. The fact that Orochimaru gave up the campaign really angered the Uchiha gang. Although there were many other factors, they were all now directing their anger towards the big snake pill. To say why not find three generations of them, because the three generations of the Uchiha family can't afford to mess with them. But your big snake pill is different, although it is not clear why, but the three generations will not protect you. Then what are we Uchiha afraid of? We must not vent our anger at you. So after Fugaku returned to the guard department, he immediately arranged for the people to start staring at the big snake pill. The big snake pill knew that even now, there were at least 3 or more 3-hooked jade Yusaibo outside the laboratory, and there were more than a dozen 2-hooked jade guys staring at him outside. At the same time, there were also dark parts staring at these Uchiha while staring at him. Although the main purpose of these arrangements is to prevent Uchiha from rebelling because of the defeat of the election Hokage, give them a way to vent. At the same time, the third generation was afraid of directly explaining the task of the big snake pill, and he could not contribute to the work, so he thought of this method to provoke both of them. Very superficial, but useful. At least now Orochimaru was disgusted by these Uchiha. Even if they were just staring outside, they couldn't know what he was doing. But staring so unscrupulously still made him feel restrained. Although the current big snake pill looked like he was quietly meditating, if he approached his side, he could feel the killing intent that seemed to condense into substance. Exhaling, Orochimaru looked at the devices around him. Unlike the last time, when only some major components were replaced, the laboratory is now completely invisible here. If someone comes in and takes a look, even someone who knows only a little about the operation of the lab can easily see that there is a problem. But after all, this is the laboratory of the Great Snake Pill. Even if he is designated as a suspect by the Uchiha clan, even if the 3 generations agree to let the guard department and the dark department monitor him together, he is the Great Snake Pill. As long as he was not thoroughly characterized or had sufficient evidence, neither the guard department nor the dark department dared to risk completely angering him to come in and investigate. The big snake pill divided dozens of small snakes with both hands and swam in all directions. Through various gaps, the little snakes disappeared, as if they had never appeared in this laboratory. After making these arrangements, Orochimaru left the lab, ignored those who were watching him, and walked towards his home. On the other side, Uchiha Taki was in his room, looking at a fish with a serious face. This is an ordinary fish caught from the river, and its whole body reflects a cyan metallic sheen. The whole fish was placed by Uchiha Taki in a large basin filled with water taken from the river. There was a hole in the stomach of the fish, which was obviously cut by a sharp weapon, and it lay motionless in the basin. Although there is a hole in the stomach, through the mouth of the fish swallowing one by one, you can still see that the fish is still alive. It's just that it is very difficult to live, and if it is not treated in time, then this fish will not survive. Uchiha Taki bends his hand slightly, covering the fingers of his left hand on the fingers of his right hand, and covering his hands over the fish. Immediately, his hands began to glow, giving this room that did not turn on the light and only relied on the moonlight to have another light source. With the divergence of green fluorescence, the meat on the belly of the fish began to slowly squirm. The cut wound gradually became smaller and smaller, and when the wound disappeared and the fish's belly turned white again, the fish suddenly began to move, its tail flicking, and the splash of water wet Uchiha Taka's clothes. However, Uchiha Taki was not angry, but leaned back, leaned on the bed and sighed. It took so long, I finally mastered the palm cactus. The next morning, most of Konoha was still asleep. Although most of the people here are ninjas, when there is no war, these mission ninjas still prefer to lie in bed. But today was not the same as usual. Most people got up early and rushed towards the direction of Konoha's gate in the morning mist. Seeing that there were people rushing in the same direction on the road, they walked in pairs while chatting. Today is the last step for the Yellow Flash Lord they support to become the Hokage. As long as they pass the level of the daimyo, they are the 4th generation Hokage in the true sense. And as the first Hokage born as a commoner in Konoha's true sense, these ordinary people in Konoha are also honored to see that he can become Hokage. So even if no one organized it, these people spontaneously came to the gate of Konoha to see off the wave Feng Shui Gate. Lord Watergate is here. A sharp-eyed guy saw the conspicuous yellow-haired Bo Feng Shui Gate in the distance and the 3 generations wearing Hokage robes walking together, and immediately shouted to inform the companions around him, "I'm here to wish you a Hokage in advance, Lord Watergate. Lord Watergate, you will definitely be able to become a Hokage. Come on, Lord Watergate." Bo Feng Shuman, who encountered this situation for the first time, looked a little overwhelmed and was slightly stunned. Seeing that Bo Feng Shuman was shocked by this scene, Sande smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "This is the honor of Hokage, and it is also everyone's recognition of you. So accept this honor and recognition, and carry their expectations of you to be a great Hokage." "I see, 3 generations of adults." Bo Feng Shuman came back to his senses and replied firmly. He took a step forward and bowed to the person who saw him off. "Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming to see me off this time. I will definitely live up to your expectations. When I come back, I'll be the 4th generation Hokage." Oh, there was a huge cheer erupted at the scene, and the ears of the 3 generations were a little painful. He scratched his ears and looked at the scene in front of him with a smile. Bo Feng Shuman can be recognized and supported by so many people, which also shows that his ape flying vision is very good. When the cheers subsided, the 3 generations stepped forward and clapped their hands to attract the attention of the people around them and said, "Okay, Watergate, let's get ready to go. Everyone has also sent it, you can disband and go back to work, don't put too much pressure on the security department." Because there were too many people next to them, and the members of the guard department who were attracted by the cheers just now also breathed a sigh of relief, it was not easy for so many people to maintain order. What's more, these people are all here to see off Wave Feng Shuman, and if they capture any of them, the next day news will come out that Uchiha's people have failed because of the competition for Hokage, so they will go around arresting the supporters of Lord Watergate to vent their anger. It can only be said that Uchiha Fugaku is still too arrogant, and you were so arrogant before that people stared at the big snake pill. Even if you defect, the big snake pill will also deal with you, otherwise he is not the famous 3 ninja big snake pill, as a top powerhouse big snake pill naturally has his temper. Uchiha Fugaku asked the medical staff a little anxiously, "How long will it take for this poison to be solved?" The dark department who had just notified the guard department also relayed the matter to him, although the people of the guard department consciously set out to find the big snake pill by themselves. But after all, it was Konoha's high-ranking officials who had just stepped over him and ordered his subordinates, so it was reasonable to come and inform him. Now that Orochimaru has defected, the 3rd and 4th generations have not returned, and if they provoke Uchiha, not many people in Konoha can stop them. "Lord Fugaku, don't worry, the formula of this poison has been modified by the Great Snake Pill, so the original antidote may not be so effective. With drips and medication, you can be discharged from the hospital at least the day after tomorrow. Alas, you go and inform them to stop the water. If you find the big snake pill, don't get excited, immediately inform the 2 elders, the big snake pill is not something they can deal with." Fugaku said helplessly to a Uchiha clan member beside him. Uchiha was indeed a little miserable by the big snake pill this time. Although most of Konoha's people looked gloomy, there was one person who couldn't close his mouth with a smile. This person was certainly not Orochimaru, but Uchiha Taki. As mentioned before, in order to prevent detection of the original target, Uchiha Taki swept away the information of the surrounding rooms. And it is in these rooms that there is actually a tongue bane technique, and the other supporting spell seals, as well as the addresses of the various secret passages in the route, are here. Get rich, get rich. I didn't expect that there was a surprise. With this, Uchiha Taki can also safely develop some subordinates to help him work. Instead of being the same as before, he can only work alone. And not only these, there are also a lot of ninjutsu developed by the root. Although the ninjutsu of this world is basically monopolized by various ninja villages, after all, this is an extraordinary power, and naturally there are many rich people who want to get this power. So in the secret, there are many people offering rewards for ninjutsu, and the prices are very high, and there are also many other ninja villages secretly offering rewards. You can get the ninjutsu of other ninja villages for a little money, and even if you can't crack it, you can stay and use it yourself. Isn't this a big profit? Although it will not be sold to the enemy village, it is still not mindable to review it with illusion and then sell it to the wealthy businessman Uchiha Taki. Not to mention him, even Jirei didn't teach Nagato and others ninjutsu? Many people from civilian backgrounds in Konoha are uncomfortable with the monopoly of Shinobi Village, and Uchiha Taki was also a commoner in his previous life, so naturally he was not happy with this. What's more, if the ninja village really wants to fight, there won't be so many wandering ninjas. This wave of harvest is no wonder that Uchiha Taki closed his mouth with a smile, not only harvesting poison research materials, but also spell seals this good thing, and finally selling money to buy transplanted cells. At noon the next day, the people who searched for the Great Snake Pill last night were naturally fruitless. After all, it was Uchiha Taki, and the Great Snake Pill had long left Konoha. On the Hokage office, all the high-ranking people in Konoha gathered here, including Fugaku, the guy who was sent by the nurse in a wheelchair. At this time, the 3 generations and the 2 of Wave Fang Shuiman once again rushed back to Konoha with the Flying Thunder God. When he became the Watergate of the Hokage, there was no grand handover ceremony due to the Big Snake Pill. Under the gaze of many high-ranking people, he took the Hokage robe from the hands of the 3rd generation and put it on, even if he officially took over the Hokage. Congratulations Lord Watergate. Including Fugaku, everyone congratulated in unison. But it doesn't sound like the mood is very high, including Bofang Shuman himself. Bofang Shuman, thank you, let's talk about the personnel changes first. Today I will take over as Hokage, and since the original head of the Root Department, Danzo, is missing and suspected of being killed in battle, the head of the Root Department will be replaced by 3 generations of adults. This is the first time that Konoha's high-ranking officials have admitted that Danzo is dead, and it is now that the 3rd generation has officially taken the place of Danzo. Bofang Shuman continued, then these are the appointments, please tell you about Konoha's current situation. Understood, then I'm here to go. Narashikaka nodded, took out a stack of reports, and read them. As Narashikasa read the report longer and longer, Fugaku's face became more and more ugly. Although the impact of this defection of Orochimaru was great, the only people who were actually injured in this defection were the Guard Department and the Dark Department, as well as the Roots and a few ordinary ninjas. The Root is Uchiha Taki, and the Ministry of Guards was among them the most damaged. The team that pursued the Shadow Doppelganger at Konoha Gate lost most of the battle, leaving only 3 people alive and losing their qualifications as ninjas. And the group of Uchiha who entered the laboratory were directly destroyed, but the dark part did not know what the reason was, did not suffer fatal injuries, and all survived. Among the people sent by the Uchiha clan to monitor Orochimaru, only a few people who blocked the outside of the laboratory to prevent Orochimaru from escaping. Even the people who pursued the Big Snake Pill in the end paid a lot of price, the most representative of which is Uchiha Fugaku, who is still dripping in a wheelchair. After this blow and the last time Obito opened Wushuan in the Guard Department, the Uchiha clan is in addition to the Roots. In the side that lost the most people after the war, it is no wonder that Fugaku did not have a good face. After a long time, the report, which sounded very harsh in Fugaku, was finally read, and everyone finally couldn't help but ask the 3rd and 4th generations. Everyone be quiet, come one by one, you can talk first. Bofang Shuman was a little troubled by the questions that broke out by everyone, so he casually ordered someone to say first. Hinata Hayashi, isn't it time to announce that Orochimaru is a rebellion, and when will Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama be able to return? Mentioning Jiraiya, Watergate looked at the 3 generations, and the 3 generations said helplessly, I just notified Jiraiya when I received the news, and Jiraiya just sent the original mission report back, and then said that he went to hunt down Orochimaru and would not return to Konoha first. Speaking of this, the 3 generations smiled bitterly, what chasing the Big Snake Pill, just to find a suitable excuse for him not to come back. Then he continued, I haven't received an answer to Tsunade's words, but I don't want to come back. Hearing that Tsunade and Jiraiya did not return to Konoha, the people who had been pacified by the Wave Fang Shui Gate burst out again. It's like paparazzi in previous lives surrounded a star who broke out a scandal, but now this star has become 3 generations in Watergate. This is not to blame these people, not counting the 3 kaleidoscopes of Uchiha who did not expose his strength. Then now there are only 3 people left in the top layer of Konoha, 3 and 4 generations of couples. Once Konoha and other countries go to war again, Konoha will be able to stop a stronger country at most. Not to mention 1 dozen or 4, even Union plus the weakest Sand Hidden can make the current Konoha confused. However, although this scene is a little unaccustomed to Bofang Shuman, who has just become a Hokage, it is still expected for the 3rd generation. When he took over the Hokage from the 2nd generation, when he faced the doubts of many high-ranking people in Konoha, he was dozens of times stronger than this time. So in the face of everyone's doubts, the 3 generations took the initiative to stand up and appease the Wei Fang Shuiman. Don't get excited yet, although Tsunade and Jiraiya will not come back, but it does not mean that when Konoha encounters a crisis, they will not help. And now that the war has only been over for less than 2 months, other countries have not slowed down so quickly. But this time, everyone did not perfunctory the words of the 3 generations like the elders in the family. Firstly, there was no Yue of the 1st and 2nd generations this time, and secondly, the 3rd generation ruined their reputation in these 3 wars. What's more, Tsunade didn't make much of a move in such a tense situation in the 3 battles, and you expect her to dispatch after that. The situation is similar, and the 3 battles in the later period are basically all played by the Big Snake Pill. The first to speak was Uchiha Fugaku. Yin and Sandyin really don't have much combat power, but the strength of Mist Yin and Union has not weakened much. Mist Yin is the main battlefield of the Uchiha clan, except for the subjugation of Obito, the others are basically gathered in Mist Yin. So for the strength of Mistyin, Uchiha Fugaka knows nothing more. And now Brother Tuze has only just opened the kaleidoscope, and the main purpose is still on the Xiao organization, which has not yet taken shape. When he has enough strength to manipulate the three-tailed human pillar force to make them kill each other, it should be after the death of the fourth generation. The current fog is the recovery period that has just been freed from the control of the spot. And Yunying retracted back to the country of thunder because of the death of the 3 generations of thunder shadows, and the consumption can be regarded as the smallest. The territorial waters of the country of water and the country of fire and the country of thunder are bordered, plus thunder, the water family has no deep hatred. On the contrary, they all hate the land of earth to the bone, and they also have the same eyes on the land of fire. In this case, it is likely that the two will join forces to deal with Konoha. Bo Feng Shuman, please rest assured, I will try to avoid war. Even if there is really another war, I will rush to the front as soon as possible, and I have experience in dealing with both the brothers and the fog. Seeing this, everyone could only give up, and the attitude they showed before was actually more to let the third and fourth generations work hard and invite Tsunade and Jiraiya back. But since the attitude is already so resolute, there is no need to continue to push it. After the original 4 generations of couples died in battle, didn't the 3 endures not come back? Didn't those days still pass? At this time, Nara Shikasa, who was a friend of 4 generations, came out to change the topic. Since we are not coming back, let's discuss something else, such as how to deal with the old department of Orochimaru, and how our ally Shinobu will deal with it. With the new topic opened by Nara Shikasa, everyone had another heated discussion, and it was not until dinner arrived in the evening that they chose to put it on hold for the time being and continue tomorrow. After everyone left, the 3 generations said with a smile, how did it feel to work as Hokage on the first day? Bo Feng Shuman, it's more tiring than I thought. 3 generations, normal, you have to run in at the beginning. Not only do you grind the Hokage position, they also have to run in with you, adapt you to do Hokage, and when the run in is done, it will be easy. Bo Feng Shuman scratched his head and became a little more relaxed. I thought there would be no time to cultivate. 3 generations, this is to master the proportions. If you are not familiar with things, you can ask someone to help you deal with it, but the strength is not enough, and the Hokage one is unstable. Just as the 3rd generation was about to recommend his 2 old friends to help Heifeng Shuiman with chores, he was interrupted by a voice from outside the door. Lord 3 generations, Naruto-sama, Uchiha is outside asking for a meeting. Bo Feng Shuman, let him in. In a moment, Uchiha came to Hokage's office. I've seen 3 generations, Naruto-sama. Mayo smiled and asked, Taki, what happened to you coming here today? After entering the route, the 3 generations also began to want to include Uchiha in the route as a dark sun who was ambushed in Uchiha. Uchiha raised his right hand and began to emit a faint green light. Naruto-sama, I have now mastered the palm cactus technique. May I ask how my subsequent positions will be arranged? Seeing the palm cactus, the pupils of the 3 generations shrank. Did you actually master it so quickly? What a terrible talent. Uchiha performance made Mayo want to pull him into the route even more, plus he thought that he had performed well in the hospital before, and Uchiha should have a little good impression of him. Bo Feng Shuman did not speak for the first time, but pondered for a while before speaking to Taki. I have heard 3 generations of adults mention your matter. With your talent, only medical development will only bury you. I suggest that you can be the same as Tsunade-sama, with equal emphasis on combat power and medical treatment. Uchiha was stunned. Naruto-sama, you mean I continue to be a mission ninja? That's right, you can go to your guard department, but I still think mission ninjas are more lenient. Uchiha blinked, then looked at the Wei Feng Shui gate, and then at the 3 generations, a little confused what they were doing. But after thinking about it, he should go down, and soon he will be out of the village, and it is more convenient to have the identity of a mission ninja. Coupled with the death of Wei Feng Shuiman as Hokage and Danzo, Konoha's high-level malice towards Uchiha should be much reduced, and he can also relax a little. After Uchiha left, the 3 generations who had ideas said, then my old bone will also go back to eat first, and you will go back early in Watergate. Don't let your Shina wait for a long time. Bo Feng Shuman did not doubt, but just smiled and replied, I will. 3 generations of adults. After Uchiha left the Hokage building, he did not return to the Uchiha clan, but went to the shop he bought. He went to see it this morning. The shop has become presentable, and the world's construction and decoration ability is still quite strong. At the beginning, it was pushed by pain to rebuild quickly, and a shop in the decoration area was naturally hand-to-hand. So Uchiha has to go and clean up the 2nd floor first, and now it is almost habitable. And he made such a detour, and he just avoided the 3 generations. After all, the 3 generations were looking for him on a whim, so the route did not monitor the location of Uchiha. Do we need to find him, Mayo-sama? The 3 generations who learned that Uchiha was not in the clanland did not care. Maybe where to eat, don't bother. Anyway, his days in Konoha are still long. On the other hand, after Konoha announced the defection of Orochimaru and the reason for his defection, it also attracted the attention of other countries. Small countries are worried that the big snake pill may cause damage to their country. After all, the big snake pill has the ability to push small countries. the most powerful Union's reaction was whether to attack Konoha. The fourth generation of Thunder Cage, now that Orochimaru has defected, Jiraiya and Tsunade are not in Konoha. Do you say we should nibble on a piece of Konoha meat now? Suki, even if the three shinobi are not there, they still have Yellow Flash and Nine Tails, and their strength is still not to be underestimated. Tsukade directly ignored the three generations, and for Union, who has always been led by Lei Ying, the practice of the three generations shrinking in Konoha really made them look down on. Thinking of the Yellow Flash's performance against them, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is also a bit of a headache. The Yellow Flash alone can entangle the two brothers. If you add the Nine Tails, they will definitely lose. But Konoha's current weakened state, if he didn't make a move, he was unwilling. Is there a way to let others do it? As long as someone drags the Nine Tails, me and Bibi drag the Yellow Flash, the rest of us will definitely be able to defeat Konoha. Tutai, you can contact Wien to see, they are the last to participate in the war, the losses are not large, and it is possible to cooperate. The fourth generation of Lei Ying nodded and asked again, how is Yujito now? If Yukito can form combat power, with the help of Ireo, he is confident that he can win the Wei Feng Shui Gate. And Tsukade extinguished this thought for him. Although Yujito's strength is not bad now, it is not enough to join you in the battle with Yellow Flash, it will only become a burden. The Foggy with the most bloodstains is a different scene. Now that their fourth generation of Water Shadow has not yet been selected, the high level of Wien gathered at the earthen platform to discuss whether they could recruit the big snake pill. For the bloodstained Mist Yin, if you can exchange a few bloodstained family members for the top combat power of the great snake pill, it is undoubtedly earned in blood. They have been pitted by Uchiha for a long time, and their top combat power has been faulted for a long time, and the few Ninja Knife 7 people who took the stage were mostly destroyed by the previously unknown Mat Dai. Although they are luring wolves into the house, they are willing to take this risk. After all, wolves can threaten not only them, but also other people. As for whether the Soil Brother in the fog will let them successfully recruit, that is another matter. Yuan, the force that had been misunderstood by Tuanzang to collude with the Great Snake Pill, instead kept the ninja below vigilant, and did not mean to solicit the Great Snake Pill. For Yan Yin, they did not lack top-level combat power, Big Nomu, Lois, two-tailed beasts, and their combat power was all maintained at the peak. But their middle-level strength was almost out of gear, consuming most of it in the war, and losing a lot in the siege of 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. In the new generation, except for Deidara and Kuratsuki, none of them are on the table. Moreover, the recruitment of Orochimaru will not only anger Konoha, but also anger other countries. The second generation of Water Shadow, the third generation of Thunder Shadow died because of them, and Cheyenne fought for many years because of land and resources. And after recruiting the Great Snake Pill, their high-level strength does not bring Uchiha Taki's words. On the surface, it can be said that the 5 major powers are the strongest. At that time, even if there is no hatred, it will not do much good to let other countries unite because of fear, but it will provoke a commotion. And Cheyenne is the most interesting of these 4 countries, because they didn't go to lit a snake pill at all. Cho, Kyozo took a back seat, and Luosha was busy colluding with Miss to frame Yakang. As for the big snake pill, I don't care who you are, if you come to mess with me, I'll find Konoha and beat you. Originally, they were the weakest, and naturally did not have as many twists and turns as other countries. Now they have just recovered from Konoha's blow, and they don't have the confidence to unite with the Great Snake Pill to attack Konoha in the original book. The day after leaving the Hokage's office, Uchiha Taki plans to pick up a mission out of the village. Although in general, ordinary shinobi cannot take tasks out of the village alone, there is a special situation where medical ninjas can go to the clinic. Since Tsunade established the medical ninja system, the development of medical care can be said to be changing rapidly. Although Tsunade has begun to slow down after leaving, it is enough to leave other hospitals that rely only on medication. Therefore, the situation of medical ninjas going out of the village for treatment has also become a common thing. Originally, Uchiha Taki also planned to call the wind to cover with MOBA, but she had already taken the task ahead of time and left the village, so she gave up the idea. Because his main purpose in leaving the village this time was to sell the ninjutsu collected from the roots. If there is a wind sacrifice and a leaf together, you can avoid the suspicion from the village. After all, it is still a little rare for a shinobi to go out of the village alone to do a task. In the past 2 days, Uchiha Taki searched many civilian ninjas with illusions, and finally found a place where ninjutsu could be sold. And that place can also provide the purchase of some things, such as the equipment for transplanting cells that Uchiha Taki needs. For these reasons, he made the guard department tense. So many people were attacked by illusion is not a trivial matter. They thought that there were other villages to make trouble. But fortunately, after slightly boosting his luck with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, this operation was not detected by the Ministry of Guards. Coming to the Hokage building, this time did not encounter the 3 generations or the Wei Feng Shui Gate. After all, now that 3 generations have gone to the roots, it is not suitable to continue to stay here. And Bofeng Shuman has just become a Hokage, and there are still a bunch of things to do and adapt, and he will not issue tasks to shinobi like the 3 generations in the original work. Coming to the mission handover, Uchiha Taki asked, "Are there any medical ninja-related missions?" At the same time, I handed over the certificate representing the medical ninja, which was sent to Uchiha Taki's house yesterday morning. The person in charge took his certificate and information and looked at it, and persuaded, "It's too dangerous for you to go out on a mission alone, it's better to go with your teammates." Uchiha Taki, my squad has been disbanded, and my teammates are all on their own missions. And it's not an escort mission, it's okay for me to protect myself alone. Although he had only asked Kaze Matsuri Moba, and had never gone to Sato at all, he still said so. Because he doesn't want two men to go out on a mission together, a group of men is okay, and he is always a little uncomfortable with two men. The person in charge of the task handover stared at him for a while, and finally gave up persuading him to find someone to carry it out with. The arrogance of the Uchiha clan, Konoha will basically know if he is a ninja, and it is useless to persuade. Push over a thick, folder-like bound item on the table, with a summary of tasks. It's all here, pick what you can finish. Uchiha Taki took over and watched the meeting, and finally decided on a task. The location of this mission is not far from the place where you can sell ninjutsu, and Uchiha Taki will arrive in about half an hour if he runs at full speed, so that there is enough time to sell ninjutsu and buy equipment. Pulling out the selected task from the pile of tasks, Uchiha Taki handed the stack of folders and tasks to the person in charge. That's it. The person in charge took the task, glanced at it a few times, and after making sure that Uchiha Taki did not pick an advanced task that he could not take, he skillfully stamped the task. Although this place is not very far from Konoha, be careful. Uchiha Taki nodded and said thank you, but let the person in charge look at him a few more times, probably not expecting that Uchiha's people would thank him. As for why this place is so close to Konoha, it can even be said that it goes deep into the hinterland of the Land of Fire. At first Uchiha Taki did not understand until he used illusion to ask the answer in the mouth of a person. It is not that the boldness is close to Konoha, but that it is more beneficial to be close to Konoha, and the minimum supply is much more sufficient. Even if others don't specialize in nearby quests like Uchiha Taki, they can deliberately pass by to sell ninjutsu while doing other quests. And before Uchiha Taki found an interesting thing when comparing the map. This place is sandwiched between the Daimyofu and Konoha in the Land of Fire, and even more towards the Daimyofu. Maybe they have not been discovered in the Land of Fire until now, and they have some credit to the daimyo. This is thanks to the peculiar system of this world. Ninjas represent combat power, but no one is productive, so ninjas must rely on civilians. But instead of ruling over the common people, they trade it to achieve their own income. So the leaders of these client classes can manipulate these powerful ninjas through economy and resources to maintain their high position. However, since the emergence of the Thousand Hand Pillar and the establishment of a system such as one country and one village, it has completely changed. Since ninjas began to represent a nation, they certainly couldn't accept these ordinary people holding them back. Except for Shinobu, who had scarce resources and needed subsidies from the daimyo, the others also discussed with the daimyo on their faces. In fact, a daimyo is a mascot and an advertisement. Shinobi uses this action to show their respect for the client's class, not to bully others because of their strength, and hope to find us more to issue tasks. However, once the core interests of the shinobi village are touched, although it will not overthrow the rule of the daimyo, it is still not a big problem to change to an obedient superior. From a high-ranking ruler, to a foreign advertisement and mascot, who can bear this? Neon doesn't count. Although there was the control of the ninja village, these people still extended their hands to ninjutsu and ninjas, and this is how the 12 Guardian Ninja came here. It was for this reason that Uchiha Taki chose this place as his place to sell ninjutsu. After receiving the mission, Uchiha Taki returns to a jungle he found yesterday. Pulling out 2 packages from the bushes, one large and one small, he took the luggage he had packed last night and set off, but not in the direction of Konoha's gate. Because this package contained bulging bags, in addition to his equipment replenishment, there were also a large number of ninjutsu scrolls ready to be sold in the large package. Although storing scrolls is a good thing, he can't store other scrolls, so Uchiha Taki can only carry it in small bags. So with these things, you definitely can't walk through the Konoha gate. Even if you can use illusion to control the guards, but the flow of people along the way is so large, you can't control them all with illusion. If you do this, your eyes will be blind before long. So he found a place close to the walls of Konoha and where he could hide things, and he came out of his house in the middle of the night, hid things here, and kept a watch for you. Now he just wants to throw out the large package full of scrolls and wait to receive it after going out through the Konoha gate. Although Konoha's enchantment is powerful, he can only identify chakra and cannot detect targets without chakra. So Uchiha Taki can throw these scrolls out as long as he can avoid the guards on the wall. If he remembers correctly, the person in charge of defense now should be Akimichi Teikaze, an old classmate of the 3rd generation. However, it is not as strong as the 3 generations, so the sense of existence has always been very low, and avoiding him and his men was easy for Uchiha Taki, who had opened a kaleidoscope of chakra eyes. Come under the wall, let the miracle go up first to see if anyone is guarding, and find that only a group of people patrols the side. After they left, Uchiha Taki easily stepped on the wall with the package and began to run, and in a few seconds came to the aisle of the city wall. Picking up the large package, from a slight shake to a few circles with the large package, the fingers loosened, and the package flew in the direction of the dense woods. There is a cushion of branches to prevent the scroll inside from being smashed. Of course, the means of buffering are not only this, the miracle is that you have long been waiting for the external materialization, and under his interference, the package landed safely. Uchiha Taki miraculously saw that the package was safe, and immediately left the city wall and dashed in the direction of the gate. Oh, this time you are doing the task alone. The guards of Konoha's gate greeted Uchiha Taki. Since the blindfold and Uchiha Taki are considered good-looking faces in the entire Uchiha clan, the gate guards easily remember him. Medical mission, it is enough for me to go alone. Alone. The guard handed the mission list back to Uchiha Taki. Then you have to be careful, although the mission location is not far from Konoha. Yes, thank you for your concern. Seeing this, the guard of the gate showed the same expression as the person in charge. Uchiha Taki glanced at him strangely, but he didn't care too much. Now to receive the thrown package is the point. After the handover, Uchiha Taki first walked in the direction of the mission target, not letting the people near these gates suspect that there was something wrong with him. After walking for a while, he made sure that there were no other people and psychic beasts around, and then left the road and walked towards the forest. In about 5 minutes, Uchiha Taki miraculously determines the location for you and comes to the place where the package was dropped. There are miracles in your care. This place has not been discovered by the guys patrolling the wall, and it is still left untouched. He patted his face, perked up, and exhaled. This is the last precursor step to obtain new dun and restorative pupil power. When he got back, he was ready to start injecting himself with intercolumn cells. From the beginning of the layout just crossing, until now I have done so many things, isn't it for this? So this time he had to lift his spirits and not have any accidents until the injection was completed. The next day, a donkey cart was walking on the road, making creaking sounds. There was a teenager lying leisurely in the car, holding a slender branch in his hand, and a carrot was tied to a section of the branch, and the teenager used this method to control the direction of the donkey cart. And this boy is naturally Uchiha Taki, although he just said the day before that he wants to raise his spirits, but even if he wants to raise his spirits, how can he waste his physical strength on the road? Not long after leaving Konoha, he found a village and bought the donkey cart from a family. Although he was a little tight before, it didn't cost much to buy a donkey cart, and he didn't buy a donkey cart purely lazy. Because along the way, he had been looking through the scrolls that recorded the tongue eradication technique, as well as other scrolls used to control others. For example, Madara is used to control Obito, which can control the heart spell mark of life and death. This was stolen by Uchiha Taki from his own home, and this learning is more than 10 times more difficult than the tongue curse technique. Using ninjutsu to compare, the art of tongue bane is a ninjutsu that can be copied at will by the writing wheel I, at most 2 jade levels, and you can master it once you read it. The heart spell seal is the level of the Book of Seals, relative to the simple forbidden technique. It's not as difficult as Flying Thunder, but it's not as easy and simple as ordinary ninjutsu. Uchiha Taki also grasped it only after he arrived at the client's house now. However, now Uchiha Taki's body has not mastered this spell seal, but has only mastered the tongue curse technique. This one left in the car is only a shadow avatar, and there is only a small package on the car. The large package has disappeared, and a careful comparison of the current package will also find that it is much shriveled than when it started. Uchiha Taki took a small amount of equipment and a ninjutsu scroll wrapped in it, and went to find the place where he could sell ninjutsu. As for treating ordinary people, a shadow avatar is enough. After all, they can't find the difference between the physical avatar and the real body. The donkey cart walked slowly, and as the bumps on the road became smaller and smaller, Uchiha Taki officially arrived in the city where the client was. Unlike the previous mission, this time it was in the hinterland of Konoha, and even the war did not affect it. The old men here still live a life of sound and horses, indulgence and pleasure. That's right, the client this time can be said to be richer than the previous client combined. Because not long after the medical ninja system came out, the number of medical ninjas is still very small. Those who can afford medical ninjas are either high-ranking officials or large sums, both of which are masters of good money. The place where they are located, of course, can be called a city, not a town, a village like before. If you don't look into those cars, traffic lights, street lines, and other miscellaneous things, at first glance, it seems to be back in the small city of the 3rd and 4th lines in the previous life. If you don't have this feeling, you can also take a few more strokes. Why doesn't this broken place have a house number? After entering the city, Uchiha Taki began to wander inside. Although I asked a lot of passersby, after all, the city is too big, and not everyone knows the client, and it took almost an hour and a half. However, the way of ordinary people has not been found, and it is still possible to use the ninja method. Jump off the donkey cart, untie the donkey and pat it on the body to signal that it is free, and then throw the donkey cart aside. If anyone wants to take it away, he doesn't mind. After leaving the donkey cart, he walked through the buildings with his luggage, and after a few moments found the client's house. It is not appropriate to use villas, yards, and buildings to describe the buildings in front of you, and this is a real mansion. Ordinary people can feel the solemnity and solemn temperament of this mansion just by standing outside. Even if you want to find fault, you can lose a lot of confidence. But is Uchiha Taki a normal person? At first, I didn't want to give up the donkey cart, and I walked around the city for almost an hour and a half. Originally, he was unhappy for this reason, and when he saw that this client had such a big house, he didn't know to send his men to go outside to greet him, and insisted that others find it themselves. Naturally, he did not have a good attitude, although he did not break directly into the door, but he was too lazy to knock with his hand, but directly kicked with his foot, leaving several footprints on the door. Why are you in such a hurry, urge a fart? A guy dressed as a servant opened the door. Looking at his appearance, he is not very old. He should be the kind of guy who grew up in this master's house since he was a child. And he immediately nodded and apologized after seeing Uchiha Taki. Sorry, the little one didn't know that it was Kanaha's adult coming. You please come in, the little one will go and inform the lady. After saying that, he immediately ran away, afraid that Uchiha Taki would trouble him. But can Uchiha Taki forgive him for a casual apology? The kaleidoscopic writing wheel turned and bad luck was applied to him. Not long after his figure disappeared, there was a scream of oops. And Uchiha Taki waited quietly at the door, and how much the client had to suffer in the treatment depended on how long they made Uchiha Taki wait. However, although they have a bad attitude towards others, they are still very loyal to their masters. After all, their masters are the source of their arrogance. In less than 30 seconds, someone came to the entrance and invited Uchiha Taki in. That flattering look almost made Uchiha Taki think they were going to sell something. Although the road to the client's room was not long, the luxury along the way was beyond Uchiha Taki's imagination, even if his own family and the Hyuga clan were already very luxurious. But the luxury shown here is completely different from the luxury of the family, and it is a place built by gathering the wealth of many people in one person. Compared with the living environment of the previous client, Uchiha Taki remembered the verse that has been passed down for thousands of years: the merchant girl does not know the hatred of the country, and sings the flower of the backyard across the river. And here there are many dancers dressed as harmony, women rehearsing in the distance. Outside the client's door, 2 samurai were waiting outside. They wore fluffy braids, black kimonos, and 2 katanas around their waist. Live off 2 neon ramen. Seeing Uchiha Taki's arrival, the 2 people lowered their heads, and one of them said respectfully, "I'm sorry Ninja-sama, we are the guards responsible for the safety of the master, and you need to be accompanied by us for this treatment." Instead of being angry, Uchiha Taki asked curiously, "What happened here?" Although these 2 are bodyguards, they are obviously not coming for Uchiha Taki. If Uchiha Taki wanted to harm their master, they would not be able to detect the poison that would take hours to attack during the treatment. Remembering the dance, harmony, girl who had just rehearsed, the condition submitted by this client task should not allow him to enjoy dancing comfortably. So what is the rehearsal for? I'm sorry Ninja-sama, I can't answer that question. Let me answer this question, let the Ninja-sama in. A soft voice came out of the door. Yes. The 2 samurai answered in unison. One of them pushed open the door, and the other reached out and swiped to the door, like a greeting attendant, said to Uchiha Taki, "Ninja-sama, please." Just as Uchiha Taki was about to enter, boom, there was a thunderous roar in the distance, and the lanterns hanging from the house were also shaken. What's the situation? Is Kanaha's ninja at war with whom? It should be. The 2 of them looked at Uchiha Taki with curious eyes, wanting to ask him if he understood what was going on. But Uchiha Taki probably won't answer them, because the direction in which this voice came from was exactly the direction in which his body went to sell ninjutsu. Coupled with the fact that he usually uses miracles to probe for information, now the people who have the strength to do this in Kanaha have not left Kanaha. Who is at war with the ontology? Uchiha Taki thought to himself. The only people who can appear in the hinterland of the fire country now and still have this strength should be those who are Sanshin and the future Xiao organization, but they don't know which unlucky bastard it is. Time went back an hour and Uchiha Taki's body and shadow avatar arrived at their respective destinations. The location of the client is considered a big city in the ninja world, and this Uchiha Taki has learned about it before he set off. In order to avoid being discovered by the intelligence officers sent by Kanaha in this big city, he sent him to deal with the client's injuries when he was still some distance away from the city. And he himself took a large package and came to the place where ninjutsu was sold, and according to the memories he had seen before, not only ninjutsu but also corpses were acquired. In other words, this was a gold exchanger. However, after all, this is the hinterland of the Fire Nation, and it is already remarkable to be able to open a gold exchange house plus a bunch of other messy businesses. It is natural to make some disguise on the outside, otherwise the people of Kanaha are not blind. In Kanaha, these disguised shops will naturally not be casinos that attract tsunade, nor will they be bathhouses that Jiraiya likes. The money exchange here is housed in a formulaic building, and there is only one sign outside that shows that this is an ordinary ramen restaurant, hidden in the nearly 100 shops around the area. Uchiha Taki used the transformation technique to transform into an adult Yamato on the outskirts of the town, a decision he made after a long period of thought. Compared to transforming into the appearance of other people who have come, it is very likely to bring danger to that person, and he does not want to pit a person for no reason. And transforming into Yamato does not have this scruple. His current appearance has not yet appeared in this world, and when he grows up, no one will remember this little thing. He came to the outside of the ramen restaurant and opened the door, and there were no cliches such as docking codes. The noodle shop owner saw his large package, and the outline of the outside was particularly obvious with several scrolls squeezed, and he directly asked, "Sell ninjutsu, is it so ostentatious?" Actually asked directly. Uchiha Taki asked curiously. "You don't have to worry about this, we have been operating here for so long, naturally we are sure, you don't have to worry about being discovered by Konoha." "How? Sell?" "Sell, of course sell." Uchiha Taki did not refuse. Didn't he come here to sell money to buy equipment? The noodle shop owner's right hand emitted fire like chakra on all 5 fingers, and then slapped it on the wall on the right. The originally blue-white walls, with the infusion of his chakra, revealed many words. And the floor to the left of the boss appeared a crack from the middle, and as the crack grew larger, the stairs leading to the bottom also appeared in Uchiha Taki's eyes. Seeing this hand, Uchiha Taki also had to admit that they did have some ability. Unlike other secret passage opening methods, this secret passage does not make the slightest noise when it opens. Uchiha Taki guessed that if he were in the next store, he might not have known that the secret passage had been opened here. "Please, someone below will check the value of the ninjutsu you provided." According to the memories of those who were probed, the space below was at least dozens of times the size of a ramen restaurant. As he walked, Uchiha Taki looked at the enchantments around him with interest, which were not hidden, as if he wanted to convey the message that we were safe for those who came here. "Are these all for sale?" In the basement, an old man at the bar asked. "That's right. You're the guy who examines ninjutsu." "Yes, because the old man is a few years older and has a little more knowledge, he has the job of appraisal." "Take it." Uchiha Taki threw the scroll to the old man. He was not worried that they would swallow it. They can operate next to Konoha, and their reputation is naturally not bad, and they don't have the strength to make small moves under Uchiha Taki's nose. The old man's strength was not small, and he easily took the package and said, "It takes a lot of time to identify so many scrolls, you can go to the top to eat a bowl of ramen. For the sake of you selling so much, count you as free. Let's have the most expensive ramen noodles." Of course, Uchiha Taki did not be polite with him, and went back upstairs to order a bowl of ramen. And the old man didn't let him wait any longer, and when he finished eating a bowl of ramen, a person came up to him in the basement and said that it had been identified. It's just that after coming to the basement, this old man does not have the pretense of the beginning. What old age, a little more knowledge. I saw him holding a grey handkerchief, wiping the cold sweat on his head, and asked in a trembling voice, "This lord, there are 8A grade ninjutsu in this, are you sure you want to sell it? The art that can be recorded by the root will naturally not be the same as those sold by those low-level ninjas. B level is the mainstay, A level is second, and C level only accounts for a little. The lower-level roots are not collected, and the higher-level Uchiha Taki will not be taken out and sold. Of course I want to sell it, it depends on whether you dare to accept it." Uchiha Taki looked at the old man playfully and said, "Then can I ask where these ninjutsu come from?" The old man gritted his teeth, as if he had made up his mind. "Konoha, roots." As Uchiha Taki slowly spit out 2 words, the pupils of everyone around suddenly shrank and began to slowly move closer to Uchiha Taki. "Why, do you want to do it, or do you want to escape?" Uchiha Taki looked around casually. "All stop. We bought these ninjutsu." The appraisal old man made a decision. He took out a stack of large denomination banknotes and said, "Click on it, this is the price we offered." When Uchiha Taki was ordering money, the old man said in a flattering tone, "It's not a petty trouble for you to do this, if you weren't discovered by Konoha." Uchiha Taki glanced at him and interrupted him. The old man didn't care, and continued to say with his original attitude, "Then do you have any ideas for a different place to work?" "Not interested." Seeing Uchiha Taki so simply refused, the old man's smile was a little unsupportable, but as if he had thought of something, the smile appeared again. "Then you earn so much, is there anything you want to buy? We not only have something to sell here, but also a lot to buy." "Nope." After saying that, Uchiha Taki got up and left. Of course he wants to buy something, but it can't be bought like this. Become like someone else, and then go to another town to scatter these large denomination banknotes and exchange them for multiple smaller denominations. Then change to a third look, using the money to buy the equipment he wants, so as not to be discovered. As for the reason for this, it's just that Uchiha Taki doesn't want to make his reputation too bad. Even if his strength is discovered, Konoha will not be able to impress him, not to mention that he is preparing to inject inter-column cells, and it will only become stronger at that time. But fame this thing, he must not be able to play for 3 generations. He was a science and engineering guy in his previous life, not a media major. I can think that the newspaper has already taken advantage of the dividends of the times, but now the newspaper has not been launched. If his reputation is too bad, then he won't need Brother Tuzi and Madara at that time, and he is afraid that he will fight the 4th Ninja World War alone. At that time, he drove the complete body Susa, facing the siege of the 5 shadows, chanting in his mouth. Do you think of dancing too? Or I, Uchiha Taki, would like to call you the strongest. Then Gakage watched him charge, but was killed by Doom before he could even touch Susanoo. This picture is simply not too beautiful. But is this boss still creditable, and he didn't send anyone to follow me? Uchiha Taki leaves the town with a miracle on you the whole time, and if someone follows him, he will sense the miracle to you at the first time. Uchiha Taki, who left the town, did not continue to maintain Yamato's appearance, but changed back to his original form. Just as he was hurrying towards a nearby village, a voice came. Konoha's imp. A big man with a red sclera, white of the eye, and green pupils stared at Uchiha Taki and said, according to the law of ninja summarized by Uchiha Taki, the weirder the eyes, the weirder the ability, and this guy knows at a glance that it is not simple. Not to mention the mask he used to cover his mouth and nose and the symbol of Taki Shinobu village with a line on his head, as well as the 2 corpses with gouged hearts on his hands and shoulders. It's you, dedicated old man Cornerdew. No, I'm from the Lingting Court, I'm the captain of the 13th team of the Guardian Court. You recognized the wrong person, bye-bye. Uchiha Taki put away the miracle for you and dashed towards the uninhabited forest. I hope that the old man Kakito can chase after him. Don't let me down, I specially closed the miracle to you, Uchiha Taki thought silently in his heart. Now his place is too close to the previous village, in case the battle between the 2 affects innocent people. And Jiaodu was stunned at first. What is Lingting? What is the 13th Protector Team? Only after seeing Uchiha Taki slip away did he come to his senses. The little guy was fooling him, so he dropped the 2 corpses he was carrying and chased after him. This blindfold, I remember, you are Uchiha Genius Uchiha Taki who offered a reward of 120,000. Although the amount is not high, it can be regarded as a gift to Jiraiya to be able to slaughter you, a genius imp of Konoha. Speaking of this, the Horn is angry, although he can't beat Ji-Lei, but the problem of escaping is still not big. But I don't know what is wrong with this, and I have been chasing him after leaving the Fire Nation. While fleeing, he beat and replenished his heart, and he was beaten 3 hearts alive. And he can't be a bounty hunter on this road, he can only be beaten passively. If it weren't for the big snake pill, he would probably still be chasing him. After Jiraiya went to chase Orochimaru, Kakito once again sneaked into the land of fire to hunt, vowing to make up for the bounty mission he had not done during this time, and to hunt Konoha ninjas for revenge. That's why today Uchiha Taki saw him carrying 2 corpses, because his storage scroll couldn't be stuffed. Oh, yes, then let me tell you the good news, since it is what I informed. Is it surprised? Is it surprised? The 2 ran some distance to the foot of an uninhabited mountain, and Uchiha Taki stopped and taunted. I have to say that with the speed you just had, it is definitely not something that can be done by a lower patience. And the second instantaneous stop? Those guys who give you a bounty really underestimate you. After seeing Uchiha Taki stop, Kakito also stopped and said, but why don't you run? Are you out of strength? Or do you think you can beat me? Do you know who I am? Of course, I know that the rebel Kakuto of Taki Hidden Village who ran away in front of the 1st generation but bragged about it all day. Oh, and now there should be an escape from Jiraiya. Hearing Uchiha Taki's real injury, Kakuto smiled angrily. The guy in Konoha really doesn't know how to respect the elders. Don't worry, after I catch you, I won't hand you over to those who change gold at the first time. I will teach you what politeness is. Yes, Uchiha Taki found a relatively clean place to sit cross-legged. Then I'll just stay still here and let me see how close you can go. Wonder of you is a miracle of all your abilities. Arrogant little ghost. Uchiha Taki's arrogant expression and arrogant attitude made Kakuto, a centenarian, who should not have it yet, finally unable to hold back. I saw that his body swelled, and the ground grumbled like hair to his body, and there were 2 masks on either side of his head that opened his mouth. Thunder fake darkness. It's just that this ninjutsu was supposed to turn into 2 thunderbolts and slash at Uchiha Taki, but it exploded on Kakuto's body under the shadow of calamity. What a situation. A black cloud of earth grumbling with Kakuto's head and a mask rushed out of the smoke of the explosion, and the ground grumbling silk at the end was still tied to several scrolls. Little ghost, is it the ghost you did? Kakuto's tone had a slight tremble, and like the others who were shrouded in calamity, they had not yet figured out the situation. Uchiha Taki plucked his ears and glanced at him. I'll just stay and don't leave, you come on. But just now this explosion was so loud, it made my ears start to hurt. Damn. Seeing Uchiha Taki's fearless appearance, Kakuto understood that he should have caused the explosion just now. However, Kakuto, who did not understand what the reason was, began to retreat, ready to replenish his heart and find out again. But Uchiha Taki said a word in time, which made him dispel the idea. If you want to replenish the heart, you can add it. I won't do it to you now. You risk your life to bring out those scrolls just to use them to replenish the heart. Damn. Kakuto scolded again, but he was the foundation of his life. Why would this Uchiha know? Scolding and scolding, but Kakuto also dismissed the idea of escaping, and the other party obviously complained about this technique. Then he must know that now is the weakest moment for Kakuto. Not only is there only one life left, but there is only one attribute left in ninjutsu. Jiyu sewed the broken palm together, spread out the scroll, and released several corpses from it, all slowly. Because Kakuto did not look at these scrolls and corpses, but stared at Uchiha Taki with full attention, intending to escape immediately as soon as he made any moves. And his mouth was not idle. This is the ability of kaleidoscope to right wheel eyes, right? You must have opened the kaleidoscope, right? Unexpectedly, people in this ninja world saw it wrong. Uchiha's genius is not some instantaneous water stopper but you. For the direction of Kakuto's guess, Uchiha Taki is not surprised. After all, the old man from the era of the first generation in Uchiha spot, kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes is not a secret to them. You guessed right. Uchiha Taki did not deny that this misunderstanding was quite good, and he himself deceived the wind sacrifice MOBA. Then seeing Kakuto's turtle-like movement, he said, if you can escape from the explosion just now, I count you as passing. As long as you survive the next test, I will spare you from death. Hee, it's really as arrogant as Uchiha. Kakuto replied, and the movements of the ground grumbling began to gradually accelerate. As Kakuto begins to capture the heart, he also shows Uchiha Taki a technique that does not appear in the original game. Not only did he take the heart, but he also ripped off a guy's skin and replaced it with himself. This reminded Uchiha Taki of Orochimaru's face elimination technique, which is a technique of obtaining skin from others. It's just that one is the face and the other is the body. After a while, the Kakuto, who was sure that Uchiha Taki did not interfere, successfully replenished the heart, and the mass grew again. He asked Uchiha Taki, then what is the next test? Because these guys' hearts are not very strong, so now is not the peak of my strength, it is better to let me find a few stronger. Before he finished speaking, Kakuto immediately flew and fled. In his opinion, there must be something wrong with this place, otherwise why did Uchiha Taki bring him all the way here to do it again? The test is it, wait until I use ninjutsu to find out your strange ability in the distance, and then see if you can still sit on the ground so comfortably. Alas. At the same time, Uchiha Taki also let out a sigh. If Kakuto just wanted to escape, he really had to get up and chase, but what he wanted was actually to fight back. Miracles don't just follow down what can trigger doom, anything that arouses curiosity about the entity or avatar in your mind can cause doom. With this mentality, the horn did not run a few meters before stepping on a branch. When he fell, he was divided by a branch further down, and by the way, he also solved his two hearts that had just been stuffed in. The fallen horns were lying on the ground, and Uchiha's faint voice sounded next to his ears, I am the source of calamity, if you don't solve me, I will be shrouded in calamity until I die. Calamity? Is that your kaleidoscopic ability? Kakuto sewed his body again with a grudge and got up from the ground in embarrassment. After two heart-wrenching blows, Keiku believed Uchiha Taki without any doubt, staggered and then gradually regained his speed and walked in the direction he was. And after Uchiha Taki said that sentence, he took off the blindfold and opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye. What? The horns that had just returned were controlled by kaleidoscopic illusions and fell to the ground in response. Although I said I would spare your life, I never said that I would not engrave a spell mark on your body. A moment later, a huge water ball smashed into Kakuto's face. Ahem, what, ahem, what's the situation? The horns controlled by the illusion all woke up from their coma. Do you want me to help you recall? Uchiha Taki asked, sitting on the side. Kakuto then remembered that he had just been hit by Uchiha Taki's magic technique. This is the illusion technique that Uchiha used to deal with the big snake pill, and even if it is now unlocked, Kakuto's spirit is injured and does not wake up in the first place. Damn, what did you do to me? Didn't you say let me go? So are you dead now? Then you must have done something to me. Uchiha Taki pointed to his mouth, look at your tongue, the method of complaining about cultivation was already given to me when you just entered the illusion technique. Kakuto was stunned, and quickly crawled to the small pool of water that had just woken him up, pulled open his mask and stuck out his tongue to look down. It's just that the murky water of the small pool can't see what is going on his tongue, so he makes a seal with his hands, intending to cast the water escape himself. Okay, I have a mirror here, so I don't need to make such a big move. Uchiha Taki quickly interrupted and threw him a mirror smaller than the palm of his hand. Originally he looked at the angle and stretched his tongue left and right to fiddle like a dog was quite fun, but he didn't expect to look at it for a while and it would be gone. What is this thing? Kakuto took the mirror and asked in panic when he saw the black spell mark on his tongue. The tongue root technique, developed by Konoha root, is a useful spell mark that can prevent you from leaking secrets. What do you want me to do? Kakuto understood that if Uchiha Taki had even obtained the cultivation method that he complained about and did not kill him, then there must be something for him to do. The technique to prevent leakage is engraved on you, what do you say you are going to do? You want me to be a traitor? Okay, let's go to that ninja village. Don't worry, I'm not asking you to go to Shinobi Village. You just have to keep being your bounty ninja and wait until an organization called Xiao comes to recruit you. Xiao, are they awesome? In Kakuto's opinion, how powerful an organization can be, it can actually allow him to lurk. Their leader is a guy with a reincarnation eye, and there is also a kaleidoscope owner of the chakra eye who calls himself Uchiha Madara. Yes, there are so many strong people in this organization. Aren't you afraid that I will betray you? Kakuto asked tentatively. Uchiha Taki smiled and patted Kakuto's shoulder. Kakuto-san, do you know what I'm going to let you do? I don't know. It's very simple, I just need you to make this organization famous after joining this organization and let the 5 great ninja villages notice them. Well, it's simple. Keiku didn't answer immediately, pondering for a moment before asking, just do this, just let Uncle Jiaodu do this? Although he was defeated, his Kakuto master is also a top powerhouse in the ninja world. Just do this. That's right, just do this. Uchiha Taki gave him an affirmative answer. He didn't dare to do too much with Kakuto, and the principle of money supremacy in Kakuto might sell him one day. And he is a guy who can change his heart, and controlling the heart spell marked with soil is useless to him. If you want to install a gangster in the Xiao organization, it must be a dry persimmon ghost mackerel that is a qualified ninja. However, the time for the ghost mackerel to join the Xiao organization is to be behind the weasel, and it is not in a hurry now, and it will be said that the eyes of Obito are snatched up. Then what if the leader of the organization wants to keep a low profile and does not allow me to be exposed? Then it depends on your ability. If I don't hear the reputation of their organization spread to the 5 great ninja villages in 3 years, then I will find a time to solve you. Uchiha Taki paused and continued. Kakuto-san, you don't want to have no money in the future. Jiaoda raised his eyebrows. How strange this sounded. Can I go then? Looking like the explanation was over, Kakuto didn't want to stay in front of this little monster for a long time. Uchiha Taki waved his hand to signal that he could go, and then seemed to remember something. By the way, you leave me a corpse here. Although Kakuto was curious, he didn't ask much and obediently left a corpse, and the bounty of this corpse was high in his pile of corpses. On the side of the shadow doppelganger, everyone eased up from the sound of the horns blowing themselves up. Led by a samurai dressed as Ronin, the shadow doppelganger entered the room. A beautiful woman in a kimono with delicate makeup was staying next to an old man who looked sick, and there were 2 maids waiting beside her. Samurai, madam, Lord Ninja is here. What a waste. Uchiha Taki heard the name of the samurai, and this combination of old husband and young wife was really a little spicy. The beautiful woman got up and saluted Uchiha before slowly saying, because my husband was assassinated by a guy who can use transformation techniques not long ago, I have to send guards to follow me now, and I hope that the ninja-sama will forgive me. Is it convenient to say for what reason? The assassination of an official in the Land of Fire by a ninja is no small matter. Uchiha Taki casually mentioned it, and this situation was known at a glance. As an official of the Land of Fire, Konoha was assassinated by a ninja without notifying him, and there is only one possibility, that he was assassinated by a ninja recruited by other officials. Their own people must not be able to ask outsiders like Konoha to help, otherwise they will provoke the anger of the public and be attacked by the crowd. The dancing, harmony, girl outside also explained very well. There were other people in this house who arranged to come in, but they couldn't find who it was or found it was inconvenient to drive out. So in this way to send a message that I'm still healthy and it won't be long before I'll be able to watch them dance again. So this beautiful woman will definitely not tell him why. As he expected, the beautiful woman shook her head and tactfully pushed it to her husband, and let her husband decide after healing. Uchiha Taki came to the bedside to see the client's situation. Because it was a rich person, the treatment he received before Uchiha Taki came was also top-notch. Medical ninjutsu is not included. It's not too serious, I can cure it, but just do the operation right here. Yes, because of the special situation, I have to trouble you, the beautiful woman replied. Fortunately, the ninja world is not as troublesome as in the previous life. You need to get a sterile room or something. The existence of medical ninjas is to allow people to recover their combat power on the battlefield, and the environment here is of course much better than the battlefield. Then you idle people can go out, don't get in the way here. Uchiha Taki began to rush people. Hearing his words, the beautiful woman did not refute it herself, but glanced at the samurai with her beautiful eyes. The samurai immediately understood. Sorry, ninja-sama, I need to wait here. Then everyone else goes out except you. Uchiha Taki replied nonchalantly. The samurai gave the beautiful woman a look back and motioned for him to watch. When there were only 3 people left in the room, one of whom was still a comatose client, Uchiha Taki directly threw an illusion to control the samurai. This was an idea that came out of his own nowhere to plant a heart spell on the client. Failure does not lose anything, but success will give him one more guy who can fund him. The operation is not very difficult. After anesthesia, open the chest, then put the hand in to engrave the spell, and then use the palm cactus to cure the client. A moment later. It's cured, I'll wake up in a while, and you can go in and see, Uchiha Taki said to the beautiful woman after he came out. Thank you Ninja-sama. The beautiful woman said politely and quickly walked into the room to confirm with the samurai. Only when the samurai nodded did she let go. But what she didn't know was that until the cure, the samurai were in Uchiha Taki's illusion. On the other side, Uchiha Taki turned into Kakuto and went to another town to disperse the money, and then turned into the appearance of the oil girl Ryoma and came to the gold exchange house. After following the procedure to the basement, he threw the body on the old man's bar counter and handed out a list. Exchange this corpse for money, and then prepare the things on this list, and tell me if the money is not enough. After talking to the old man with this attitude, the old man's attitude was much more respectful than when he first encountered Yamato. Soon the equipment was prepared for Uchiha Taki. This lord, everything is here, do you need to provide storage scrolls? You can get a 50% discount. Let's get one. Uchiha Taki did not refuse, he did not bring many scrolls with him, and he could stay for later. Just as he stepped out of the door of the noodle restaurant, the memory of the shadow doppelganger came back, and he couldn't help but hook the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect there was an unexpected joy. As long as the client can survive the assassination of his opponent, he will have an additional source of funds. For this point, he still has confidence in the client. After all, it is certainly not simple to make so much money. After his shadow doppelganger woke up, he was sure that the task was completed, and he left the mansion without staying. The contents of the small package have been used up after this treatment, and the weapons are all on the body. Compared to when the ninja world had just ended the war, the weather was a little cooler now, and the sun did not have that scorching feeling on the body. Hey, how did this mission go? This is the first time you've treated someone else. The guard of Kanaha's gate spoke to Uchiha Taki, and after several contacts he felt that Uchiha Taki was not as proud as his people. It's okay, I can count on the successful completion of this mission. Well, your medical ninja treatment is very good, but unfortunately I don't have that talent. After a few words with the guards, Uchiha Taki returned to his familiar home, but from today onwards he will say goodbye to this place for the time being. Before he came to the house, he also went to the shop to take a look. The upper and lower floors had been renovated, and he was planning to move over. After all, the next step is to prepare for the transplantation of intercolumn cells, and it is better to change to a more intimate place. Although the place where he moved was a shop, as the saying goes, it is hidden in the city. As long as there is no problem with the shop itself, this kind of shop will rarely attract the attention of others. Bring something important with you, such as Hakuju, Izanami, and these things. Then other unimportant things are handed over to the shadow doppelganger to solve, and he goes out to buy books. Bookstore, how to open a store without books. Of course, he will definitely not open a shop during the transplant is completed, and he is not idle to cause trouble for himself, but he plans to prepare first. Walking on the road, he recalls what he thought when he returned from a mission, how to improve the miracle to you. I don't know if it's the disaster that outsiders haven't fully integrated into this world, or which people are too strong in the later stage, causing miracles to be a little small compared to the disasters you can trigger. Although he hadn't fought with them, Uchiha Taki could feel that if the dirt spots could barely be consumed, he should not be able to beat them if it was replaced by 6 spots. So even if it is very comfortable and strong to use now, he has to think about the future for the beginning. The first is to follow the avatar panel to find directions. The first is power, and the miracle is not important to your own strength, what matters is the calamity it causes. This is easy to solve, as long as the quality of yin done is improved. When he becomes an eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye, he should be able to usher in an improvement. The second is speed, which is generally expressed in the attacks and movements of the avatar. For example, Platinum Fast O, this is the speed of the attack. And the acceleration made in heaven is the speed of movement, but also the speed of ability. What Uchiha Taki needs to improve is the movement speed of the latter, the double. Like the previous killing of Tenzo, at least it can block the front of the enemies who want to escape, whether it is to let them attack or turn around. But the miracle is at most faster than Tuanzang. If you change to Waterstop, Watergate, 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, they want to run and can't catch up at all. But how to improve him is not a clue. Is it also relying on yin? Uchiha Taki shook his head. He had a hunch that it should not be. Put it on hold for the time being. Also on hold is range and durability. Miracle is your range he has tested before, can cover the entire Konoha, a lot more is enough. Not to mention, in the original work, you can disguise yourself as a real person in the position of hospital president and stay undetected, which must be A or even infinite. Then there's precision, although after a period of mastery by him, when he puts away his stand-in, others tracking him will not trigger doom. But what he wants is precise control, and it is up to him who can trigger and who does not. At this time, he remembered that when he was doing the task, the wind sacrifice Menjai slapped him red, but he was not attacked by the disaster. Could it be that the key to the problem was her? Otherwise, how to explain, is she unintentionally too powerful, so it did not trigger? Let's test it with her when you have time. Uchiha Taki made a decision. And then most importantly, growth. determines whether the above can be successfully enhanced. Uchiha Taki has roughly two directions. One is to improve yin, which is also the goal he set from the beginning, and it will be fruitful after the Night of the Nine Tails. The other is to integrate into the world. As mentioned above, Uchiha Taki and Miracle are an outsider to you. Although the world does not show that it does not welcome them, it does not give them all the bad luck, and the miracle is that there are not many disasters that you can mobilize. If you want to talk about the world, the closest thing should be immortal art. Is it possible to find that girl? Uchiha Taki was a little speechless. The avatar panel had a total of 6 numerical standards as the direction of improvement, and the Wind Festival Mo-Leaf accounted for 2. After the main body and the shadow avatar tinkered, the toothbrush, towel and toiletries on the second floor of the store have been neatly arranged, and various household appliances have been installed, and now they barely have the appearance of home. The shop on the first floor is also full of books, but they are not placed on the shelves, but stacked together and covered with cloth. There is no plan to open a store yet, so there is no need to put it on the dust. Phew! Uchiha Taki exhaled and lay on the bed in a large figure. He had just lifted the shadow doppelganger, and all the fatigue had accumulated on him alone. Hungry, but too lazy to get up to eat. I believe that many people have this habit, and Uchiha is now in such a state. At this time, he remembered that he seemed to have a discount on Ichiraku ramen, but he had forgotten whether it was a discount or half price. For the sake of what both Shide and Naruto like to eat, he decided to give Itsuki Ichiraku another chance. If there is any more flower work, within 3 days, he will be sharked, and the big barrel of Jupiter Ancestral Star will give him a praise. So he straightened up with a carp, got up and failed, and again the carp hit a splash by the way. Well, that's right, water splashes. He knocked over the freshly filled jug. A few minutes later, Uchiha Taki passed around a corner again and saw the curtain he had last seen. He lifted the curtain and beat the boss. Bring me a bowl of normal ramen, don't make ramen like last time. Poof, ahem. A sound of spraying and coughing came, and Uchiha Taki turned to see that there were other people in this shop, and this person he knew, and he had Mitarashi Ajiki beans who were in the same session as Shisui. Taki, you kid is not wrong again, saying such disgusting things at the place of eating. You asked the boss, you asked him what he let me eat last time. I didn't send him to the security department, it's my kind-heartedness. Hearing this, Mitarashi Red Bean couldn't help but be disgusted, and looked at the boss curiously. She was curious, could it really be? Uchiha Taki sat down and talked to Ajiki Bean. Don't you like sweets? Meatballs, red bean paste, how did you start eating ramen? Hunga's expression darkened, and the chopsticks in his hand also stopped, as if he didn't care, and said, just come out, just find something to eat. Uchiha Taki was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said sorry to Ajiki. This is really not that he has low emotional intelligence and deliberately pokes people's pain points, nor does he want to find trouble, purely because the existence of red beans is too low. Not only the original work, but also the same feeling after he crossed over now, except for the disciple of the great snake pill and a spell seal, there was nothing. Look at the medicine man's pocket, and then look at you. Of course, Uchiha Taki didn't say this sentence. But fortunately, this is the case, so after Orikimura defected, she was not allowed to be disposed of as a guild. I'll treat you to this meal, Uchiha Taki suggested. After all, it was he who said the wrong thing first. But Hunga misunderstood his meaning and said excitedly, don't pity me. Looking at her expression and tone, it seemed that Uchiha Taki's apology this time made her angry even more. Uchiha Taki quickly explained, it's not pitiful, it's to pay for me saying the wrong thing at the beginning, and I still have a discount here, right? Hit the boss. That's right, this little brother helped me try it last time, and I did promise to have a discount next time. The boss also saw that the atmosphere of these two people was not right. Hungu also realized that he was thinking wrong, and muttered with a red face, yes, is it? Then you please, hand beat the boss and have another bowl. Okay, wait a minute. The boss replied with red beans, and then handed over a bowl of ramen. This Uchiha guessed, this bowl of yours is ready. Just as Uchiha Taki was stirring the ingredients on the ramen noodles, mixing them into the soup, and preparing to eat, a voice from red beans came. Taki, do you say I'm very useless? Ha! Why do you suddenly say that? Aren't your grades in school quite good? Although Hunga did not perform well when he first appeared, after all, he is a disciple of the big snake pill, and his grades in school are slightly worse than those of Shui Shui and Menjai's echelon. At least it is the existence that most people without talent look up to. Then why? Oops, forget it, don't talk about it. Halfway through his words, Red Beans suddenly became irritable. Are you saying why Orikimura didn't take you with him in defect? Uchiha asked in a low voice. Broken by Uchiha Taki, Red Beans' face turned red, and his fingers rubbed on his clothes for a long time before he said in a faint inaudible voice, If it weren't for the fact that she was talking with a little head movement, Uchiha Taki almost didn't hear it. Then you will ask him after you meet him in the future. Where is it so easy? If I meet it in the future, it will be the enemy, and if I want to do my best to survive at that time, how can I still have the ability to ask him? Then you can become stronger than him, and when the time comes, step on him and force him to say it. Are you crazy? No matter how you say it, it is also 3 shinobi. The red bean gave him a white look, and after a few strokes, he ate the noodles that the boss had just sent. Don't tell you crazy person. Uchiha Taki shook his head and ignored her. She had been immersed in the glory of the Sanshin disciples at the beginning, and now she had become trapped in the shadow of the great snake pill. If she can go out, as a disciple of the 3 shinobi, even if she is not as strong as the medicine master, she should not be weaker than Sakura in the later stage. However, if you can't get out, it is estimated that you will stay in a particularly tolerant position until retirement. With just as quick strokes, Uchiha Taki was ready to go back to sleep, ready for the next day's cell transplant, which included relaxing. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, Uchiha Taki was woken up by an alarm clock on time. Good morning, Konoha Castle, I'm your old friend Uchiha Taki, yesterday's Rebellado. Blah, blah, Uchiha Taki shook his head, and said full of spirit, I got up. The person who got up at this point is the future star, the pillar of the country, the 5 cars of learning and wealth in the idiom, the high 8 fights, the light of the city in urban novels, the man of heavenly show in the proverbial, the dragon among people in martial arts novels, the heartwarming guest in the blind date show, the spurt of all the ugliness and evil in the world, the creator of all the beauty and good in the world. When I think that I am so good, then the next thing will naturally come to fruition. After a vigorous greeting, Uchiha Taki began to prepare some of the pre-work needed for today. He had done most of the work last night, and all he needed now was to put it all together and separate the 2 shadow doppelgangers. It's up to you to do the rest, Uchiha Taki explained to the 2 shadow doppelgangers. The 2 shadow doppelgangers also looked excited. We also know what the situation is, and we won't drop the chain. The reason why I summon 2 shadow doppelgangers is to facilitate the fight for the other. I also intend to be just in case, if one of the shadow avatars has a problem, there is another one. Lie back in bed and summon a miracle to go out and guard you in case anyone comes to you. Even if it turns into a big snake pill to seduce others to pursue, it can't expose the situation here. After doing this, Uchiha Taki's eyes quickly turned, showing the appearance of a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Then slowly, his right eye began to overflow with blood and tears, but Uchiha Taki and the 2 shadow doppelgangers did not stop it, just let it flow. As his right eye began to blur, and in the end, he couldn't even see the appearance of the 2 shadow doppelgangers in front of him clearly, and Uchiha Taki said, come on, I'm almost blind now, and all the luck has been poured into me. That's right, that's why Uchiha Taki dared to perform surgery just after mastering the knowledge of medical ninjutsu and transplantation. It is not only the kaleidoscopic chakra eye that suppresses the intercolumnar cells, but his right eye can improve luck. The transplant itself is a very gamble on luck, and he Uchiha Taki just happens to have luck. The unwilling pupil power accumulated before is now almost used up at one time. If you give an example, then now the lottery tickets you pick up casually are the number 1 jackpot that has not been cashed. At this time, the 2 shadow doppelgangers looked at each other. Then, the operation has begun. 46 days later, Konoha's weather has also entered the winter of the ninja world. Along the way, Uchiha Taki saw that the leaves on the side of the road began to turn yellow and fall. The weeds on the side of the road were not as lush as in summer and spring or even died a lot, and only a few more cold-resistant plants were still showing their green. In the past, when Uchiha Taki had not yet crossed, he thought that mission ninjas would do what they wanted, and they would not do it if they wanted to. After crossing over, I found that this is indeed the case, but this is the privilege of those elite upper shinobi, and even ordinary upper shinobi do not have this right. First, there are not so many tasks suitable for those elite forbearance, and second, they must also be on standby at all times to prevent war. So these people are qualified to choose whether to do tasks or not. Even if they don't do it, Konoha will have a subsidy for them. But like Uchiha Taki, 50 days is their upper limit, and if they exceed the upper limit, they will be forced to arrange tasks. Of course, the time spent performing tasks will not be counted, and the capitalists are not so outrageous. For the 50-day mandatory dispatch mission, Uchiha Taki said that it is understandable. After all, if everyone is rich and does not do it, then who will solve Konoha's huge amount of tasks? At that time, they will enter the task and no one will do it, and then give it to Konoha to reduce the amount of tasks, and when others want to do it, they find that there is no task to them. After all, they are ninjas, not businessmen. Although the large families have their own financial resources and industries, their roots are still rooted in the ninja identity. If they didn't have the background of the ninja clan, their business methods could be compared to those merchants. The most is a philanthropist who sends money. And the reason why Uchiha Taki hasn't done a mission for so long is because he hasn't moved for a whole month and a half. And he hasn't moved in the true sense. In addition to his eyes and mouth, and the miracle he sent out to you, Uchiha Taki lay abruptly in bed for a month and a half. Even bathing is the shadow doppelganger to help wipe the body, and the meal is also fed by the shadow doppelganger with military food pills or liquid food. But now that he came out, he had washed twice, once after lifting the shadow doppelganger, and then went to the public bath to ask the master to wipe it once, absolutely clean. For this reason, he could have asked the shadow doppelganger to take the task issued by Konoha Hospital, but due to his own reasons, he could only hold back until now. But when he untied the shadow doppelganger, although he felt tired, he did not pass out. In addition to the shadow avatar reforming a shadow avatar at intervals to relieve fatigue, it is naturally the transplanted cells that play a role. Although it is impossible to compare with the Thousand Hands pillar, compared to the ordinary Thousand Hands, the people of the Vortex clan are not much worse. But what caused him to lie in bed for so long was this transplant, even he didn't expect it. At first, I thought I had failed, and I was ready to find someone to save myself. Finally, when someone was about to come to him, his luck played a role and allowed him to return to normal mobility. And his right eye, which was almost blind before, has also returned to its previous normal level after such a long time. But the biggest gain this time is not to restore pupil power, nor to have unlimited pupil power, but that he can control the miracle of your doom. Now even if someone fights him, he is not afraid that that person will be attacked by bad luck, which means that he can change back to his normal life before traveling. Unexpectedly, I had planned to find the wind sacrifice leaf to test the precision of doom, but this time it was realized. Uchiha Taki always thought that the stand-in was linked to Yin Dun Chakra, but he didn't expect that although Yang Dun would not enhance the power of miracles to you, it would increase the precision of controlling him. No wonder the words Yin and Yang are often linked together. This experience also made Uchiha Taki realize again that the power system of the ninja world also has a lot to offer, not only Yin, but also the enhancement of Yang in the future. Arriving at the Hokage building, Uchiha Taki skillfully came to the task handover. The person in charge of the handover also saw him. But I haven't seen you for a long time. What have you been busy with recently? Busy with cultivation. It's almost time limit before I think of going to do the task. Uchiha Taki scratched his head and replied. He felt that he was too recognizable, and with this blindfold, although it was not as obvious as Kakashi, anyone who had met him a few times could remember him. But when he takes off the blindfold, I am afraid that his fame will be much greater than it is now. The person in charge handed over the folder that was similar to last time. It's all here. Are you going out of the village to do tasks this time? Yes, Konoha has been here for a long time, and I always want to go out and play, and this mission to find a farther point is considered a tour. The person in charge frowned. Although I know I can't persuade you, the task in the distance is different from your previous task. You haven't encountered any enemies in the hinterland of the Land of Fire before, but if you are too far away, maybe some ninjas will sneak in through the border guards, and no one can save you in case of encountering enemies. Uchiha Taki laughed and did not respond. There are no enemies in the heart of the fire country? So who was the last time he met the horns in disguise? That's it. Uchiha Taki picked for a moment and handed a task sheet to the person in charge. I didn't listen to the reminder I just gave you, did I? I found a mission near the Land of Water. You really can. Even if you have to go far to the border, then you have to pick San Shinobu or those places in the south. Give you another chance, you have to change quickly. The person in charge handed the task sheet back. It is not for nothing that the person in charge said this. Unlike the other three countries, the country of water and Konoha are not separated by other countries, and their border is just a sea. Therefore, the probability of encountering Mist Shinobi at the border of the Land of Fire is much greater than the probability of encountering ninjas from the other three countries. You said that you can't persuade me, then don't bother you, so be it. Uchiha Taki handed it back again. The person in charge sighed and helped him register, chanting Uchiha Taki while registering. Uchiha Taki knew that the person in charge cared about him, but he had a reason to go. Time went back to last night, when Uchiha Taki had just finished taking a shower from the bathhouse and had returned from a meal by the way. He gritted his teeth and thought about how to deal with Obito. Just like he said before, if the two dueled he would be 100% victorious, but once Obito wanted to escape, he couldn't stop him. So he thought of the thought that had flashed through his mind before. Obito naturally has his weakness, and this weakness is also the source of all his current motivation, Nohara Rin. Although it sounds very immoral and mean, it is the easiest way he can come up with to deal with Obito, digging Nohara Rin's grave, and it is best to let him find out on the eve of Obito's attack on Kushine. Even though Nohara's body is not described as being buried in the original work, Uchiha Taki believes that Obito's affection for her will definitely not leave her body in the wilderness, and Konoha does not have the custom of heavenly burial. Of course, he didn't rely purely on luck to roam the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Water like a headless fly, and even if he was lucky, he wouldn't have enough time. So he was going to find someone, the last person besides Obito to see Rin Nohara, Kakashi Kiki. If you get the place where Rin died from Kakashi and look for it, the success rate should be much higher. But this finder naturally didn't go to Kakashi's house and ask him, "Hello, where did you kill Diren? Can you tell us the exact location?" If you say that, you can see if Kakashi's Rachel splits you or not, and you're done. The way to get the answer from Kakashi is also very simple, that is, the invincible illusion in the early stage. Fortunately, during the lying corpse, the bored Uchiha Taki watched a lot of ancestral illusions through miracles, and then staged hundreds of magic methods in his brain. Otherwise, although his kaleidoscope that is not biased towards illusion types can be controlled with illusion, it will definitely be discovered. Although Kakashi can't use Kamui yet, after all, it is also another kaleidoscope. And the location of Kakashi's home was discovered by the way when Uchiha Taki asked you to confirm the state of Kushina. Now Kushina's belly has not changed, there is no need to worry. If it becomes bigger, Uchiha Taki will be on standby in Konoha at all times, waiting for brother Tsuchiko to return. Let the miracle be that you first go to Kakashi's house to explore the way, while Uchiha Taki begins to increase his luck, and then secretly thinks in his heart, Kakashi will go home tonight, Kakashi will go home tonight. Since Kakashi joined the Dark Division, he has often stayed up at night and Uchiha Taki can only gamble on his luck. As long as Kakashi does not leave the village, he can accept it. Fortunately, perhaps luck played a role. Kakashi not only did not leave the village, but also stayed at home honestly. Uchiha Taki lets the miracle stare at you, while he goes home first and waits for the night to come. Kakashi was a little irritable today, after the war. He chose to join the dark part, because there are enough difficult tasks in the dark part to allow him to devote himself to it. If not, he would not have a normal life at all. As long as he was a little free, White Fang, Obito, and the scene of Rin's death before he died would emerge in his mind. Even during the day, I would replay the scene in my mind like a dream. But people have limits, vampires don't, and Kakashi can't spend all the time in repetitive sleep and tasks, his body can't carry it. And his teacher, the 4th generation Hokage, also saw his problem, so he forced him to rest at home today, even if it was training. Although the current Kakashi is not the sullen one-eyed man who has been watched by the intimate heaven after the age of 18 in the later period. But the hobby of reading novels is now there, and he can only pick up novels to pass the time when he has nothing to do. The time to read the book passed quickly, and by the time the goddess of the book was once again in the middle of the sky, Kakashi had put down the novel and lay in bed with his eyes closed for more than an hour. But Uchiha Taki didn't choose to touch over and use the illusion, because he knew that Kakashi wouldn't fall asleep so quickly. After waiting for more than an hour, he slowly walked out of the store. Avoiding the patrolling members of the guard department, he quietly came to the door of Kakashi's house. Let the miracle materialize inside and open the door so that he doesn't leave a trace of picking the lock, and even if Kakashi finds out that something is wrong, it will only be a dream. Standing on tiptoe, he came to Kakashi's bedroom and called softly in a voice that mimicked Obito, Kakashi. Kakashi opened his eyes instantly when he heard this, but instead of Obito, he saw 2 scarlet kaleidoscopic chakra eyes that had long been prepared and waiting for him. In a fraction of a second, Kakashi completed the process of opening his eyes, falling into illusion, closing his eyes, and falling into a dream. In the dream, Kakashi discovers that he has returned to the border of the Land of Fire, meets Rin again, and once again stabs Ratchet into Rin's heart. Lin! Kakashi suddenly woke up and found that he was still the same as he had just fallen asleep. It was not the first time he had this kind of dream, and he couldn't sleep well almost every day in the days when Rin had just died. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, gave up the idea of sleeping, got up from the bed and put on his daily clothes, intending to go to Konoha Cemetery to accompany Rin for a while. And Uchiha Taki also learned the approximate location of Nohara Rin's death in battle at that time in the illusion. Time goes back to the present, and Uchiha Taki did not immediately set off to do the mission after taking the task. In order to be closer to the original location this time, the difficulty of the task he picked was still a little high, and he needed to go to Konoha's hospital to buy some of the medicines needed for treatment. Back at Konoha Hospital, the first time he returned to Konoha after crossing was for several days in the hospital, but he never came here since he left. After all, he is not a physique ninja, and because of the miracle of you, he can't talk to people, so naturally there is no reason to come to the hospital. However, he may have to come to the hospital often in the future. Not only now he can control the miracle on your doom, but mainly after this mission, he plans to solve the later tasks in the hospital as much as possible. It's the same as those tasks that post pulling weeds, growing vegetables, and finding cats. For those of them who are just starting out with medical ninjas, Konoha Hospital will also issue some simple tasks to help them get started and familiarize themselves with what they should do as medical ninjas. In addition, when Jushine's belly grew bigger, he basically entered the protection of Konoha's high level, and even if it was a miracle, it was not so easy to find. So he also had to make a backup, that is, relying on the information in the hospital to determine the approximate time of labor of Uchiha Mikato, as an anchor to locate the date of Naruto's birth. Now Jushine's stomach is still changing, but Uchiha Mikato's belly has bulged slightly. The reason why it is so troublesome is because his purpose is to seize the kaleidoscope Sharingan with soil, not to help the 4th generation couple survive the Night of the Nine Tails, and the difficulty is not a level at all. For those who master time and space ninjutsu, who can't beat and can escape casually, he must leave Konoha at least a few days in advance to prepare. Inside the Konoha building, Uchiha Taki came to the medicine collection office or the pharmacy of Konoha Hospital. He handed in his prepared mission report, a list of medications he needed, and proof of being a medical ninja, and said hello to the staff. Konoha's control of medical resources is stricter than that of weapons. Because Konoha's minerals are also abundant, the stronger ones are the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, and there is also the Land of Iron, a neutral country that can manufacture weapons in large quantities, and it makes little sense to other countries to restrict weapons. But if you change to medicine, it will be different. Not only Tsunade, the first medical ninja in the ninja world, but also Konoha itself is very rich. It can be said that Konoha in other countries has it. Only on the Oriental Snow Mountain, which is very far away from Konoha, that extremely rare snow lotus is not produced here in Konoha. A flock of crows rested in 2 or 3 large trees adjacent to each other, and they tended each other's feathers, 3 or 5 of them on guard. At this time, a cold light flashed, and 1,000 books strung up 2 crows to shoot them down. Double kill. Uchiha Taki tests his abilities on the way to the border, and he gives himself a little luck from time to time along the way. The eyes start to soar and stop, ease up and continue. In this way, you keep raising your lucky value. Just now the 2 crows were the result of his test, and he knew that there were crows in this direction, so he casually threw 1,000 books in the general direction and came to a double kill. Compared to the common Kunao, Uchiha Taki prefers to use Senbon. Although Kuo is indeed better to use than Senbon, the more suitable weight than Senbon can exert more power, and there are sharp cuts that can be used for cutting. It can be thrown out in melee combat, unlike Senbon, which can only be thrown. But Senbon also has his advantages. Compared to the breaking sound of Kumo and Shuriken, it attacks silently. The same ninja bag, Senbon's storage amount is the most. The power is not enough, can also be made up with poison, more suitable for Uchiha Taki's old yin ratio. After this test, Uchiha Taki is also more confident in finding Nohara Rin's body. You can get something to get by throwing it casually, not to mention that he specifically went to find it. Quickening his pace, Uchiha Taki ran towards the border at a faster pace. This time, he did not intend to go 2 ways with the shadow doppelganger. Because the target this time is not the same as the last time, it is 2 fixed locations, but a person who only knows the approximate location and needs to find it himself. Maybe the treatment over there is over, and you haven't found any clues on your side. It's better to use chakra on finding first, so that the probability is still greater. It's really not possible, and then send the shadow doppelganger over. So he has to rush to the border as soon as possible and add a little more time to search. You know, Konoha has a requirement for this kind of mission time. If you spend too much time on the road, someone will come to you and ask, why did you go halfway? Is it to send intelligence to enemy countries or something? However, Konoha is still quite tolerant of Shinobu's time spent hurrying, especially Uchiha Taki who rushes alone, and it is normal to delay the time in case of encountering a mountain robber on the road. Konoha's requirement for Shinobu is about 15 km per hour. At first glance, it sounds like an exaggeration. Even those superhorse athletes in the past life can't do it. But after all, this is the ninja world, and if Shinobu replenishes his physical strength with military food pills and runs non-stop, it will be easy to run 30 km per hour. And for a guy like Uchiha Taki whose actual strength has reached the upper endurance, and although the speed is not as good as stopping the water, but he is also very good at it, it is even more relaxed at a speed of more than 100 km per hour. Coupled with the cells from Baiju that he had just implanted, the chakra capacity in the body was not a little higher than before. A short burst may not be as good as stopping the water, but if this kind of long-term running, he can stop the water faster. This distance can still be faster than him, which is only those who can use flying or wave feng shui gate, which relies on space ninjutsu to move. Even so, it took him a lot of time when Uchiha Taki arrived at the coastline where Rin had died. It was the same as what Uchiha had seen in Kakashi's dreams, a coastline made of hard blue-black rocks, with no vegetation covering it. If you can fly high in the air, it should be easy to find the wooden escape left when you took the soil to eliminate these dark parts. It's a pity that Uchiha Taki can't fly ninjutsu, and there is no giant psychic beast that jumps hundreds of meters like the Myoki mountain toad. Then it's just luck. He took out a coin and tossed it high. The front goes to the north, the reverse goes to the south. After a delicate arc in the sky, the silver-white coin fell to the ground and spun rapidly, and Uchiha Taki watched the coin spin more and more slowly until it stopped. He walked over and picked up the coin. It's ahead, then go to the north. Uchiha Taki once again galloped north along the coastline. A moment later, it's really powerful, Uchiha Taki said as he looked at a dirt pit at his feet. It was about 100 meters from the coast, unlike the stone ground near the sea, but there was a shallow layer of dirt covered with weeds that could barely reach the instep of the foot. And the small earthen pit that Uchiha Taki looked at, the branches sticking into it were about 10 centimeters deep, and it was covered with thick moss. There are several more of the same earth pits, and from the position of distribution, it looks like a stout giant walking through here. But this dirt pit was stepped on by Brother Tuzi, who had just awakened the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, because he was too excited to see Rin Nohara who was wearing his chest. However, the spot that designed to frame Nohara Rin will also be worn by the black in the future. This strong and weak, a man and a woman, an old and a young because of the black end, died in the same way. I have to say that Kishimoto's wave of design can be. Looking to the east, there is still a wooden escape from the time when the soil was completely extinguished in the dark part. However, it no longer looks like a wood with soil, but a tree that grows naturally here in itself. It is estimated that Madara or Baiju helped bring the soil to clean up, otherwise the news of Mu Dun would have spread throughout the ninja world long ago. Pausing a little and admiring Obito's feat when he first opened his eyes, Uchiha Taki came to the conclusion that if there were no miracles for Yu, he should have been killed by Tsuchigo when he first opened his eyes. But it can't be compared like this, after all, he is much smaller than Brother Tuzi when he opens his eyes, and he doesn't have the blessing of the intercolumn cells. Shaking off his brain and throwing away these messy thoughts, Uchiha Taki formed more than a dozen shadow doppelgangers, and the art of multiple shadow doppelgangers was one of the many ninjutsu he learned while lying in the corpse. With a thumping sound, a shadow doppelganger with a different personality appeared next to Uchiha Taki. This is the first time so many people have come out. You kid really lacks morality, and he can do this kind of thing by digging people's graves. I can't say that. If you want to talk about the grave, then the big snake pill medicine master pocket is the real big guy, especially the medicine master pocket is the grave of the 5 great ninja villages and other strong people. We are a younger brother compared to them. It is said that there is no lack of virtue in digging a grave, and it is their business to plan. You're not finished, aren't you? You even scolded us together, including yourself, and then you have to go to the grave to plan. That's it, you kid is looking for a beating. What? Then come and fight and see who is afraid of whom. Watching this group of shadow doppelgangers clapping their hands while fanning the flames, Uchiha Taki complained in his heart about who he learned this from. Then he quickly opened his mouth to stop it. Be quiet. Don't forget what we are here to do. Hurry up and find Rin's grave. What are you crazy boys? Don't think we're afraid of you. The shadow doppelganger who had just picked the thorn came again with a wave of ontology. That is, we are not afraid of miracles in others. That's right, come on, let's fight each other and try to see who Doom will attack. Woohoo, fight, fight. When he looked at the scene and seemed to be really about to fight, Uchiha Taki darkened his face and prepared to lift the technique. Brother, don't lift it, we'll go right away. Brother, calm down. Aren't we kidding you? I'll go. Don't, brother finally came out to play once, I'll help you supervise those. When these guys saw that Uchiha Taki was really ready to lift the technique, they immediately changed their attitude, and one by one they immediately became like good brothers. After seeing them scatter and leave, Uchiha Taki also left here. Of course, they were not going to gouge all the surrounding ground, so it is estimated that Naruto was born when they found Nohara Rin. It's not like a headless fly, just bumping around there by luck. It depends on whether there are earth dun and wooden dun and traces around, or whether there are bulging earth bags. Although luck still accounts for a large proportion, it can already reduce the consumption of luck a lot. About 2 hours later, a message reached the minds of Uchiha Taki and the other shadow doppelgangers, and one of the shadow doppelgangers found Rin Nohara's gravesite. With the transmission of this memory, the memories of other shadow avatars also passed back one after another, and since they found it, there was no need for them to waste time outside. However, on the side of Uchiha Taki's body, a sentence of national essence burst out. Physical exertion is nothing, but so many memories come back that it almost makes him fall to the ground with 1 foot in the air. During the period of lying in the corpse, although he was tired, because he reformed the shadow doppelganger at intervals, the mental impact was far less great than this time. So Uchiha Taki sat on the ground for a while, and during this period of emptying his mind, his thoughts drifted to strange places again. If a Uchiha uses this method and is hit by a huge amount of information in a short period of time, can he open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? If it is turned on, then what is his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? However, this matter, Uchiha Taki did not come up with a result, he has already turned on the kaleidoscope anyway, and it has nothing to do with him. And the average person Yusaibo uses this method, before being hit by the information into a kaleidoscope of chakra eyes, has already let the accumulated fatigue gather together and then die suddenly. After relieving himself, Uchiha Taki sorted out the memories and information, got up and set off towards Nohara Rin's grave. This time it didn't take much time, if not slowly looking for clues underground, Uchiha Taki came to Nohara Rin's grave in less than half an hour. Compared to the graves made by Kakashi's team, the graves here are much more formal, and although hidden in the forest, they are still poured out of something similar to cement. It contains the name of the owner of the tomb, the date of birth, and the date of death, as well as some stories of his life, and a bouquet of petals that fell similarly. Judging from the shape of the bouquet, Obito should not have been here for a month. But how do I open it? You can't just smash it. Uchiha Taki looked at the grave in front of him and made a mistake. So he lets Miracle sneak in as a stand-in to see what's going on. If he smashed it directly, in case he triggered some technique to let Obito know, or if he destroyed Nohara Rin's body, he would definitely not do this kind of thing. The result was really not what he expected. Brother Tuza really engaged in a bunch of techniques in it, so he began to make trouble again. Do you want to break the technique? After pondering for a long time, Uchiha Taki decided to break the technique. Although the matter of the body being taken away should be discovered by Obito, it is a little too early to find out now. So Uchiha Taki asked the miracle that after you destroyed those techniques inside, he asked him to come out and write another paragraph to Obito, mainly because he didn't let Obito recognize his handwriting. Of course, he doesn't let all the miracles do for you. He himself went to the side to find a branch slightly thinner than his arm, removed the outer skin, hollowed it out, and stuffed the paper into it, and closed the lid that had been made at the same time. It reads, "I took the people here, and I hope to make a deal with you one day." There is no signature, and there is no mention of Obito's name. Then tie this jar with a rope and tie it to a nearby tree to avoid being blown away by the wind. After making these preparations, Uchiha Taki opened Susanoo, and the white skeleton giant directly opened the entire tomb with great force, and inside Nohara Rin's body was lying quietly, with a slight smile on the corner of his mouth. Storing her body in a storage scroll, Uchiha Taki left the place in a flash. Since the operation was relatively smooth, Uchiha Taki planned to find a place to catch up on sleep and go to treat the client. At this time, there was a sudden violent explosion, which made him curious, so he decided to go and see what was going on. Coming to the shore again, he saw a beautiful woman with black and orange hair, wrapped a bandage around her thin waist. At the same time, her arm is also very slender. If it were not for the very strong physical performance in battle, she would not be able to see that the arm was so powerful. But where these three twigs connect, two fruits are fruited, burning, over-steaming. Several fireballs appeared beside the beauty, and together with her physical attacks, they produced violent explosions. Isn't this Yakang? Shouldn't she die in the territory of Mist Yin? Why is it on the Konoha border? Uchiha Taki is a little confused. The butterfly effect he brought is so big? This guy is about to die. Hurry up and solve her. Don't lure Konoha's border ninja over. A masked misty shadow shouted. The surrounding mist shinobu heard his order, and the attacks at hand began to accelerate, and Yakang's body had a few more kunao. I can't hold on. Uchiha Taki got up and put on his mask, ready to rescue Hakura. After all, it is a guy who can compete with Luosha for the Wind Shadow, although he will definitely not be able to compete, but if he can save and control it, he will make a lot of money. Even if you can't control it, killing her is not very difficult for Uchiha Taki. Coming to their battlefield, Uchiha Taki raised his hand and shouted. What's the situation? I don't know. Look at the mask is the dark part of Konoha. Is he crazy? Or is there an ambush with a teammate? Seeing that Uchiha Taki did not sneak attack, nor was he defensive, he walked over with an unscrupulous look, and everyone in the Mist Dark department looked at each other. For a while, no one dared to make a move. Yakang's eyelids furrowed and saw Uchiha Taki's mask, Konoha dark part? Okay. After saying this, she fell straight down, splashing a puddle of water. Uchiha Taki's arrival seemed to be the last straw that crushed her, and she no longer had the strength to continue fighting. And Yakang's fall also gave the Mistyan Dark Department some confidence. Hey, this woman is our Mistyan's booty. Do you Konoha want to start a war again? War? No, there is a war, and if you don't roll, you will only be greeted with unilateral slaughter. Except for your blood, which can stain the dirt under my feet, none of you can touch me. Do it, since they are not afraid of war. Teach this kid a lesson. Uchiha Taki's arrogance made the fog dark part very unhappy. Rumble. One of the Mist Shinobi's detonation charms suddenly blew itself up, and the blinding fire accompanied by thick smoke enveloped the companions around him, and then almost at the same time, the shrouded companions turned into more than a dozen. Natsuki is a Shangshin in the village of Mist Shinobi who has experienced the Third Ninja World War, and yesterday she got a mission to go to a location in disguise as a shinobu and besiege Hakura. Originally, she was still a little panicked. Yakang is the guy whose strength is closest to the Wind Shadow, although they are all upper shinobi, but the strength of the two of them is not at the same level at all. Yakang is already very close to the level of the five shadows, although it is only the bottom and side, but it is also a shadow. But when she saw her teammates who acted together this time, and knew the arrangement of this mission, she began to sympathize with Yakang's next experience, and felt that she would definitely not survive this time. Even when Yakang discovered in advance that something was wrong and fled to the land of fire, she still thought so. Until she came to the land of fire. Just when she felt that Yakang had run out of oil and was about to be killed by them, a strange guy appeared in front of them. Although they wore the mask of Konoha's dark part, there was only one person, and they did not do any ceiling movements or physical defensive movements, so they rushed straight towards them. Their captain saw this arrogant guy who made them roll back into the fog and ordered them to teach this kid a lesson, and although one of the unlucky guys suddenly exploded and caused many companions to be involved, she still felt that they would win. Until the explosion, a broken arm flew out and smashed towards her. She didn't care. The broken arm that flew out of this explosion was not an attack of a physical master. What power could it have? She did not dodge, but directly blocked with her hands. And this block, there was a problem. The broken arm was not blocked and flew out as she thought. Click, this is the sound of bone shattering, not the broken arm that flew out, but Natsuki's arm. Click, click, bone-breaking sounds sounded one after another, and the broken arm was like an iron rod that was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, cutting off Xiaoshu's neck. How is that possible? It was the only thought she had when her mind flew out. There are also many foggy dark parts with this idea. They were either the same as Natsuki, or they were shot through by the splashed dirt. The ones that were closer were even directly crushed by the shock wave of the explosion. However, even so, for the large number of missed shinobi, many people survived. Among them, the brainy ones have already shouted to inform the others, "This guy has a problem. Hurry up and retreat." Oh, I still like the way you guys started out. The miracle is that this is the trouble for you. As long as the other person does not want to investigate an attack, it is difficult to trigger his attack. Even if you let the miracle take the initiative to attack, the current conditions cannot be met. Coupled with the fact that miracles are ranked in order when your doom attacks, it is still not very useful in the face of this kind of mass escape. The order is based on episode 102 of the original work, but now is not the time for me to cross over. Uchiha Taki made a seal on his hands. Fire escape, fire extinguished. A huge flame ignited the surface of the sea, burning all the remaining mist ninjas. Under the impact of the fire, a light rain began to fall in the sky, and Uchiha Taki picked up Hakura and quickly left the scene. In the evening, in a hotel in the Land of Fire, Uchiha Taki and Hakura were lying here to rest. Of course, the two did not lie together, but separated. Yakang's body could no longer see the wound, and there were no other bandages tied except for the bandage on her own waist. Since the injection of intercolumn cells, Uchiha Taki's yang has been greatly enhanced, and it is naturally easy to solve this wound that has been stabbed by Kuwu. You must know that in the original work, Suzuki and Kirabi were pierced in their bodies when they fought, but they still bit the incense to recover in a few seconds. Although Uchiha Taki is incomparable to Xion Jaya's talent, his current healing ability is also considered a top medical ninja. The reason why Hakura hasn't woken up yet, in addition to chakra and almost exhausted physical strength, there is also a factor of excessive blood loss, but Uchiha Taki guesses that it won't be long before she wakes up. As he expected, a violent cough startled him after a few minutes. "Water is on the side, you pour it yourself," Uchiha Taki reminded Hakura. "Who are you? Where is this?" Yakang picked up the water and poured it directly into her mouth. She felt as if she was attacked by her own burning, and all the water in her body was evaporated. Before she fainted, she only saw someone who looked like Kanaha's dark part coming to her rescue. But there are no other ninjas here, not even others, only one. Child? But she despised Uchiha Taki without appearance, and the most important thing in the ninja world is genius, not to mention that she is still in a very poor state. So she asked again, "Who are you? Where is this?" Uchiha Taki, an interested ninja. "This is an inn in the Land of Fire." Interested ninja. Yakang pondered this sentence for a while, and then suddenly reacted, "You are not the dark part of Kanaha." It's not a question, but a very positive judgment. That's right, if I were the dark part, I would have taken you away and tortured you now. Even if the information cannot be tortured, I can leave you with a bunch of burning babies. You have a point, so what are you going to do if you leave me? Yakang said with a bitter smile. Tongue? Heart? Yakang's first reaction was the spell mark. She picked up the mirror, and it clearly reflected a black spell mark on her tongue. "Who the hell are you?" This is the third time that Hakura asked Uchiha Taki. "Didn't I already tell you, Uchiha Taki, an interested ninja, that one on your tongue is Kanaha's tongue bane technique to prevent you from saying something you shouldn't? And then, what do you want me to do?" Yakang asked. At this time, Uchiha Taki revealed a meaningful smile. Do you want to be a wind shadow?" Yakang sneered, "You want me to be your puppet wind shadow? Sorry, although I was betrayed by Luo Xia, it does not mean that I will make Shinobi Village a puppet." At this time, because Yakang did not die in battle, he did not hate Xian as much as the original. Although she wanted to kill Luo Xia quickly, she did not want to betray the interests of Sand Ninja Village for this. And Uchiha Taki, who had a preconceived plot in the original book, heard her words, but was stunned for a moment. What is this? But he didn't get too entangled in this matter. Isn't it the butterfly effect? Yakang, who should have died in the country of water, is lying here alive, and people are not allowed to change a little. At this time, Yakang continued, "Even if I go back, I can't grab Luo Xia. He has special meaning for Yin. Magnetic escape." Uchiha Taki raised a possibility. Yakang nodded, "That's right, you Kanaha may not feel it if you have money, but Luo Xia's ability to pan for gold is indispensable for Sand Shinobi. Unless I have the strength of one person to defeat an entire ninja village, I can't take his position in the wind shadow. And what if you kill Luo Xia? I'll kill him." In Uchiha Taki's opinion, with Cho and Kaizo already living in seclusion, now Shinobu has the strength to inherit Kazehide as Hakura and Raza. Although Shinobu is not as strong as Yukanaha, but I still have the backbone to not let the traitor be the wind shadow. Even if you help me, it is useless. Even if you are not discovered, it is me who killed Rasha. Cho, they will not agree. Hakura rejected Uchiha Taki's proposal. "Did you misunderstand something? Huh? I said I'm coming to kill him. I'm enough alone. I won't be discovered by Shinobu, and I won't expose you." Yakang's expression froze, staring straight at Uchiha Taki, and after a long time, she finally spoke. "How sure are you? If you kill Luo Xia, it's 100%, if you don't get discovered, well, 90%. After that, the scene fell into silence again. Yet Kang didn't know that Uchiha Taki was strong, and from the fact that he could save himself from so many missed shadow divisions, he was definitely stronger than himself, and he also believed that he could defeat Luosha. However, defeating Luosha and killing Luosha without anyone in the Sand Hidden Village is not a concept at all, not to mention that he is not a Sand Shinobi, and the difficulty is even higher. In this way, he dared to say that there was a 10% chance of killing Luosha in this situation, and there was a 90% chance of not being discovered. Yet Kang knew that this kind of person was either crazy or could really do it, and combined with the situation that he saved her, the probability is the latter. Can you fly the Thunder God technique? Yet Kang thought of a possibility. The Flying Thunder God technique has long been famous in the entire ninja world in the hands of Wei Fang Shuman, and if he can fly the Thunder God technique, coupled with Uchiha's powerful illusion technique, it is indeed possible to do it. Uchiha Taki shook his head and signaled that he wouldn't. He is also very hungry for the ability of the Space Department, especially the ability of D4C, space is not to mention. He can change the body when he dies, even if the love train starts, even if it is a miracle for you, you have to temporarily avoid the edge. If you go up hard, you will suffer a big loss. Yet Kang was slightly relieved to see it, a Uchiha who was proficient in illusion, even if the speed was not as fast as the Wei Feng Shui gate, but it was as terrifying as the Flying Thunder God technique. Especially when it comes to singling out the strong, the latter may be more dominant. How? If you want to cooperate with me or not, I promise not to interfere with Shinobu's daily operations. I still reject the offer as before. Yak Kang said firmly. Uchiha Taki asked a little curiously, why? You won't even be discovered by Shinobu, and when Luosha dies, wouldn't it be good for you to take over as the Wind Shadow again? It's because it's so good that I have to refuse. You have the strength to kill Luosha quietly, but you have no reputation in the ninja world, which makes it difficult for me not to suspect that you are a careerist, so it is even more impossible for me to let Sand Shinobu be controlled by you. Uchiha Taki smiled, but he didn't expect that he thought about her, and helped her clean up the whole time, which actually became the reason for her to reject herself. However, he did not force it, for this kind of strong person, if she forced her to go, she could only get a corpse. So Uchiha Taki made a new suggestion, since you don't want to be a Wind Shadow, then I can't save you for nothing. How about you go to be a rebel? Rebel? Talk about it carefully. Yet Kang changed positions and sat down. She was a little interested in this proposal. It's very simple, I just let you do the rebellion, and then make a little fame, and attack the Shinobu from time to time. I think you will do this without me saying it. Hakura nodded. Although she didn't want Uchiha Taki to interfere with Shinobu, it didn't mean that she wouldn't retaliate against Rasha. If she becomes a traitor, Luosha's family, she will definitely not be soft. See one kill one. When an organization called Xiao comes to invite you after you make some noise, I want you to join in. Of course, in order not to be suspected by them, you can refuse at first, or make a more difficult request to them, as long as you go in at the end. Xiao. Is this organization special? Yet Kang asked. She seemed to have heard about this organization somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. She heard it in the Land of Rain, when Yahiko wasn't dead. Very special, their leader is a guy with the eye of reincarnation, and there is also a careerist who calls himself Uchiha Spot hidden inside. Yet Kang did not go to ridicule. You are qualified to say other people's careerists and the like. The gold content of these 4 words is enough to explain the horror of this organization, even if it is not the real Uchiha Spot, but the strength is definitely not weak. This name is not what cats and dogs dare to impersonate. Then she noticed another term, reincarnation eye? What kind of eye is that? Is it more powerful than the Sheri-nan? Very powerful. The ability of the Eye of Reincarnation includes but is not limited to gravity, repulsion, absorbing chakra, absorbing souls, reading memories, and most of the illusions in the world have no effect on it. How suddenly I felt that the ninja world became a little strange, and it was Uchiha Spot, and the eyes of the 6 Dao immortals. Yet Kang complained, and I don't know if she believed it. Well, this proposal should be good, not only to take revenge on Luosha, but also to prevent Sand Shinobu from being controlled by me. Yet Kang tangled for a moment and said, to be honest, at first I did think this request was acceptable, but, hearing you say that there are so many strong people in that organization, I am a little afraid to go. Perhaps he felt that his successive rejections might anger Uchiha Taki, or he felt that he was a little intimidated when he said that he did not dare to act, so Yet Kang explained it for himself without waiting for Uchiha Taki to speak. In fact, if she is alone, it doesn't matter if she joins this organization, but she wants to take her disciple role and defect together, so there is a bit of a problem. She brought her disciples to protect the safety of her own disciples, and if she joined a more dangerous organization, it would be meaningless. Then you can't not bring it? She is your disciple, not your unweaned baby. Uchiha Taki said it a little ugly, but he didn't understand. Even if he liked it again, he wouldn't take it with him, and the people didn't take Suzuki away. When Yet Kang heard this, he gave him a blank look, and then explained with a bitter face, you don't know, if I die in the fog, there will definitely be no problem with the safety of that volume. But if I become a traitor, Luosha will definitely use her to threaten me. In other words, as long as she is safe, you can be a rebel with peace of mind, right? That's right, you have a way. No, but when the time comes, it's not for you to take revenge now. Well, if you can solve the safety of the volume, I will promise you to be an undercover agent in that organization. But if it doesn't work, it's a big deal to give this life back to you. Okay. Uchiha Taki got up and then said, I still have business, you rest here for a while first, you still have money on you, right? Yeah, Kang nodded, it's still there. That's okay, you have lost too much blood, eat something to make up for it first. Wait here for me for a day or so, more than a day without coming back, you can leave first. When he was about to go out, Uchiha Taki confessed again, by the way, the movement between you and the Mist Hidden Shadow Department at the border was detected by the Konoha border guards, even if you go out, you must be camouflaged, they are now looking everywhere for anyone to sneak in. I know all this, I'm not one of those guys who just came out of the village, I'm a scorching leaf warehouse. After coming out of the hotel, Uchiha Taki rushed towards the client's house, he had wasted a lot of time in order to save Leaf Kang, so he now had to go to the client as soon as possible to treat. However, after helping Hakura heal, Uchiha Taki also slept for a while she was sleeping, which was regarded as making up for the physical strength and chakra she had spent before. It was not his whim to let Ye Kang go to the organization. Compared to the unstable Jiaodu, Ye Kang was obviously much better than him. And judging from her attitude towards the disciple scroll just now, Uchiha Taki's judgment was not wrong, and Ye Kang was indeed a better choice. Of course, the main point is that Ye Kang's life is in his hands, and her heart has been left with a spell marked by Uchiha Taki. Compared with the multiple hearts of Kakudu, the guy who can be changed at any time is hundreds of times more reliable. As for the Wind Shadow, it can only be said that it is best of nature, and it is not a loss without that. Even if Kakuto really betrayed, then relying on Ye Kang would also set Kakuto in turn. Moreover, in the future, maybe he can use the organization for many things, and it will be much more convenient to have a reliable person in it. But at this time, Uchiha Taki was thinking about how to solve the problem of the scroll, and if her problem was not solved, then everything else was empty talk. The best way is to bring her out directly, without the threat of Shinobu, and without joining the Xiao organization. But where do you go after you bring it out? Konoha doesn't need to think about it, Uchiha Taki doesn't have the position to bring people from the outer villages in now, and the other 3 ninja villages are the same. Other small ninja villages, not to mention. What's more, maybe people are not willing to come out, after all, it is not like Ye Kang is a high level of Sand Shinobi, and he has experienced a betrayal, and he has a clear understanding of the dark side of Sand Shinobi. In the heart of the little girl who is still forbearant now, at most tolerant, her own village will definitely not do that kind of thing, but it is possible to accuse Ye Kang at that time. So what if she continued to stay in Sand Shinobi village? In this case, the best way that Uchiha Taki could think of was to bitter meat plan. As long as the high level of the Shinobu felt that the role was not binding on Ye Kang, the role would naturally be safe. But it's easier said than done. Bitter meat, if you don't have a little power, you won't believe it. But if the power comes up, you may kill the role if you are not careful. At that time, don't say undercover, Ye Kang is afraid that he will desperately come to find Uchiha Taki to take revenge. Seeing that the surrounding vegetation was becoming sparser and sparse, and there were more and more buildings, Uchiha Taki temporarily pressed back all kinds of thoughts, ready to discuss with Hakura when the time came. This time the client's home is not as difficult to find as last time, probably because this is the border and there are not so many rich people living together. Uchiha Taki just asked a few random people and got the answer. Perhaps because the client this time was a businessman. When Uchiha Taki came to his door, a doorman said politely, "Sorry, our boss is sick now, so it is not convenient to meet the guests." "Oh, I forgot." Uchiha Taki took out Konoha's forehead, and when he saved Hakura before, in order not to attract attention, he replaced everything that could recognize his ninja identity. "That's it," Uchiha Taki said. "It turned out to be Konoha's ninja-sama. Did you take the task?" "That's right, now I can go in." "Please come in, please come in." The doorman pushed open the door and let Uchiha Taki in. After the companion explained something, the doorman said, "Ninja-sama, come here." And this doorman saw that Uchiha Taki was about the same age as him, so he spoke to Uchiha Taki, "Ninja-sama, you should be no more than 10 years old like me." Uchiha Taki nodded, "That's right, I'm 8 years old now, almost 9. It's amazing, you can see a doctor at such a young age. By the way, did you treat others like this during the previous war?" The doorman's eyes widened and full of curiosity. Compared to Uchiha Taki's expression, he looked a little old. "No way, who let the combined age of his 2 lives be almost 30? That's not it, I gained medical knowledge by my own merits after the war. That's also very powerful. I was scared to death when the people of the Land of Water came over before. Fortunately we are luckier here, and those ninjas did not come here when the war was time. But I heard from our boss that we are an important port in the Land of Water, and those mist shinobi will not easily destroy this place, so they don't fight here." Uchiha Taki, who was watching the doorman, was willing to listen to him, so he began to talk endlessly about what he had seen and heard in his life. Hey, Kikunashuk, what nonsense are you talking about again? A man who looked somewhat like a doorman ran over and covered his mouth. I'm sorry, Ninja-sama, my younger brother usually talks a little more, he didn't mean it. Uchiha Taki said, it's nothing, we are a ninja gathering intelligence is an important part, and what he said also provided me with a little intelligence. Hey, yes. The doorman, or Kikunashuk, scratched his head and said. Then as soon as his words fell, his brother's iron fist smashed on his head. Are you a fool? This is the ninja-sama and you are polite. That. Uchiha Taki saw that the doorman was about to resist, and opened his mouth to stop it. Although I don't mind watching you guys fight, are you sure you let your boss wait? The doorman glared at his brother, Ninja-sama, please follow me. After that, he quickened his pace and walked towards the courtyard. He didn't speak again along the way, and soon reached the target location, and he respectfully shouted inside, Boss, Lord Ninja is here. There was a rush of footsteps in the room, Ninja-sama. The door opened, and a brown-haired girl shouted excitedly, but the moment she saw Uchiha Taki, her face suddenly collapsed. What, just a little ghost? Ahem, don't be rude. A weak voice came from the house. Please invite the Ninja-sama in. The weak voice came again. The doorman looked at the brown-haired girl blocking the door in embarrassment. Oh, I thought I was a handsome ninja adult, but I didn't expect it to be just a child. The brown-haired girl gave way. What? Uchiha Taki thought that she was looking down on her young age, but she didn't expect that she was just a flower idiot. Uchiha Taki came to the room and looked to the left. A middle-aged man was sitting on the bed, still relatively strong from the upper body, but his blue and black face showed that he was very weak. Ninja-sama, I didn't mean it just now, please be sure to cure my father, he has been suffering from this disease for several days. The brown-haired girl then reacted to the faux pas she had just made. However, Uchiha Taki did not answer her, but asked the client, the treatment can begin, does she want to stay here? The client quickly understood what he meant. Himena, you go out first. No, I'm going to accompany you daddy. The brown-haired girl named Himana ran over and hugged her client. Don't make trouble, don't disturb the ninja-sama here. The client's voice became serious. Okay then. Himana pouted, then bowed to Uchiha Taki. Ninja-sama, please. After she went out and closed the door, Uchiha Taki said, although I just said that the treatment is about to begin, I still want to test your physical condition for you to see where the poison in your body has penetrated. That's right, the client is poisoned and not around. As for why he told the people around him that he was sick, Uchiha Taki didn't know, and he didn't bother to find out. I didn't expect that the ninja-sama could actually see it all at once. The client's expression was much lighter than at the beginning. I can't see this, and I won't take this task, Uchiha Taki said lightly. This treatment took a little longer than the last time, because there were tests and dispensing of medicines, and by the end of the treatment, it was already close to night. After the detoxification, the client sent Uchiha Taki to the gate and said, won't the ninja-sama stay and eat? Uchiha Taki waved his hand, did not answer, jumped on the roof and began to gallop. The longer he left, the more dangerous it became, and now there were many Konoha ninjas patrolling the border. Fortunately, it may have been his increased luck when Yakang was sleepy, and when he returned to the hotel, Yakang was leisurely eating dinner. When he saw Uchiha Taki returning, he also beckoned him to eat together. Oh, come back, have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? Eat, you eat it, why do you have such a fierce expression? Yakang said when he saw Uchiha Taki take a bite of meat viciously. Nothing, by the way, I have an idea for you to say. Uchiha Taki told Hakura about the bitter meat plan that he had thought of when he was just hurrying. You also said that this is not easy, so how do you guarantee that the role will survive? And even if I survive, what if I am seriously injured or even disfigured by my burning? What is even disfigurement? Is disfigurement more terrifying than serious injury? However, Uchiha Taki's words were also thought about in his heart and did not say them. Big deal, when the time comes, I will cooperate with you, use illusion to control who is and weave a memory for them, Uchiha said. In this way, Yakang can control the power enough, so that the disciples will not be seriously injured and disfigured, and they will not be seen by the Sand Ninja. That's really okay, but if no one from Sand Shinobi Village comes to rescue them at that time, then you have to cooperate with me to bring people over. Yakang made another request. Okay. Uchiha Taki rubbed his eyes helplessly. It can only be said that helping people to the end, sending Buddha to the west, since he himself chose to save Yakang, then these troubles naturally have to be dealt with. I only hope that Yakang can bring him enough benefits after joining the Xiao organization, otherwise I am really sorry for my trip. However, although he convinced Hakura and set up a plan, there was still a rather troublesome matter left for Uchiha Taki to solve before that. That is, how is he going to go to Shinobu? Hakura came by water, traveling from the sea to the land of water, and was not within Konoha's defensive range, so he was not discovered by Konoha. But now from time to time outside, I meet the ninja of Konoha who are patrolling. Even if the waterway is reopened, then at least the port on the border of the land of water will not be usable. If you take the land route, the probability of being found will undoubtedly increase a lot. They are equivalent to spanning the entire country of fire, although Uchiha Taki's pupil power can be restored, but it is not made in this way. Moreover, this time he took the task, he can't stay outside for a long time, which is the most difficult point for him. So Uchiha Taki asked Yekra, who was cleaning up their rice bowls, if they had any secret channels or something. Secret channels? It may be, but it was all mastered by Luo Xia, and he didn't tell me when he set off. I thought you could take me back. What a crime. Did you save an ancestor and come back? How to do everything yourself? But having said that, Uchiha Taki continued to discuss with her how to go back. After all, he wanted an undercover agent. The two held a map, scribbled on it, and argued a few words from time to time, and it took hours for them to discuss a result. Uchiha Taki first took her southwest, and after reaching the port on the coastline south of the Land of Fire, he could find her a merchant ship to Kawanakuni, or a ship to the Land of Wind, and then she could run halfway. After sending her on board, Uchiha Taki himself first went back to Konoha to hand over the task, and finally the two met in Kawanakuni and then went to the Land of the Wind together. Early the next morning, or rather the early hours of the morning, Uchiha Taki went out first to check out, and by the way, he used illusion to eliminate the traces of the two in the brains of others in the past few days. And yet Kang is responsible for cleaning up the traces left in reality. Of course, not all of them are eliminated, which is suspicious, but it is all related to ninjas. The morning dew did not affect the speed of the two strong men, and the two people first circled a little inside Konoha, and then went south, and did not rush straight to the southwest at the beginning, because if you go a little further in, it is relatively safer, and Konoha can't spread ninjas throughout the fire country, so it's better to be far away from the border. Of course, you can't go too far, so you will encounter the second heaviest troops, which are specially prepared for the strong people who can avoid the border defense forces, although it is still useless for the level of the five shadows. And Uchiha Taki, who took Hakura to avoid Konoha's defense forces, suddenly became a little curious about the defenses of other countries. They should not be arranged like Konoha. For example, the country of water as an island country, and the country of thunder as a peninsula country. The way the country of water is defended, Uchiha Taki can probably know. After all, as long as there is no fog, the vast and boundless sea has no place to hide at all. And the other ninja villages do not have the ability of the ghost mackerel, and it is impossible to stay in the water all the way out of sight. Even if it fogs, then don't forget what people are called, fog shinobu. Playing fog, they are the experts. However, what is the situation in other ninja villages? Uchiha Taki is not very clear. He speculates that the country of thunder should be similar. After all, it is a peninsula-type country. So he told Ye Kang about his speculations and questions. Ye Kang replied, our Sand Shinobu's defensive mode should be similar to that of other countries, except for all the border guards. It should be oases or supply points everywhere. Supply points, that's right, supply points. It's hard to survive long from the desert without supplies, so our defenses are built around oases and supply points. So that's the case, so can you take me in this situation? Ye Kang's expression darkened. The news that Miss Shinobu failed to kill me should know about the country of water, but I don't know if Luo Xia knows the news of my survival now. But she immediately perked up. Even if Luo Xia knows, it will be easy for me to take you into Sand Shinobi, and those guys can't find me. As the head snake of the wind country, Ye Kang does have the capital to say such things. However, after saying this, her mood was always a little low, and she didn't talk much until they arrived at the port. Uchiha Taki did not wear an eye patch this time, and the one-eyed appearance was still relatively obvious. Finding the merchant ship that was about to depart here, two scarlet eyes were reflected in the captain's eyes, and he successfully bought a ticket for Ye Kang. This is a ship to the Land of Wind. You need to seize the opportunity to get off the ship yourself. Don't run to the Land of Wind for me. Uchiha Taki handed the ticket to Hakura. You kid, not big, but like an old mother. I'm not as good at illusion as you, but oversitting doesn't happen to me. Ye Kang took the ticket. Hey, don't stand up. What? Husband, what? Forget it, it's okay, hurry up and get on the boat, I'll help you watch. For this kind of merchant ship, Konoha's people occasionally come to check, but the number of times is not much. The number of ships exported and imported every day is too large, and if Konoha's manpower is to check one by one, they will find out the year of the monkey. But even so, without seeing the merchant ship leave the port with his own eyes, Uchiha Taki was still a little uneasy, so he added a little luck to Ye Kang before taking it away. So there were no accidents on this trip, and 10 minutes later, the crew put away the anchor and slowly left the shore. After waiting for the merchant ship to fade away into a small dot, Uchiha Taki left the port, put on the blindfold, and rushed back towards Konoha. The time came again at night, and a round of Wanwan Sulu reflected through straightest clouds in a small lake, providing a little light for Uchiha Taki, who was sitting by the lake. There is a small lake not far from Konoha village, and even if it is a shinobi, it is only about half an hour to reach the gate of Konoha from here. Uchiha Taki did not plan to go back in person, but formed a shadow avatar and asked him to go back for the body. As for why I used the shadow avatar here, it was very simple, in order to save physical strength. Although there is now inter-column cell support, who knows how long it will take to go to the sand with Yakang this time, naturally it is necessary to be safer. Of course, if the next plan of the shadow avatar goes well, it is naturally a bit redundant, but if it is not smooth, it is especially important. Because he planned to let the wind sacrifice Moha use the avatar technique to pretend to be himself. After all, a real person is always more reliable than a guy like a shadow doppelganger who is easy to be scattered. And coupled with the credit of coming out and living for a month, and the number of friends who were basically equal to nothing, the probability of the Wind Festival leaf transformation technique being discovered has decreased a lot. But here Uchiha Taki wants to affirm for himself, but there is no kind of good friend who is familiar with himself who can see through the transformation technique, and there are still many ordinary friends themselves. Well, it's like this. Let the shadow doppelganger set off with a few luggage, while he rested here first, and waited until tomorrow morning. This is definitely not because he lacks physical strength, but to be on the safe side, in case something goes wrong inside, he can deal with it in time when he stays near Konoha. For example, 3 generations of unloading grinds and killing donkeys. No, rabbit dead dog cooking. It's not right, anyway, that's probably what it means. In layman's terms, the 3 generations don't let him live outside, let him return to the Uchiha clan to be controlled with others, then he can also deal with it in time. In peacetime Konoha village, the gate is still open even at night, so Uchiha Taki is not worried that he will not be able to enter the gate. This time, Konoha guarded the gate, not the 2 who knew Uchiha Taki, and when handing over the task, Uchiha Taki silently congratulated the 2 before in his heart. They finally got out of the overtime of 996, which is really not easy. Confirmed, no problem, welcome home, one of the guards said. Uchiha Taki nodded to him. After returning to Konoha, he did not go to find Kaze Matsuri Moha first, but returned to the shop where he lived. If you don't even go home when you return to the village, and go directly to the home of other people's girls, then this is somewhat of a problem. But he didn't stay at home for long, it's not early now, and if he drags girls out in the middle of the night, the problem is just as big. Bang bang, a moment later there was a knock on the door of the home of the Wind Festival MOBA. Uchiha Taki had been here once before when he was a teammate. The door was opened, and the light in the room shone on Uchiha Taki. Taki? It's so late, are you looking for Moya? A tall blonde beauty who looked like Kaze Matsuri Moha, or rather Kazemati Moha looked like her, squinted at Uchiha Taki and smiled. Yes, Aunt Sayori, is Moha home today? Uchiha Taki looked a little restrained, and came to find someone else's daughter at night, although nothing happened, but still a little weak-hearted. Yes, then you came just in time, not long after Moya returned from the mission. Do you want to come in, or let Moya go out and talk to you? Go out and talk. Uchiha Taki replied immediately. Talking under the noses of other people's parents, even if he is not discovered, he feels uncomfortable. Okay, Auntie still plans to let you come to dinner together. The mother of the Wind Festival Moha touched Uchiha Taki's head, and then shouted inward, Moha, Taki is coming to you. Taki? Let him wait. There was the sound of wind sacrificing leaves from the house. A moment later, there was a sound of footsteps in the house, and Uchiha Taki heard that the Wind Festival Moha should have run down from the upper floor. Because of her family, she did not wear the ninja costume she usually wore. The upper body is a sky blue grid-like sweatshirt, and the top is so large that it wraps the entire hips, and only the white and slender legs can be seen. Further down, there is a pair of pure white cotton socks that wrap around the entire ankle. This whiteness like a protein made Uchiha Taki spend a lot of effort to turn his head, and he swore that it would not be so difficult to make 500 turns around Konoha upside down. Until today, Uchiha Taki, who has been away from the original world for a long time and has shallow literary knowledge, knows the meaning and weight of the phrase slender jade shoots wrapped in light clouds in Du Mu's yang socks. What are you looking for me for at night? Kaze Moha didn't notice something was wrong with Uchiha Taki. Uchiha Taki did not look back at her, but stared at the goddess of the sky and said, there is something to go out and say, do you want to change your clothes? Then you'll have to wait. Without being polite with Uchiha Taki, Kaze Matsuri Moha finished speaking and ran upstairs again. Kaze Matsuri Sayori didn't stay any longer either, and mentioned to Uchiha Taki that he had Kaze Matsuri Moha close the door when he left, and then went back to do his own thing. Seeing that both of them were gone, Uchiha Taki immediately condensed a wad of water to wash his face and cool himself down. Without letting him wait long, the voice of the wind sacrifice Moya came from behind. I'm ready. Where are I going? Just the forest you took me to before. Seeing her change into the ninja suit she wears every day, Uchiha Taki breathed a sigh of relief. You're asking me to impersonate you. What are you going to do? How long to go? How are you going to get back? Wind Festival Moya asked 3 questions in a row. So Uchiha Taki explained to her about Yakang, but did not tell her about the organization, only said that it was possible that Yakang could become a wind shadow, and he went to help her. It was still too early for the Wind Festival to learn about the organization. Are you sure your spell will bind her? Don't wait for her to return to Shinobu and find someone to unlock the spell. It shouldn't be a big problem. At least Brother Tuza did not get rid of this spell mark in the future, but this also had Heiju die on the edge of him for a long time. The root spell seal plus your family's ancestral spell seal is indeed not easy to crack. I can replace you during this time, but how do you come back? And if you go out for too long, I also have to do the task, and I may not be able to last until then. Time is fine. Uchiha Taki believes that a bitter meat plan will not last long. As for how to avoid Kanaha's perception enchantment, Uchiha Taki plans to use this shadow avatar to torture the dark part with illusion ore, so that he can return to the village through their methods, just like Uchiha Take back then. After the Kazukaze sacrifice, Moha said, she pondered for a while. No, since you killed Danzo, plus the defection of the Great Snake Pill, the difficulty of entering the Kanaha enchantment has increased a lot. I heard the elders in the family say that it will be changed almost once a month now. No, what about those dark parts that have been out for a long time? Itake had been away from Kanaha for so long, and he could come in smoothly, but he wouldn't be able to do it for a month. I don't know, but there should be their own way. I can usually do some chores for you. Your shadow avatar does not need to be disbanded, and it will be better to find out the intelligence when the body returns. Kazematsuri Moha gave her own advice. Uchiha Taki listened, thought about it a little in his mind for a while, and found that it was indeed more secure. Coupled with the fact that he had planned to sacrifice Moha and Kanaha, it would be best if she was willing to help do something. Okay, that's such a pleasant decision. I didn't feel any pleasure, I was completely helping you work. When sacrifice Moya gave him a blank look. Kazematsuri Moha opened the door of the house and waved goodbye to Uchiha Taki, who sent her home. After entering the house, she saw her parents talking in the living room, but the conversation stopped immediately after the two saw her. Kazematsuri Sayori's eyes flashed with curiosity. What is that guy from Taki doing calling you out at night? It's nothing, it's just a little thing, old. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mengya immediately felt that something was wrong, and quickly changed his words. Mother, don't inquire about other people's privacy. My daughter was called out by a man at night, and the parents understand what the situation is called to inquire about privacy. The father of the wind sacrifice leaf said solemnly. However, the wind festival Moai ignored him and went directly upstairs to his room. Hey, Mo, stop. Smelly girl, give me a stop. Her father saw that his daughter ignored him and was about to go upstairs when his wife stopped him. Okay. What is the noise of the big night? She doesn't want to say it. Kazematsuri Sayori's voice is a bit loud. And Mengya's father still wanted to say something, but she glared back, but he still muttered in his mouth, obviously you asked me to ask, now you come to be a good person. On Uchiha Taki's side, after returning to the store, he formed a shadow doppelganger and scattered, transmitting the memories he just talked about back to the body. For the doppelganger's decision, Uchiha Taki, who received the memories transmitted back, was still very satisfied, but his plan on his side also had to be slightly changed. At least he couldn't prepare to sleep until dawn as he did now, and the longer the body stayed outside, the more fatigue the shadow doppelganger in the village accumulated. So the next day, much earlier than the last time he sent Hakura out, about 3 o'clock, Uchiha Taki woke up from the trunk, erased the traces of this rest and head southwest again. Boom, a large tree trembled violently, and many yellowed leaves fell. Then the same thing kept happening, the sound of leaves falling mixed with the sound of stepping on the trunk. If you look from the sky, you can see that these large trees that have fallen leaves are connected in a straight line, and this straight line is lengthening at a rapid speed, which is exactly the movement made by Uchiha Taki when he is rushing with all his strength. This is the territory of Kawanakuni, and as a small country sandwiched between the two great powers of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind, it is the most suitable place to join Hakura. And the specific location was also set by Yakang. As an experienced ninja, she decided that it was naturally more suitable than Uchiha Taki, who had not been on the battlefield for a long time. However, because Uchiha Taki had just heard some news about this experienced ninja, he had the scene just now. Yakang, she was declared a traitor by Cheyenne village. Time went back a little bit, when Uchiha Taki had just entered Kawanakuni after a period of hurrying. Compared with the 5 major countries that have entered stable development and regained their strength, these small countries caught in the border have not yet eased up because of the rags of war. Those who rob the road, those who attack the road, those who occupy the mountain as king, and those who occupy the mountain as king, the entire country of Sichuan has become a pot of porridge. And yet Kang's news was what Uchiha Taki happened to hear from a group of road robbers. They seemed to have just finished robbing a group of people, carrying a full load of goods, sitting in the carriage and chatting, just in time to talk about Yakang's affairs. Have you heard? That sand ninja's burning Yakang actually became a rebel. A sharp-billed monkey-cheeked fellow sat in the carriage and asked his accomplice, "What's the situation? Tell me about it." There were several accomplices around him who urged him, and the world of ninjas was still very new to them. The guy with the sharp-billed monkey cheeks cleared his throat. I heard that Yakang was the first to lose the battle if he disobeyed them. Feeling that his strength had not been brought into play, he ran to the land of water and killed a lot of mist shinobi, trying to provoke a war again. Land of water? Why did she run so far? The Fire Nation isn't nearby, wouldn't it be nice for her to attack the Fire Nation? Oh, why do you care so much? If you could know what those ninjas think, you would still be here. The shark-billed monkey-cheeked guy is also clearly hearsay. Maybe she is afraid of the land of fire. After all, Shinobu was defeated by Konoha, so go to other countries to get angry. That is, are you questioning Uncle Ben? I told you the news I found, you don't know, thank you. At this time, a voice came out. How can you say, where did you find out? Uchiha Taki used teleportation to block the path of their carriage. You asked. Well? As soon as the shark-billed guy wanted to say something, the accomplice next to him frantically poked him with his elbow. However, what made him react was not the accomplice's prompt, but the blood splattered on his face by the accomplice who was solved by the shuriken. Endure. Ninja-sama. This guy seemed to want to say something to beg for mercy for himself, but the troublesome Uchiha Taki controlled him with illusion the moment his eyes first met. But after the torture of the illusion, in addition to the useful information that he had just said, there was only the address where he inquired about the news. Time went back to the present. Uchiha Taki inquired about Yakang's news from these Hibiki horses, and then summed up a little, and added a little of his own speculation. This incident probably means that Kiri Shinobu did not know that their dark part chased to the border of Konoha, thinking that Hakura had completely destroyed their dark part and fled. So I felt that the faceless Mist Shinobu went to find Sand Shinobu to put pressure. If you don't give me Mist Shinobu an explanation, we will come to the door ourselves to compensate for this loss. Sand Shinobu and Iwa Shinobu fought fiercely for minerals on the borderline, and were gradually pressed by Iwa Shinobu into disadvantage. Although Sand Shinobu does not have the strength fault of Yin Shinobu, but their top strength is small. After Yakang was betrayed by Luosha, there are few on the table, and they are all bottom players at the level of 5 shadows. It's barely enough to fight with Lois, let alone master the Dusty Oniki. Now if the fog is to add chaos again, what will it be done? Although they are separated by Konoha and the sea route is too far away to have a large-scale war, it is also a very disgusting thing if Kirihide comes to steal their ass, Harmony, from time to time. So under the pressure of the upper echelons of Shinobu, Luosha smashed a lot of things, and released the news that Yakang was a rebel, and also needed to compensate for the loss of Wien. Don't get me wrong, Luosha was not angry because he characterized Yakang as a traitor, but it was a shame for him. But to acknowledge their mistake and compensate Kirito for the loss is to step on his face to the ground. Although he had thrown most of the pots on Yakang, others were not stupid. Even if Yakang makes trouble, and the news comes from the Fog Ninja, you will directly characterize the person as a traitor? There is no need to argue, rip the skin, fight, or something to directly admit it. This undoubtedly made the other clients question the abilities of Shinobu, and Konoha had already eaten a large part of the Shinobu mission, and now it was even worse. But there is no way, neither the high level of Shinobu nor the daimyo are willing to provoke the country of water because of the ripoff. What's more, this matter is admitted, although the Sand Ninja below will still scold you Luosha, but it is better than exposing Luosha to betray the ninja in the village for his wind shadow position. Ren pinched this point, knowing that Luosha did not dare to turn his face, so he came to embarrass him. Originally, Uchiha Taki was too lazy to care about the internal struggle of Shinobu, but next Yakang was going to take him deep into the interior of the wind country. As a result, this kind of breaking has undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the next action. Come and see, these are fresh fruits. After entering the desert, you can't eat them. The owner of a fruit stall is shouting at passers-by. This is the border of Kawanakuni, the site adjacent to the Land of Wind, and since there are many sand ninja haunts here, it is not as chaotic as the hinterland of Kawanakuni. This is also the place where Hakura and Uchiha Taki made an appointment. The people are cluttered and easy to hide, and it is also close to the Land of Wind, which is convenient for movement. However, since Yakang was declared a rebel, it became relatively dangerous here, and as a hero of the Sand Ninja War, Yakang knew we're here. I hope this experienced old-timer won't lose his hoof. Uchiha Taki prayed for Hakura and then began to search the city for her traces. The two agreed that if someone arrived first, they would carve codes all over the city so that later people could find them, and the code was a few Chinese characters plus Arabic numerals that Uchiha Taki had roughly sorted out. However, since Yakang is by boat, it must be faster than Uchiha Taki, who needs to detour and is still on foot, so it is likely that Uchiha Taki needs to find where Yakang is. Not long after, he saw a string of Chinese characters and Arabic numerals carved by Yakang at an intersection, and the information on it translated as the name of an inn and the specific room number. Following the code Uchiha Taki, he found a hotel, but it was not so much a hotel as it was similar to those ghosthouses in his previous life. Instead of entering from the front, he first went to an unattended path, then jumped to the roof and entered through the window. In an uproar, the window was opened by Uchiha Taki, and Yakang, who had originally picked up the unsuspecting Kunao, saw that it was him, and his tense posture also relaxed. Seeing her appearance, Uchiha Taki asked, "Found out?" "No. No, it should be counted, but I didn't expect that I became a traitor, and when I came over, I didn't pay attention, and there were shinobu who recognized me, but they were all killed by me. So you think the ninjas you killed will reveal something about your return? Uchiha Taki noticed what she had just started to say. Yakang nodded, that's right, although I didn't leave a burning mark on the scene, the first suspicion with Lewis's character is definitely me. So he didn't suspect it wrong, but do you think it's possible that he did the disappearance as a big snake pill? Uchiha Taki asked lightly. Yakang pondered for a while, it's unlikely, he should still think it's me, even if it's really a big snake pill, he will treat it as me before confirming it. And Yakang paused for a moment, I'm worried that role, she may have endured some injustice and sand because of me. The big snake pill should also have disciples, you should know what the situation is. It's your business, I'm here to help you this time, if you can make sure you don't get found and go now. Uchiha Taki ignored Hakura's small emotions. In his opinion, that volume is already less fierce, after all, he is such a cruel person to his own son. That's right. Uchiha Taki suddenly remembered that Aira seemed to be in the same class as Naruto, which means that he should be about the same age. So he immediately asked Yakang, do you know what is the situation in your village now? Ichio. Yakang was a little puzzled, but still replied, I heard that Ichio's predecessor Zulai is about to die. Is there anything that needs to be used for Ichio? Nothing. Uchiha Taki didn't explain, if there was no problem with the volume, then it didn't matter anything. If there is a problem with the role, then he can imitate Brother Tuzi and have a night in Sand Ninja Village to prevent Yakang's brain from being hot and sent to death. If you're sure it's okay, you're ready to go. Uchiha Taki urged Hakura. And Yakang, who couldn't wait for a long time, immediately stood up, it's okay now, although I am a traitor now, my familiarity with the Land of Wind has not changed. Take you away from those patrolling, not much problem. Then let's go, you go out normally, I'll go outside and wait for you first. Uchiha Taki also got up. The sun was scorching the sand, and both Uchiha Taki and Hakura wore very light white clothes and hats that covered their whole bodies. The two did not wait until the evening to travel, in the desert, compared to evening or cloudy days. This kind of cloudless desert directly covered by the sun is the safest, do not think that there is no snow blindness in the desert. And in this direct weather, the number of people or other creatures who come out will be greatly reduced, and there are often mirages to cover them. Is it really winter here? Uchiha Taki complained. There is no winter in the Land of the Wind. As soon as Yakang finished speaking, he pulled Uchiha Taki down, and the two of them lay on the sand. There's someone over there. Yakang whispered, and in the distance there was a 4-person squad of shinobi walking. Kill them? Or go first? Uchiha Taki asked in the same whisper. Wait a minute, let's see where they are going first, and killing them now may alarm Luosha in advance. The two saw that the squad was not their side, so they waited until they were far away before slowly getting up and continuing on their way. After walking for a few hours. How far do you have to go? Didn't you promise to use the bitter meat plan to clear your disciples' suspicions? Is it necessary to hide it like this? Uchiha Taki asked dissatisfied. He hid it because he didn't want to expose his Uchiha's identity and strength in Shinobu, lest Toko noticed that something was wrong and would not come to Konoha on the night of the 9 tails. You Yakang originally wanted to expose the traitor, why are you hiding? Sorry, I want to confirm the situation of the volume before proceeding to the next step. Hurry up, you find a few sand ninja, I'll torture it with illusion. Knowing that he was asking a little too much, Hakura smiled embarrassedly at Uchiha Taki, and then quickened his pace and walked towards the depths of the desert. At the same time, he also calmed Uchiha Taki, I know there is an oasis ahead, just get there. Under the full rush of the two top shinobi, 10 minutes later, I saw an oasis in the distance. Are you sure it's a real oasis, not a mirage? Uchiha Taki asked more. I'm pretty sure, I've been to this place I don't know how many times. Yakang's answer was very firm, and he once again quickened his pace and ran towards the oasis first. Uchiha Taki also followed easily, then where to do it? Who do I torture with illusion? Who will have information about your disciple? Let's go to the sand dunes first and observe. I don't know about this, Luosha will definitely make changes to the original oasis personnel. Yakang replied. The two came to a towering sand dune, about a few hundred meters away from the oasis, nearly 100 meters high. Yakang, you help me see if anyone is coming around, I'll first observe what the situation is in the oasis. Good. Uchiha Taki nodded, but he didn't put all his hopes on Hakura, and at the same time, he also let the miracle of the stand-in form probe your past oasis, and he himself was to check if anyone was approaching around. Perhaps because the sun was too fierce today, Yakang observed here for almost half an hour, and there were no people or creatures close, even birds flying in the sky. I don't know if Yakang has received any useful information, but the miracle of turning into a stand-in to eavesdrop has obtained a very important information for you. The role was killed by Rasha. When he came, Uchiha Taki had a shallow premonition, probably a miracle in your essence as the embodiment of doom, and his premonition of this kind of thing was very enlightening. To be precise, the premonition of bad things is very effective, but the premonition of good things is similar to that of normal people. Alas! He sighed, and the next troublesome thing was coming. What's wrong? Yakang asked, a little curious why he suddenly sighed. Nothing. Uchiha Taki didn't tell her because he didn't know how to say it. So he asked rhetorically, how is the observation? There is no need for so long, even if Luosha is here, the two of us can completely destroy the people here. Besides, Luosha was not here, Uchiha Taki silently added in his heart. Well, that's okay, I'm just struggling with it. I will solve them first, and the one I leave with my life, it will be your turn to torture them with illusion. Yakang got up and walked slowly towards the oasis, like a sand ninja who had just returned from a mission. Because of the hat-covered, Shinobu who was far away did not recognize her. It wasn't until he came to their vicinity that he saw Yakang's face from under his hat. Yakang! It's Yakang! Shinobu, who was in charge of guarding, showed a horrified expression. Seeing his appearance, the last glimmer of hope in Yakang's heart was also extinguished. Without hesitation, a teleportation technique went directly around his back and broke his neck. Then summoned a scorching fireball and rushed towards the crowd. Powerful physical skills, combined with the hot scorching, coupled with just the right weather, burning the water in the body of this group of sand ninja was as easy as probing for something. At this time, Yakang had the appearance of making the enemy frightened on the battlefield. However, when Yakang killed all sides, Uchiha Taki moved faster than her. After she caught most people's attention, Uchiha Taki put on a mask and ran straight for the few guys who knew about the role that the miracle was watching. What's the situation? It seems that Yakang is here. Then let's hurry over to support. Boom, the fire exploded violently, directly blowing through the walls of the house they were in. Along with the splashing bricks and broken windows, Uchiha Taki's figure also burst out of the fire. Without talking nonsense with them, his hands were wrapped in blue chakra scalpels, and he simply and neatly cut off the hands of these people. It's not good, Yakang has accomplices, this guy is so fast. Hundreds of thousands of books flew out and stabbed these people's heels, ankles, knees, tendons and other key places, nailing them to the room and preventing them from escaping. Then Uchiha Taki found a random person and planned to take it to the next room and pretend to torture him. There is no future in cooperating with Yakang, she is just a rebel. If you are willing to cooperate with us to kill Yakang, you can take her place in Sand Ninja Village. San Shinobu, who was picked up by Uchiha Taki, said half threateningly, half seductively. However, seeing that Uchiha Taki didn't pay attention to him at all, this guy and those other people began to say that Shinobu would not let you go. If Uchiha Taki crossed into that kind of old-fashioned, the kind of fantasy world that hit the small one and the old, maybe he really believed it. It's a pity that according to the worldview of Hokage, it should be the old one, and the small one came. Gradually, the collision of weapons outside, the explosion of ninjutsu, and the wails of the defeated gradually calmed down. Uchiha Taki came outside and saw Yakang standing in the middle of a pile of corpses stunned. All solved? Uchiha Taki asked. Almost, there are a few more running away, I'm too lazy to chase, I heard explosions and screams in the houses over there, you solved it, ran away? I hope you won't regret it later. Uchiha Taki smacked his lips and looked at Yakang with a somewhat sarcastic smile. What do you mean, did something bad happen? Yakang asked a few steps closer to Uchiha Taki. That disciple of yours was killed by Luosha because she questioned him in public when Luosha announced that you were a rebel. How is it possible? Even if Luosha is crazy, he won't just kill people casually. Yakang said as he grabbed Uchiha Taki's collar like crazy. Maybe your disciple's emotional intelligence is too low, and what he said made Luosha uncomfortable. I still have a few live mouths where I am, if you don't believe me, you can ask yourself. With that, Uchiha Taki slapped her hand away. He can understand Yakang's mood, but understanding is understanding, which does not mean that he has to bear Yakang's negative emotions. He's looking undercover, he's looking for tool people, not girlfriends. What's more, Hakura is much older than Kakashi, and although there are indeed many people who are good at this in the various situations of XP in the previous life, it definitely does not include Uchiha Taki. Yakang did not hesitate after hearing this, raised a cloud of sand and dust in place, and galloped away like an off-string arrow in the direction that Uchiha Taki had just walked from. Ahem, is it a bit of a Tuza brother's demeanor? He stepped on several pits on the ground, and you have a small sandstorm. Uchiha Taki complained, and then quickly followed. Before returning to the house, he heard Yakang's roar, and Uchiha Taki hurriedly passed over with a teleportation. Didn't that person already ask before, your apprentice is dead, hehe, the disciple of the traitor who tried to provoke the war, died well. As soon as this sand ninja finished speaking, he was blasted off his head by the protected Yakang. What's that? Uchiha Taki said, let me interrupt a little, I remember that the second and third wars in the ninja world were provoked by your shinobi, why did that guy show such fierceness and hatred of the war? Yakang. Others present. Yakang returned to her senses, not taking Uchihataki. She knew that Uchihataki was dissatisfied with the expression she had just shown. The sand ninja who was picked up by Yakang obviously did not want to become a dry corpse, so he quickly spoke. I don't know the specific thing, I only know that when Lord Luosha announced that you were a rebel, your disciple ran to the bottom of the Wind Shadow building to excuse you, and then he was killed by Lord Luosha's men. But Yakang was obviously not very satisfied with this guy's statement, and so a series of screams sound, and all the other guys here were burned into dry corpses by Yakang. After doing this, as if she was not satisfied, she blasted the entire room into ruins with a burning fireball, and then turned to vent towards the few oases in the desert. She was too lazy to care about these Uchihataki. After all, it was all the territory of Shinobu, but when she finished bombing and was about to go somewhere else, Uchihataki stopped her. Don't tell me you're going to seek revenge on Luosha now. Isn't this what you want? Let me become a traitor, join the organization you mentioned, and not starting a war against Luosha will cause them to be suspicious. You think you killed Luosha? Didn't you say you could? Of course, Uchihataki can kill Luosha, but it is based on the premise that Yakang can become the Wind Shadow. He will kill Luosha, otherwise what is the point of him killing Luosha? Just to help Yakang vent his anger? Uchihataki would definitely not do such a worthless deal. But what Yakang said also made sense. If she didn't make an impressive betrayal in San Shinobu, it would have attracted the suspicion of the rest of the Xiao organization. In the original book, except for Deidara and Itaki, who can kill their entire family if they serve Konoha, everyone else has a hatred with their own village. And Itaki also really killed his whole family, and the Xiao organization naturally did not suspect too much. By the time Deidara's joined, the Xiao organization had taken shape. Nagato was becoming more and more enchanted, and his control over the Eye of Reincarnation was getting stronger and stronger, so he agreed. Therefore, it is certain to help Yakang take revenge, but it is impossible to kill Luosha for her, and then escort her out hard. It makes no sense to kill Luosha now. I can help you avenge, but I won't kill Luosha, nor will I allow you to kill Luosha. Don't forget that I still have a spell mark in your heart. Anyway, when Luosha's waist appeared in the later stage, it did not show any powerful battles, and the limelight was stolen by the other three shadows. And when he was alive, he didn't see it, and he was silently killed by the big snake pill, and this kind of garbage will be better than the wise Wind Shadow. Hearing Uchihataki's threat, Yakang finally calmed down a little, but still said, even if you don't help me now, in the future, I will go to Luosha myself to take revenge. If you have enough strength in the future, or if someone is willing to help you, I won't stop it, but for now you better calm down. I understand, after all, there are spell marks, aren't they? Yakang said in the tone of Uchihataki just now. Uchihataki said without care, I admit that what you said makes sense, and it really can't be said without retaliating against Luosha, so I will help you find Luosha for interest first. Remember what I asked you about Ichio before I came? You knew something was wrong with the role back then. After hearing Uchihataki's words, Yakang held his right hand hard. At that time, I was just guessing, and the point was Ichio, not your disciple. Uchihataki ripped her hand away. You mean to use Ichigo to make an attack? That's right, so I need to know the position of the current Ichio Ren Pillar Force and the degree of control over Ichio. Uchihataki remembers that in the original work, the perfect human pillar force is only Kiribi, Naruto and Wave Fang Shuman, although others can also tail beasts and use tailed beast jade, but they are not perfect human pillar forces. But Ichio's human pillar force was basically attracted by my arrow, and he didn't know what the situation was with his previous guy, Uchihataki. Yakang thought back a little in his mind. I don't know the specific location of Lord Fenfu, but I know that the person in charge of contacting Lord Fenfu should be able to torture it with your illusion. Then she pondered for a while before saying, if you share the strength of Lord Fu, I don't know very well, I am not in the same era as him, and I was a child when he last struck. Then lead the way, Uchihataki said lightly. And after Hakura vented and was threatened, he finally regained his composure and began to lead the way for Uchihataki. However, although he wants to find trouble with Ichio, Uchihataki does not intend to directly control it with a kaleidoscope like Obito. It is too easy to expose, and when the time comes, it will add trouble to Hakura's hidden mission. Sometime after the two left, Luosha of Wind Shadow Village received the news from his subordinates that Yakang had returned, and without hesitation, directly attacked an oasis. Marky, you spread the news of Yakang's massacre of the oasis, and then order the surrounding supply stations and people from the oasis to strengthen patrols all the routes that Yakang may pass through. Yes, Kazekage-sama. When Luosha sat down after making these arrangements, he found that there was already a cold sweat on his head. Yakang was able to completely destroy it from the siege of many dark parts of the Mist Shinobi, and her strength was far beyond Luosha's expectations. So he sat for a while and stood up again, and he decided to ask Cho's mother-in-law for their help, otherwise his heart would never be quiet. By the way, Yakang, do you know Cho's mother-in-law from your shinobi village? Uchihataki asked. Yes, mother-in-law Cho's strength is very strong, even I am not much sure of defeating her, but you don't have to worry, now mother-in-law Cho has gone into seclusion and does not care about the affairs of Sand Hidden Village. Ye Kang thought that Uchiha Taki was worried that Cho would block it, so he opened his mouth to explain. No, my focus is not on this. If you have the conditions, you can pay more attention to her. She should have a forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead. Really? Are you sure? Ye Kang asked excitedly, as if there was light in his eyes again. You calm down. As far as I know, this is a forbidden technique developed by her in order to resurrect her son and daughter-in-law, although it can be resurrected, but the price is the life of the spellcaster. That's fine. I know, I will pay attention to her, and if there is, I will notify you as soon as possible. When Ye Kang said this, a blush appeared on his face. If there really was this forbidden technique, then she would definitely learn and then resurrect her disciples without hesitation. But in this way, there is no way to repay Uchiha Taki's life-saving grace and this kindness to help take revenge. Don't think about sending yourself to death. If you have the conditions, you can let others learn it, and then I will use illusion to induce him to cast it. Uchiha Taki saw her thoughts and reminded her. Can illusion still be used like this? So why don't you just manipulate that person to cast? Ye Kang asked in surprise. Do you know that using illusion to induce a person to perform a technique that he knows is inherently good on, and using illusion to manipulate a person to perform a forbidden spell that he has never touched before? If my illusion can allow a person to use a technique that he can't use at all, it is not an illusion, but the realm of the creator god. This time, because of a tail detour, the two avoided the troops arranged by Luo Xia and let them pounce. Does that resurrection technique you said require corpses? Ye Kang suddenly asked on the way. I don't know, I guess. Uchiha Taki is not very clear. This plot in the original work is already in front. He forgot almost everything. Are you going to retrieve your disciple's body? Uchiha Taki asked. This must be a positive answer for Ye Kang, and Ye Kang also directly admitted it. Then when Ichigo drags Luo Xia, you go and do it. No one can stop you except him. Ye Kang nodded, and then felt a little wrong and added, if mother-in-law Cho and Lord Haizang don't make a move. So what are you going to do? Control the tailed beast with illusion? Can you do it? Uchiha Taki shook his head and denied it. After all, the kaleidoscope riding Wheeleye is too rare. If it is a common three-hooked jade control tail beast, the difficulty is indeed not small. Ye Kang, who is not very familiar with the riding Wheeleye, it is normal for people from other villages who do not know much about the riding Wheeleye to have this kind of problem. No, I plan to control the human pillar force and then let Ichigo unleash it to his heart's content. Compared with directly controlling the tailed beasts, it will produce the appearance of the Sharingan in their eyes, which can avoid the appearance of the Sharingan and facilitate the concealment of identity. Ye Kang frowned. Then aren't you afraid that Ichigo won't fight Luo Xia, but run away? Don't worry, I'll negotiate terms with Ichigo before that. Uchiha Taki's expression was full of confidence. It's just that in this way, the next person Zuli will have a hard time, Ye Kang said with a flat expression. Poof. Ye Kang looked at Uchiha Taki strangely. What are you laughing at? Let me first explain that I don't have much sympathy for Shinobu now, just a comment from the perspective of a bystander. No, nothing. Uchiha Taki didn't say what he was laughing for. People are not good enough to use those villagers? Luo Xia finished his work himself, even letting his uncle kill his nephew and pouring dirty water on his wife, and the discrimination of these villagers was relatively light. These discrimination are similar to whether Ichigo's Zolai is similar until the beginning of the plot. Although the original work shows more being influenced by Naruto, Uchiha Taki believes that the main reason is that Rosa was assassinated by Orochimaru. Otherwise, if you are reformed, you will be returned to your original appearance by Luo Shapit. As for my love for Luo's Ma Zoneng, when it debuted, I don't know what year or month. And by him like this, the next person Zulai is not necessarily I love Luo. Luo Shi's series of performances can be said to be the most pulled 5 shadows in the original work. Next door Yakura is a person who is controlled by Obito to persecute his own village, and Luo Shi has his own initiative to rush to the persecution. If he was born in Konoha, he is more or less a confidant of Danzo. As it approached evening, Uchiha Taki asked, do you want to take a break? When the temperature drops at night, the number of patrols should increase a lot after entering the land of wind. This kind of thing is basically decided by Ye Kang. Take a break, but if someone finds us, even if we kill us, we need to keep on the road without stopping. Ye Kang made a decision. Once their location was exposed, Luo Shi could easily see their goal and what they were going to do at a glance. On the other side, in San Shinobi village, Luo Shi was angrily scolding Maji, are you all idiots? So many people can't find a leaf barn? How many hiding places can there be in the desert? Or do you want to tell me about Ye Kang's magnetic escape? The reason why he was so angry was not only because he didn't find Ye Kang, but more importantly, he went to find Cho's mother-in-law to help, and was scolded by Cho's mother-in-law. Cho's mother-in-law has strength and status, and his younger brother Kai Lao Zhang was also in charge of Suna's intelligence work, and these dirty things naturally can't be hidden from him. Seeing Luo Shi brazenly coming to her, her violent temper will not give Luo Shi a good face. Luo Shi said that he was using Ye Kang in exchange for the help of Wien, but how much help can Wien give? Although Mist Yin Shinobu has a feud, the position between the two of them is the farthest and does not border at all. And their strong will definitely not come and cause a war, so how much help can be given? It is nothing more than foggy materials. Can these things be compared with their own 5 shadow level powerhouses? But everyone who has a brain knows that this is Luo Xia excluding dissidents. Then the seeds that Luo Xia planted by himself now bear bitter fruit, naturally let him bear it himself. Where is the specific location of the blessing? A touch of scarlet eyes was reflected in the eyes of the person being questioned. After a period of rest, Uchiha Taki and Hakura found the guy in charge of contacting Ichigo Zurui. Due to his personal personality and the relationship between the tailed beast, Ichigo Ren Zurui did not live in the Sand Shinobi village. However, it is said that it is so, but Uchiha Taki believes that in case Xiaojuru is violently beaten, the economic situation of Tsunahide village does not have much money to rebuild, so he keeps Zurui outside. That's right, it was locked outside. Even Yakang had just learned the answer from the previous series of tortures. In this way, the treatment of Naruto by the 3 generations is quite good. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki immediately shook his head. How can he be compared to rotten as a person, cheap or not? When the contact person reported an obscure code, Uchiha Taki couldn't help but look at Yakang. Can you understand? Yakang nodded. Yes, Luo Xia probably didn't expect me to have your help, so he didn't change the code for Ichio. So what does this guy do with it? Can you make him amnesia? Easy. Then let him forget this memory, killing it will alarm Luo Xia. So the two let the contact pass out, covered him with a quilt again, and disguised himself as if he had never been here. The location of the Ichigo Renzhuli was not very far, and with the speed of 2 people, he quickly reached the vicinity of the location where Fenfu lived. But when it was almost time, Uchiha Taki pulled Hakura. The one in front should be the residence of Ichigo Renzhuli, Uchiha Taki said, pointing to a small hillside with a cave in the desert. According to the location that the person just said, it should be right here. Then don't worry, I'll go and investigate first. After Uchiha Taki finished speaking, he sent a miracle to you. But Yakang couldn't see the miracle of the stand in form to you, so he asked curiously, you said to probe, then why are you still here? You can't have white eyes. I have my own way, don't worry. The miracle is that you probed the cave for a while, and found that there were not many people guarding the blessings inside, only 5 people. And there are not many kinds of living materials inside. In addition to the necessary water and food, as well as clothing, it is some simple weapons such as Kuwu Kanben. It can be seen that Shinobu didn't expect these 5 people to be able to block Ichio, and their biggest role is to be able to notify Sand Hidden Village when Ichigo violently leaves. It can be said that as long as the tail does not run wild, it is a safe and idle errand. For Ichio's arrangement, in addition to the tense war before, I don't want to assign masters here. At the same time, there is also a reason why the control over the tailed beast gradually increases as the age increases. Although it is not a perfect human pillar force, it should not be a big problem to restrain the tailed beast, just as Juzine can easily suppress the complete 9 tails with the sealing technique. There are 5 people, although they can be killed, but it is a little difficult not to be discovered. There is only one intersection of the cave, it is easy to be found all the way away. Uchiha Taki told Hakura about the situation of the investigation. Then he asked, do you shinobi have any means of instant communication? It's like the kind of alarm that you can alarm with a single click. If not, it would take a few seconds at most to solve these 5 shinobi, but if there were, a second or 2 would be enough for them to notify the Sand Hidden Village. Yakang did not answer, but lowered her head and pondered. This kind of thing she did not understand, and after a while she finally came back from the brainstorming. There should be something similar to a spell seal. As long as it is destroyed, Cheyenne Village should be able to know. Is it similar to Brother Tuze? Uchiha Taki thought to himself. Then you wait, I'll try to see if I can destroy it. Actually, don't bother so much. Hakura interrupted Uchiha Taki. Ha! Although I am famous for my scorching, my wind escape is not bad, as long as I raise the wind and sand so that we are not discovered before entering the cave. Are you sure? A sudden sandstorm does not arouse suspicion? If you go into a cave, it's easy to get rid of 5 people before they can react, and that distance is the most troublesome part. It's not that Uchiha Taki doesn't want to attack you with miracles, but according to the orders and training these people receive, if there is a problem, they will definitely notify the village of Tsunahide instead of investigating the miracle on you. If a miracle attacks you on your own initiative, it also requires them to touch something that the miracle has touched, and once one person is killed by the miracle the others will immediately notify Shinobu. The probability of 5 people touching something at the same time is too low, even if you use a kaleidoscope to increase your luck. Teach me, it's normal for wind and sand to rise on the desert, and they can't notify Sandian because of this. Yakang said confidently, and then began to cast a wind escape. Unlike the wind that attacks the enemy, when he first started casting, Uchiha Taki only felt a continuous breeze blowing, and after a few minutes, he had the feeling of a sandstorm. With this hand, you can completely develop the silent killing technique that belongs to Sand Shinobu, but unfortunately it is not easy to use in fog, and it is too seriously affected by the terrain. If I were Wind Shadow, I would refer to your advice. Hakura glanced at Uchiha Taki. This proposal was indeed very much in line with her heart. Even if it cannot be used as a means of attack, it can also be used by the use of geographical advantages, and even achieve a weak victory over the strong. And coupled with the ancestral magnetic escape of the Sand Ninja, it is also easy to raise sand in other terrains. The magnetic ninja is the Banquilas who belongs to Shinobi, but unfortunately Shinobu did not develop the Sandstorm team. It's a pity that there are no ifs. Why is the wind and sand again? Everything is good here, but there is too much wind and sand, it's too boring. It's much better than going into battle, be content. Didn't I say it's okay here? My family paid a lot of price to get me here. These guys are all a group of second ancestors of Shinobi, and they are becoming more and more stable due to the old monks of Daifu. It has also become a treasure trove for idle work, and the jobs that come here are not available to ordinary people. However, because of their long stay in the rear, their alertness is much lower than those on the battlefield. The sandstorm set off by Ye Kang was successful, and they regarded it as a natural formation. At this time, 5 rays of silver light flashed from above, and 5,000 books accurately pierced their eyes. Before Uchiha Taki fell back to the ground, or before they let out a scream, they had already been completely solved by Ye Kang. It's a good fit. Uchiha Taki praised her. Fenfu, are you two here to find the old immortal? Why do you have to do it to your companions with the protection of the Sand Ninja village? If it weren't for Ye Kang's forehead, maybe Fenfu would have already started attacking the two. Hearing the words of Fenfu, if it was Naruto, he should have started to talk at length by now. And if it is Sasuke, although it is not as much as Naruto's words, he will also cast a pretense. However, Uchiha Taki was neither, and he didn't even wait for Ye Kang to open his mouth before he directly took off the blindfold, staring at the eyes of Fenfu and opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. When Fenfuka saw his eyes turn, he immediately realized that he wanted to close his eyes, but the speed at which he closed his eyes was not fast enough for the spread of light and chakra, and he directly fell into Uchiha Taki's illusion. You go outside to guard, I'll give this guy some insurance. Uchiha Taki ordered Hakura. About how long it will take. Ye Kang stood at the entrance of the cave and asked. Soon, engrave a spell and then cure him, it's simple. Same as the spell mark on my heart? That's right. Ye Kang roughly guessed what Uchiha Taki wanted to do. He was ready to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, and the blessing was this chicken. After avenging Ye Kang, the two were almost separated, and now coming to this hand was obviously a warning before leaving. She didn't say much, but quietly guarded the outside, so that Uchiha Taki could handle it with peace of mind. Although he said it very simply, while performing medical ninjutsu, he also controlled the blessing with his eyes. How simple could it be? And the truth is more tiring than Ye Kang thought, because Uchiha Taki is not doing 2 things at the same time, but 3 things. In order for Xiao'erhe to fight with Luoxia with peace of mind, he also used illusion to constantly torture Xiao'erhe, inspiring the wildness in its heart. He believes that Xiao'erhe, who is already murderous by nature, even if he has the teachings of the monks of Fenfu, he will not be able to withstand this wave of torture, and when the time comes, he will definitely be crazy. When Ye Kang got the disciple's body, he used the spell seal to solve the blessing, and then let Xiao'erhe die with him, and when it was resurrected 3 years later, Uchiha Taki was not afraid of leaking information. Using the palm cactus technique to repair the wound left by the engraving spell seal, Uchiha Taki wiped a pool of sweat. This time was definitely the most tired since he crossed over. Unlike the battle that has a miracle for you to help, and unlike the rush that can be erased with an abundance of chakra, this time the amount of chakra and the manipulation requirements are very high. But as time went on, Uchiha Taki also consumed less and less, and in addition to stopping the portrayal of medical ninjutsu and spell marks, his mastery of illusion became more and more proficient. Although Brother Tuze has Madara's inheritance, he also has Uchiha's thousands of years of inheritance, and Brother Tuze can control the 3-tailed human pillar force for a long time in the later stage, and he has no reason to be worse than him. The preparations are complete, you come to carry him, and I continue to manipulate him with illusions so as not to break out early. Good. Ye Kang was also very crisp, directly cut the cage with the wind, and went in to carry the blessing. How long can you hold out? Ye Kang asked with concern. It's okay to insist that you go to Shinobu, as long as you don't rest halfway. Uchiha replied, while putting on the mask he bought while hurrying, revealing only 2 eyes. Although there is a root mask, but now it is the territory of the Shinobu to go to Shinobu, which is obviously not suitable. While hurrying, Uchiha Taki reminded again, if you find your disciple's body this time, leave immediately, don't think about killing Luoxia. Well, got it. Hakura wasn't as impulsive as before, and since Uchiha Taki gave her the hope that a disciple might be resurrected, she had returned to her calm state. And if you kill Luoxia, it will really be a full-scale war with Shinobu, and Sho, Ko, and Izang and these reclusive masters will come back again to round up Ye Kang. She didn't know Uchiha Taki's abilities, and thought that the 2 of them couldn't escape in the full roundup of Shinobu, so she wouldn't put the 2 in danger for the sake of momentary pleasure. Knowing that his state could not be maintained for a long time, Yakang's speed along the way was also very fast, and he waited until he came to the outskirts of Sand Ninja Village before he was stopped by Uchiha Taki. "I'm here." "You break through by yourself, and when you get inside, you directly throw out the Ichigo human pillar force, and then avoid it as soon as possible, and I will untie the Ichigo at that time." "I see." Burnt over steam. Yakang showed a confident smile. Fireballs appear around, ready to evaporate the water from the enemy's body. For Yakang, who is good at physical skills, breakthrough is her specialty. Gone. With the outbreak of Yakang, a small sandstorm was raised again. But even if she broke out quickly, she couldn't speed up the spread of light. Sand Shinobu, those in charge of guarding, saw the figure with several fireballs rushing towards them, and they understood that their former hero, Yakang, had returned. And some people who were closer to Yakang were either fatal by her physical skills, or steamed into dry corpses by her scorching, and none of those who were close to her survived. "Hurry up and inform Kazekage-sama." One of the guards shouted loudly, and then he rushed towards Yakang first. Although there was a wind and sand block, he still saw something on Yakang's shoulder. Although he didn't know what it was, his intuition told him that it was definitely a very dangerous thing, and it was also the strength for Yakang to dare to break back to the village alone. It's a pity that he is still a step slower, or a lot slower. Yakang realized that she had almost broken through, so she stepped on a big pit in the sand, and she jumped high and threw Fenfu towards the center of Cheyenne village. Uchiha Taki, who has always let you follow Hakura closely, saw this scene, and immediately unlocked the control of Ichio, and used all his pupil power to suppress Fenfu. Without the control of Fenfu, and at the same time being tortured by Uchiha Taki's illusion for a long time, Shaojiro, who was thrown out by Yakang, completed the tail beastization the moment he threw it out. Wind escape, practice air bomb. Wind escape, practice air bombs. Wind escape, practice air bombs. The furious tail threw out 3 practice bombs in an instant, one of which landed right in Luosha's office, and its huge body fell heavily inside Cheyenne village, and countless pillars of blood spewed out from the gaps in the debris of the house under its feet. In the distance, Sheijin fell, and although Luosha was shot out, he was not injured, no matter how it was also a character who had suppressed Ichigo. Even if he doesn't have my love Luo's Mazo, his defense is not bad at all. However, in such a miserable scene, an untimely narration sounded. On this day, the ninjas of the Sand Ninja Village once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the tailed beast. This narration is naturally sent by Uchiha Taki. "No way, this scene is too similar to the performance of kicking the door when the giant appears." He can't hold back the desire to complain. Luosha's mood became irritable again. Originally Yakang's affairs had already caused him a headache, and then he was scolded by Cho's mother-in-law, and now he broke out of prison for no reason, and even he himself was about to be violently taken away. But it didn't show it. After all, the village now wanted a calm shadow who could lead them, not an incompetent and furious magnetic ninja. "Marky, immediately go and evacuate the people around you, and make as much space as possible for me and Shao'erhi to fight." Marky was just about to take the order and prepare to evacuate the crowd. A voice that was very harsh to Luosha sounded, even if the source of this voice was a beautiful woman with small branches. Scorching, oversteaming. "Don't rush away, Rasha, Marky, I didn't expect me to come back." Yakang slowly walked towards Luosha with the recondensed fireball. "Don't come here," Luosha said nervously and a little fiercely, nervous because once he was close to Yakang, he was likely to be evaporated by Yakang. And the hideousness is because of one tail. He manipulated the gold sand to resist one tail over and over again, while questioning Yakang. "I thought that I couldn't suppress you tail because of Fenfu, but I didn't expect that you made a ghost. What do you want to do? Ruin the village that raised you grew up." The expressions of the surrounding shinobi were different, but they were still close to Luosha, although many of them did not believe that Yakang had rebelled against the village. But now that the fact of a tale of violence was in front of them, they still involuntarily wanted to stop Yakang from attacking Luosha. Yakang didn't care about the performance of the others. After the death of the role, these people were already accomplices in her eyes, and she didn't need to be an accomplice at all. Seeing what Luosha still wanted to say, even the people watching around wanted to open their mouths to dissuade. Yakang directly opened his mouth and threatened, "Although I don't dare to guarantee victory when I fight with you, I can guarantee that if you don't agree, you won't have time to resist a tail at all, let alone the tailed beast Jade. You can't even stop the practice of air bullets." Yakang's words made the people around him, including Luosha, tense. That's right, if you want to divide the victory and defeat, it may still be Luosha's high point, but when facing Yakang, he needs to maintain full attention. Once he divides a little heart, he will face the end of becoming a dry corpse, even if the people around him help. Rumble. At this time, a Sand Ninja Dark Part wanted to sneak up on Yakang behind, but was directly kicked half of his body by Yakang's turn, and the air fluctuations generated when kicking directly shattered the window behind. "How? Is it that the war is over, and I think that my Yakang has become weaker? What cats and dogs dare to come and sneak up on me?" Yakang, who also had dark flesh and blood on his feet, made the brains of other people who wanted to sneak up instantly wake up. "Ma Ji, go and bring the corpse of Yakang's disciple and the head of Cha Shiu, Kazekage-sama." Time's End, there were many people around who looked at Luo Xie in disbelief, including Marquis. Go quickly, Luo Xie urged anxiously. Yes, Marquis' expression darkened, but he answered anyway. Luo Xie is not the one who has fought big and small against Xiao'erhe because of his son, and Xiao'erhe at that time was suppressed by seals. It doesn't work much, though, but now Xiaozhuru was completely released because of Uchiha Taki's torture and the suppression of Fenfu, and Luo Xie, who dealt with it for the first time, felt extremely difficult. However, this is not a reason why he can sell the lives of his men. Now Luo Xie, it seems that because of Union's threat, he handed over the 3 generations of Hinata, and the hearts of these people at the scene are already full of dissatisfaction with him, even if they can understand the reason why he did this. Moreover, these people could also see through Ye Kang's feelings for her disciples that she was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to provoke a war at all. It's a pity that it's all too late, if before Luo Xie sends Ye Kang to carry out the mission, if before declaring Ye Kang's rebellion, if before the role is killed. Before these things happen, the situation can be made up, but there is no if. This is the road they have chosen, and they can only go dark with Luo Xie. When Marquis got up to leave, Ye Kang followed. Luo Xie, who did not have Ye Kang next to attract attention, also began to block the violent tail with all his strength. Magnetic escape. Placer gold burial. Luo Xie clenched his hands into fists, and the surrounding sandgold tightly wrapped Xiao'erhe. But the violent Xiao'erhe could be trapped so easily, and a few training air bullets easily broke the package of placer gold. As the placer gold sprayed out by the wind scattered into the eyes of the ninjas who came to stop the crane guard, and once again caused huge casualties. However, the rest of the people still unleashed ninjutsu towards Xiao'erhe, because they could see that directly above Xiao'erhe, Luo Xie's second technique was ready. Magnetic abrasive gold cube. A huge cube hung above Xiao'erhe, and when Xiao'erhe had just broken free, the sharp corner of the cube directly smashed heavily on Xiao'erhe's head, erupting into a huge shock. The huge weight of the cube composed of placer gold and the blessing of magnetic force were equivalent to a small meteor falling on Xiao'erhe's body. Magnetic escape placer gold realm law. After the cube hit, the third technique was already ready. Shijin condensed into a slender spike and stabbed at Xiao'erhe, and Luo Xie tried to use this move to decide the victory. But can Uchiha Taki get what he wants? After Hakura and Kazuo attracted the attention of Shinobu, Uchiha Taki also touched the periphery of Shinobu village. Seeing that Luo Xie wanted to subdue Ichigo, his eyes began to turn rapidly, and his left eye injected a lot of doom towards Luo Xie. Although it is not convenient to seduce you with a physical miracle, your own kaleidoscope can still cause bad luck. Because the embodiment is a large snake pill, it is not convenient to appear in Cheyenne village now. Directly behind Luo Xie, there was a house in the shape of a gourd, and inside this room, because the previous battle was raging, but it did not burn outside for the time being. But when bad luck befell Luo Xie, the room was guided by bad luck, like a gas canister bursting, and the gravel wall easily hit the unsuspecting Luo Xie. There is no miracle blessing from your power, and this explosion did not kill Rasha, but it also met Uchiha Taki's expectations. What if Luo Xie dies and Shinobu comes up with a more capable person, then his chances of getting his own rebirth will not become lower. However, this explosion made Luo Xie's previous efforts and other people's sacrifices in vain, and Xiao'erhe took this opportunity to run out and began to condense the tailed beast Jade. Marquis, what are you doing? The Sandy Nobu questioned, and all began to take out their weapons and be on guard. Because just now Maji suddenly appeared and cut off Cha Xiu's head, and he was still followed by Ye Kang, it was hard not to suspect that he had betrayed Wind Shadow. But Marquis has always been Wind Shadow's henchman, and there is no reason to betray Wind Shadow, so they didn't make the first move. This is Lord Kazekich's order, you can ask him any questions, but if you block me from carrying out the mission now, then I will even kill you together, Marquis said viciously. How could he not know what impact Ye Kang would have if he followed him, but this was Luo Xie's first disgrace, so Imaji didn't have to worry about the follow-up impact for Luo Xie. Anyway, just in front of Ye Kang, Luo Xie has already lost his face, and it is not bad for this. A few shinobi looked at each other, but in the end they didn't make a move. One Maji put enough pressure on them. If you add Ye Kang, they are not opponents at all. After dealing with the dark part of Shinobu, Marquis threw the head to Hakura and continued to lead her to find the body of the roll. Along the way, Ye Kang did not disperse the scorching, firstly, for vigilance, and secondly, to discuss Luo Xie. And the performance along the way was also in line with Ye Kang's expectations at the beginning. Wind Shadow's henchmen took her a rebel to openly walk on the street, and when the people on this road saw this scene, although they did not dare to go up and question, behind them, there were still various fingers. In the houses where most of the shinobi were round balls or cylindrical, Marquis took Hakura to one of the few square houses where various corpses were stacked. After searching inside for a while, Marquis brought out the body of the roll, the head of the scroll and Chaxiu are here, you can leave. Seeing the wound on his throat, Ye Kang's tears finally couldn't help but flow out. But the tears did not slow her down, took out the storage scroll, and after storing the body of the scroll, she immediately wiped away the tears, and then got up and left. Lord Yakang, are you back? Isn't Yakang a rebel? How could it be here? Could it be that she released Ichio? Yakang, who surrounded the scorching fireball, flashed, and everyone who saw her couldn't help but discuss. But Yakang did not stop because of their discussion or shouting, and the longer she stayed here, the more dangerous it became. Once Luosha has dealt with Xiao he will come with a group of dark people to surround and kill her. On the other side, Uchiha Taki pit Luosha for a wave, and then retreated early to the outside of Sand Shinobi village. Because the Xiao just now had already begun to condense the tailed beast Jade, if he didn't want to be affected, he would definitely have to retreat far away. But when he came to the periphery, he didn't wait for the tailed beast Jade to explode, and he thought that it was when Luosha controlled it again. Incandescent appeared, and the dazzling white light elongated all the shadows around it, followed by a shockwave that scraped the skin painfully, with countless sands. Luosha finally failed to stop it, and let Ichigo release the tailed beast Jade. Yakang, who was still in Cheyenne village, also had a lot of scratches and wounds on his body. Although the tailed beast Jade was not released at her, the strong shock wave still sent her out. And in order to protect the scroll of the storage disciple from being destroyed, she abruptly carried this wave of impact with her body and suffered some minor injuries. However, Luosha was not so lucky, and the tailed beast Jade was thrown out in the direction where he was at the beginning. Even if the defense of the placer gold is very strong, the tailed beast Jade explosion at close range is not vegetarian. Luosha, who flew out, smashed 2 houses in a row, and only stopped on the ground. Luosha, who stopped, blood spurted out of his mouth along with vomit, plus the moment he was pit by Uchiha Taki before, he felt that all his internal organs were displaced. Kazekage-sama. The surviving shinobi around found Luosha. Hurry up and let the medical ninja come over, Kazekage-sama needs treatment. Luosha, who was helped up, once again manipulated the placer gold to restrict a tail. Lord Kazekage, you should rest first, and then talk about it after you are cured, a shinobu who was holding Luosha said. Shut up, Luosha replied. Doesn't he want to rest? Think of it. But he rested, who will block Ichigo. In addition to being able to pan for gold in the sand, part of the reason why he can become a wind shadow is that it is more suitable to limit Ichigo. How about letting Yakang evaporate the water from one tail? Or let Cho go and poison Ichio? Outside the village of Suna, Hakura successfully converges with Uchiha Taki when Raza is injured to stop Ichio. You take your disciples first, I'll drag it out for a while, and I'll follow you later. Which direction? Kawanakuni or Rain Country? Kawanakuni. Don't think about going to the land of rain. You can continue to meet at the previous hotel. Uchiha Taki said quickly. He didn't want to come into contact with Nagato, or Brother Tuzi, or Kuroge now. Good. Yakang nodded, intending to get up and set off immediately. The next thing is the point, when there is no restriction from Ichigo, the slow sand shinobu will start a large-scale pursuit of Yakang. Only by escaping this chase and killing can Yakang be regarded as a strong person who can be recruited by the Xiao organization. By the way, at that time, I will first do some treatment of your disciple's corpse to prevent it from affecting the resurrection over time, Uchiha Taki explained. After Yakang left, Uchiha Taki did not let the miracle follow you, but let him go in to see how Luosha is doing now. On Luosha's side, due to the previous injury to stop Ichio, the current internal injury has worsened, although there is medical ninja treatment, but it is obviously not possible to cure it for a while. Uchiha Taki didn't use the spell seal to let Fuku die. The more casualties Shinobu had, the smaller the subsequent hunt for Hakura would be, and he planned to let Kazuo play it again. But with the arrival of Maji, who had left with Hakura before, and the reclusive Cho, Ichio could no longer do much damage at all. So Uchiha Taki also gave up the idea of continuing to delay time, and directly urged the spell seal to let Fenfu die. Magnetic placer gold great. Well? Luosha suddenly felt that the touch was wrong. Cho was the first to notice. What's wrong, Rasha? Xiao it seems to have been withdrawn from his body? Luosha said uncertainly. Be careful to let go of the placer gold, the people around you will be on guard, and if Ichio intends to escape, attack immediately. Cho began to command the crowd. Although Luosha was not happy, he did not object, and now is not the time to fight for power. As the placer gold slowly fell, the space that had been filled with a tail was empty. Luosha carefully expanded the hole gradually, and everyone looked in, only to see Fenfu lying motionless on the ground. Cho stops everyone who wants to investigate, and then sends a puppet up to test if Fenfuku was really dead. After a moment, Cho said, "It's okay, Fenfuku has died, and Xiaoxia died with him." Then she used the teleportation technique to come to the side of Fenfu and began to examine his body. The information that the puppet could collect was only a small amount, and she had to check it herself. When Luosha got closer, Cho pulled out his tongue and said, "Look, there is a black ink-like area on the tongue. If I guessed correctly, it should be a spell mark." Spell seal? Yakang should not be able to put it, but it is still a spell seal that can control the power of human pillars? Luosha said in surprise. That guy from Yakang, it is very likely that there are accomplices. I'm going to take his body for a closer examination, and it's likely that there is more than one spell mark. Then trouble Elder Cho. Raza did not object to Cho's request. In Sand Hidden Village, the person who knows the human body best is not a medical ninja, but a puppeteer who can make a human puppet, and the second is an ordinary puppeteer. And Cho, not only the best among puppeteers, is also very good at medical ninjutsu, as well as a lot of chemical knowledge. This can be seen from her self-rebirth technique and knowledge of poison. It is undoubtedly the most suitable person for her to take over the investigation of Fenfu. Marky, informed down, this one-tailed attack is a disaster brought by Yakang, so that all the people who still have combat power will go to round up Yakang. Luosha waved his big hand, and almost didn't wave the internal injury out again. But Marky stood there and did not act. Luosha frowned. Marky? You're not going to act yet? Marky sighed. Lord Wind Shadow, calm down. Now the stronger people in the village have been injured in this war, including Lord Wind Shadow. You yourself are the same. No one can stop Yakang now. Luosha was furious when he heard this. Could it be that I can't stop a Yakang from having so many people? Maji immediately retorted, do you want to use a lot of the power of the Sand Shinobu dynasty like Iwa Shinobu to exchange for the life of Yakang alone? Shut up. Luosha scolded angrily, and then said to everyone, regardless of which one of you, go and pass on the order I just had. Yes. After a few seconds, a few of Luosha's die-hard loyalists answered. Continue to treat me, I will recover my strength as soon as possible to capture that traitor. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Luosha left the scene with a black face. He didn't understand what Maji said just now, but if he didn't let these people die, his right to speak in the village would undoubtedly be much reduced. As long as the subordinates and even relatives of other high-ranking Sand Shinobi are killed by Yakang, it will not only weaken their strength, but also cause their hatred of Yakang. When the time comes, he will guide them again, and he will be able to successfully turn their attention to Yakang, so that his right to speak will be preserved. And the problem of the spell seal that Uchiha Taki gave to the blessing, because there is no definite evidence, so Luosha temporarily pressed the table. After killing Fenfu, Uchiha Taki took out a soldier's grain pill and ate it, and rushed in the direction where Yakang left. Although the two had previously decided on a location, they were not flexible enough after all, and it would undoubtedly be better if they could meet in advance. Soon, even if he didn't bless himself with luck, Uchiha Taki still found the traces of Hakura. In the desert not far ahead of him, there were 4 burned dried corpses, which showed that Yakang did not detour, and he was chasing in the right direction. So he quickened his pace, and along the way he saw 3 more dried corpses. This guy, don't hide it at all. Uchiha Taki complained. It doesn't matter if these bodies will lead others to track her down. At this moment, it was as if a door had been opened in Uchiha Taka's brain. Yes, maybe these corpses were left by her to mislead Shinobu. So Uchiha Taki pulled out the coin and began to inject luck. Front, this road can find Yakang. The reverse side is that Yakang cannot be found. The words fell, and the coin was tossed high by him. The effect of the coin had been tested when he was looking for Nohara Rin, and it was quite accurate. The coin fell, did not spin or stick in the sand, and in the moonlight, the symbol on the reverse side was clearly visible. A smile curled at the corner of Uchiha Taki's mouth. I almost lied to me. Because he had rushed in the direction of Yakang's departure before, he preconceived that this was the right route, and fortunately he reacted in time. Then let me find out where you are. Uchiha Taki took out 1,000 books and continued to inject the power of luck into it. Then the coin just now was placed under Senbon, and one finger controlled Senbon not to fall. Point me to the direction of Yakang now. Uchiha Taki silently recited in his heart, and then let go and let Senbon fall. Senbon pointed out that the due east was slightly southerly in the direction, and Uchiha Taki did not hesitate and set out directly in this direction. This road is much cleaner. Not only are there no scenes of dried corpses and battles, but there are not even traces of creatures passing by. That's right, it's a creature. Not only are there no human footprints, but even the footprints of animals, as well as traces of plants such as tumbleweeds. In this way, Uchiha Taki couldn't help but wonder if this direction was right. So he took out the coin and the 1,000 books again and tested it, still showing the same direction as last time. But he had been walking for nearly 2 hours, and at first there were some traces, but now he couldn't see them at all. Could it be that the traces were erased with the wind? Uchiha Taki thought of a possibility. Thinking of this, Uchiha Taki decides to let the miracle continue in this direction for you, while his own body goes in the other direction, and then keep parallel to the miracle in you. In this case, if Yakang really went in this direction, then he could induce Shinobu again. After all, he will not run away, and if he uses other methods to cover up the traces, the speed will be too slow. According to the method just set, continue to run for half an hour or so, and miraculously you find that Yakang is resting under a sand dune. Uchiha Taki, who got this information, formed a shadow doppelganger to clean up the traces, while he accelerated in the direction of Yakang. Tired? How did you stop and rest? A moment later, Uchiha Taki came to the location of Leaf Kang. Kang smiled after seeing him. I really don't know why you, a person about the same age as my disciple, actually have such sufficient physical strength. There were no traces left on the road, right? After I found you, I formed a shadow doppelganger to clean up the traces, and from the memories that just came back, I am still very safe. Shadow doppelganger? How terrifying is your chakra amount? Are you a human pillar force or have the blood of the dry persimmon clan? Kang's eyes revealed a curious look. Then it's up to you to guess, and I'll admit it if you guess. Kang smiled bitterly. Forget it, I don't have this physical strength. No for the pills. Come on. The 2 soldier grain pills went down, and the chakra consumed by Kang when fighting and cleaning up the traces recovered a little. So she asked, do you want to keep going? Uchiha Taki shook his head. This is too limiting. It is easy to react if something goes wrong. Anyway, this disguise along the way can attract most of the shinobi, not in a hurry at this time. After sleeping until dawn, thanks to Kang's precise misdirection, no one came to disturb them at night. Following. In the rolling yellow sand, there were 1 big and 3 small, and 4 figures came out of it and came to the outermost periphery of the border of the Land of Wind, looking like a normal sand ninja team. But in fact, there are only 2 people here, Uchiha Taki and Hakura. This is a squad they sneak up on from near the border, and Uchiha Taki tortures the information with illusion, and then uses the storage scroll to put the 4 away. Then the 2 decided to disguise themselves as this squad and go out on a mission to leave the border in an upright manner. As for why Uchiha Taki turned into 3 small ones, it was because he was about the same size as these people, and the chakra energy consumed to maintain the transformation technique was a little less. And yet Kang's former leader Shangnan, more experienced in disguising as Shangnan. In this way, the 2 passed the examination of the border sand ninja without surprise or danger and left the country of Wind. After leaving, the 2 found a suitable place and reprocessed the bodies of the 4-person team, disguising themselves as if they had been killed by IWA shinobu, and continued to mislead a wave of shinobu. Then I went to buy a little of the potion needed to dispose of the corpse of the roll, and found a hotel to dispose of the corpse of the roll. Among them, Hakura struggled with whether to let Uchiha Taki see Uzumaki without clothes, and in the end, the hope of resurrection overcame her pedantic ideas. Deal with it, so it's no problem. We are also going to say goodbye now. Don't be caught by shinobu. You can go to other countries to avoid it, but don't go to the country of water. If there is something, I will take the initiative to come to you. The spell mark can be located, and if it does not come to you, it is enough to act according to your own wishes. Uchiha Taki muttered a lot before leaving. The cold moonlight shone softly through the leaves on Uchiha Taki's face and on the small lake beneath him. After saying goodbye to Hakura, he did not stay in Kawanakuni for a long time, but quickly rushed back to Kanaha, a small lake where he rested on the outskirts of Kanaha when he returned to Kanaha. In fact, the sun had not yet set when he arrived here, but he did not immediately return to Kanaha, but waited until now. In addition to the better action of the shadow doppelganger at night, he also needs to recover from the fatigue accumulated during the rush and return to Kanaha in a better state. After waking up in the tree, Uchiha Taki jumped down and formed a shadow doppelganger by the way. In the shop inside Kanaha, where Uchiha Taki bought, the shadow doppelganger, who was originally sleeping, immediately opened his eyes and sat up from the bed after receiving the news back. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and in order not to produce unnecessary fatigue, most of the time it was the wind sacrifice Moye who used the transformation technique to disguise him. He was paralyzed like before, and he had been sleeping, and if it weren't for the occasional scattering of a shadow doppelganger on the main side to share memories, he felt that his body would grow mossy. Put on a mask, look left and right, and then go out of the window, and don't forget to close the window before leaving. He had already found out the dwellings in those dark areas, and in a state where he had to save his physical strength and maintain energy saving, this was one of the few reasons why he could move properly. After a wave of failed man's way through Kanaha's building, Uchiha Taki came outside the house of one of his previously chosen targets. Since the shadow doppelganger can't control the miracle on you, he can only carefully pry the lock open. Chakra wrapped her feet around her feet to avoid footprints and sounds, and then walked towards the second floor of the house. Uchiha Taki, who had been waiting by the lake for a while, stopped the movement in his hand and felt that the fatigue on his body suddenly increased several times. Just now, the shadow doppelganger had passed back the code to enter Kanaha, and it was natural that he had accumulated fatigue for a long time, but no matter how tired he was going to start acting. Before it comes back, he has already let you go to the miracle to investigate the situation of the patrol and find a suitable route. It's just that before leaving, Uchiha Taki showed a strange expression. During the period when he was not in Kanaha, Sarutobi actually came to recruit him and invited him to become a member of the Roots. Of course, it will definitely not be directly said to be the Root, but as an alternative department of the Dark Part, but this must not be hidden from the Uchiha Taki who crossed over. At that time, it was the third generation received by Uchiha Taki disguised as the Wind Festival MOBA, so there was no positive reply, but it was tactfully said that it was still necessary to think again. Calculating the time, when he returns, he may have to face the second invitation of 3 generations. But he didn't dwell too much about this matter. It was a big deal to throw the pot to Fugaku. As long as Fugaku didn't agree, it was impossible for the 3 generations to go to Fugaku to question it. It didn't take long for Uchiha Taki to successfully enter Konoha using the dark method and return to the shop. But what he didn't know was that the secret department did not return from the mission during this time, and the spies lurking outside did not receive orders to return to the village. At first, the enchantment class thought that it was the independent guy like the weasel that had returned, but the next morning they notified the Wei Feng Shui gate and found that no one had returned, whether it was the dark part or the root. Konoha, who had been a little nervous by the big snake pill, was once again on guard. The efficient machine of the dark part was working again, and soon found the guy who was picked by Uchiha Taki yesterday. The remaining 3 in Konoha F4, Wei Feng Shuiman, Fugaku, and Nara Shikasa, all of these Konoha high-ranking officials sat in Hokage's office, questioning or interrogating the Dark Ministry. Yuba Feng Shuman was the first to speak. Your name is Koizumi, tell me in detail what happened yesterday. The dark man named Koizumi looked embarrassed. He was supposed to rest today, so he never went out, and he didn't know that his door had been pried open until other dark colleagues came to him. If he was asked to tell what happened, he really couldn't say anything, but it was not good to not speak, so he could only honestly describe the details of last night. Uchiha Fugaku, as a member of the Dark Division, you can't even find someone picking the lock? How did you become the dark part? At this time, Xiaochun came faintly and said, it's better than the security department that has suffered heavy losses. Uchiha Fugaku. Hit people without hitting their faces, okay, you old woman still poke the most painful point? As soon as he was about to return his mouth, the 3 generations spoke first. Shut up, Koharu, first find out what the situation is now, whether the big snake pill still has the remaining subordinates. Then he continued, Watergate, my suggestion is to let the mountain people come and investigate. That dark part named Koizumi's face changed in an instant. What was the result of the living people letting the Yamanaka clan check it? Uchiha takes Kami Shinobu was placed there as a living example. 3 generations of adults, Naruto-sama. I really am not an internal application. If the Great Snake Pill asked me to be an internal application, how could I leave such an obvious clue? Watergate was a little entangled, but still denied the proposal of the 3 generations. What he said makes sense, but if you want the Yamanaka family to read the memory, it is a little too much. The 3 generations did not argue with Watergate, and he planned to wait until it was over and let the people of the roots deal with it. Although his control over the Bofang Shui Gate has decreased because of the death of Tuanzang, after he became the head of the root department, the speed of root development is much stronger than before. At least there are no 3 generations in the Tuanzang period who dare not take away the people in the dark department. It's just a pity that the dark part named Koizumi showed the expression of the rest of his life after the Watergate spoke for him. Mito Minion, so what to do now? Do you have any other comments? Nara Shikaka didn't speak, but just gestured to the Wei Feng Shui Gate with his eyes. And the 4th generation immediately understood and said to Koizumi, you go down first, we will call you again later. After the suspect left, Nara Shikaka spoke, to test whether it is a big snake pill, we can throw an important bait, let the big snake pill be interested in the bait, try to see if anyone takes the bait. Mayo asked, what bait? Nara Shikaka said, how is Mu Duen? Let's just say that we successfully copied it. When the 3 generations and the 2 elders heard this, they shouted in unison, no. The other 3 people in the office, looking at their performance, were a little difficult to understand, especially Nara Shikaku. The 3 who realized that they had just behaved a little too aggressively immediately began to make amends. The first is the 3rd generation. Mu Dun has a special meaning, and without exact circumstances, it is not suitable as a bait to hook up the big snake pill, but it may make Tsunade, who knows the real situation, feel disgusted. Then Mito Minion also added, and the meaning of Mu Dun is not only for us, but also for other villages, and the use of muta propaganda will cause hostility from other villages. Seeing that the 2 old guys above had said almost the same thing, Xiaochun could only say, I think so too. In fact, the 3 of them had already regarded Mu Dun as their own forbidden and did not allow anyone to interfere with it, not even the Thousand Hands clan. And when they got the news of Mu Dun, the big snake pill was also at the scene but did not take it away. The 3 of them didn't know why, but now this dangerous thing is absolutely not allowed to happen again. On the other hand, for the hard work of the Wind Festival Moha, Uchiha Taki took her to the yakiniku restaurant of the Akimichi family to have a good meal. Do you eat something so greasy at noon? Wind Festival Moya complained. You can't eat it in the morning, you will get fat if you eat greasy things at night. If you don't like it, please eat something else next time. The 2 came to the private room and sat down. It seems that you failed this time, and even I know about the matter. Uchiha Taki was stunned for a moment, before he reacted that she was talking about Yekang, and she said that letting Yekang become a wind shadow, that is not a failure. That's not a loss, it's also considered to have earned an S-class rebellion. Besides, who would have thought that before I could join her, she would be declared a traitor? Being declared a rebel early, this is indeed unexpected. It can only be said that Luo She's bones are too soft. Suddenly, the wind sacrifice Moya leaned towards him and asked in a low voice, "You did the attack on Sand Hidden Village, how did you do it? Kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes?" She almost wrote 4 big characters on her face that I was curious about, but Uchiha Taki didn't look back for a while because of the girlish fragrance she gave off when she approached, and the porcelain doll-like skin that filled her gaze. "The barbecue deluxe set you ordered has arrived, and this is a complimentary drink." Fortunately, the waiter of the Akimichi family brought Uchiha Taki back to his senses. "No, if the kaleidoscope chakra eye can still be hidden, it has long been shown on the eyes of the tailed beast." After waiting for the waiter to leave, Uchiha Taki immediately denied it. Then he said, "You don't have a kaleidoscope chakra eye anyway, why do you care about this? After all, it is the opponent of the Thousand Hands family for so many years, and I am a little curious, so I am not allowed to ask." "No, you feel free." Then Uchiha Taki prepared the wording a little, that, "Lady Moha, I." Stop! Uchiha Taki was interrupted before he could finish speaking, and Kaze Moha looked at him warily. "What do you want to do?" "Want to, cough, I want to ask if you have any ways to learn fairy arts, such as wet bone forest." After that, he bit his tongue and thought to himself, Uchiha Taki, a good man, can I be confused by beauty? Besides, although it was indeed good before crossing, and girls such as Tornado were also his favorites, this is the reality. 2-dimensional, yes. 3-dimensional, die. Immortal art. The voice of the wind sacrifice Moya instantly raised a few tones, and then reacted, staring at Uchiha Taki viciously and said, "What do you want fairy arts? If I can get this thing, I can get your turn." "Yes." Uchiha Taki scratched the back of his head. "Then your family's immortal arts, are you looking for Tsunade-sama? If you find it, it won't teach you, don't you have points for your identity?" Wind sacrifice Moya gave him a skillful white look. "So what if I come out with a kaleidoscope chakra eye?" Uchiha Taki asked, and then immediately added, "Not mine." As soon as the Wind Festival Moha opened her mouth to ask, she was rejected by Uchiha Taki, so she changed her mouth and said, "Who is that? You Uchiha have other kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, you don't have to worry about that, guess how likely it is?" "I don't know much about this level of things, I won't talk to me like Nakato." "Oh, I forgot that you are still a middle ninja, sorry. You are still a subordinate, what are you proud of?" It's just that her rebuttal sounds a little weak. "Then you help me find out where Tsunade-sama is, I'll talk to her myself then, and if it succeeds, I'll give you another kaleidoscope, how about it?" The Wind Festival Menjai was moved, seeing that her partner was not as good as herself before, because she directly stepped into the level of the 5 shadows after opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. She said that she was not jealous and even did not believe herself. Now there was just an opportunity in front of her, and her breathing quickened a little. But he still refused. "Forget it, I heard that without your Uchiha bloodline, the Sharingan can only be kept on to waste chakra, and although my chakra is not small, it is not so wasteful. Whether it is her own plan or the arrangement of the elders in her family, it is in the direction of the super wide range of ninjutsu coverage of the ghost mackerel and Deodara. Although the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is powerful, it is still not suitable to prepare the road with her. It's just that at this time, Uchiha Taki once again made a demonic voice and tempted, "I can help you solve this problem, although there is no 100% guarantee that you can turn on and off the Sharingan, but I can still help you with the consumption of chakra." "You, how sure is it?" Wind Festival Moha asked a little nervously. "Chakra? 90%, my own experiments have been successful." "That, deal? Deal. But you have to let me see the kaleidoscope Sharingan that doesn't belong to you." Wind Sacrifice Menjai took a deep breath before saying, "Okay, I'll go back and start preparing." Well, Uchiha Taki began to get tangled. Wind Sacrifice Moya looked at him suspiciously. "You won't have anything else, right?" "No, at least not yet." Uchiha Taki thought about it, but still didn't ask her for Mudon Ninjutsu. Immortal arts are not unique to the Thousand Hands family, and it is normal to learn them, but Mudon's words are obviously obvious that there is a problem at a glance. "But how do I feel like you're hiding something?" Kaze Matsuri Mamaji was still a little suspicious. So Uchiha Taki smiled helplessly and said, "I was thinking, if there is no immortal art, can I sign a contract with the wet bone forest first?" "Think beautiful, don't you just want to bypass us?" Fortunately, this topic successfully deceived the Wind Festival Mo. He didn't want to bypass her. After all, only 2 of the 3 Holy Lands allowed him to practice immortal arts, and the group of divine sticks in Miyama Mountain were looking for the children of prophecy, and the probability that he could get immortal arts was not great. As for Longdi Cave, the kind of method that relies on the white snake immortal to take a bite before learning, you see the miracle whether you will first raise the ashes of the white snake immortal and it will be over. Looking back at Hokage's office, since the people of Sarutobi Hineda's faction were firmly opposed, and there was no other good bait to attract Orochimaru to take the bait, Narashika's plan was announced to fail. In the end, it was just a discussion of a code word to change the enchantment, and then the guards, shadows, and roots were all on guard. On the matter of Yakang, the 2 sides had differences. Although the matter of Luo Xia and Wu Yin colluding was not spread because Luo Xia's materials were compensated in place. However, the fact that Ye Kang went back to retrieve the body of his disciple was still spread by many spies. As a result, Bo Feng Shuman felt that Ye Kang had feelings and righteousness, and wanted to solicit in private. However, the three generations rejected Watergate's idea on the grounds that she had betrayed her original village after all, and even if she recruited, she was an unstable element, plus the reason that Konoha and Shinobu were allies. In the eyes of the three generations and others, people like Ye Kang are a copy of the weakened Konoha White Fang, and their personalities are so similar. How could they agree to let her in after persecuting the White Fang? After the discussion ended, Bo Feng Shuman returned home, and after seeing him, Zhu Zine casually asked, "What's the matter, are you used to the position of Hokage?" Bo Feng Shuman scratched his head, "It's okay." Although he felt restrained, he thought that 3 generations had taught him, at least for now. The biggest difference between the 3 generations and others in Tuanzang is that they will handle things for you very well on the surface, making you a little uncomfortable, but you can't find their problems. At this time, Uchiha Taki was in his own home, holding a pen and writing something on the paper, and from time to time he erased part of it, or rolled up the paper and threw it in the trash. Judging from what is written on the paper, this is Uchiha Taki making a prioritization and importance of what he will do in the future. First of all, Brother Tuza's eyes are definitely the most important, and they are the key props to become a kaleidoscope chakra eye. But before Brother Tuzi arrives, there are still nearly 10 months, so during this period, as long as it does not affect Brother Tuzi, then something can still be done. For example, you can first look for who is suitable to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and then start monitoring in advance, and then you can harvest after becoming an eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye. But here's another small problem. According to other fellow crossers, it was all to find the radical faction of Uchiha, because the protagonist was a little too self-interested in attacking the doves. But now, looking at it, the radical faction of the Uchiha clan is very low-key, and Uchiha Taki wonders if they have all become doves. To talk about the cause is still the now paralyzed Uchiha Gotake, because he was framed, and the murderer has not yet been caught. The Uchiha family thinks so the Hawks began to be cautious, for fear that the next person to be framed is themselves. This made Uchiha Taki a little difficult to do, and everyone else began to learn from the good. If you gouge other people's eyes again, it will be too lacking in morality. Secondly, there is Mu Duen. Mu Duen's information should have been copied by his own family through the Sharingan, but I don't know if Madara took it with him when he left. If they take it away, they will have to go to the Konoha high level, and they must have collected it. Although he said that he also transplanted by Ju's body, firstly, there was no amount as large as Brother Tuza, and secondly, Brother Tuza broke out because of despair, so he did not comprehend any Mu Duen. The reason why she wants to learn Mu Dun is because the kaleidoscope chakra I can impress the wind sacrifice leaf, but it may not be able to impress Tsunade, but the Mu Dun that belongs to her grandfather may be more exciting to her. At that time, the kaleidoscope riding wheel I plus Mu Duen, under the temptation to coerce himself a little, then this matter is almost done. In addition, there is psychic. He asked the wind sacrifice leaf before, as long as it is not a force or ethnic group, then he can also sign psychic. The wet bone forest will not care. It's just like the ninja cat family that cooperates with the Uchiha family, and this is obviously not good. However, Uchiha Taki does not have high requirements for this, but can be used to communicate with Ye Kang. On this basis, no matter what functions are added, it is very good, such as snooping on intelligence, taking people to fly, etc. Uchiha Taki stopped scribbling on the paper. He was already thinking. Burn the paper with fire and go out and make some preparations according to those plans. There are still many other things to solve, such as because he continues to be a mission ninja, he has no time to take care of the store, and he has to find a suitable person to take care of him. There is another shop that is almost going to be rented out, and it is not suitable to be empty all the time. Let the miracle be that you first go to the clan to find out if there is any information about Mu Dun and whether there are suitable members of the Uchiha Hawks, and the main body is a big wave of his hand and writes a rental advertisement for the shop next door. Just as he was putting up an advertisement next door, a voice came, "Is this shop going to be rented?" A man who looked about the same age as Fugaku asked, followed by a woman holding a child, who looked to be his wife. Both of them are dressed differently from the usual dress of Konoha people, but more like the Chinese costumes of foreigners' stereotypes. The man introduced to Uchiha Taki, "My name is Tengo, this is my wife, and in her arms is our newborn child Tenten." "I see." Uchiha Taki almost said the dirty word, "Isn't this one of the 12 small powerhouses in the future? Do they still need a store? I've heard of you, you sell ninja tools, my shop is only rented, not sold." Uchiha Taki explained first. As long as Nagato does not come here to carry rice in the future, or if he can block it in Konoha when carrying rice, then the house price and rent of this location will only rise with the development of Konoha, and selling it now will only be cheaper for others. Speaking of this, the more Uchiha Taki thought about it, the more angry he became. He knew that his family had houses and shops in the best part of the city, but because the house prices did not start to rise at that time, he was sold by his father for business reasons. Even after crossing over, he remembered this incident and began to bruise and his blood pressure increased. Tianyu was stunned for a moment. Isn't it okay to add money? No, absolutely not. As long as he can keep Konoha, in the later period of non-combustibles, the house price will only get higher and higher, and it will be good if he does not continue to collect. How can it be sold? Tianyu glanced at the rental notice and asked, is the rent the same as written above? Tianyu did not answer immediately, but walked aside with his wife to discuss it. Uchiha Taki didn't worry about them not renting, knowing that this shop is definitely one of the best and most crowded areas in Konoha. If they don't rent, some rent. It didn't take long for him to wait, and Tianyu negotiated and asked, I just saw you come out from the next door, is the next door also your shop? That's right, but I plan to get a bookstore myself, so I won't rent it out. That's a shame, let's rent this shop for a year, but we have a request. Unless we don't rent anymore, we have to renew the lease with us, and we can't increase the price at will, Tianyu said seriously. Uchiha Taki nodded, understand, accept. After all, people also open shops, and if they are raised in price or driven out just after making results, it will be uncomfortable for everyone. Uchiha Taki agreed without hesitation, and also made Tengo's face a little better. He also has no way, although he is also a native of Konoha, but compared with the places where the big families who established Konoha live, it is not at all a level. If he wants to expand the business of the store, he must change to a better location, and the remote place where their home was originally located must not work. Originally, he also wanted to buy it when he ended the battle, but not long after Tiantian was born at that time, the couple was busy taking care of it, and forgot about it for a while. Now I came out again to find that the shops in good locations were all bought, and if it weren't for Konoha's restrictions on foreign rich merchants, I'm afraid these houses would have been wrapped up by them. Uchiha Taki is the place they found the best location and are renting out. After combing the contract almost through, Tianyu said, I heard you just said that you want to open a bookstore next door. When will it open? I originally planned to retire as an unsuitable ninja, but I didn't quit due to various coincidences, so now I have to find the right person to manage it. Uchiha Taki said helplessly, how about leaving this to me? I still have some staff under me who can help you manage the store. Tianyu recommended himself. He is so that he can have an extra layer of insurance. If he entrusts another store to himself, then the probability of Uchiha Taki renting out the store to others in the future is undoubtedly much smaller. And his proposal really moved Uchiha Taki's heart, and the Ninja Tool broadcast every day in the future shows that her family is very rich. That is to say, this guy in front of him is very good at running a store, and he can hand over the store to him without worrying about revenue at all. I think so. Uchiha Taki agreed to Tengo's proposal. With both parties interested in cooperating with each other, the contract was quickly finalized. Uchiha Taki left the key to the first floor of the bookstore to Tengo, and he himself planned to move back to the Uchiha clan to live in the meeting first. The noise brought by opening a store is still a little uncomfortable for people like him who like quiet. After returning to the Uchiha clan after a long absence, Uchiha Taki was cleaning the house he hadn't returned for a long time, when the news came from your side. The Uchiha clan does not have a collection of ninjutsu and methods of targeting Mudun now. Even if he was mentally prepared, Uchiha Taki felt a little speechless and depressed. As for it, even the coping methods have to be taken away? Co-authored, only you can hit the thousand-handed pillars? Let the miracle be that you go to find Koharu and Mizuto Minion, and when you return to the clan, you just take over his task of selecting kaleidoscopic alternatives. When he opened the window to ventilate the dusty room, he saw his former kaleidoscope number 1 alternative, Uchiha Ninta. At this time, he was pushing a wheelchair with Uchiha Gotake, and the movement of Uchiha Taki opening the window also made him hear. Taki? It's been a long time, are you going to do something special? Ningtai took the initiative to greet him, with a gentle attitude as if he hadn't looked for Uchiha Taki's stubble in the first place. Well, there was something before, what is your situation now? After hearing this, Uchiha Ninta told him about what happened during this time, and after being reminded by Uchiha Taki, the family left the guard department and became mission ninjas. And no matter who goes out on a mission, there will be at least one person, not a shadow doppelganger, left in the family to take care of Uchiha Gangtake, and now it is Ningtai's turn. After a brief chat, Mrs. Ning took his leave and continued to go somewhere else with his brother. Uchiha Taki was thinking about the possibility of Ningtai opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Although it was said before that he was so stimulated, because of Uchiha Taki's interference, the probability of opening the kaleidoscope chakra eye again was much lower. Now he doesn't look as domineering as he did at the beginning, but like an old man. But what if you give him hope? To make him think that Uchiha Godake's possibility of returning to normal, and then let him fall into despair, is that able to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye? After all, Uchiha Ningtai's qualifications must be enough, otherwise he would not have attracted Heiju and Tuza brother in the first place. Putting Ningtai back on the shortlist, Uchiha Taki got up and went to find Uchiha Fugaku. He has not forgotten that the previous 3 generations wanted to pull themselves to the roots. Walking in the clanland, there were a little more people greeting him than usual. Maybe he hadn't appeared in the clanland for a long time. Many people asked him where he had been recently, and he hadn't seen him for a long time, and he was all perfunctory. Arriving outside Fugaku's house, Uchiha Taki began to knock on the door, and the door was opened by Uchiha Mikato, who had a slightly bulging belly, and Uchiha Itaki, who was still a little child. It turns out that at this time, he still hasn't grown up with nasolabial folds. Uchiha Taki thought to himself. Taki, can I help you? Mikato Uchiha asked. Uchiha Taki, there are some things I need to ask Patriarch Fugaku. Then please come in, I'll help you call him. Then she commanded the weasel, take this brother to the place where daddy is a common visitor. Itaki was still very well behaved at this time, and said politely to Uchiha Taki, please come in. Then lead the way right ahead. It's just that Uchiha Taki was not his fan in his previous life, and he couldn't understand his behavior of killing the entire clan. If it is not a supporting role with few scenes such as Sleeping Koharu, then Uchiha Itaki can definitely rank at the top of his disgust ranking in his previous life. So he just walked behind silently, without the idea of talking to him. But he didn't talk, and Uchiha Itaki took the initiative to talk to him. I heard that you didn't compete with Kakashi-senpai because you didn't want to ruin the relationship between the village and the family? And Itake's next words also confirmed this. Yes, because brother Shui and my father's statements are different, so I want to ask you personally. Uchiha Taki didn't ask what your father said, although the Itaki at this time was already able to go into battle. Some people still didn't understand much about the world. I guessed it anyway, and there is no need to open his mouth to let him get off the stage. In this way, one person did not want to speak, one person originally had little to say, plus the two people were not familiar with each other, and they went all the way to the room where Fugaku received guests. Itake, you sit here and wait a little, my father should be almost there. The sound of Fugaku's fast-walking footsteps came, and soon appeared in Uchiha Taki's line of sight. Fugaku, listen to Mikado say that you have something to find me, let's talk. Uchiha Taki glanced at Itaki and saw that he had no idea of leaving, and Fugaku was not going to let him leave. So he didn't bother to care, and directly told him about the 3 generations who wanted him to join the Roots. Of course, he did not directly say the Roots, but according to the 3 generations, he was the reserve team of the dark part. But how could Fugaku not hear the difference inside, and the Roots of the Tuanzang era did not dare to brazenly come to the Uchibulla people. Although your 3 generations are better than Tuanzang, this is not the reason why you can cross me and come directly to my family to find people. Fugaku didn't even think about it, so Uchiha Taki refused, and said, if Mayo asks, you will say that I don't allow it, just push it on me. Understood, Patriarch, then I'll leave first. If you have achieved your goal, there is no need to stay here. As for the subsequent clash of views between Fugaku and his son, he was not interested in mixing. Not long after Uchiha Taki left, Itaki asked Fugaku, why don't you let him go to the Dark Division? Isn't the Dark Part a place that all ninjas yearn for? It's not the Dark Part there, and you don't need to understand the rest. Fugaku didn't intend to explain. Of course, he was very much in favor of the clan joining the Dark Department, and if it was the root of the 3 generations in charge, it was not unavoidable in his opinion. After all, at this time, he still respected the 3 generations, otherwise he would not have named Suzuki for the child to be born next, which is also the name of the father of the 3rd generation. This is not a past life. Fugaku does not have the kind of secret poke to indicate that the 3rd generation is your father. According to the culture here in the ninja world, it is simple respect. But it was one thing for him to agree that the clansmen joined the Roots, and it was quite another thing for 3 generations to secretly recruit the clansmen to join the Roots. You have directly stepped over me to recruit my people, what do you want? Installed an Uchiha as a spy? Then it is necessary for me to save face for you? This is what Fugaku was thinking now. But Fugaku did this riddler, how could the young Itaki understand? But he did not continue to ask questions, but after Fugaku left, he went out to find an answer to stop the water himself. Did the patriarch simply refuse? Shui said with a frown. Yes, father, he seems to be angry about this, but why is that? Isn't the reserve team of the dark part considered the dark part? Itaki asked puzzled. I don't know this very well. Shui shook his head. At this time he had not heard of the existence of Roots. Then do you want to go to Taki-senpai and ask him not to obey his father's orders? Brother Shisui, didn't you say that he is also a person with the will of fire? No, absolutely not. Fugaku-sama had already refused, and if Taki joined in at this time, it would only make him more angry, and Taki would be upset at that time. Without thinking, Shisui rejected Itake's suggestion. So what to do? Itaki asked. I can only hope that the 3 generations of adults will not be angry, Itaki. When you grow up in the future, you must remember that the village is as important as the family, and do not put the interests of the family in front of the village. Shui teaches the weasel who is still a child. Well, I see, brother Shui. The ferret nodded seriously, and his small face put on a teachable look. But Shui is clearly teaching both equally, and I don't know what stimuli this guy will be able to look like that in the future. After leaving Fugaku's house, Uchiha stayed in Konoha for more than a month without incident. One of the people from the route also came to him, but it seemed that he had just sent someone over casually, and it seemed that his conversation with Fugaku was known by the 3 generations, so he didn't expect anything. As for how he knows, Uchiha Taki can know without thinking about it. During this time on his own, in addition to observing the surrounding clansmen, he also went to Konoha Hospital to do 2 simple tasks, which can be said to be an idle batch. And although he opened a bookstore, but after the baptism of the information age in the previous life, even if he read the books of the ninja world, it would not pass much time. Not to mention that there are not many good books in the ninja world, otherwise why would Kakashi be that intimate heaven all day? Fortunately, just when he was really idle and uncomfortable and wanted to find something to do, things came. Because of the top of the wave Fang Shuman, the remaining 3 people of the former Konoha F4 have become more and more low-key, so it is a miracle that you have never found any trace of them. I waited for more than a month before I got the place where Kohara lived, so he immediately picked up his spirits, took out a stack of paper, and began to draw up the next plan on it. The first is to get Mudan Ninjutsu. This, needless to say, the priority is first. The second is the life of Konoha, and among the high level of Konoha, the most malicious to Uchiha is her. It just so happens that now you can manipulate bad luck, and the miracle of materialization is also the image of the big snake pill to you, and you can completely throw the pot to the big snake pill. If you don't take the opportunity to slaughter her, you will feel a loss no matter how you think about it. What's more, although she is old, she is still tolerant. What if she lets her go and leaks her information? So Uchiha Taki drew a red circle on the word life like Mu Duen. Soon, many sheets of paper slightly smaller than A4 were filled with various plans by Uchiha Taki. It was full of torture, assassinations, plans for cleaning up the scene, and escape routes, but most of them were crossed out. That's pretty much it. Uchiha Taki shook his somewhat sore hand. Originally, he also wanted to let the big snake pill black pot back to the end, and give the scene some ninjutsu commonly used by the big snake pill, but he found that those he would move too much, and he couldn't do the ninjutsu of the big snake flow of the big snake pill, so he could only choose to give up. Konoha is now the coldest time of the year, and the sound of insects that have been in the other 3 seasons and the hum of the leaves being blown by the wind have disappeared. This also made Uchiha Taki a little more difficult, but fortunately, after the weather was cold, there were fewer people who came out to do activities at night. Uchiha Taki is stuffing poison into a small bottle at home at this time, and through Miracle you learn that Kohara has not slept yet, so he asks Miracle you to come back first to give her some ingredients. At the same time, there are also guards around her. Hokage has his shadow guard, and the elder naturally has a guard that belongs to the elder. He prepared a total of 2 bottles, one for Koharu and one for her guard. Miraculously, you quickly return to Uchiha Taki's room, but not so quickly. After all, after carrying 2 objects, he can't go through the wall. The Elder's Guards are a 6-person squad that is not very common in the ninja world, and although it seems a bit much, because of the rotation of guards, there are actually only 2 people guarding every day. Since it is only 2 small bottles, even if you hold the entity, the miracle is that you will not be discovered, and you will smoothly return to the house where you are sleeping. The bottle of poison for Kohara was opened, and a colorless and odorless poison emanated from inside. This poison is not fatal, but it will continue to ingest the poison in the air with breathing, and after a long time, it will be paralyzed, and finally it will not even be able to make a sound. So the miracle is that as soon as you arrived here, you found a secret place and began to poison. The guards are violently poisonous, although they are also colorless and tasteless, but as long as the amount of intake reaches a certain level, they will immediately die, and before that, there will be no uncomfortable feeling. Both of these poisons were developed by Uchiha Taki himself and prepared in order to leave Tsuchiko brother. This is also the first time it has been used against ninjas, and it is up to them to determine how effective it is. However, the poison to the guards has not been turned on for the time being, and killing the guards too early will be discovered. At this time, Xiao-chan was grading various applications for funding submitted by various departments. Suddenly, her hand holding the pen stopped. Do you feel tired just like this? It seems that you are still old. Uchiha Taki is a little nervous through the miracle that you are monitoring her. The effect of this poison is related to his plan to deal with Toko in the future. If it is not good, it can only be redeveloped. Kohara glanced at the clock hanging in the room. It's so late, so let's rest first. It seems that she is taking the feeling of paralysis as being too tired. So she packed up the report, stacked it neatly, then turned off the light and lay on the bed and went to sleep. Seeing all this, Uchiha Taki did not let the miracle of you poison the guards outside, but first waited for Kohara to absorb enough toxins. After about half an hour, the miracle is that you come out with another bottle of poison. For the guards outside, the poison can't be the same as before. Find a hidden place and put it on. For this kind of open-air environment, if the location is not picked, you may not be poisoned for a few hours. Find a downwind position to put the poison on it, and then open the lid. Although the 2 guards are in different positions, they are both in the downwind, so there is a high probability that they can be poisoned. Then miraculously you also use his power on the bottle. Even if these 2 guards find out, as long as they touch the bottle, calamity can kill them. On the other side, Uchiha Taki also got up and rushed here. If he was not killed by toxins or bad luck, then it was up to him to solve it himself. The cold wind blew through, and one of the guards took 2 steps in a mess of places, and then fell to the ground motionless. "Hey, what happened to you?" Another guard was alarmed by the sound of him falling to the ground. At this time, above his right diagonal, hundreds of senbon flew towards him, and he retreated backwards in panic, only to be pierced in the throat by the kunao in the hands of Uchiha Taki, who was ambushed behind him. Leaving the shadow doppelganger to clean up the scene, the body walked towards Koharu's room. When he came to her bedroom, the embodied miracle was waiting for him by the bedside in the form of a large snake pill. "Here, you can start torturing." Koharu had woken up when another guard made a sound, but she found herself completely immobilized and unable to even make a sound. Just like in martial arts films, those who are spotted by acupuncture techniques, only the eyes and ears can move. The panic in her heart peaked when you entered her room and came to the bedside when you saw the miracle of turning into a large snake pill. Uchiha Taki didn't answer the miracle to you. The more he spoke, the more he was exposed, and he directly opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye through the mask and looked towards the eyes of Koharu. And Koharu's only thought before being controlled by the illusion was, Orochimaru and Uchiha teamed up? Is it inside or outside the village? Leaving the shadow doppelganger and miracle to watch over you outside, it took Uchiha Taki a full 10 minutes to torture what she knew about the wooden ninjutsu she knew, and where the other wooden ninjutsu were stored. If you want to count the world in the world of illusion, it is a whole day. This made Uchiha Taki have to sigh how hard the mouths of these former strong people were. Although it is not as exaggerated as those game anchors in the previous life, the avenue is still as exaggerated as leaving a mouth, but it is far beyond ordinary people. New done the art of silent killing. Wrapping Koharu in the newly learned wooden dun, he then ended her life with a kunao slash across her neck, and then put her body into the storage scroll. Let the shadow doppelganger stay here first and clean up all the traces around it. He took advantage of this time to return home and pretend that he had never left. The next day, the elder guards who got up early in the morning to change shifts noticed that something was wrong, and the 2 companions who were supposed to be in charge of the guards had disappeared. They glanced at each other and directly broke into Koharu's room, and seeing the traces of wood on the bed, they knew that something big had happened in Konoha again. A moment later, dozens of figures flashed out of the Konoha building, including the 2 guards who had just turned to sleep. Koharu. 3 generations of adults. Hokage requests to assemble at Hokage's office immediately. Maitaman-sama, Hokage has an order, gather at the Hokage office immediately. Fugaku-sama, Hayashi-sama, Shikasa-sama. For Watergate, what happened? The belated 3 generations saw so many people after entering the door and asked in surprise, "Hinata, come here." Mito said sadly to Mayo, then handed the document in his hand to Sandai. The 3 generations took it suspiciously, and when his eyes swept over the content on it, he suddenly shrunk, and Xiaochan was suspected of death or even arrested. Then he began to flip through the reports quickly, going back and forth several times. The second, this is the second, and he was killed by a suspected master of Muduen. 3 generations can't help but feel a little scared. Who is next? Is it Mito Gate? Or himself? Bofeng Shuman, 3 generations of adults. After you read it, do you have any clues? The last time Danzo died, he was so clueless, and he wanted to ask the 3 generations who were old friends of Danzo and Koharu if there were any clues. He also asked Mito Minion just now, but the guy didn't know when he asked, and he shirked it all to the 3 generations. Perhaps, this guy who uses Mudun has a feud with Tuan. He hasn't lost his breath after Tenzo's death, so come and find us former teammates of Tenzo. The 3 generations also pushed all this to the Pot Shadow Group collection, but there is one more important thing to confirm now. Nara Shikaku interjected, that is, this wooden ninja, whether he has been staying in Konoha, or is there a way to avoid the perception enchantment, or, he paused slightly, raised his voice and said, the dark part that passed through the enchantment last time was not Orochimaru at all, but that wooden ninja? Fugaku asked, according to your last statement, then why didn't he trigger the perception of the enchantment when he left for the first time? Could it be that he left while Orochimaru defected? Hinata Hayashi also offered his opinion. Hasn't the Hayashi patriarch found any trace of the enemy these times? Since the incident at the Ministry of Guards, they must have been allowed to investigate with white eyes in the village several times. Yamanaka asked. Hinata's face darkened. This time it was indeed a great insult to their white eyes. So many times a suspicious guy was not found. After all, one is Shimo Ninja, a chakra that can imitate other people, and there is also a sometimes space ninjutsu. If the white eye can find it, there will be a ghost. But he will definitely not admit that it is his own reason. The enemy this time is not simple. I think not only our clan, but also the oil girl and Inyazuka have not found any trace of the enemy. When the oil girl and the patriarch of the Inyazuka clan heard this, their faces turned black at the same time, and this Hinata Hayashi himself was slapped in the face, and he had to pull us together. But they also had to admit that it was true that neither of them found any clues, so they could only speak for the Hayaga clan. It's not that we don't try, it's that the enemy is too cunning. Watergate, if the enemy's target is me and Yan, let's be the bait. The three generations finally reshowed a bit of ninja when their lives were threatened. Sun Ko? Mito Minion didn't believe what he said at first, but after thinking for a few seconds, he made his decision. Hinata is more important than me, let me be the bait first. If he dies, the three generations can still protect the interests of his family with the power of the roots. But if three generations died, it would be impossible for him to protect the interests of four families from those big families, and it would be a little difficult to even protect his own family. They swallowed too many resources during the three generations period, and if the three generations died, those big ninjas who had been suppressed for a long time would only make them spit out doubly. Under the self-sacrifice of the third generation and Mito Minion, this discussion ended quickly, and Nara Shikaisa made several careful plans for him. But it's a pity that it's all useless. Juzine has just been pregnant not long ago, and brother Tuzi is still very early. And Uchiha Taki, after getting Mu Duen, plans to continue to settle down for a while, and even continue to go out of the village to do tasks. The benefits brought to him by the first two medical missions were too great, and the two strong people plus a possible source of funds made him look forward to the third mission. But when he thought about it, the guys who could be cut off by him were either still children like him, or they were not suitable, and it was really a little embarrassing at this point in time. A day later, outside the border of the Land of Fire, a goshawk flying from the direction of Konoha turned its head to confirm the target. When it finds its target, it flaps its wings and flies towards it, dropping a small wooden jar. The big snake pill who was looking for a suitable place as a base was below, and he saw that his right hand turned into a white snake and bit the jar. This was the message he had left in Konoha, and the jar just recorded the content of this incident in Konoha, although it was not very detailed, but it was not something that ordinary people could know. Orochimaru looked at the above content and fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, Yamato definitely did not have the strength to kill Elder Konoha without being discovered by others, and he believes that after he leaves, the three generations will definitely guard Yamato to the death, and he will not let him out when he is not brainwashed by the three generations into a puppet with only the will of fire. That is to say, in addition to Yamato, there is also a powerful wooden ninja. For a while, Orochimaru began to try to recall in his mind how many people he had done to transplant intercolumn cells, and who among them was likely to survive and have this strength. At the same time, the Hokage office on Konoha's side gathered many people again, although it was not as exaggerated as yesterday, but the existing high level of Konoha was almost here again. Konoha spent a whole day investigating, and indeed had some more information, such as the toxins in Koharu's room. Even if there is a shadow doppelganger to clean up, there is no way to clean up this toxin that is all over the room. You can't burn it clean with a fire. What is the point of using wood to divert other people's attention? In this case, Konoha's medical ninja, who was not weak in medical standards, easily discovered the toxins in this room. Bo Feng Shuman, what do you think of this analysis report? Is it the toxin that comes with the Mudun ninja, or is it that the big snake pill has mastered the wooden dun, or even the big snake pill has cooperated with that Mudun master? One of them, who looked a little younger, asked, that, can Mudun release toxins? Fugaku was the first to reply, at least the first master can do it, but his ninjutsu is too powerful, so that others ignore that he can also be poisoned. For Senju's understanding, Uchiha is not lost to anyone, so what is the size of Muduen's movement when he releases the toxin? Nara Shikasa asked Fugaku. Our family recorded that when it was cast, it would change the terrain on a large scale, and the poisonous mist in Hanzo should be similar. Fugaku looked at the three generations, and he himself was not very sure of this answer. The third generation added, although the first generation of adults can be poisoned on a large scale, it is not ruled out that the power can be tightened and poisoned on a small scale. At the same time, the three generations are also thinking about whether to tell the big snake pill that may have obtained an intercolumn cell transplant. After all, now that Tuan Zhang is dead, he has also cleaned up the roots, and he is no longer afraid that the matter of transplanting cells will affect him. But he eventually decided to hide it, and Koharu and Danzo were both dead, and he needed to prepare more whole cards in case he needed it. At this time, he saw Mito Minion's gaze sweeping over, and then stared at him with an inquiring gaze, and he knew that the other party and himself should be thinking about the same thing, so he shook his head slightly, signaling not to be exposed. However, at this time, a strange voice came, ending their discussion of Mudun. In the event that the elder of the sleeping dormitory disappears or even dies, who will inherit her position? The position of a powerful elder in Konoha instantly diverted the attention of the major families and the three generations in Mito Gate, and each sage began to recommend the person he saw fit. That, everyone, even if Bo Feng Shuman wants to stop it, there is no way. And this discussion in Hokage's office also reached the ears of Orochimaru again a day later. A poisoned wooden ninja? Interestingly, I don't know which is more poisonous than Cho or Hanzo. Of course, the big snake pill knew what was his situation, so he directly guessed that the person who poisoned and the person who used Mudun were the same. Although the order is a bit problematic, after all, Uchiha Taki poisoned first and then mastered Mudun, but in terms of actual situation, it was Orochimaru who guessed first. So he turned around and started to hurry in the direction of the Land of Wind. Konoha's current movement was enough for him to increase his investment and stuff more of his men into it. And one of the methods or candidates for investment is Yakushi Yen Neiayu and Yakushi Pocket. Time passed, and most of the year passed, and Konoha went from cold winter to hot summer. During this time, Uchiha Taki found himself a group of ninja crows as psychic beasts in addition to pondering new Duen. At the same time, when he went out of the village to do a mission, he let Yakang also sign a contract of psychic with this group of ninjas. During this time, Yakang acted the same as Uchiha Taki, very low-key. If it were not for the location through the spell seal, Uchiha Taki would not know where she was. Such a long period of tranquility made Konoha, who had been on guard, relax again, and although Midominion and the 3 generations of guards had increased, there was no need to worry about this being a trap when doing it to them. It's just that during this time, he has never found anyone suitable to open the kaleidoscope, and he will not feel guilty after killing him. The reason is funny to say, most of the pots are still Uchiha Taki's own. Because after he killed Kohara with a wooden escape, this matter pushed over time, as well as the hints of high-ranking people such as Fugaku, the hawks of the Uchiha clan also knew what the situation was. The wooden ninja who framed their clan last time has reappeared. Although everyone was angry and wanted to find out the guy, there were examples of martial arts, and even the most radical hawks were much more restrained. Without finding out the murderer, they did not dare to do it casually. Who knows if there will be the next dead man who will exchange his life for theirs. The lives of the noble Uchiha are not exchanged with those lowly civilian ninjas. This is the mentality of these Uchiha. That's why I haven't found a suitable person so far. However, Kohara's position has been empty until now, and her responsibilities are shared by Wave Feng Shuiman and Midominion. Originally, the 3 generations wanted to let their old classmate Akimichi take the position, but they were opposed by Bofeng Shuiman and other families. Together, without counting the kaleidoscope, their strength is no worse than Uchiha and Hinata. And they also have a Nara Shikasa who stays in the upper ninja squad leader, and Konoha's high-level position occupies 2 positions, which will definitely cause mass indignation. In particular, the Hyaga clan reacted most violently to this matter. Inyuga Butterfly already had a high-level position, and Uchiha also had a high-level ministerial position. Then I, Hinata, am also a wealthy family. Why would I rather give Pig Deer Butterfly 2 than give me Hinata? Look down on the white eyes or what? In addition, Nara Shikaku has long seen through this, and the 3 families of Inyuga Butterfly have not acted, so the 3 generations are just wishful thinking. During this time, a major event also happened in the ninja world, and Orochimaru sneaked into the sand-hidden village and poisoned and injured Luosha. But at the same time, he was also injured by Luosha, so he was chased by Cho with his puppet. This major event also attracted Jiraiya, who had been tracking Orochimaru, as well as Konoha's high level. Under the command of Jiraiya, Kakashi and other dark parts in Cho and Shinobu's dark department surrounded and suppressed Orochimaru, but unfortunately he was still escaped by Orochimaru. In addition to making the ninja world realize the strength of the 3 ninjas, this incident also allowed Yakang to break the 3 prohibitions of ninja once and drink a large barrel of wine in the tavern, which was only heard by Uchiha Taki when she asked Yakang to sign the contract. Knowing the situation of the big snake pill, Uchiha Taki knew that the medicine master was now the person of the big snake pill. So he also went to Konoha's orphanage to confirm once, and even the medicine master Nonoyu returned, which undoubtedly confirmed this even more. However, in addition to leaving a mental eye, he did not plan to dig the corner of the big snake pill. In addition to being difficult to dig, there is a more important thing now. Sasuke Uchiha is going to be born. This also shows that Naruto is also faster. So he relied on the connections he had accumulated in Konoha Hospital during this time to find a longer-term mission and stay in Konoha Hospital. Confirming Sasuke's date of birth is secondary, and getting more wool in the hospital is what Uchiha Taki really wants to do. After all, it was said before that Konoha's control over some medicinal materials and poisons was still quite strict, so Uchiha Taki can only come here as a doctor, and take a little medicinal herbs from it to replenish his poison stock. In Konoha Hospital, which smells of disinfectant water, Uchiha Taki completes the treatment of patients. At this time, a woman who looked to be 20 or 30 years old said, "Is Taki-kun quick to master medical ninjutsu? It won't be long before he can surpass us old people." "It's not us, Una-senpai, you're still very young." The person who spoke to Uchiha Taki was the same medical ninja he met not long after he crossed over. Okay, don't praise me, the patriarch of your family has come to you." Although I don't say it, the smile on the corner of my mouth can't be hidden. Fugaku Uchiha? Why did he come to himself? It can't be to help Nikato Uchiha deliver the baby. The atmosphere of the ninja world is still very feudal, and there will be no male doctors in the type of obstetrics and gynecology, even if the medical skills are good. Where is he? It's in the lobby on the first floor, you can see it when you go down. Thank you, Sister Yuna, then this patient will trouble you to help me deal with it. Uchiha Taki went to the bathroom to clean up before going down to the lobby on the first floor. Although there was a lot of traffic in the hall, he still saw Fugaku at a glance. For no other reason, Fugaku's paralyzed face and the power of being a minister and patriarch made it so that no one near him dared to approach except Itaki. Uchiha Taki walked towards them, and there were a few passers-by around who was so bold, but when they saw the Uchiha clan emblem on his body, they all put on a look like this. Patriarch, sit. Fugaku pointed to the spot next to him and motioned for Uchiha Taki to sit down. The last time you came to me, how is it now? After Uchiha Taki sat down, Fugaku asked. Uchiha Taki was obviously stunned when he saw the attacker next to him. This question should have been thought of by Fugaku temporarily, which is why he showed this expression. I just sent a senior to ask, and I left directly without retaining it after I refused. Maybe I invited it casually last time. Uchiha Taki sorted out the wording and said, well, I see. This time, the main thing is that the weasel wants to ask you if you can teach him some medical knowledge. Fugaku stated the purpose of calling him here. Itaki added on the side, just some basic knowledge. Suzuki is about to be born, I want to learn a little about it to take care of him. If that's all, it shouldn't be fine. Uchiha Taki said uncertainly, and then added, I'll ask the people in the hospital later. Just ask if you can learn complete medical knowledge and ninjutsu, you can exchange my battle merits for Itaki. Fugaku spoke. Since his son wants to learn, he must learn the best. However, he still warned Itaka, I won't stop you if you learn medical ninjutsu, but your usual courses can't be left behind. Thank you, father. The ferret said in surprise. Originally he just wanted to learn a little related knowledge, but he didn't expect that he would have the opportunity to get a complete medical knowledge teaching. After all, Uchiha Taki can be regarded as relying on trading with 3 generations to obtain medical ninjutsu knowledge, and if it is exchanged for ordinary people, it will take a lot of battle merit. However, these are not as exaggerated as Fuyu's battle achievements, but at most they are fractions. The battle merits that the head of a clan can accumulate is very exaggerated. However, Uchiha Taki on the other side was not so happy. He knew that Fugaku's request had a high probability of success. But at that time, he didn't want to be asked to teach Uchiha Itaki, wasting his time not to say, maybe Itaki would drag him and Shisui to discuss all kinds of messes between the village and the family. However, he was also curious, if he taught Itaki medical ninjutsu now, would he still look seriously ill in the future? Will he even raise a butcher's knife to his clan in the future? With this tangled mood, Uchiha Taki got up to bid farewell to Fugaku. Coming to the dean's office on the top floor, Uchiha Taki repeated what had just happened to the dean. The dean pondered for a moment. It should be possible. I will go to Naruto-sama in the afternoon to ask, and I will notify you when there is a result. Then trouble the dean. Uchiha Taki said politely. It's nothing, it's just working normally. It's very rare for Uchiha to be a medical ninja. I didn't expect to see two. The dean said with a hearty smile. Then she asked, Taki, how did you stay in the hospital during this time? Do you want to stay in the hospital and work? She really wanted to keep Uchiha Taki, and the powerful yang power brought by the intercolumn cells and Uchiha Taki's innate ability to manipulate chakra precision made her feel that the 9-year-old guy in front of her was an incredible genius. And he does not have the arrogance of Uchiha, and he is humble to every colleague in the hospital, which makes Dean Ye love talent. Forget about this, I also thought this way before, but I have already promised 4 generations of adults to continue to be a mission ninja, so there is no need to change it. Uchiha Taki found a reason to perfunctory. He will legally leave Konoha through the mission later. How can he stay as a full-time doctor? I can help you talk to Naruto-sama about this in the afternoon, I'm sure he will agree. The dean advised. I have already promised, I don't want to break my word. Uchiha Taki shook his head. So be it, if you regret it, you can come to me at any time, I still have a lot of say in Konoha Hospital until Tsunade-sama returns, the dean said with a sigh. It's just that when she mentioned Tsunade's right to speak, her eyes were not jealous, but full of longing. This made Uchiha Taki in the office smell a wafting fragrance of lilies. I didn't expect that your thick-eyed dean actually had this hobby. Although I know you have no hope, I support you to pursue your dreams, because I am good at this. However, this kind of thing obviously cannot be said directly, so he gave the dean an encouraging look, and then left. It's just that the dean is a little puzzled. What is the situation in this kid's eyes just now, disgusting me as the dean? Well, Uchiha Taki's encouragement is completely unconveyed. Back in the lobby on the first floor, Fugaku and Itaki have not left yet. To be precise, they will be staying in the hospital during this time. Because Mikoto Uchiha is about to give birth, they will definitely be by their side as family members. At this time, they were supporting Mikoto Uchiha, and it seemed that she had just finished checking her body. Uchiha Taki stepped forward and repeated the conversation he had just had with the dean. I didn't expect Itaka to learn medical ninjutsu as well, so my brother or sister will ask you to take care of it, Mikoto Uchiha said, rubbing Itaka's head. Well, leave it to me, my lord mother, I will take care of my brother or sister, Itaka said with a serious face. It's just that Uchiha Taki, who looked at them, was uncomfortable, looking like he wanted to complain but couldn't say anything. They didn't know what the situation of the weasel would be, but they knew, but they didn't expect that the younger brother was cultivated step by step in front of his eyes. The uncomfortable Uchiha Taki simply said goodbye to their family, and quickly left the scene without waiting for them to respond. Uchiha Mikato asked strangely, what's wrong with him? Fugaka didn't know either, so he casually mentioned the possibility maybe something is important. His attention is now on his wife and his soon-to-be-born child, and he doesn't have the energy to pay attention to others. In the afternoon, the director of the hospital came to the Hokage office and told Bofeng Shuiman about Fugaku. Is Fugaku's child about to be born? Yes, I agreed, just follow the normal redemption process. Hake's Mizuman is also happy for Fugaku and Mikato Uchiha. At the same time, their thoughts also reminded Hakafeng Shuman, and he wondered if he or Jushina should also learn medical ninjutsu. After all, Naruto was about to be born. Although you can entrust medical ninjas, you can rest assured that your children will be taken care of by yourself. After getting the approval of Bofeng Shuman, the dean returned to the hospital and sent someone to inform Uchiha Taki. Taki, the dean said that the matter you asked him this morning has been approved by Naruto-sama, and you will handle it yourself. A nurse passed the word to Uchiha Taki. It's just that Uchiha Taki was a little confused after hearing it. What kind of stuff will I deal with myself? Do you want me to teach the weasel? Are you kidding? So Uchiha Taki darkened and said thank you to the nurse who brought the message, but this aroused her curiosity. Taki, what is the situation with you? Isn't Naruto-sama happy that he agreed to your request? But she immediately realized that there was something wrong with saying this. I didn't mean to inquire about your mission, so I don't need to say anything that is inconvenient to say. Nothing, I thought of something else. Oh, I'll just say it. However, although he was unhappy with the arrangement of the dean and Bofeng Shuman this time, he still had to inform Fugaku and Itaki. So Uchiha Taki dropped the work at hand and walked towards the ward they were in. She didn't ask anyone, because from the moment Uchiha Mikato entered the hospital, she was always with her in the form of a stand-in that you couldn't see. A few minutes later, Uchiha Taki came outside the ward and knocked on the door, then pushed the door open and walked in. Taki, the weasel thing has been replied to? Fugaku asked after seeing that it was him. Yes. Uchiha Taki nodded and said, Naruto-sama has already agreed. Am I sending those medical ninjutsu materials from my room to your house? Itake, don't bother, I can go and get it. Uchiha Mikato, yes, Itake can also ask Taki to guide him then, but I heard in this hospital that you are a genius in medical ninjutsu. Don't. Uchiha Taki immediately said after hearing this, it's really unfortunate, my mission in the hospital for the past 2 days is about to end, and I am ready to take over the mission out of the village at that time. Mikato Uchiha, why did you suddenly have to leave the village? Was it unhappy to stay in the hospital? Uchiha Taki, it's just that I've been a little bored after staying in Konoha for so long, so I'm ready to take on a task and go out to change my mood. Just as Fugaku was about to persuade him, Uchiha Mikato suddenly let out a scream. Uchiha Taki, who already had good medical knowledge, immediately judged that she was going to give birth, so he said to the other two, don't worry, this is going to give birth, I'll go to the doctor who delivered the baby, you are here to take care of it. You're in trouble. Itaki and Fugaku said in unison. Uchiha Taki left the ward and flew to find the doctor in charge of delivering the baby. Although the hospital had a lot of traffic, Uchiha Taki didn't hit anyone, everyone just felt a black figure flash by, and when they turned to look for it, only his distant back was there. This is also one of the gains of Uchiha Taki during this time, his current speed and flexibility are not bad even for the upper water. After notifying the doctor who delivered the baby, Uchiha Taki handed over the handover and returned to his home in the clan land early to collect the medical knowledge given by the 3 generations. What he said to Itaki in the ward before was not all a push, and the time for the task he received in the hospital this time was indeed approaching, because it was originally calculated when he pinched Uchiha Mikato to get pregnant. After packing the books, he did not send them to Fugaku's house, although as the patriarch, he still had servants to manage him even when the family was not at home. But in case of losing 1 or 2 of these books that are crucial and cannot be passed around casually, the responsibility will still be borne by Uchiha Taki, so he is ready to pack them first and then hand them directly to Itaki himself. On the side of Konoha Hospital, Fugaku sat outside the ward listening to his wife's screams, and the sweat on his head rolled down. Even though he had already experienced it once, he still couldn't calm down at this time. And the weasel is even more anxious. Without his usual steadiness in the tribal land and school, the whole body is like ants crawling, and he can't calm down at all. You settle down, sit down, Fugaku ordered, feeling that half of the beads of sweat on his head had been shaken by the weasel. But, Father-sama. Itaki obviously wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fugaku. No. When you were born, your mother came over like this, believe your mother. Understood, my lord. It turns out that when he was born, did he make his mother so painful, and the weasel clenched his fists. In an orturous wait, the door of the delivery room was finally opened. Congratulations to Fugaku-sama for the safety of mother and son, this time it is another boy. Yes, thank you doctor. After Fugaku stood up, he realized that he was a little cold. He looked out the window, but saw pitch black. It turns out, It's been so long, the ferret on the other side couldn't wait to ask, can I go in to see my mother and brother now? Of course, let's go inside. The doctor replied with a smile that she had seen this scene many times. After receiving approval, the ferret immediately ran into the delivery room. After Fugaka thanked the doctor again, he also followed in. It's a younger brother, his name is Suzuki, right? Itaki asked towards Fugaku. That's right, this is the name I prepared for your younger brother. This is also the name of the third generation of fathers. I hope Suzuki will deserve this name in the future. Fugaku did not go to see Suzuki for the first time, but came to his wife's side. Uchiha Mikato perked up and said in a hoarse voice, bring Suzuki and let me see it too. The news of Suzuki's birth also reached the ears of Kanaha's high-ranking officials the next day. Is Fugaku's child already born? Aoba, help me prepare a gift, and let me know when Fugaku is convenient to meet guests. Wave Feng Shui Gate ordered to the mountain city Aoba of the Shadow Guard. Yes, Naruto-sama, then I'll go and prepare first. Aoba Yamashiro leaves the Hokage building to prepare gifts. A similar scene happened to the patriarchs of other families, including 3 generations. After all, Fugaku named the child Suzuki, and he couldn't say it if he didn't express it. But by the time Fugaku was able to meet people, it had been a week. At this time, Uchiha Taki also completed his mission at Kanaha Hospital, and although he was retained by the director and other companions, he refused them because he did not want to tutor Itaki. During this time, the Uchiha tribe land, because of the reasons for coming to congratulate one after another, was much more lively than usual. Uchiha Taki took the opportunity to pick a free time and go to Fugaku's house to deliver information to Itaki. Armed with the scroll containing the books, Uchiha Taki came to Fugaku's door and began to knock. It was obvious that it was not Mikato Uchiha who opened the door this time, but a servant of the Fugaku family. Sorry, the patriarch is meeting guests now, so it's not convenient to meet others. The servant had said this countless times, and he blurted it out directly after seeing Uchiha Taki. I'm here to find Itaka, you let him come out and collect something. Uchiha Taki explained. Young Master Itaki? You wait a minute. The servant hurriedly ran into the courtyard. The matter of the weasel was the first time he had encountered recently, and he didn't know how to deal with it. A moment later, the servant ran over and said, Patriarch, please come in. Hearing the servant's words, Uchiha Taki couldn't help but withhold one. What's wrong with this? You won't still want to persuade me, will you? With a puzzled mood, Uchiha Taki followed the servant to the place where Fugaku had seen the guest before. But here I met an unexpected person, Bofeng Shuman. After seeing Uchiha Taki come in, Bofeng Shuiman took the lead in greeting. It's been a long time, Taki. During this time, I heard from the dean that your medical ninjutsu has improved greatly, and you are about to catch up with those ninjas who specialize in medical ninjutsu. It's Lord Dean, I still have a lot to learn, Uchiha Taki said modestly. In fact, he has learned almost the medical ninjutsu of these guys. If you want to continue climbing to the top of the mountain of medical ninjutsu, you must either go to Tsunade to learn or start researching it yourself. I heard Fugaku say that you plan to go to take a task and go out of the village to change your mood. Watergate asked. Is there a plan? What's the problem? Uchiha Taki didn't understand why Bofeng Shuman suddenly mentioned this matter. Was it to help Fugaku persuade him together? The Dark Department has a mission this time that requires someone with excellent medical ninjutsu to follow the action. Do you want to think about it? Bofeng Shuman also loves talent this time, and wants to test whether Uchiha Taki can join the Dark Department through this mission, otherwise he directly orders to ask for someone from Kanaha Hospital. It's just that since he said these words, Uchiha Taki's right eyelid began to beat rapidly, which made the alarm bell in his heart also begin to ring. Both of his eyes represent luck, and the right eyelid jumping here is not just a blepharospasm, but a real reminder that something bad can happen to him. So he found a reason and said, sorry, Naruto-sama, the mission in the dark part is still too difficult for me, I want to do a little easier task. Well, since Taki you don't want to, then I can only find someone else, Bofeng Shuman said with a slight disappointment. Seeing that the matter of Bofeng Shuman was finished, Fugaku opened his mouth with a displeased look and asked, Taki, what did you come to find Itaka this time? He could see that this was Bofeng Shuman's intention to recruit him into the Dark Department, which was originally a good opportunity for Uchiha to enter the Dark Department, but he didn't expect that this kid refused, and he naturally didn't have a good face. However, Uchiha Taki did not see that who let Fugaku's usual face be unpleasant. The medical ninjutsu and related knowledge I said last time are here, and I'm here to send this. Uchiha Taki took out the storage scroll. Leave it to me then. Fugaku said that he had forgotten about this during this time, and if it weren't for Uchiha Taki coming to the door today, I'm afraid he wouldn't have remembered. When Uchiha Taki heard this, he handed the scroll directly to him. After all, this was exchanged for Fugaku's merits at the beginning. Moreover, Bofeng Shuman himself is here, and he did not stop it, which means that there is no problem. After leaving Fugaku's house, Uchiha Taki left the miracle at Fugaku's house. He was still quite interested in what Bofeng Shuman just said. After all, it was something that could make his right eyelid jump. It's a pity that Bofeng Shuman came to Fugaku's house this time just to congratulate Suzuki on his birth, not to discuss with Fugaku. When he left, he also left with the Flying Thunder God technique, and he didn't know where to go, and Uchihataki, who had no choice, could only let the miracle go to the Hokage office to watch. And this vigilance made Uchihataki notice a little problem. Although the content of the mission is still not clear, there is only one person in the dark part that receives the order. There is a silver-white hair, and in the dark mask, the left eye is still blocked. Kiki Kakashi. After seeing him, Uchihataki had a hunch that there was not a problem with this mission, but that Kakashi had a problem here. It shouldn't attract Brother Tuzi. Fortunately I refused. On Brother Tuzi's side, he was angrily questioning Heiju at the border of the Fire Country, and he was about to start a fight if he didn't agree with each other. Combined with his surroundings, it's easy to guess why he's angry, because this is the Nohara-Rin cemetery that was messed up by Uchihataki. Didn't you say that your techniques are very stable and will never fail, and you will definitely know once someone breaks them? Then why don't you tell me that Rin's grave was destroyed by someone else like this? Obito's eyes are not only the pupil's chakra eyes, but the entire eye is bloodshot, becoming almost red like the chakra eyes. And Kuro never had time to wipe the spit that sprayed on his face when he questioned him. He himself was confused. Why the tomb was destroyed, he didn't know. But the truth had already happened, and he did not excuse himself. Obito, I'm sorry for this, I really didn't realize that this place was destroyed. But don't worry, let me investigate what the situation is first. Soon, Baiju and Kuroju, who began their investigation, found the note jar that Uchihataki had tied to the tree next to him. Take the soil and look at it, I found something. Baiju took the jar and asked Obito for merit. I took the people here, and I hope to make a deal with you one day. Obito read the note Uchihataki had left him word by word. Heiju, does this guy know your identity? Is there any written on it what to trade, or other information? Obito said with a scowl on his face, no, there are only so many on it. Have you found any other clues? The grave was violently opened, and I checked the spells on it and found that every position in it had been destroyed, including the ones that were still underground. Obito, you directly said the result. I don't understand these, they are all destroyed, what can it say? Heiju knew that Obito was not smart, so he explained, if it is only violently broken, then the buried spell mark cannot be affected. Obito, do you remember how we sent Rin to the grave in the first place? Obito recalled for a moment and muttered, I remember that you first made the shell of the tomb, and at the same time carved the magic in the tomb, and then I penetrated it with divine power and sent Rin inside. Heiju, that's right, although this possibility is very low. This guy who stole Lin is likely to have the same ability as you. Only in this way can I destroy my technique. Obito was stunned for a moment and retorted, that doesn't make sense, since he can take it away quietly, why do he destroy the tomb? Maybe he wanted to make a deal with you, but you probably couldn't find the wooden jar hanging from the tree next to it, so he destroyed the tomb. Black Jeopardy raises a possibility. Then he added, it is also possible that his ability is not convenient for you and cannot bring people, so he first destroys the technique, and then destroys the tomb. That means that the other party may also be the owner of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, Obito asked. Very likely. Although the ninja world entered the ninja village era, ninjutsu changed with each passing day, even the 1,000-year-old Goblin Black could not understand it all. However, even if it cannot be ruled out that someone has developed an incredible new technique, he still prefers to believe that it is a kaleidoscope ability. So what to do? If he is from Konoha, how will we deal with Wave Feng Shuman then? Obito asked with a frown. Don't worry, since he said he wanted to make a deal with you, he may be a member of the Hawks. Besides, he hasn't written his name yet, and it's possible that he doesn't even know you're alive. Heiju said slowly. What do you mean, he took Rin away? Isn't it clear who Obito's identity? Baiju also interjected. Heiju shook his head, one of you is the party, and the other often stays by the party's side, so you have this idea. There is more than one person that Lin can think of. Kakashi, Baiju and Obito said in unison. Kuroju showed a teachable expression, that's right, Kakashi is a genius of Konoha, and he also inherited Obito's left eye, which is very heavy in the eyes of others. This guy may want to make a deal with Kakashi. This can't be blamed on Heiju wanting to be crooked, after all, he handled all kinds of things after Obito fake his death very well. It can be said that all the traces left in the ninja world after Obito fake his death have been erased, and he never believes that anyone can find Obito fake his death. And the performance in the original work was not exposed until the late stage, and no one discovered Obito's identity in the early stage. After all, Kuro definitely wanted to break his little head, and he couldn't imagine that the ninja world had one more hanger who had read the script. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that it is the reason why Uchihataki increases his lucky points from time to time. So what should be done? I won't let go of the guy who defiled Lin's body, Obito said angrily. Go Konoha. Kuro said firmly, Obito, where do you go to Kakashi to find out what information there is, and Shiro and I will confirm if Uchiha of Konoha has a hidden kaleidoscope chakra eye. What if it doesn't? Obito asked, he still didn't know much about Kakashi. If not, come back to join us. Kuroju saw his thoughts. After all, we opened the jar with the note, and it is quite possible that Kakashi did not know what happened. This is also a good thing for Kuroja, and he doesn't want Obito to be completely blackened, and then take Kakashi's eyes back. Obito is too strong, it will not be easy to control. Time was fleeting, and Obito and his group quickly arrived in Konoha by relying on the space-time pupil technique and the ephemera technique. "How's it going?" Obito asked as he sang at the black and white that emerged from the tree trunk. "Kakashi is not in Konoha now, probably on a mission in the dark part. I left a white doppelganger to continue the investigation." Kuriki and Obito talked about the intelligence he had gathered. Uchiha sighed, "Most of the people are in Konoha, only one guy named Uchiha Taki has gone out on a mission. Are you going to investigate him?" Baiju added. "No need, Taki, that guy I know, he is only 9 years old now, and his family died very early, and there are few friends. How can he open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye?" Obito vetoed. "Good, the correct answer is ruled out in the first place." Heiju also nodded, he still knew a little about Uchiha. When Chang Uchiha Taki's parents died in battle, Baiju also followed Madara's order to investigate. It turned out that he didn't even open his eyes, gave up attention at that time, and later showed a hook of jade on the battlefield, which is even more impossible. After all, there is no way to hide a few guyu in the eyes of the writing wheel, not that people with 3 guyu can only open 1 guyu. And during this time, Uchiha Taki was not stimulated, and it was even more impossible to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye. Obito has a point. I feel that the most likely is Uchiha Fugaku, who has too many opportunities to open on the battlefield. The second is Uchiha Shisui, he is a very emotional person, and he opened Sangyu very early. He also needs to confirm. Finally, Uchiha Ningtai? Didn't you confirm last time that he was no longer turned on? Baiju asked in surprise. At the beginning, he had faced Ningtai and Gangya head-on, and his memory of them was still very deep. Obito also looked at Kuroju, wanting to see what he thought. After all, Uchiha Ninta is the guy who we all thought there was hope to open, although it feels unlikely, but I still have to confirm it. Kuro didn't have any special opinions, just said it out of caution. Uchiha Taki didn't go on a mission this time to ambush Obito. He used miracles before to see the state of Kushina when she was pregnant, which is much smaller than Uchiha Mikato. According to the production date of Uchiha Mikato, it will be almost 3 months before Naruto is born. When he finishes this mission, stay in Konoha for a while, and then go out again. On Brother Two's side, Obito asked, "How do you test whether they have opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye? What if it alarms the wave Feng Shui gate?" When Heiju heard Obito's words, he also began to make trouble. If the kaleidoscope powerhouse wanted to deliberately hide, it was really difficult to find out. Let's go find Kakashi first. Let Obito go first to find out if there are any clues. If not, I will think of other ways. Originally, Kuro definitely wanted to split up, but since Kakashi is not in Konoha now, he can only go to Kakashi first, and he doesn't have the strength to force out the kaleidoscope chakra eye without Obito. "Haku, did you find where Kakashi is?" Kuro asked. "I haven't come back yet. Do you want to check on the Uchiha family first?" Baiju replied. "Heiju, no, this may scare the grass and snakes. Then you investigate first, find Kakashi and call me." The space around Obito began to distort, sucking his body into his eyes. Heiju and Baiju did not obstruct, although Obito did not say where he went, but without thinking about it, he knew that he must have gone to the cemetery to find linear. Kakashi couldn't find out where he was going for a while, and according to the investigation of Haku's doppelganger, he had been away from Konoha for almost a day. This kind of time is enough for a powerful ninja to run all the way. So Heiju sneaked into the Uchiha family to find out the situation. Although there was no way to test, he could still use daily monitoring to find a little clue. The first choice he chose was Fuyu, and Ningtai really had little hope in his opinion, unless he asked Baiju to stimulate it again. After all, in Ningtai's opinion, Baiju was the real murderer behind the scenes. After all, the age of Shui Shui is too young, and the probability of Fuyu is relatively greater. After all, now that his mind is full of Suzuki and Uchiha Mikato, Kuro believes that he can force Fugaku's true strength no matter which one he does. So he blended into the trees and headed in the direction of Fugaku's house, while also asking about Baiju Jushina in his mind. It happened to be Konoha once, so I definitely have to check it out. After all, that is the most promising opportunity to kill the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Once missed, the Wave Feng Shui Gate wants to run, no one can stop him. This is the power of time and space ninjutsu. In the original work, Obito and Black and White were so well prepared that they failed to kill him, and in the end, they were martyred together because of Juzine's death, which is really a bit ironic. This is also the confidence that Uchiha Taki dared to let Obito find out that Rin's body had been stolen and leave a note there. Because no matter what, Bofang Shiman is a person who must be killed with soil, otherwise his divine power will be suppressed by Watergate, and he will feel constrained in everything he does at that time. On the other side, Uchiha Taki put away a white corpse with a strange face. Although neither Obito nor Kuro said they were going to investigate Uchiha Taki, before the order to stop the investigation reached the white doppelganger, he was killed by the miracle of you. Brother Tuzi won't find me wrong. Against this white absolute, Uchiha Taki also has a little headache. It doesn't matter if he leads the soil to investigate him, I am afraid that he will not come after being attacked by a little bad luck. Alas, forget it, didn't I steal Lin's body in the first place to attract him over? Although this incident was also caused by the theft of Rin's body, how to say it, Uchiha Taki believed that as long as Toko learned that Rin's body was here, he would definitely cross everything to come to him. But there is a white absolute next to me, which means that there is at least one Obito and a black Jew, which should be in Konoha. After judging this result, Uchiha Taki immediately changed his plan. Assemble a shadow doppelganger and let him handle the mission, while he himself returns to Konoha and uses a miracle to investigate what is going on. Back on the periphery of Konoha, Uchiha Taki found a dense forest with tall trees, and used the wooden escape to create a giant tree that required more than a dozen people to hold hands to encircle. Although it is large, it is not particularly conspicuous in this dense forest. The inside was hollowed out by him with a wooden escape, and at the top of the trunk, leaving a tree hole that could only accommodate miners. This is the camp he prepared for himself, and the middle 2 points can also be said to be a secret base. Until he gets the eye with soil, he should come here often. A single rocking chair made of rattan is built out of wood, and Uchiha Taki lies comfortably on it to let the miracle go back to Konoha to check on the situation. The first place to explore was naturally Konoha Cemetery, and if he brought soil, he would definitely come to this place. Is this guy so easy to guess? A moment later, Uchiha Taki complained, not expecting to directly discover the target the first time. At this time, in front of Nohara Rin's tombstone, a man in the image of a prime-aged man was staring at the tombstone obsessively. Why is your disguise so outrageous? The image of a man who has nothing to do with Rin Nohara, looking at her tombstone like this, everyone will feel that there is a problem. Uchiha Taki, who observes the soil through the miracle, complains. If this is seen by Kakashi or Wave Fang Shuman, you can find the problem at a glance. How did Kuroja teach you? It's just like a pig. Uchiha Taki couldn't stop complaining at all. Phew. Uchiha Taki, who had spat out a lot of words in one breath, paused slightly to catch his breath, when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Although Obito and Taki had met before, they had dealt with each other since crossing over, but they had not met officially. In this case, whether it can trigger a miracle attack on you, even Uchiha Taki himself is not sure. So he decided to let the miracle turn into an entity for you and dangle in front of Obito, without the need to attack him, just to rouse curiosity. If it was a state of not being able to control the doom before, Uchiha Taki would definitely not dare to do so, because it was very likely to startle the grass. Although Obito's brain is not enough, it is likely that the black will notice the problem. But now he can completely let doom mark Obito first, then not trigger, and then attack him when needed. Just do what you say. Uchiha Taki first let the miracle go some distance away from Obito. After returning to the Hokage building, he did not return to the Hokage office to give orders, but stood on the roof of the building and looked at the whole of Konoha. A series of things that happened before were things that he was not very good at, so he basically discussed them with everyone. But now, the opponent is likely to master the time and space ninjutsu, then Konoha can deal with him only himself. Naruto-sama, a Hinata ninja ran over and shouted at him. Found a suspicious person? Where is it? Watergate asked. Uchiha clan land. The Hyagon ninja said a little tangled, but he had heard that the guy who invaded Konoha this time was likely to have space ninjutsu sometimes. If he could catch them in the Uchiha clan, if he escaped with time-space ninjutsu and he pounced with Hokage, the Uchiha clan would definitely take revenge on him. I see, I will take you to hurry with the Flying Thunder God, and you will guide the way. Bofang Shuman did not hesitate and planned to act immediately. Yes, Naruto-sama. On the other side, Obito came out of the Shinwei space, and when he saw Obito's arrival, Heiju also turned out from the trunk of the tree. Why are you here now? What was found? I just saw Orochimaru. He appeared in the Konoha cemetery and didn't know what he was doing, and when I went up to track him, I found that he had disappeared. Disappeared? Did you lose it? Heiju feels incredible. The ability to bring soil can actually be humiliated? Even the Wave Feng Shui Gate, who was also a time-space ninjutsu user, couldn't get rid of him. Are you sure you read that right? I don't even recognize people, not to mention I use a kaleidoscope to write wheel eyes. Obito said dissatisfied. He felt that Heiju looked down on him too much. Sorry, I just felt incredible. Be careful. The sword of ninja passed through Obito's head, and Bofang Shui Gate flashed in front of Obito with a puzzled look. But fortunately, the current Obito is the one with a mask, and he still has a hood on his head, so he didn't let Bofang Shuman discover his true identity. Heiju immediately retracted into the trunk after reminding him of the soil. Even though Bofang Shui men used a spiral pill to smash the tree, he still couldn't find any trace of him. What are you? Bofang Shuman asked while guarding. One was headshot by the Sword of Patience, but it seemed that he hadn't touched it at all. The other is like the wooden ninja who did it against Gangyu last time, but the appearance is black and white. He couldn't think of any two people in the ninja world who met this condition. Fugaku, who was shocked by the movement of the spiral pill just now, also rushed out of his house, saw Bofang Shuman and a masked man confronting, and asked Watergate, "What is the situation? I didn't expect that it was always a yellow flash that was late, and today's action is so fast." Obito taunted in a husky voice. "Who are you? I don't seem to have you in my memory." Bofang Shuman frowned and stared at Obito. Obito said as if he had seen him many times, but he really didn't know this guy who was good at time and space ninjutsu. In other words, there should be few people in the entire ninja world, otherwise with his ability, he would have become famous all over the world. But Obito didn't say much, but instead lowered his head slightly, his eyes avoided the sight of Bofang Shuman, and began to exert divine power. The situation just now was actually a little exposed, but if he didn't say it, the anger in Obito's heart after seeing the way Feng Shui Gate really made him uncomfortable. When you are a disciple, you come late every time, and when you are your enemy, you come so quickly? However, Feng Shuman also reacted quickly, although he didn't understand why he lowered his head, but unless it was someone from Hinata's family, it would be difficult to react to places where he couldn't see once he avoided his sight. He immediately threw a sword of ninja with his left hand towards Obito's blind spot, then flashed over and caught the sword of ninja with his left hand and slashed towards Obito, followed by the spiral pill in his right hand. The first attack was a temptation, and he also wanted to see his face under the mask, and the second was Orochimaru's formal attack, and he planned to use this to leave Obito. Just like the second stage of the Flying Thunder God in the original work, after Obito skillfully avoided the first attack, the second spiral pill smashed his back. How is that possible? Fugaku on the side saw this scene and felt as if he was in a world of illusion. The location of the Wave Feng Shui Gate may not be visible, but from his point of view, he can clearly see which kaleidoscope riding wheel eyeball looks like from the hole of the mask with soil. After knocking Obito down, the Wave Feng Shui Gate did not stop, but stabbed towards Obito's heart with the sword of shinobi. Although he is curious about the identity of this masked man, as long as he kills him, he will get everything. It's just that at this time, the surrounding green plants burst up, like a thorn in the trap, poking towards the Wave Feng Shui Gate. If he didn't avoid it, then he could only die with Obito. Of course, he as a Hokage would not change one by one, so he immediately avoided it. Of course, this is only a judgment in the mind of Bofang Shuman. Don't forget Obito and his Izanagi. If he really plans to change, it will only be him. At the same time, Baiju's body also began to convey the power of Yang Dun to Obito, allowing him to recover quickly. After the current Obito was taught such a lesson by the Wave Feng Shui Gate, he did not support it, and directly sucked himself away with divine power. And although Bofang Shuman and Fuya both planned to keep him, they were dragged down by the black and white wooden escape. Although it didn't last long, it was enough to take the soil and slip away with divine power. Fugaku immediately lead all the members of the guard department to cooperate with the people of the Hyuga clan and start looking for them. Yes. There is no need for Bofang Shuman to say, Fugaku will also do this, an unfamiliar kaleidoscope riding wheel I can't help him slack. The situation here was also clearly seen by Uchiha Taki outside Konoha. Originally, he didn't know where the Wave Feng Shui Gate went, but since he smashed down a tree with a spiral pill, the miracle is immediately known to you. Originally, he also wanted to take this opportunity to obtain the eyes of Brother Tuzi in advance, but unfortunately Brother Tuzi was not useful, and he was directly beaten stupid by Bofang Shuman. If it weren't for Heiju's help, maybe Bofang Shuman could really leave the soil this time. But since there is no chance, Uchiha Taki should also try to stay away from the detection of white eyes. If you are accidentally discovered, that guy is so happy that he wants to chase him down, so that he can be killed by a miracle for you. But if, like just now, he went to inform Bofang Shuman, he would be in a bit of trouble. After the Bofang Shui Gate came out of the Uchiha tribe, he happened to see the 3 generations who came with the roots, so he took the initiative to greet them. Watergate, what happened? While asking, the 3 generations also glanced at the Uchiha clan, hoping that something happened to Uchiha, and then the Wave Feng Shui Gate went to suppress it. In this way, he can use this to separate the relationship between Bofang Shuman and Fugaku. Konoha has infiltrated a ninja who is good at time and space ninjutsu, as well as a wooden ninja who is very similar to the last time he framed the Nintai brothers. Bofang Shuman replied, "Space-time ninjutsu." The 3 generations exclaimed and looked at the Wave Feng Shui Gate. Watergate knew what he meant, shook his head and said, "It's not the Flying Thunder God technique, but it's more than the Flying Thunder God technique. Uncanny, weird? Is there anything I can do?" Mayo asked. If it was something else, he would definitely act directly with the roots, but against a ninja who uses time and space ninjutsu, then he also has to refer to the advice of Wave Feng Shuman. After all, the art industry has a specialty. Let's go and find it with the people of the Hyuga clan. Don't be impulsive after you find it, and notify me immediately. Bofang Shuman said helplessly. Even if he had just hit Obito, he still felt that he was very difficult, and ordinary ninjas could not defeat him. It's just that their search this time can only be abruptly fruitless, and after Obito was hit by the Wave Feng Shui Gate once, they immediately left Konoha and did not return. In a cave covered by a waterfall, Obito and Black and White are resting inside. In fact, Bofang Shuman was just a surprise this time, and after you have experience this time, you won't do it again next time. Hey Ju comforted. But what he said also makes sense. Shinwei Void can last for a total of about a few minutes. Before it was just that he was too careless, so he cancelled the void, but now that he knows, Wei Feng Shuman will not be able to deal with him with the Flying Thunder God's second stage in the future. With the price of one injury, in exchange for a powerful offensive means of Bofang Shuman, no matter how you think about it, you don't lose anything. What's more, this injury recovered after a few seconds, and Obito just lost face. After all, fundamentally, Shinwei is still better than Flying Thunder God. What about the suspected kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? Now that he has been discovered by Bofang Shuman, he must be preparing for us and continue to probe. Go check with Kakashi first. It's okay if you can't find it. Don't forget that the Nine Tails are Madara's psychic beasts. As long as you learn Madara to leave you an inheritance, even a kaleidoscope of two-eyed chakra eyes won't be able to steal control of the Nine Tails. Why didn't you say it earlier? Obito said dissatisfied. I said that you will study seriously. Heiju's reply was also very reasonable, as if he didn't hide the soil at all. But he also did have confidence. After all, since Obito became familiar with the kaleidoscope ability, he had also become more and more inflated, and he had not cultivated much about the many assets Madara left him. Obito was choked by him like this, remembering that his attitude was indeed a little problematic before, and it was difficult to say anything for a while. So he changed the topic and said, then when will Juzine be produced? How do we confirm? Bofang Shuman should be prepared. You don't have to worry about this, Bai and I will handle it. Don't forget that we exist to collect intelligence. Heiju said confidently. On the other side, the people of Konoha, who were struggling to bring fruitless soil, gathered again at the Hokage building to begin a meeting. First of all, Hinata, who summarized the intelligence collected by the clansmen, and then slightly simplified it to report to everyone present. So, that wooden ninja moves through trees and dirt? Mayo asked. At the moment, it seems that this is true, but it is not ruled out that there are other ways. Hinata replied. I didn't understand a little before. Isn't Mudun the blood of our Konoha? Why did he target Konoha? A passerby with strong strength and a certain status asked. Actually, it's too lazy to choose a name. His question is also the problem of many people present. According to Mudun's status, if Mudun is awakened, there is no need to betray Konoha at all. It's possible that it's not Konoha. At this time, a faint voice came, which woke everyone up. This time, it seems to have been found in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha again. Everyone present looked at Fugaku in unison. They knew a little about Senju and Uchiha's grudge. They wanted to see what the Fugaku patriarch thought about this matter. If it's against Uchiha, why did the space-time ninja go to the room of the Book of Seals to alarm us? The opening of the wave Feng Shui gate relieved Fugaku. It's just that Fuyu's face still shows a tangled look. The third generation felt a little strange, and couldn't help but ask, Fugaku, what's wrong with you? Fugaku took a long breath. Everyone, I want to say something next, don't be afraid. Everyone, we are the strongest ninja of Konoha, how can we be afraid? You just say it. Fugaku, before, when Watergate hit the masked man with a spiral pill. From the hole in the mask, I saw the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. Fugaku struggled for a long time, and finally said this matter. No way, this situation is like a rebellion in your own ninja village. If you don't say it, this rebellion will only blame your village. Kaleidoscope Sharinan. Mayo and Mito Minion immediately bounced up from his chair when he heard this. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Mayo asked. That's right, you can't talk nonsense about this. How sure are you? Mito Manitis added. In private, others secretly asked the person next to them, what is the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? Another person also whispered, I don't know. A guy standing next to the Uchiha clan asked Shui, what is the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? Stop the water? But the water stopped as if nothing had been heard. At this time, he suddenly remembered that the guard department was slaughtered. At that time, people thought that only a person of the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow or Bofang Shuman could do it, but he knew in his heart that the owner of the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye could also do it. And now, Uchiha Fugaku's words obviously confirmed this. Everyone in the guard department was killed by that guy. Thinking of this, I shuddered all over my body, and I almost couldn't hold it back, and opened the Sharinan eye. Fugaku's side heard the questioning of the two, and Yin Yang replied strangely, could it be that the two of you know more about Sharinan than me, the Uchiha patriarch? The decision he made with great difficulty, and someone actually came to question whether he was wrong. Can this be tolerated? The third generation and Mito Minion looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Indeed, the patriarch of Uchiha said yes, you two outsiders can know better than him. At this time, someone spoke up to relieve them. 3 generations of adults, Lord Fugaku, what is the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? The 3 generations smiled sarcastically. Let's let the Fuyo patriarch answer, he is more suitable than me. Fugaku did not continue the yin and yang strange chi, but explained everyone knows that our Uchiha Sharingan is divided into 1, 2, 3, and 3 Guyu, and there are 3 levels. On top of this, the Sharingan can continue to evolve, that is, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. So what's the change? It should be more than an enhanced version of San Goyu. Nara Shikaka said that if the 3-hook jade is enhanced, then their performance in just 3 generations is obviously abnormal. Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eyes, after opening, will have other abilities, but as its name is Kaleidoscope, I don't know what kind of ability it is, but that guy just now should be a time-space pupil. Fugaku continued to explain. What's the weakness in that? Sorry. Akami Shinobu was awakened by Fugaku's fierce eyes. Sharingan is the foundation of Uchiha. You ask about the weakness of Sharingan, why don't you ask about the weakness of Hinata's white eye? Why don't you ask the pig deer butterfly about the weakness of their secret art? See if they take care of you. The 3 generations who had just made a mistake came out and explained the ability to write chakra eyes in Kaleidoscope is different. Even if it is a weakness, it is also aimed at the individual. Even if it is the same race, it is not clear about its weakness. The 3rd generation took a sip of tea, and then said with a solemn expression, if you are still new to Kaleidoscope Sharingan, I will tell you a name, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. Is the user of the Kaleidoscope chakra eye as strong as him? Wouldn't it? The guy who said this also glanced at the wave Feng Shui Gate. He was an old man in Konoha who had seen the powerful Uchiha spot, and he didn't think that the wave Feng Shui Gate had the ability to suppress the Uchiha bandana. Ahem, calm down. Sande said, of course, that should not be Madara. He has long been killed by the first adult, but it is not ruled out that it is his successor. But Patriarch Fugaku doesn't know if the Uchiha clan has a hidden Kaleidoscope chakra eye. Shouldn't he thoroughly investigate the Uchiha clan? At this time, a yin and yang strange voice came. What do you mean? Fugaku glared angrily at him. Seeing that there was a tendency to quarrel, Bofang Shuman helplessly shouted, be quiet. He looked at the 3 generations and asked if there was a suitable way to deal with it, and neither he nor Shikaka knew much about Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Mayo noticed his gaze, but only shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't know. No way, Uchiha wants to hide it is too simple. If it's those guys who already know that they opened the chakra eye, it's okay, but in case that old Yinbai is not recorded to open the eye, and then he bites himself and doesn't open the eye, how can you be sure? After all, the people here have not opened the perspective of God, nor have they read the script, and even if it is turned on, it is useless, because the miracle of the Avatar is also in this room for you, and what they say is clear to Uchiha Taki. Bofang Shuman saw that everyone in the 3 generations could not come up with a suitable plan, so he spoke, I have plans for the affairs of the Uchiha clan. First discuss the 2 guys I just found. They should be planning to frame Uchiha again the same way they did last time they framed the Gangya brothers, right? Then why did they go looking for the Book of Seals? Although they will inevitably not be able to guess their purpose after they treat the miracle to you as Obito, it does not prevent them from making plans. In this way, during this time, the people of the Hyuga clan need to search with their white eyes frequently, please understand. Watergate stood up and bowed to everyone. Seeing this, the last trace of dissatisfaction just now also dissipated, not to mention that the Hyuga clan was not probing casually, but there were still people from the Dark Department. Then everyone can disband and do their own things. The 3rd generation in Fugaku, wait a moment, I still have something to tell you. Watergate commanded to the crowd. It's just that after the others left, the water stopped and did not leave. Stop the water? Do you have anything else? Mayo asked. Although he hated Uchiha, he still liked Kagamai's descendants. My lords, actually, I also turned on the Kaleidoscope chakra eye. Stimulated by Obito, he decided to tell his eyes about it. What? The expressions of everyone present were different. The expression of the 3rd generation was surprised with horror. Fugaku's expression was surprised with surprise. Bofang Shuman, on the other hand, is similar to Fugaku, but at the same time has a little more curiosity. Curious about how the water stop opens the Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel eye, whether this can restrain another kaleidoscope. How did you turn it on? Mayo asked first. Sorry, 3 generations of adults. Shui Shui refused in embarrassment. After all, the price of kaleidoscope opening is really unacceptable. Then your ability should not be of the spacetime type. Bofang Shuman asked. He had still heard of the way he fought to stop the water, and it was completely different from the masked man he had encountered before. Yes, Naruto-sama, my ability is an illusion type, but it's hard to say specifically. Shisui didn't say anything about his abilities, and the Uchiha clan hadn't started to rebel at this time, so he didn't need to use this to show loyalty. So can you deal with that guy? Even if you control him for a while, Watergate continued to ask. As long as the masked man's time-space pupil technique is limited for a few seconds, Bofang Shuman will be sure enough to kill him. I don't know, but I'm willing to give it a try, Shui Shui said firmly. Very good, then stop the water. Now I invite you to join the Dark Ministry in the name of Hokage, will you? Watergate sent out an invitation. Watergate. Sanday's face changed greatly after hearing this, and the water stop had already been booked by him to join the route. But he had no suitable reason to stop it, because even if there was a water stop, he had to rely on the wave feng shui gate to deal with the pupil technique of time and space, and he was useless for 3 generations. If you threaten the theory with a kaleidoscope, then you can't grab the water stop. Why is there a threat to Watergate, but there is no threat to you? So the 3 generations can only secretly scold Obito in their hearts. If there is no Obito appear, the water stop is his. I do, Naruto-sama. Shisui said excitedly, this is the Dark Division, one of the places that Konoha's powerful ninja yearn for the most. The 3 generations of adults and Fugaku should have no opinion. Bofeng Shuman asked. Nope. Mayo replied with a bitter face. After deciding on the matter of stopping the water, Bofeng Shuman said with a solemn expression, although I believe that neither of you are the kaleidoscope ninja, it really cannot be ruled out that guy is hiding in the Uchiha clan. Shisui and Fugaku nodded in agreement. This is true, they can't deny it. So I plan to concentrate on monitoring the Uchiha clan for a period of time, and as compensation, your clan can choose a forbidden art on the Book of Seals. Of course, some special forbidden art still can't be chosen. Bofeng Shuman's expression was also a little embarrassed, because it was suspicious to let a large family of hundreds of people be monitored centrally, which was really a bit careless. But this is also due to his personality. If you change to Tuanzang, don't say compensation, I will directly send someone to your home to monitor. If there is any change, you are the murderer. How long will it last? Fugaku asked with an ugly face. This treatment was already equivalent to house arrest. It's not now, I'll inform you of the specific time, which will last for more than a month. Bofeng Shuman explained. Hearing him say this, Fugaku and the 3 generations immediately reacted and understood the reason why he did this. 9 tails. Juzine is going to give birth. So that's the case, I understand, I will restrain the clansmen. Understanding the reason, Fugaku also had no resentment. After all, Suzuki had just been born, and he could understand Bofeng Shuman's mood at this time, plus this was still Watergate's first child, and it was normal for him to be nervous. The 3rd generation is more understanding, and he intends to wait for Watergate's request and let his roots watch. Although the reason is not clear, seeing that the 3 generations and Fugaku agree, he naturally believes them. After seeing Fugaku agree, Bofeng Shuman was also relieved. After all, he still had a good relationship with Fuyu in private. As long as Jushina gives birth to a child, with the powerful physique of the Uzumaki clan, he will soon be able to become the top combat power of Konoha again, and he will have enough confidence to deal with that time and space ninja when the time comes. On the other side, Uchiha Taki's face is even more strange. The Uchiha family will be monitored for more than a month? Doesn't that mean that he has to have another shadow doppelganger for a long time? But fortunately, he had already anticipated this situation, so he also had plans for it. On the side of Obito, Baiju emerged from the ground. I brought a good news and 2 bad news. Which one should you listen to first? Obito frowned. 2? Let's start with the bad news. Baiju, first of all, I have a doppelganger who was killed, and I didn't find out who it was. Hey Ju, by the way, I remembered that when you dealt with Brother Ningtai, you also had a doppelganger discovered. Could it be that hidden kaleidoscope? Hey Ju was secretly surprised in his heart that guy would not find that the intercolumn cells could replenish the consumption of the kaleidoscope chakra. This was something that Madara only knew in the end. By Ju, then I don't know. After all, the rest of the doppelgangers were used to save the soil at that time. Hey, Obito shouted with a black face, even if you don't save it, I can escape. And the bad news, seeing that Obito was not convinced, Heiju immediately changed the topic. Baiju, that's when you were hit by the wave feng shui gate with a spiral pill, and Fugaku saw your kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Damn, how come? This is really a bit of a big deal, so it will be difficult for him to frame the Uchiha family in the future. In the original work, the reason why he wanted to cooperate with Itachi to solve the Uchiha clan was because he was afraid that they would awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan that restrained his ability, and now he basically declared a failure. Even that mysterious kaleidoscope can use this to smash the pot on his head. Thinking of this, Obito can't help but smash his fist to the ground. Heiju comforted, even if they find out, they don't know the details of your kaleidoscope ability. As long as you can kill Bofeng Shuman, then slowly liquidate those Ujibo. Then he continued, what about the good news? The good news is that I found out where Kakashi was. Then let's go. Obito couldn't wait to stand up and said. There was a hint of cruelty on his face. He was embarrassed this time because of this mysterious kaleidoscope, so now he only wanted to get information from Kakashi and then take revenge. 2 days later, at this time, the Uchiha Taki Shadow Doppelganger had completed the task of healing and scattered himself, and the Uchiha Taki body also returned to the interior of Konoha. However, instead of continuing the task this time, he returned to his shop. It's been a long time, you really don't want to leave all this to me. Tengo greeted Uchiha Taki. After all, you are a professional in this regard, I just need the money to arrive. Uchiha Taki said. After finishing his stay with the Heavenly Emperor, he went to his own room on the second floor of the bookstore again. Since the key to the second floor is only yours, there is no need to worry about someone coming up. He produced 2 shadow doppelgangers again and began preparations for a second transplant of intercolumnar cells. That's right, this is his method of targeting shadow doppelgangers who need to be shadowed for a long time. Retransplant the intercolumn cells to improve their tolerance. Don't think that intercolumn cell transplantation can be done once, unless it is the kind of spot and intercolumn love and kill each other for many years, otherwise the general human wood and physique are determined by the number of cells within it. If you look at Brother Tuzi, whose half of his body is intercolumn cells, and then look at Yamato in the original work, you can see the gap. Brother Tuzi can use his body to resist spiral pills. The 2 shadow avatars plus the body quickly packed up the things that needed to be prepared in advance. The body skillfully lay on the bed, began the exact same process before, and then, unexpectedly, there was an accident. But it wasn't a big deal, but he was paralyzed again and needed to lie down for a while. Fortunately, Lao Tzu was prepared. Uchiha Taki said this from between his teeth. This time, in addition to transplanting intercolumn cells, he also plans to practice Flying Thunder God during this time, although he may not be able to learn it, but he must always try. If he succeeds, he doesn't need to stay outside, and when Brother Tsuchiko comes to Konoha, he can go out directly with the Flying Thunder God. All of a sudden, it went from passive to proactive. However, the ninjutsu of the Flying Thunder God is obviously not so easy to succeed, and Uchiha Taki has been lying in bed for a week this time, and he has not even entered the door. Alas, it seems that I was born to work hard. Uchiha Taki sighed, then got up and planned to go to the bathhouse to take a shower. After receiving the fatigue accumulated by the 2 shadow doppelgangers, Uchiha Taki reunited a shadow doppelganger. Although he has not yet started, he does not plan to give up learning the art of Flying Thunder God. It was evening, and Uchiha Taki had just come out of the bathhouse. Finally found you. Where did you go during this time? And I didn't hear that you went on a mission. Wind Sacrifice Moha walked towards him and said, "Considered a workout." Why a rhetorical question? Nothing. I can't say that I transplanted the cells of her family elder and was still learning ninjutsu developed by another elder. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me to dinner last time, or now? Wind Festival Moha said. Okay, you have the final say where to go. Just the barbecue last time, now it's time to eat these in the evening. After speaking, she also winked at Uchiha Taki. Let's go. Uchiha Taki immediately reacted when she saw it. She should have known about Obito, that's why she came to ask. Coming to the yakiniku restaurant of the Akimichi family again, he skillfully asked for a private room, and after waiting for the waiter to leave, Kazematsuri Moha immediately confirmed the situation around him. The kaleidoscope writing wheel you said last time won't be this. The kaleidoscope writing wheel of time and space. You are really generous. Are you sure you can deal with him? The wind sacrifice leaf seemed to hold back for a long time, and then burst out all at once. What do you think? I'm not talking about this. Uchiha Taki said speechlessly, I will be willing to trade in time and space ninjutsu? As for whether it can be dealt with, Uchiha Taki naturally won't say. He himself is just trying his best to expand the probability. Although it is said that miracles are very strong in your doom, isn't there a saying that space belongs to the 4-dimensional category, and it is really difficult to say whether 3-dimensional doom is useful. Not to mention that the Uchiha clan and Izanagi, who modified reality, that one is even more heavyweight, and once Izanami does not perform well, all preparations are done in vain. Not this. Do you Uchiha still have extra kaleidoscope chakra eyes? Wind Sacrifice Mo yet covered her mouth, trying not to let the volume be too loud. You don't have to worry about this, I'll find you when I'm ready. There are many of Uchiha, but they are not suitable for trading. Okay, I thought you were generous enough to give me the kaleidoscope chakra eye of the time-space